I can't see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me. I can't see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me. I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me. I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me. I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me.
All right. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the show, guys. Guten Tag and welcome to the Munich Major. I hope you guys are as stoked to be here as we are. Yeah, Nick, it's time. It has been, guess what, a whole year since we last had a major, all the way back in Montreal.
That's weird.
It seems like we've formed a bit of a pattern. In order to have a major, it has to be in a city that starts with M. We went from Manchester to Montreal
To Munich.
and now here we are in Germany, in Munich. How you feeling?
Good, excited. I had a very short trip, not unlike you. I came from Denmark, hour and a half to Munich. You came from Australia, Melbourne, all the way over.
Yeah.
You feeling okay?
I'm feeling all right. I'm
Okay.
only a little bit jet lagged, but I know you actually finally appreciate what it takes.
I do.
Since you have been down under. But of course, we're here in Europe for another major for Rainbow Six Siege X. And this is the B stream, guys. So we've got 2 streams going to be going on. It's a bit of a different format that we're playing this time around. A little bit exciting. We get to try some new things. And personally, I'm really keen for it because the great thing about the Swiss format that we're playing in the group stage is you really just ramp up in intensity every single round of Siege. So how this happens, I mean, do you want to give it a go? Can you explain Swiss for us, Nick?
All right, so essentially we have A, B, or 1s above the A stream and the B stream. If you win, you go to the 1-0 bracket on the right-hand side. If you lose, you go to the 0-1 bracket instead. So you're playing off scorings. When you get 3 victories, you are qualified for the next stage. If you get 3 losses, you're eliminated instead.
Yeah.
So you play a minimum of 3 games if you go 0-3.
Yeah, so this is the bracket, for lack of a better word. It's not really a bracket in Swiss, but this is how the matches are going to happen over the next 4 days before we get into the actual double elim, or modified double elim playoffs that are going to be happening. If this is confusing to you, don't worry. It's confusing to everyone. All you need to know is that if you win 3 games, you're through to the finals. If you lose 3 games, you are out of the tournament. And what's really cool about this format is you constantly matching teams that are, in theory, closer to their skill level.
Yeah,
right?
it's like matchmaking. It's like,
It
okay,
is.
this team has won 1 game, lost 1 game. They will face a different team that also won 1 game and lost a game.
Totally, yes. And so it does mean that we will get some big stakes matches early on as well, where the best teams are going to be facing other best teams. Right now, it's just been seeded as it is, so we have a lot of David and Goliath matchups. And as we look at the schedule, let's we do have some David and Goliath, some bangers for sure. Let's have a look at the schedule for today. So this is going to be on our stream today. This is just the B stream, and this is actually only the first half of today, because after we play these 4 best of ones here on the B stream, we're going to be rocking it all the way until about 1 a.m. local time here in Munich, playing 4 more BO1s, but we don't know which matches they are yet, because that's the second round of Swiss. We need this to go down. What are the highlight games for you today?
Honestly, I'm one of those guys who I kind of want to see BDS versus SSG, right? SSG has always been a team in North America where they can make it far, but not quite the entire distance, and BDS, same story in EML. They're good, but they're not the best in the region, and they're going to face in the 3rd game on the first day.
Yeah, very much. Of course, a bit of EU, NA. We also get that in Secret Wildcard, and then we get a whole bunch of Brazilian games, bookending the first half of today. Of course, D+, as we start to get into this first match
Brazilian
of the day.
team or
fully
APAC team?
Brazilian players, technically a Korean coach, but yes, they compete in the APAC North portion of the APL, and so that means that we've actually seen a lot of them recently. And while they didn't do amazingly in Stage 1, they ended up losing that grand final out. They ended up not qualifying or being invited to EWC. Here are the D+ boys. They are back with a vengeance. They played really well throughout all of Stage 2. Everyone was saying, okay, these guys...
unbeatable.
Untouchable. And then they go into the playoffs, and into the APAC major qualifier, and they looked even better. They managed to snag that spot for Munich when they played in Melbourne.
Sure, but then mind you what happened in Melbourne, James. They didn't do all that hot, did they? Was that the land jitters? Was it them being exhausted from a long stage? I'm not entirely sure, but what I will say, coming into this tournament, no matter who you are, going up against Furia in your opening matchup is gonna be a huge task.
That's right. I mean, of course, it doesn't matter how much you spin it. D+, while they were very dominant in APAC North, they actually didn't drop a single map throughout the playoffs bracket. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They only lost their final 2 matches at the APAC LAN, which meant that they ended up 3rd place. But they are going up against the 2024 world champions and the reigning international Ubisoft event champions, you could say, by winning, of course, back in Rio at the Reload event. Furia, I mean, you could say that they need no introduction, but I think they deserve one regardless. I mean, these are the big dogs from Brazil. Like, no one does it better. Yeah. They forged a dynasty in 2024 and the start of 2025. They are looking really, really solid. And their performance throughout the stage within the South American League, they are looking arguably better than ever.
Yeah, they have. Individually, JV92 has always been a great player on his team, but right now he is absolutely on fire, and that means Furia has even more firepower than usual. And you said it right. They made a dynasty, they won their side, they made back-to-back grand finals, they won all the majors in a whole year. Like, they were phenomenal, and more importantly for me, they were changing how everyone else was playing Rainbow Six Siege, right? Going back to when they were on the W7M organization, they changed how you play Chalet till this very day, that aggressive open action style, and they're still that super aggressive team.
Very much, and a play style that D+ are very familiar with. Now the game's ready, so let's quickly fly through the map, Veto, and see what we'll be playing here in this best of 1 series. As we dig into it, Furia get the first ban, which means D+ will get to decide between Clubhouse and Bank. They elect for the latter. We're going to Bank.
Okay, I respect D+ is saying, let's get rid of Clubhouse against Furia, because that's gonna be no fun at all. And I really like the Furia banning maps, like Skyscraper, like Cafe, that has a very strong one side, usually on defense. We're going to a more neutral map in the middle, where the better team typically will be favored. And not only that, Furia have an 11-1 record on this map in the last 6 months.
That is unbelievable. On the flip side, D+ are pretty good at this, but the last time they played Bank, they did lose it to Weibo in Melbourne at that APAC LAN at PAX. Time for redemption for D+. Let's get straight on into it. It's the 2 Brazilian rosters, of course, one from the APL and one from the LATAM region itself. And I would ask you, Nick, who we think is favored to win this, but I think the writing's on the wall.
It has to be Furia. It would be a huge upset if not, but it's a best of 1. Anything can happen.
That it is. It's our first game here at the Munich Major in the B stream. Good luck, have fun comes out in the chat as we start loading up into Bank with D+ Kia taking on Furia in this best of 1 to kick off our Swiss phase.
Now, Fall's been our man that we've spoken to during the player interviews over in the APL. He's very humble, very hard guy to hate despite the import roster. And he had a lot of praise about the organization of D+ Kia, saying, thank you guys so much for the support, want to do a good job for you guys, get first in our region, go to essential tournaments, and get good results for you. And I'm not sure if D Plus are treating this matchup very differently than the norm, because when you play an APL as a Brazilian team, you don't know your opponents. That was the big talking point. They don't know the meta, the style, the maps, their opponents at all, but they know Furia. So this could be more of a, familiarity, counter-stratting, and, that same Brazilian playstyle. We see it right now. There's Portuguese in in-game chat. Because why not?
It's funny. D Plus started talking to Furia in English, and then Furia, of course, replied.
That's classic Furia, by the way. JV will tell you, if you meet him, no English, and then you'll hear him speak perfect English, but not when he wants to.
No, yeah, he's very selective about it, that's for sure. Now, D Plus here, while they have been scrimming and playing in Korea for the longest time, they did after the APAC major qualifier in Melbourne at PAX, they went over to Brazil again. So they have, in theory, been scrimming quite some time. And yeah, they've probably been scrimming Furia a whole bunch. As we get into it, they will start on the attacking side. It's Furia on the D, and they're going all the way down to the basement. And already I'm seeing the Monty teased out by D+. Fan phases flown by us, and I mean, nothing too crazy, but I like the vibe that's going on. A few kind of curveballs thrown in there.
The big announcement right now is going to be the Twitch ban from Furia, because they're bringing up both the Goyo and the Echo, and that's where the Twitch counterplay can usually come into action. The drone gets tossed in a drone hole, sneaking into the bomb site, and takes down a bunch of utility. Furia playing a very structured first round here, saying, first game jitters, let's all get situated. What's going to happen? Often the attackers were a bit more slow than usual because they're warming up into this tournament. So they're playing utility, they're playing the timer on the clock. Tashanka, Smoke, Echo, and the Goyo. D+, they're known to crutch the Monty when things are uncertain for them. I think it's a great first round pick for them here.
Yeah, obviously that Echo very deadly against that Monty. Can expose him. And so looks like D+ are starting on the top floor. It's quite a heavy extension into into open area. Yeah, strange to see Felipox on the Echo actually on that roam, because he's going to want to be on his cameras a lot of the time. He's going to be a bit more vulnerable. But Levy's taking the ground that is given to him in lobby, already opening up hatches. A lot of phantom pressure applied here, which I like. And a pick to follow it up as well onto Ney. That's your plant denial from the Tachanka.
It's going to buy you so much time. I actually kind of like the fact that Felipox was roaming, because being on the bomber side on cams can, make you vulnerable to a rush. Instead, he was actively on the roam. But now they've fallen back, and this is D+ making an incredible pace. They got server control, they cleared the server stairs, got opening pick onto Shanga, and now they have full map roam clear as Furia fell on back by their own choice. Now we gotta see Nears call the shots, right from the Monty, saying, guys, get open those hatches, breach these certain walls, and trying to establish where is the plant going to be going down. We got a half round to play with. Don't rush it, just take your time.
Oh, this is really excellent time management from D+. Fury attempted to try and get a little bit aggressive. KZ, though, is punished for it. Herds looking for an opportunity.
Oh, that's awkward.
Oh, that is really awkward for Midi. He exposes himself and is punished as he tries to breach that site wall for the default plant spot. The first kill for Fury to try and bring things back.
The Monty not watching, the hatch not open yet. That's Mitty going a little bit too quickly in the server right there. And you see Fury's aggression. They recognize strategically it's going to be a hard run. It's trying to win those gunfights instead. JV's been so hot in stage 2, but goes down to Bullet with that DMR.
DMR keen on the stairs for Bullet, but he's just flank watch at the moment. Felipox forced to try and retake, and he does find that kill. Plant is going down, not denied. Herds looks to get around it, get aggressive.
No.
He sprints straight past him and whips him back.
Winnable.
Maybe it just is winnable in the retake. 2v2. And there's an opportunity here for Herds to try and long arm this. Is anybody from D+ in position? Falls, drops down, and takes him out. Felipox on his big flank, all the way back into server, and Levy finds him as well. Fire up D+. They've taken the first round against the big dogs from Brazil.
Really well played there by both the teams, actually. So Fury opted for a retake, right? Felipox went up the main staircase to top floor and was holding top square. That meant Nade on the bomb side could push on through and shotgun open the soft wall and start defusing. Felipox had the hatch above him, but on the flip side, D+, they took the bomb side control, right? They walked in through garage, down main stairs, down the hatches, and they held it from a different angle. Ended up winning that round in the post. But I really want to praise D+ there. I was worried that they were going to be very slow in the roam clear. Opening kill, ton of map control, and never slowing down. And they were fighting back, successfully against Furious aggression. It's a great start for them.
It is.
I mean, mind you this, D+, yes, they went back to Brazil to scrim recently. Good timing for them. But they've spent majority of the year in Korea or in APL, right? And they've been fighting against much quote-unquote weaker teams on paper, especially compared to Furia.
Also a different playstyle as well, which is something that Falls actually mentioned a lot in his interviews.
Yeah.
I know it's something that Psycho talked about, who, of course, another Brazilian who's infiltrated APAC.
Whoa. They didn't do as good, though.
No, they didn't.
And that was, I thought it was going to be Elevate taking D+'s spot, making, you know, qualifying to lands and stuff like that.
Yeah, no. On paper, though, I think a lot of people looked at Elevate. I mean, you've got the world champion Psycho leading that roster. Also, Elevate constantly just buying new players when the team isn't looking good enough. They're, like, upgrading. Who was it? Was it Resets they got?
Resets, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, former Team Liquid player. Not to, like, you know, snuff at the D+ roster. We've got Bullet, obviously, who played on FaZe. And the rest of this team has played at, you know, majors and international events before. It's not, you know, new for all of them.
No, but arguably smaller names, right? Like, if you're a fan of Siege, you're probably going to have more players you recognize from Elevate than D+, and that's going to meet the eye test.
One thing to mention, actually, which I made a note about, but I forgot to mention before the game started, is actually Nears and Midi are the only two players at the tournament making their international debut.
Oh.
Midi has been to 2 SIs and 3 majors as a coach for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but never as a player. This is his first time competing. Oh, Levy. Since he's been playing since 2017. Levy is the first one to find an opening kill. JV
again
suffers an early death, and here comes the aggression. Look at that from Midi. He's been in the scene for a long time, but now he's here in the server and ready to deal some damage. It's a near flawless round for D+, as Herds tries to make his way back up this main stairs. And he is eliminated. What a show from Midi. And what a star-studded roster of D+, swinging into Bank with 2 rounds straight.
You could almost say this might be the APAC special from D+, kind of just playing kind of chaotic in the server, but very structured at the same time. It's chaotic because they're hitting their marks in the server at a very unpredictable time, but they're doing it so well together with the 3-2-1 that's all exploded at the exact same moment. An attack timeout from the former world champions of Furia.
Yeah,
not what I expected.
No, not at all. Definitely a surprising start here. And Igor will call the tactical timeout for Furia and start getting into the ears of the players. What's going wrong? The only thing I can assume is perhaps it's a bit of an underestimation of D+ and their play style. I mean, D+ have shown that they're happy to play slow and steady, right? You know, early execute onto the roam in that first round, and then really slow and thorough mid-round where they're aware of Furia making aggressive plays, and they just convert their advantage bit by bit. Very different to what happened in that second round. It's opening pick, and then we see an opportunity go.
I mean, if you want to, you know, sniff the copium, this is Bank attacking side, which you can always say it's a lot easier and you have much more ways to break apart the defenders. But I'll always come back to the argument that this is Furia. I don't think side choice matters in this case all that much. This is a complete like vibe check from memory. I feel like Furia have tended to, similar to Falcons actually, very slow starts to events, if not mistaken, where they might win a match, but they'll lose the first couple rounds and come back 7-5, 7-4 maybe. I do feel like they have a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, but they're one of the best teams at adapting as well.
Yes.
And once they find their swing, they are a very hard team to slow down.
That's it.
Because that confident play style. But you know, it's been 2 rounds in a row where the opening pick has been found by Levy on D+.
5 seconds remaining.
And pretty early on as well, both times. A minute in the first round and a minute and 5 seconds in the second round. It's also, you know, worth mentioning, like you said, Bank is an attacker's paradise. It's hard to find a solid defense on this map. I'm looking at the stats at the moment. Bank is the 2nd highest attacker win rate in the last 3 months. Actually, Chalet takes the cake at 53%, Bank at 50%.
Okay. That's not too surprising. Now, one thing that D-Buzz has done a really good job at, which they didn't do in Stage 1 and that much in Stage 2, is they've been flexing different operators, right? They had Ying, they've had Capital, they have the Munti, they have Blackbeard, now they have like Raora.
Yeah.
This is going to mean that after this round, when Furia has to be a 3rd operator ban, there's no clear vision of like, what's the problem? Because it was Nuke on last round, for example, with the Capital Ying. It was Munti arguably the first round, and now it could be the Dokkaebi, it could be the Blackbeard. They're keeping Furia guessing as to what the overall game story is going to be, but I think they have the correct read here. Philippox watching that main staircase where Nuke snuck in before. This time it's a Lion.
A little bit of lurking, but Bullet finds the kill anyway. That DMR so deadly, and Philippox goes down. Meanwhile, D+ have put a lot of attention on the bomb site. They're clearing out the Vulcan canisters. And there's the trade from JV. The nade doesn't find anything for Bullet. He's put down. And a reply. It's an aggressive execute into the site for Falls. With the Blackbeard shield on the back. But he's spotted by JV. What a shot there with the slug shotty. Niers tries to bring it back again, but JV rounds the corner. Him and Nade together get that site on lock. And third time is not the charm for D+. JV has a nuclear round, and Furia finally get back into it.
JV finally staying alive. And I mean, I gotta say, some of these gunfights are a little bit uncharacteristic for Furia. Like Philippox in that very first one only hit one of his 4 slug shells on the Kaid, missing a lot of those quote-unquote easy to hit shots. Doesn't happen all that often. Third operator ban. I'm very curious. What does Furia feel like could be the problem? It has been an issue for them. It's gonna be the Monty. And I think when you look at the 3-4 different operators that they could have banned out, the Dokkaebi, the Blackbeard, the Ying, the Capsule, the Monty, it's 5 actually. Monty is the safest bet. Because they can always crouch it if things aren't working out. It's good for planting, it's good for roam clear. Monty is probably one of the most versatile attackers. It's a great choice. On the flip side, D+ got rid of the Mirror, which is more useful to hide behind. Castle, Clash, and the Mirror.
So many different options. Well, like you said, Furia, they take their time to warm up sometimes, but once they find it, that momentum does not go away. It's back down to the basement with more or less the exact same setup that we saw from them in the first round. Again, we've got Plant Denial for days. The Goyo is actually gone. I think it's KZ's army that's in place instead of it.
Yeah.
So a little bit less Plant Denial, but I mean, between Smoke, Echo, and Tachanka, I think you'll be all right.
I think it's a good choice because of 2 reasons. One, they kind of lost the game on the roam previously, right? They lost the player and then it's a fall back. And now, okay, they can strengthen the roam with the Asami. That's one part of it. The other one is Monty is gone. It's going to be more difficult to work through the map for D+. And I feel like the counterplay here could be like Deimos Dokkaebi. But that's going to be a lot of roam clear, not that much side focus. So they got the Deimos, which is going to be great for the roam, like I mentioned. Yeah. But then they have 4 other operators that can deal with the side later on. So again, both teams doing a great job at understanding what these operator bans have changed.
Yeah, I love that. No Mirror to worry about as well is nice for D+. It's just less ingredients that you're going to need to bring, especially, of course, another operator that the Twitch would counter had she not been banned out. What is going on, Levy? I mean, D+, I admire how fast they are, but it's critical that you don't make mistakes like that.
Yeah. The
big risk, I mean, it was either a missed drone or a calculated risk.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to see where the drones might be from D+, and there's, first of all, almost no drones left in the server. Second of all, I don't see anybody spectating drones that would be where Levy died.
Yeah.
So they might have thought, guys, it's an open air roam just like last time, same positions, except KC, not being the Goyo, found himself in an off angle and now gets the freebie. And that's Ibana gone. That means the hard destruction is going to take a lot longer and just be more limited. You have Maverick and then 2 can openers now. That means something will stay closed. And look at the timer. At this point last time, they were inside the bomb site. Well, they're almost there now.
That helps. Quick E1D and an entry from Niers. Re-aggressed upon by the Yokai. Niers doesn't manage to spot it and take it down just yet. Now comes the track from the Deimos. Bit of info. And maybe D+ have made up for the early mistake with a lot of ground taken. And like you said, they do have enough hard breach to get open this hatch and everything they would need to. It's just going to take a little bit longer than they'd like.
Yeah, the server walls are soft, which is going to mean they do have enough. If they were all reinforced, then a different story there. But my worry is not so much the destruction at this point in time, it's where do you plant? The only real option right now is you're going to smoke and capture fire and try and plant somewhere in the midst of that smoke. But you got Echo, you got Tachanka, and you got very limited time to work with. And again, lack of soft destruction means Deimos Pistols will take a lot of time right now to open up the default plant location. And a default plant will not be possible unless Nate misses every single fire from Tachanka.
Yeah, Nate can single-handedly win this round.
Yeah.
And so it comes down to D+ having to get a little bit aggressive to take him down somehow. Bullet does that and finds KZ. No. Falls is the one with the diffuser, and he's actually above the hatch. He's not in the default plant position. So D+ are going to need to go for something a little bit unorthodox, a little bit aggressive, jumping down the hatch.
There's the smokes.
Here come the smokes from the Maverick. You can't fire up everywhere. Oh, Felipox takes a lot of damage and is taken down. JV finds one, thankfully, for Furia, and falls. Well, he's likely to be spotted through the smoke. JV will finish him off, and Nade will claim the final kill. Goodbye to D+. And 2 rounds in a row for Furia. They're looking a lot more comfortable than at the start of this game.
Yeah, good composure there. Nobody panicking the server, but then again, Furia not the team to panic almost ever. And it looks like after that tag timeout and that third operator ban of the Monty, this could just be the switch around that we almost expect with those slow starts of theirs. But I want to see D+. Do they have more of those pocket strats up in their sleeves? Because first 3 rounds, they had their things happening. That 4th round was the same as the first one, except there was no Monty. I didn't see anything different.
Yeah, that's the thing. D+, they have clearly shown this game that they like to go really fast.
Yeah.
They like to be really unpredictable. But the problem is, when you start playing unpredictably, it becomes
Every
a bit
round.
predictable.
Yeah. It's about pace chasing, right? Like, a good team can play really well fast or really well slow. A great team can go fast this round, slow the next one, in middle, then spawn peak, then no spawn peaks. And you can buy all these small victories in a round of Siege. Whether it's as a defender, killing a bunch of drones early on, now the attackers have little information. Going for a spawn peak for, let's say, 2 rounds in a row, and then you never do it again. But guess what that spawn peak effect has? The attackers are always watching the windows. They're not sprinting towards the building. Yeah, phantom pressure, right? They're gonna be spending 10 seconds longer getting to the building. In 10 seconds here and there, that can really add up. Especially with like all the plant denial that we keep seeing, and now wall denial.
Yeah.
Kai 2-Brown banked on top floor in 2025?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I really love the way that Furia, they will double down on a certain aspect of their defense, whether it's plant denial or wall denial in this case, but then they won't like quadruple down on it like they did in the first round where they also had the Goyle on top of the Tachanka Echo Smoke.
Yeah.
It was too much.
Yeah.
You know, 4 out of your 5 operators are on 1 win condition, and then D+ kind of nullified it by playing really fast in the early game. Right. This time Furia, they've hedged their bets, and yet they're still really, like, when it comes to plant denial, they've got it unlocked. When it comes to info, they've got that unlocked. When it comes to wall denial, like, good luck.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. It also means D+ in the first 6 seconds, they're all outside the building, now wrapped into square, because they gotta figure out what's gonna be the first angle for us. Thermocharge far left, he's gonna open up the Genesis wall as well, and apply more pressure onto the player inside of there, but there we see 2-Brow. Now the Kai Claws, I believe, have both been pre-placed, so I'm not sure they can stop this, but they can stall it out for as long as possible. Maybe get a cheeky C4 kill. It hit the wall though, doesn't get the charge.
Be a very deep angle now, but Herds with a DMR, one of the best operators to try and deal with this position, the best weapons. Mini might just die.
I mean, this could be a planned attempt.
Surely not. Fall's going to go for it straight away. Where is Felipox? He's not going to be able to be on his camera because of the Dokkaebi forcing him off his observation tool. Falls is going to plant in the 5v5. A quick and early plant for D+, and he doubles down with a kill on KZ. How is Furia going to retake this? 1 kill at a time, perhaps, but with Nears up above the hatch, with full vision onto that plant spot, I would say that this is an impossible retake for Furia.
They even got to play below level with the DMR, so they got so many different post-plant positions right now, and JV finds another, though. But look at this scouted angle. Do they have to read on it?
One tap from Nears. Goodbye to Nade. JV is way outside the building after going for the run out. He's not going to be anywhere near the diffuser, and that's going to be the round in the bag for D+. A beautiful pocket strat, done to perfection, and D+ are back in the lead on Bank.
That's exactly what I wanted to see when I said, do they have one more of those strats up their sleeve? It was executed perfectly. And again, the understanding for D+ to know what problems might arise. Well, okay, if they have plant denial, like the Echo, how can we stop it? Dokkaebi. They're not going to play mute top floor, no chance. What happens to play Kai 2-Brow rather? We're patient. Let's just like really join it on out. And the plant position was perfect. Most teams plant left-hand side of the breach, which means you can see from the window repels, but not the skylight. They plant far right, so now verticality on the window repels and skylight. 3 win conditions. It can't go wrong.
Totally. And you know what's also great here is we've obviously casted a lot of D+. Have played some of the most games out of any teams in the world because of the format of the APL.
Yeah.
I have not seen these exact strats.
We haven't. No.
Not once.
We've seen the top 4 execute where you do like a sense and a glass and stuff like that, but we haven't seen this specific instance
that
of it.
specific plant spot. Often there's a lot more baiting out, fake executes, but they're just going for it. And so Furia, with all of their, their whole team of analysts and coaching staff, because they do have quite a few. You've got Abreu, I believe, is their analyst or assistant coach. I'm not sure exactly which title he takes. And of course, Eagle heading the ship. You've got the ability to watch every single VOD, look at every single strat, tell the team, guys, be aware of this, be aware of that, be aware of this. And there are counters to a lot of what was going on there.
Sure,
but you have to think of them in the moment. For example, when that Dokkaebi call goes off, you said there's no mute, you do have the Tuberau. Technically, Furia could have thrown a Tuberau canister at the Echo to prevent that call from going off, and then he gets on his cameras and denies the plan with Echo.
That's entirely possible.
But how are you going to know that if you're not expecting that push in that moment? You have a window of 7 seconds to deny the plan. And D+, keeping it fresh, keeping it quick. They're playing games with Furia.
It's going to anchor them, though. James, we know this. And when you anchor the lion, it's going to start to roar. The panther in this case, I guess, They're going to make a play. You know it. They played their plant denial. They played the wall denial. Now they're looking for kills. JB is 8-3. He's really stepping up individually, but no one else is close to positive. 2-5, 2-5, 2-4. 2-3 from Nade.
Ooh.
Oh, the save there from Falls. Nears is 1 point of health now. Has to worry about the Goyo canisters and any sort of impact grenades at C4s. And Furia keeps swinging on those window repels, and they're losing those fights, as they should.
The ego challenge, I mean, that's got to hurt Herds for sure. Nears, though, very low HP means that he's going to have to play very passively. I like the way Furia have doubled down on info denial here, but somehow there's an angle there for Bullet. He takes JV down, and this should be a very easy kill for him as well. Even though Philippox is trying to reply, they've got the read on that. They nade him on out. It is a 2 versus 5. Oh, maybe they can revive JV. This is going to have to be so quick. It baits him. Nade's going to try and double down on that, but Bullet takes him down as well. It's a 1v5 becoming a 1v4. Nade, what can you do here? Nears is low HP. You find Levy, but he finds you first.
Wow.
It's a lock-in for D+. 4 rounds in the first half as they say goodbye to their attacks and move on to defense.
A very different attack there over D+, right? Like, they weren't really that aggressive. They were almost expecting Furia to make the wrong play, to Eagle challenge, and they were just waiting for them. Blitz, the only character that walked in the building, everyone else covering angles, the flanks, the staircases. Even when you saw the Mossy on the main stairs, there's a red ping and a grenade coming for him right when he showed himself. Like, they're just striking everywhere right now for D+. That's going to be the bank attacks done and dusted. Sideswap happens. But if D+, with this 4-2 success, they just need a pocket strat here, a clutch there, and they're going to get closer and closer to a BO1 victory against Furia.
It would be huge. I mean, Furia have only lost 1 game in the entirety of Stage 2, and there's an asterisk next to that because it was the final game of their group stage in the South America League. It was against Team Liquid. They lost pretty handily, 7-2, but Furia had already confirmed that they would make it to the top 2 in the league, which means they would get the preferred seeding moving into the playoffs. Once they got to playoffs, didn't drop a series. Right? So the only loss that Furia have had so far is one that didn't matter. And this game does matter. Yes, it's the opening game of Swiss here, but you get an advantage if you go 3-0. And look, if you did a poll of 100 people that loved watching Rainbow Six, and you said, okay, who are your teams that are going to make it 3-0? I reckon like 80-90% of those people are going to be saying that Furia is making it through undefeated into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, most people at Furia probably making top 4 guaranteed in their minds, I would say, just like period.
They're arguably the favorites for the tournament.
They very well might be, given G2 Secret situation. Falcons, I mean...
G2 Secret Falcons are obviously all very good teams at the moment. Secret winning EWC, but, Furia won in Rio, which was a bit of a different situation. I mean, Furia got the number of FaZe in Rio. They were beating them. I think those are kind of 5 of your top teams. Perhaps you add M80 into that.
That's my dark horse, so to speak, actually. I have M80 making top 4.
I love how, becoming champions in North America, you still count as a dark horse.
Yeah, cause, it's North America still, James. And as a region for a decent time, they look so good. And then they go to national, they get top 8, but then they kind of out of the tournament,
I was listening to Parker's 6-on-6 podcast with with Fet and Mint recently, and they were talking about the NA championships. Obviously, all NA boys there. I think the only NA championships that have been won would obviously be the Beast Coast Championship in Manchester. Before that, I think it was TSM, SI22, and then SSG, SI20, and
Dark
then
Zero, which was in NA, which was Charlotte first after COVID.
Okay. Not as many nearly as EU and Brazil, of course.
Yeah,
a lot more than APAC though, sadly.
For now.
One day it'll happen.
One day.
Maybe we just needed to import some Brazilians. Maybe D+ will take the championship.
I mean, okay, so D+ win a major. Do you claim an APAC victory?
As someone who has been following APAC Siege since before Pro League started, in 2017, 2016, I would not count that as an APAC victory.
I wouldn't either. But
technically, their coach is Korean.
There would be a Korean champion. Yeah, there would be that.
We already have had APAC players be champions. We've had Virtue.
Yeah, Virtue. Yeah. That is very true. Now for this round though, it's kind of a bit of a not much happening. There was a few bullets exchanged early on. That's why Levy and JV are low on health. There's been hard destruction. Furia, look at the lineup. They want to get to bomb site in a 5v5. That is what this is screaming, right?
Oh yeah.
Defuse, the captain's out the glass, a quick hatch drop, a clash by the main stairs, gonna stop that pushing forward, and Mitty strikes first.
There's no way. Like,
he has diffuser. If he dies here.
Oh, here we go. The fire supports from Herds, but Furia are trailing in the numbers as KZ just went down, and now they're stuck in a crossfire. Nice shot onto Mitty, though, from Herds. JV is looking to backstab from the other side. He is going to be completely solo on server, and a big Nitro cell from Falls finds the double. JV in a 1v3 as D+ sit back, relax, knowing that they've got the diffuser. Good one tap from the man himself. About to hit double digits for JV. It would be a clutch to remember. But he's got to deal with that Clash, who is staring him down, tasing him out. Both Niers and Levy on low HP. His flashbangs go out. Nice shots onto Levy.
He's got time.
JV in the 1v1, and he can certainly make it happen. It's a monstrous clutch for JV. 1v3 for Furia as the gunner himself puts D+ down. More questions asked now, and that lead is slipping.
JV has been so good throughout the entirety of Stage 2, and he's gotten kills in this game, but not really impactful. But that round, yes, JV, a small gap was created there by D+, allowing him in the A-bomb site. But then JV takes full control. And D+, you can tell, they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling mighty in the server. They were over-swinging. There is no reason why the guy in Garage Ramp is actually trying to take a gunfight. When you just walk away, play the time, there's 15 seconds left, right?
Should be basically hiding.
You arguably should, but I don't blame D+ because they've been winning off the aggression. They've been winning off playing together, and they were trying to play the 2v1 with the Clash information. But it was JV, the one guy from Furia that I believe right now could win that round, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, JV has been incredible in Stage 2. He's the 5th highest rated player in the world.
Playing in Brazil, the hardest region.
Exactly. Number 1 and 2 didn't qualify for the tournament. Number 1 is Maya, strangely. Okay. Number 2 being Jigsaw from the Chiefs, playing over in OCE, and then you got Reaps, Tuhan, and then JV. So it's, funnily enough, it's all Brazilian and APAC players in the top 6 even, because Crit J comes after JV.
So that was a big story we had in APL where it's been like the battle of individual players. Like 20 bombs are being dropped every play day by various players. They said Crit J, Tuhan, Jigsaw.
You just tight like that.
Yeah, I like the Jiggy. I don't know.
Oh, what is going on from Herds there? Very aggressive. 35 seconds into the round.
That was giving Levy vibes in the 3rd round.
That was.
Just in the building. Levy died as Dokkaebi. Herds dies as Capital. Both high in utility that will no longer be played this round. And I think for Furia, the simplest way to kind of talk about this BO1 thus far, the battle of the opening kills. They're almost every single round playing 4v5 and trying to make a comeback happen. And half the time, it works. But you got to wonder, if Furia could tighten up in the first 60 seconds of the rounds, how different the score could have been.
No, definitely D+ is off-piece pace. Made things very difficult to read in Furia. I mean, the fact that they only have this 3rd round because of that big clutch from JV. I mean, look, it's great. You look at the kill counts on both teams, you're like, damn, JV is... he's by far and away the best player in the server right now, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be the winning team. Like, that's not how this game works. And APL is a good example of that. The fact that Maya and Jigsaw are the top 2 rated players in the world, and neither of them qualified for Munich, I mean, that speaks volumes to how much Siege is a team game.
Yeah. And it just goes to show here as well, JV cannot take server stairs on his lonesome. Shouldn't be possible. KC should not be able to take garage control on his lonesome, but his teammates of Hertz, who's dead, can watch the camera for him and relay the information.
He sees his foot.
And he's got a DMR. It's a great time to have this weapon.
You could yellow ping that. Ooh, this is very risky. Can't land the shots until he does, and their bully goes down. 3v4 as D+ are trading back and forth. JV trying to drop. It's an awkward angle. He's not going to be able to aim down sights while he falls. He somehow times it perfectly. No. He dances around, and Levy goes down. 3v3 as JV hits a 3.0 KD with his 12th kill. 30 seconds to play, and D+ look to not repeat the mistakes of last round.
Gotta let him walk and have that crossfire. There it is. Double swing. Much better played. Where's Felipox and KC? Just now dropping.
It's too late, isn't it?
Yeah.
Furia not in sync as a team, and as a result, it allows Niers, the debutant, to come through for 2 big kills. Midi.
No bullets.
Oh, he's run out of shots, and Midi will take him on down. Another round on the board for the Korean organization. Just 2 more, and they take down Furia.
And now we have to wonder, you know, with that clutch before, that could have been a 6-2. It should have been a 6-2. And I gotta say, that final, like, 3v3, JV pushing through, making the play, getting fought from 2 different angles. Okay, where's his teammates? Open area, on the hatch, passive, not dropping, not fighting, not even looking ready for an execute.
So out of sync.
So, and this is so unlike Fury as well. Their aggression usually is together. The timings are tight.
Yeah.
It's been some gaps here in Furia's gameplay. If it wasn't for JV, this probably would, I mean, this would have been over.
Absolutely.
6-7-1 probably.
Yeah. And did you see the looks on their faces after that round as well?
Not a lot of energy.
I mean, Nade not looking happy. Herds looking chalked.
Yeah.
His face red with anger.
And now he's on Thermite, dude.
I know.
I would be super chalked if I was him.
Dude, I mean, like, you look at the roles of this roster. I mean, Herds is the entry.
Yep.
KZ and JV are described as entry flexes.
Yep.
And how is it JV that's doing all the work here? I mean, even KZ himself, 5 and 8, Herds 3 and 7. These are meant to be the tip of your spear for the roster. Even JV has a bit more of a supportive role in this game, at least. He's doing this based on clutches. It's not a good look for Furia at all, and what adds insult to injury is they took that tactical timeout when there was 0-2 down. Igor doesn't have a chance to reel the boys back in.
Firing level!
Do not. And I'm very sure that D+ have such a good understanding of how the mentions of Furia work, because they, you know, they're both from Brazil, from the players, and they should know each other quite well, I imagine, because they scrim so much. Yeah, the gap is not that big, Mr. KC, so you gotta find a different angle for that. Kali lands. Trying to deal with the utility pieces first. So Furia's attack inside is very different from that of D+. Furia, step 1, step 2, step 3. Oh, now we can execute, for example. D+, they would like do step 1 while they're setting up step 2 and just hitting step 3 right after. So at this point, D+ are by the bomb site. They're up the main stairs. They're in the building. We've seen KC go from window rappel to parking rappel to in ATMs to outside to back to window rappel. They're all waiting for him to do all the Kali work first. But you're giving Wamai time to recharge those magnets, which are now catching half the util.
Well, for what feels like the first time, an opening kill has been found by Furia. In fact, it's only the second time this entire game long that Furia have found the first pick. They're playing very slowly. It's a contrast to what we've seen for most of this game so far. But how are you going to deal with that clash, right? Oh, the answer comes very quickly. It's the Kali knocking the shield back with the shots from the sniper. Oh, he's so tempted to put it down, isn't he? But the risk is there. He's not going to go for it. Time ticking away.
Info is too valuable because, mind you, when D+ made that exact same plant spot happen, there's lack of information from Furia that made that go down, but the clash stays alive and Nero swings behind him, doubling down on that position. Furia have information, nades are coming out, but again, they cannot deal with the clash effectively. No Kali lances. A single or frag grenade in the pocket of nade is the only way to deal with soft utility like the clash shield. It might just be a... Oh, well, Casey upping things up, actually. Mitzi goes down. That's going to be with Omai. Still winnable.
Yeah. Well, Falls is under a lot of pressure, though. With that Clash being harassed by the Kali, in goes Nade. It's not going to be easy to find a safe plan spot. Bubble Falls going down. Maybe he can. Levy needs to try and get around it, but he's being watched by JV and by Nade. So well baited, so well played from Furia. Nears in a 1v4 as he finds his second kill of the round. He will need to ace up, but with the plant down and 3 Furia players watching him, Nade steps up. A massive round from him, and Furia stave off match point.
And I think it really comes down to opening Pig once more. That was a 5v4 pseudo execute there for Furia because they found the Pig early on. There wasn't enough manpower for D+ to take those fights 2v1 in every single confrontation. So there were some 1v1s, and finally Furia they come alive and finally win those. But I really think that if Furia can keep this slower style gameplay early on, keep their 5 attackers alive, and hopefully find a pick of their own or force a pick of their own, that's going to be the way forward for them. Arbiter bans are going through, and it's going to be a Twitch and a Kaid. So the double Twitch ban. I think the Kaid here is quite cheeky. That's going to be Furia saying, we think you have a different way of playing this game, and it involves denying the hatches, denying the walls. We don't want to deal with that. So Kaid will get removed from play. A ton of utility being focused there from both teams when they were on the attacking side.
And we're in a similar position where we were a couple of rounds ago, Nick, where Furia are technically only losing
Maybe JV played that so well together. Just picking their fights. And now we see those pocket strats from Furia themselves. The Nuke creeping below. Sees the bulletproof camera, but won't be detected, of course, with that gadget.
BB.
And a BB. Hard to deal with. Tagoya canister if he walks all the way up, but...
Oh, wow, that's going to really tank a lot of damage. Somehow Philippos doesn't even take half of his HP. We're lucky about that. Nade goes out. Still hasn't managed to confirm that kill, however.
I think they think there's a player down there. We're expecting a flank at the very least, but we know D+ not quite in that area, but they're on the main stairs.
Bullet has eventually fallen after feeling a lot of pressure at front desk there. You're right, though. KZ is dedicating so much to try and holding on to his position. Wow, aggressive trade. Nade comes in to support as well, as does Herds. It's a great crossfire. I really like that. Doesn't matter that the Blackbeard doesn't find the kill. He enabled his teammates to find it.
Gonna be a bit of desperation from D+. They've lost top for control. It's an open area defense, but Nears is still inside of stock with a boost angle. Sees Philippos, the shield blocks those bullets, he stays alive, and here comes the push, 2v1.
Oh, Herds finally landing his shots. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Furia. The Panthers are ready to pounce, but Falls finds a double kill, immediately traded on back as Furia collapse onto the bomb site. It's Midi in a 1v3. He's not going to show the heroics that JV has done before. And Furia are back into the game. It's 5-5, even on the scoreboard.
Seeing some smiles there from Nade. Hurts. I'm still not convinced. You know, still missing a bit of life there.
Dude's 4-8. He is on tilts.
At least he got his one in that one. Actually, he got 2 kills technically off the play of Blackbeard.
Oh, but it is time for a tactical. As PJH looks to talk to the rest of the team.
He's got some hair dye.
I like it.
Yeah.
I love the look. Now, I did wonder this earlier. If it gets to the point where D+ is taking the tactical timeout, I think that's exactly where Furia want to be.
That's what I was going to say the same. Like, I think this is dangerous. Because you're giving your opposition the same pleasure of getting the coaching staff involved.
Sure. I mean, while clearly PJH feels like he needs to talk to the squad about something, I mean, I just think that once you let Igor get into the ears of a player like Hertz, perhaps shake him back into shape, that's when things get really deadly. This is the most ominous position that it's been so far this game for D+. Igor, there you go. That's what we needed.
Yeah, bit of energy, bit of life.
A bit of animation from Hertz. Could get this game across the line if him and KZ can look really solid on those entries. It's Nate, actually, in the last 2 rounds. It's really stepped up. He's found the opening kill twice in a row. He's now going positive as well. Remember, he looked so glum for the longest time in this match. Still unthinkable that only 2 players on Furia are positive at the moment at the 5-5 scoreline.
We also really got to see the ins and outs of how D+ function, because we've been speaking with Falls in the player interviews over the APL, and we all kind of assumed that he was like a big voice in the team. He said Mitty is like the IGL, and during that tag timeout, it was just Mitty being spoken to, and Mitty being very like, okay, you know, nodding, agreeing, etc. And the second that the tag timeout was over, he looks to his teammates and talks to his team. So it feels very much like Mitty has full control over the strategical side of D+'s ins and outs. And that can put out pressure if he's very much on his own.
Well, I hazard a guess it could also be a bit of a language thing. Of course, PJH's first language is Korean. Most of the D+ guys speaking Portuguese. So
well, it's Falls doing interviews in English.
That's actually true, yeah.
That's why it's a bit, you know.
English is very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's clearly not just a language thing then. I assume PJH's English is insane as well. Like
it's really good.
He's very good English.
I met him at a previous event when he was there before the coaching gig here with D+.
Oh yeah, because he was working with Ubisoft.
He was
doing some casting
and
stuff
I
like
thought
that.
he was like, you know, in the casting area, like a fan or some sort, because he's very much a fan of the game and players, very much so, and he doesn't hide that. I love that about him. And then I was like, wait, that's the same guy coaching.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah it is. It's great to see Mitty getting a bit of live line. This guy has been playing Siege for the longest time. He actually qualified
coaching as well.
Yes. Yeah. So this guy actually qualified for the very first season of Brazilian Pro League way back in 2017.
Oh.
Yeah. And his team came last.
Oh.
And then he was, of course, made famous by his stint as the coach of NIP and only really returned to playing here. And, well, I mean, he's looking like he's very happy to be back behind the mouse and keyboard.
Beautiful. Great timing.
2 picks and then back to site. We love that for D+. JV, though, he says, all right, time to put my superhero cave back on. Find Levy. Look for a little bit more than that. Mitty has gone for a second. JV might be able to take him on down. Felipox needs to get some kills on the board, especially now that it's a 1v3. A 1v2. As he takes down Bullet. No diffuser to speak of. That died in the hands of JV. Oh no, it died on the main stairs here. In the hands of his teammate. Winnable for Felipox.
Bit of a puzzling round. Mitty hiding top floor, finds the perfect time in the crossfire on the main stairs, forcing Felipox in the 1v2.
Oh, but it's an awkward angle, and the crossfire is perfect from D+. Time to fire up. And that's the energy that we wanted to see out of Mitty. And PJH could not be more ecstatic. It's finally match point. And get this, it's in favor of the underdogs. D+ on the verge of knocking Furia down a peg.
Just one more round, boys. One more pocket set. That's been the saving grace of D+ right now, where they can just win these rounds out of nowhere. A facepalm from Hertz as well at the end of the player cams. Definitely a bit of frustration. They're gonna go top floor, surprisingly enough, with that clash. The same approach like before. So a mixture of a little bit of plant denial, a little bit of time waste on the tube row. I'm not sure I'm loving this lineup from D+, and I'll tell you why. Levy is playing the recruit and defense, the sentry. That only gives you secondary utility, a C4 and the impact grenades. So sure, a little bit of plant now with a C4, but you gotta be in the right spot to really use it. Then you have two brow, you can stall the walls by freezing them, but Kite is banned, you're not playing better. You can't stop them from being opened up, so they will be opened up. You don't have any easy way to deal with those plant spots that Furia went for last time around. So I really think for this with D+, you gotta really reel it in. You cannot lose a player early to a silly peek or a silly positional error or being unaware of a push somewhere. You need these 5 players alive because individually they're quite weak. They need each other.
Yeah. It's the nature of so many of those wombo combo operators on that attacking side, right?
Yeah.
And you still got these dreadful little things to deal with, like the clash. And they countered Falls' clash very well last time on this top floor using the Kali. We need to see that again. We need to see them really nullify Falls. Mears is also a great operator to fortify these positions, hold on and support with Falls. Furia have to dot all their I's, cross all their T's. They have to get everything right just to send this to OT.
Looking like they're expecting a play, a jump out, a peek on the windows, and Nate is waiting for it, but again, like I said, D+, all they have to do on paper is stay alive. They don't gotta make those hero plays at all. Hurts 4 and 10 on Thermite, making the first approach to the Janitor hallway, waiting to cut off that rotation, but it's just a clash, and you can't do anything about that.
And the Star Fragger, you can feel it's palpable. Herds, he loves to make his move. JV, again the saving grace for Furia, as he always seems to be. He's hungry for more, but his teammate of Nade has fallen, and Nade has been instrumental in a lot of these recent rounds at getting that diffuser down, getting Furia into plannable positions, and now the Sens is gone.
They're gonna pop the wall, and as you said, the only saving grace now the smoke grenades from Thermite and the glass to work together. JV is gonna be the playmaker on stock windows. He's just a good gun with a flashbang to his name. The drone downstairs stopping the C4, so JV goes down. Hero play out of action. He was 14 and 8. And cannot be there to save Furia for this one.
A hard carry down means that the rest of the boys have to step up. We know they're capable, but it hasn't been their game today. Herds takes a hell of a lot of damage. And KZ is not on the most fraggable operator, being that Kali. He's looking for a chance to deal damage against that clash, but it's not likely. And Falls, he might actually get the drop on him. He puts that shield down, picks it back up again, make sure that he's not exposed for too long. And Pox is down. Midi stands up again, falls, doesn't matter that his shield is falling. KZ just grasped one, and it comes down to Herds, who has not been good enough this game. He needs to step up, and he finds it. Falls on the clash in the 1v2. The shield planted and destroyed now. He gets out the SMG, and KZ from behind takes him down and sends Furia into overtime.
I don't know if that clash is a bit of bait because his shield always saw him not taking the fights, and that was gonna be the round for D+ until it wasn't. JV was dead, no playmakers left alive, Hurts on low HP, and a goddamn Kali having to take gunfights from close quarters. And still Furia, they find a way. I feel like if you're a player of D+ right now, no tech timeout, you're entering OT, and you fumble 2 rounds to clutches because you're giving Furia a small gap, which they exploit so well every chance that they're giving it.
And after 2 4-2 attack splits, we now go into overtime with Furia starting on that favored side.
Oh boy.
And yet, every single one of these rounds feels like it could go either way, especially in that second half. I mean, most of the rounds that went by, there was only 1 or 2 players for Furia left alive when they won those rounds. They were losing opening kills a lot of those rounds as well, and still coming back and bringing it close.
And we're seeing 2v4s, 2v3s, and it's never over till it's over. That's the really big thing right now. And I mean, I was sitting there watching the previous round going, there's no one from Furia on window rappel. You're giving so much rotational power to D+ to just run around the bomb site. And still, they managed to find their way back. Oryx being played despite the Monty ban hiding in the basement the entire time. This could just be... Okay, this could be where he's never going to roam. They're going to open up the lobby hatch. He's going to flank through the hatch that way. But now we're seeing Furia. They got a server tick likely, right?
Yeah.
So that pocket strat might never come to life, and they got...
You haven't brought Hibana, right? You've only brought the 2 sets of can openers, so you're probably not going to be opening up that lobby hatch. But it is a nice idea, especially because Midi can come and support with the Echo drones and actually scout ahead and make sure that lobby's clear before Levy goes for the jump. But
that's the plan. But it might not be what Furia has prepared for this one. This looks like it could very well be a limited server take with Garage flank, and that's all they would need. That and a few kills, and they're good. Oh, no. Wooded is injured. Not sure if he can be confirmed in Garage. He's gonna crawl away. Should be. Nope. Just on the corner. Gets picked off by Casey on the glass. Perfect up.
Yeah. This could be where D+ capitulate. Furia have lined up a very convincing attack setup here. A little bit of damage as Herds tries to get closer. to the site. And KZ now has domination over Garage. You can see deep into Red Hallway. He can see the full site. He's going to deploy his last smoke to try and cut it off. Niers trying to hold on to his position. Midi survives, but a great shot threading the needle for Herds. And the round looks to be in the bag for Furia. A match point for the first time could be theirs. Levy looks to try and get aggressive. I mean, his plan for this round completely nullified. So what's he going to do about it? The plant is going down. KZ is still at large in Garage. He goes down to Levy. Oh, and another one falls. JV going deep. The plant has been confirmed. It's a 2v3 on the retake, but with Levy falling as he attempts to flank the main stairs, Midi, who failed to deny the plant, now has to do it all himself.
Up the staircase, 1v3, timer ticking away, and the Blitz alive. No one's been waiting for him. They're running away. They're playing down that clock. And Mitzi, I'm sorry, buddy, but he's in open area. You're looking the wrong way.
No. This is going to be the round done and dusted. Furia back onto match point. They crawled all the way up the mountain. They clawed their way back into this from 5-3 in deficit. Here they sit at 7-6. Or, I mean, I guess if it was from D+'s perspective, 6-7.
Oh. You still got it, huh? Hanging with a young crew. 6-7.
I still don't understand what that means.
I honestly, so as far as I know, it's from a song, and it's because I'm a big meme for whatever reason. He just goes 6-7, and people love it. I don't know it either.
I mean, we're both Gen Z,
We're
right?
both,
like, but
yeah.
still we're not part of that. We're not cool
not
enough to
quite
be,
on
not
that end of the
not
Gen
that
Z.
Gen Z enough. I mean, born in the 90s.
Yeah.
So
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Not cool
being
enough for
defused
that.
by attackers.
And that right there is the cost of doing pocket strats, by the way.
Yes.
When you think that they might do something, so you tailor your setup to counter it or have a bit of a niche, and they don't do it. And it's like, Oryx, we never saw the guy, never did anything, didn't use the gadget once, because they went for a completely opposite attack.
yeah. JV's hit 15, by the way.
Yep. Yep.
It's been a big game for him. Not surprising at all. One of the best players in stage 2.
Not surprising, but surprising in this game how the rounds have been playing out. I mean, he's finding a lot of kills when he's last alive.
Yeah.
He's found clutches. He's found openings. He's kind of been everywhere on the map.
Yeah, he has.
And I mean, also, the one spot that he owns is the elevator hatch top to basement.
Yes,
He's got
true.
a third of his kills there, I think.
Yeah, I think he has. From both positions as well,
Yep.
with it being on the attack or the defense of it. Oh, well, pressure's on for D+. They fumbled their match point, and now they're going to have to climb back
Changing bags.
from 6-7 in deficit, attacking onto the basement. And the big difference here, from my understanding from Furia, is we've got the Warden, which I think we did have just the once, but it wasn't a staple of their basement defense previously.
Not for either team. It's been very little Warden for this game.
Well, Furia really leaned into the smoke Tachanka combo, and they've also leaned a lot into the Echo, which isn't present at all.
So small switch up. A D+, unlike before, not super fast to the punch right down the building.
Have a look.
You come to Track onto Warden, they know he's on the staircase, and they gotta deal with that. It could be tossing a nade and go for a swing. You obviously can't flashbang him. You could try and double up, but he's got a shotgun. It just feels very risky to lose or win the entire round off the server stairs, but it might come down to it. Falls finds JV early again.
If there's anyone you want to take down, it's JV.
A hashtag. Okay.
Okay. Sure,
Whatever that
sure
means.
Bullet, whatever that, yep. All right. Well, here comes the track again onto Herds.
It's such a 50-50 look, you want to go for this. Such a risky play. Nade and swing, finds you the angle.
Does clear the fire at least. The second nade could go through. There is no escape now for Herds, though, with that hatch being open.
I think you wait for the fire to go away, second nade goes through, then your white swing is at the bottom of the staircase, because that shotgun won't hit. That's gotta be the angle. And they got time to buy now because JV died.
Yeah.
That buys the attackers 20 seconds.
You might need to drop someone down the hatch as well to push from the other side, but they're going to be vulnerable to the side.
Track, nade, push.
All right, here comes the track.
The nade.
And the nade, but the swing aggressively from Herds. The nade will finish him off after a bit of damage was dealt from that pistol. And now D+ back in the numbers advantage. Furia still have a way back into this, though. Nade has plenty of Plantanol, and Filipok still has a Nitro Cell in pocket.
Yep, there is time on defender's side here. 45 seconds, plant denial, but we gotta hit our shots now. Finfox goes down, no C4. And KC swings as well and can't find that shot.
It needs to win this engagement. Nade, meanwhile, on the side,
found two.
is holding down the fort. Near's on the floor, and there's still information as well. for the attacking side and the defense, but it comes down to Nade, who has to 1v2. We saw a big clutch from JV before. Can Nade do the same? He's isolating the 1-by-1, but Bullet gets the better of him. Midi is firing on all cylinders, and D+ have pushed us the distance. One more round in the tank for this game.
One more. And now it comes down to, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? And I feel like this is one of the few times where I would rather be on the attack, because you can just look at what's in front of you and communicate about it. Because you have like 20 seconds now as a defender of D+ to go, what bomb site, what strat, who plays where, what's been the issues. Let's try and remember the last, 10 rounds of what's been happening on both sides. And you can easily make a mistake somewhere. But we see big smiles from Mitzi, big laughs.
yeah.
I don't think they're too worried about this one. I think they're feeling pretty damn comfortable, because even if they were to lose here, they have gotten the job done today.
Oh, they
so
have.
far.
They have pushed Furia deeper than almost anyone has done. So, I mean, remember, Furia has only dropped one match so far, the whole stage long, and that was against Liquid. Like I said before, in a game that arguably didn't matter because it had no ramifications for the standings. I guess they did lose, one map in a couple of BO3s.
Oh, they lost the map. Oh,
They lost two maps in two different BO3s, but they still won those BO3s. It's a different story though when you're losing a map that's probably your opponent's map, to actually losing a series, losing a match like this is, especially because this is the best team from South America, the strongest region, compared to the third best team out of the APL.
Yeah.
And yes, they are Brazilian, but they compete
They're
in
also
the
a newer
APL.
team. Like D+ came together for this APL, for stage 1 this year.
They formed less than a year ago, in fact. Whereas Furia, they've had the exact same roster ever since they made some changes. What was it, 3 years ago after SI 2023? They made some changes. But ever since Copenhagen 2.5 years ago, they've competed at every event with the same 5 players. Midi finds the opening kill, and it's JV, the star player from Furia. 15 kills to his name, who will sit out the remainder of it.
And it's Deimos. It's the Roam Clear that goes hand in hand with the Blitz, with the Execute, with the pushing power. It is actually the biggest pick imaginable. And once again, it means more pressure onto Nade and KC, who's playing Blitz and the Glass. That's gotta be the two most important operators right now in terms of getting those kills in the server. KC and garbage for last time, but they reinforced the wall. That's the counterplay. He can't see all that much. Here comes 6 Tyro pellets, but that's half the smoke's gone now. Spit in the garage.
Oh,
he's dead.
Beautiful shot through the smoke. And that is Levy standing up for the team when he's needed. Goodbye to KZ. Goodbye to JV. That's the 2 top fraggers for Furia. We need the rest of the squad to get into the action. And so Nate does the blitz, marching his way into open area. But the defense can merely pull back. There's no need to sound the alarm at all for D+. They are still in control.
And they know there's one player in Garrus because Philippok shot some stray bullets when he dropped down that hatch in open area. So they know Blitz in open area, Hibana in the garage. They only are missing information on one player. That's Hurt. And he's upstairs in the electric room just watching Archive Stellars for a flank rotation. D+ gotta do what they've been doing so far. Don't do anything. Watch those cameras, hold those crossfires, and do not give Furia a way into sight for free. That has happened before, but that was from JV on that elevator hatch. And JV, as we said, is dead for this round.
Oh, Nade, hello,
melee.
straight in, he misses his melee, he's gonna lose the fight, falls to double down, Pox on you, Furia in a 1v5, and it looks like the underdogs, they bite hard, D+, they take down the once world champions in their opening match of the tournament. The 3rd seed from APL are here to play, and the imported Brazilians from Brazil to Korea and now to Munich, they have taken such a massive scalp in their opening match.
It started almost flawlessly and it ended all the same. A team effort from D+ and an individual heroic game from JV and Furia. Furia gotta wake up, man. It's a one-man team right now.
It is. Say goodbye to your pick'ems, guys. I don't know if you would pick Furia for this, but you certainly will be losing all your channel points today. A massive upset, and you can see the FaZe boys are just setting up their PCs and realizing D+ have just taken down the best team out of South America, and they don't even compete in that bloody region. It's elation for the underdogs, and 2 players who have never competed at an international tournament before have just kicked it off with a win.
Beautiful. I really feel like D Plus have, in a way, really appreciate the APAC way. They played like an explosive, unpredictable APAC team, but with the skill level of Brazilians.
They did. And I also feel like we had a lot of different games within that one game. Like that first half, it was all about D plus just running and gunning, pocket strat after pocket strat. Furia, I don't know what their prep looked like for D plus, but they looked totally unprepared. They didn't have a good read on a lot of those attacks that D plus were coming out with. A lot of them were new. And then it changed. JV got that big clutch, and we saw, okay, Furia, you can never underestimate them. They took the tactical timeout, arguably a little bit too early.
One could argue that, yeah.
And then as the game went forward, I mean, overtime, Furia got that match point first when it came into overtime, and yet D+, I just think it's insane, because these guys didn't even manage to qualify for EWC after stage one, and here in stage two, they are looking absolutely phenomenal. The team that didn't even get the championship in APL have now just taken down the champions from Furia. An upset to start the day. That sounds pretty lovely. Of course, we have more matches. Wildcard has a big game against Secret coming up next.
I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me.
Une cité au séjour enchanté, et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris.
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports Org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever, because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats, so I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying sight of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats. So I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage shield so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying sign of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats, so I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying sign of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats, so I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying sight of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
FaZe were pretty generous in the amount of map control they were willing to forfeit there in that round, and Cyclops punished them for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good combination of the Dockerbee, the Grim, the info gathering, the clear from Vert.
Well, in some ways, it started off a little bit conventional. You saw a bit of that VIP pushback, and then they really switched it up, went far more direct. And that's going to be the difference, I think, for a team like CAG, where if they can offer different strategies mid-round adaptation, which again is a benefit to probably someone like DD, who is that IGL and makes those calls, that can really be the difference maker. That's an early attacking round for CAG against FaZe here on Skyscraper. It's an absolute statement. The fact it's flawless is just like the cherry on top. Like, it's just like, wow, I mean, okay. And I think for FaZe, that's the wake-up call nice and early. After the initial round, it's like, okay, these guys are here to play.
Swapping mags.
So we maneuver now to the opposing side of the map with much more of an emphasis on map extension from FaZe, with the tools the Bandit in play and Cyber below, etc. Cyclops won't be able to necessarily get that free ground for the drop across hit.
Well, I think for FaZe now, you play very much into that horizontal, but then you've also got Cyber playing that first floor for the lurk. So they're trying to get more map control here in this second round. And I think for FaZe as well, if they can kind of at least say, let's try and get a bit more on the front foot in some of these fights, then it means for CAG, they can't quite get into that full setup, site execution kind of position.
Target acquired.
Black stairs.
Handy was close.
Banshee helps out for the lurk up Black, and it's going to be FaZe that find the opening 2 kills. Handy and KDS on the board. DD's the one that did get one back, but he's 2 also on the floor. Chibisu will hold the angle in anticipation for someone to come and clear him.
Stay with me.
Should be able to get this revived, brings it back to a 3 versus 4, but better from FaZe. And what they get from this now, the initial conflict, they come out on top, now they then can fall back and play site.
They've completely reverted back towards objective, midpoint of the round, strong advantage.
Yeah.
Still a double Nitro setup to play into as well. Presumably Cyber with a bit of util as well on Fenrir for late round. Much better there from FaZe, not forfeiting map control, contesting nicely, peeling back as expected. CAG now on the back foot, and they'll have to try and grind out this round. Have the blitz to play around, but it's certainly still going to be a challenge. Some util that can be peppered around for the util clearance, so we'll see what they can manage. But it's low percentage from here.
Loading new mag.
So 50 seconds remaining in the round. As you said, low percentage. This should be a FaZe round win from here, unless they kind of bungle it. But you got to give CAG every opportunity. They've still got the blitz. They've got a smoke available from Anaton too, and help facilitate the entry, along with DD on the ROUs playing the sand. Cyber, immediate headshot puts a chance of winning this round for CAG down to probably 0%. And for FaZe, that is a solid response after losing the opening round flawlessly. Played that to perfection, brought their A-game for that second round. Horizontal hold, bring the initial conflict, get what they want from it, fall back, consolidate towards site. And CAG were always then, therefore, on the back foot. So a really good response, 1-1 after the opening 2 rounds.
And the energy difference between the two teams, pretty large gap. We saw Cyclops after their opening flawless round very much up and about, whereas FaZe, it's a little bit more tempered in terms of their excitement. And it's now to the tertiary site of Kitchen, which can be a defining factor on a map like Skyscraper, where that defensive win rate is sky high. In terms of this defensive hold with the castle in play, that will help facilitate the hold up above so that the defense can maintain vert control or even play into it themselves. They may feel comfortable in allowing Cyclops some ground down below on the horizontal.
Bomb located
But can
by
maintain
attackers.
presence and pressure from above. The Solus as well can facilitate that information gathering. Solus likely to see more and more playtime at this event, especially compared to events gone by with recent changes. We've already seen a pick rate be quite high in the initial 2 games we've had here on the A-stream. Cyclops on the flip side, they'll bring the Glaz in play. Self-sufficient with smokes, of course. Very useful tool for the flush above. And CAG may be electing to go full map across. They have the double flank watch as well in play, Gridlock, Nomad. So they have the tools at their disposal if they want to invest the time and the effort into clearing the entirety here of Skyscraper.
Well, it's almost like a game of chess in some ways as well. I think that, yeah, this is what CAG probably need to look at and say, we played a little slow, we played into that horizontal clear. They win that out. We can maybe win if we go a bit more direct. Anaton can just sit, play off of that smoke.
Oh, maybe they try and prepare for the lurk here, Akali.
Well, I think it's also sort of trying to bait phase back and not be ready for the angles that are being watched here by CAG. This is a fascinating round playing out siege-wise. This is really, really good stuff from CAG. And you can see already gas babes. Like for Vidiking, he's already down to 1. There's 2 minutes left into the round. Like you have already forced out the gas babe usage, an impact as well from Handy.
Cully in.
And FaZe are now having to push right. I mean, up close, that's going to be Anderton maybe going a little bit too aggressive at that point in time. Vidiking holding Black Stairs really nicely. DD with a flash and does get the kill. The response is then swiftly there by the Blitz. He is low on health. 4v4 and 1 tap to the toe from Souls will be enough to shut down that Blitz of DD. FaZe responding nicely to the early aggression shown by CAG. And now that puts a spanner for the rest of the round. In the 2v4,
the illustrious voices of Jake and Guz on the A stream, but of course,
get me out of there.
It's time to get back to the real deal. B stream, it stands for best stream, and we well and truly know that. We also had an upset. Our kickoff game was incredible. D+ took down Furia.
Should have been there.
Yeah, you should have. If you weren't there, sucks to be you. But thankfully for you guys, we have another great game. I'm actually really excited for this one. I think Secret versus Wildcard, a lot of people are like, you know, it's a
question marks.
It's an NA team that I think not a lot of people have a lot of hope in. They're an underdog team. And then you've got the EWC champions of Secret. But this game does have legs to it. It's actually a rematch from Reload, back when Wildcard knocked Secret out of the tournament after Secret picked them for their final game of groups.
There it is, bit of a grudge match right there. But yeah, the D+ Fury match, what a one that was. EP Weibo, another APAC victory because 2 APAC teams. 7-5 for Enterprise, in case you weren't there for it. And
heard about that one.
I saw them in the lobby and they looked very happy about that.
They did. Of course, that's also a revenge for what happened down in Melbourne at PAX, the APAC Major Qualifier. After both teams had already qualified, there was technically a seeding game. But
yeah, I asked Minko if it felt good. He was like, yeah, it felt good.
He's a funny guy.
He's a funny guy.
Very peculiar guy. But yeah, of course, we've got a lot of big hitting games today. BDS, SSG, another NA clash. NIP, W7M. Like, you're guaranteed all of the games on B Stream today are going to be crazy good. Of course, we actually have the teams in the lobby, so let's fly through this. Let's start by talking about your EU boys. I know one of your besties as well, Jum, on Team Secret. These are the boys right here, of course. Quite a roster. They have really rocketed up to fame this year, that's for damn sure. After, getting eliminated in Boston, first rounded?
Not having a good time,
Made some big roster changes, and they are looking really solid. It culminated with a championship in Saudi Arabia not too long ago, and now they're here at a major looking for another big hitting ticket.
Yeah, so the story for them so far in Stage 2 is that they came off a victory at EWC, and they are feeling the highs of their careers, winning, going to a final, beating G2 3-0, by the way, taking down King Stompin', phenomenal storylines. Stage 2 of email starts, they are losing the first and the second match, they're playing awfully, only Jum is getting kills, and I'm thinking to myself, it's over. Then I was there for the ticket trailer for SI, and so was Jum and Noah, who's on Team Secret. And we spent a lot of time just talking like, guys, what happened? Like, what's going on? And they said it was all mental. And they're actually working with a mental coach for the last 6-8 months or so, I want to say. And they say it's been helping out a ton. And they believe back then, beginning of the stage, that they can make a comeback happen. And they find themselves again at the top of EML at the end of Stage 2, despite the bad start.
That's really good. I like that. I'm a huge fan of sports psychology and bringing that into esports. And not a lot of teams actually do it, but it's great that Secret are, of course, doing that. On the flip side, we've got Wildcard.
I forgot Lagonas was coaching these guys.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's a bit of a newer pickup, of course. That's happened after Rio. Of course, these guys, off the top of my head, they didn't qualify for Saudi. Yeah, that's right. They didn't qualify for Saudi. So this is actually their first appearance back, and they did make main stage. They made it very deep, actually, all the way at Rio. Of course, a bit of a different format for that tournament. But now, of course, yes, Lagona's coaching them. Star player Dash from Brazil on their roster. What can the North Americans do? Let's have a look at the vetoes. Of course, BO1's fickle affairs. We saw a Clubhouse on the A stream for first game today. We saw Bank, and here we are for Border.
It's very fitting.
It is.
For Wildcard Secret. I feel like it's going to be chaotic, going to be aggressive.
The most aggressive map in the game.
Yeah.
Secret, one of the most aggressive teams in the game, and they are, hungry for revenge. That's for sure. Of course, getting knocked out from Reload by Wildcard. Do you think that this has a clear favourite, this match? Because a lot of people would just see the championship in Saudi and think that Secret's got this in the bag, right?
No, I think Secret's in a spot, much like teams like Falcons and G2, where they got to really prove themselves because they have a bit of a hit-or-miss trajectory. Secret, they have fixed things domestically in EML towards the half end, but this is international play. They don't know wildcard all that well, and you know, land jitters is a real thing for a lot of players. So I don't want to say one team or the other, but a slight EU bias. I also like what happened to Veto here. It was between Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Border, and I think Secret left Skyscraper open to see, hey, will wildcard ban out Skyscraper? Then we can probably choose Clubhouse if we want to, or will they force us to ban it instead? Skyscraper, not a BO1 map.
Yeah, no, Border. Well, without further ado, that is our battleground for today, and let's jump straight on into it. Secret taking on Wildcard. It's a North America versus European battle here in Munich in the first round of the Swiss phase, and what a treat that we get to see them play on such an aggressive map. You guys at home are massively favoring Secret.
Hey, time zones. Okay, let's just... Why back here? It is a better time zone for the European fans right now, but later in the day, NA will arise. They will wake up.
Just you wait until the North Americans wake up. Well, of course, we got 7 rounds to take a victory here for either team. Wildcard may well wake up before the day is done as we get into it with the operator bans.
Fun fact about A-Stream. Did you see Gus's sweater this morning?
Oh, yeah.
It blends in perfectly. Even the gradient.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I gotta show you a tweet about it or a Reddit post, actually.
I love that. I really do love that.
So funny.
So as we're getting into it, another thing I just wanted to mention, you talked about Doom. He's 3rd highest rated player in the world from stage 2. Oh, wow, you're showing me this picture. That is very
He literally blends in with the background.
I don't know if he deliberately did that or if he knew what the splashback would look like, but yeah, credit to Guz.
But no, Doom's been popping off. And there's this small content piece that's running on social media right now where they ask 2 players, so it's Baby Shark and Doom for this one. And it's like, are you the best player? Yes or no? Are you in your prime? And Doom is like, I'm the best player. I'm in my prime. I'm underrated. Baby Shark's like, I'm not the best player right now. I'm not really in my prime, but I'll get there. Like, completely opposite answers.
Wildcard are a very humble team, right? Like, as for North America...
I think they have to be as well, though.
For sure. I mean, like, they're not the big ticket, like DZ, who, by the way, isn't here. Or, just, you know, a reminder. Or, you know, your SSGs, even your M80s. Like, this isn't a star-studded roster where they've bought all of these, like, former champions. Even Shopify Rebellion, for example. You know, you've got Spoit, you've got Canadian. That's a star-studded roster. No, Wildcard, you kind of have 3... Okay. Kansan has a lot of history, of course, way back in the day with Sonics. And then you've got, you know, these 3 kind of up-and-coming Bay, Spiker, Baby Shark, players that haven't got a lot of accolades to their name, shall we say. And then you got Dash, who, I mean, look, major champion a year ago with... oh, sorry. Was it a year ago? Yeah, it was. With W7M in Montreal. And then, of course, leaving that roster, leaving the Bulls and going over to North America. He's kind of the only one on this team where you're like, all right, that's like a, you know, a big ticket player.
That's the odd one out as well. Like that pickup when it happened was like,
very strange.
I heard the rumors like that can't be a true rumor. Like there's no like Baby Shark and Dash. So I really like what Wildcard have done because they've built something quite successful out of a lot of question marks and uncertainties. And it was a risky choice as well because when you're picking up players from international grounds, you can't just kick them the next season. It's a big investment, visa, housing, etc. And they stuck with it. It's worked out for them. And they're on the attack of Border, which is the favorable side as well. So hopefully for their sake, they can get some rounds on the board early.
I mean, in theory, but if you look historically, Wildcard, they're not a great Border team. They lost it to DZ. They lost it to Shopify. The only team they've beaten recently is Team Cruelty, who are not a solid roster. Also, they only have a 33% attack win rate on this map, by the way.
Oh.
They've won 10 out of their 30 attacks over the last couple of months. But they do start strong, taking down the big boy himself, Noah, the young gunner. After his amazing Zero to Heroes story over the last few years, ending with the trophy in Riyadh. He goes down. And Wildcard are hungry for a bit more. Doom solidifies his fortress of a position with the Akiba barriers. This angle, I mean, how on earth do you lose this? Surely there's no way you lose it. As the Grim Bees come out, he is feeling a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they're not really shooting those Keeper barriers. A lot of safety net for Doom to be found, and he's just buying time. If he gets a kill, goes 1 for 1, phenomenal. But look at this, the play happens elsewhere. Mowgli swings out break door, takes that one, and sees the second.
Yeah, that is just classic Secret, isn't it? You have players being a real nuisance, and then they start to poke and prod and look for chances to fight on back. Doom does find a second as well. Wildcard are falling to pieces, but Baby Shark tries to pick him back up. And with that, it's a 2v2. Wildcard recomposed, diffuser in their hands. 50 seconds to play, and Savage and Adrian look to hold on.
Classic Border. East there's all the action, bit of chaos, bit of sloppiness from both teams, as Border can be very often. Self-destruction happening. No reinforcement. Spike goes down. Baby Shark as well. Secret find the first round together in that 2v2.
Yeah, a lot of hype from the boys as well. Well played. I really like that play from Mowgli. It is just classic Mowgli, isn't it?
It is. Guy is so annoying to play with or play against. Play with probably as well, actually. Because he's like, don't do it, Mo, don't do it. He's like, I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it anyway. You would have played against Mowgli quite a lot in your time. Surely.
I'm thinking the wheels are turning. Did I?
Wolves were around.
Yeah, Wolves were around.
While you were
surely
still on
right.
G2.
I think it was like the early stage of Mowgli. Yeah,
He would have been the new generation.
Yeah, he would have been the new generation.
The up and coming as you retire.
And he's the same guy now as then. He's super annoying in the server. Really hard to beat in a gunfight. And he does stuff where you think to yourself, how is this guy a pro player? He's so silly.
Yeah,
well, we would say stupid, but yeah. but the thing is, it's his playstyle. I remember back in the early Wolves days. I mean, that's why he's not on Wolves anymore as well, right? It wasn't working for that roster. It felt like Secret had half the solution, half the recipe, and Wolves had the other half. And when Secret became this current iteration of the roster, they all were like, this is going to be our playstyle. We're going to play into the aggression and the craziness, and we have the players for it.
Yeah, for the longest time, Mowgli was on a really, structured, methodical team of Wolves. The infamous joke about Wolves and now BDS is they have like 10 million support staff with like Lilun, heading the ship, and then you've got Helby and Eden and everyone else that's helped them over the years. And that old roster of Wolves was very much structured. And Mowgli, he was the odd one out on that team, but you could never kick him because he's carrying in the kill department. But if he doesn't do the plan of the team, then the team looks silly. And then if he doesn't land his kill, then the round's not done. He needed to find a home that would embrace his chaos, and that's exactly what this new iteration of Secret is. It's all these very young players, actually. They're used to be one of the youngest teams.
I think now it's wildcard, right?
Yeah, I think they are. Well, I mean, you got 4 players. Most of the players in the server at the moment are 20 or 21. Secret has 20-year-old, 2 21-year-olds, 22-year-old, and 23-year-old. So it's still a very, very young team. Youngest player at the event is actually wildcard, like you said.
And they're taking their sweet time. I think you speaking to their, low win rates on the attacks just means they're going to really make sure they get this done perfectly. That means slowing down the pace, Flash is going out, but they don't even push with it. This snake could be so good, but it misses. Adrian finds the first kill to Baby Shark.
Oh, look at that from Adrian. Double swinging again and supported by Noah. This is much better from Team Secret. The aggression compounded with more aggression. It is their classic play style, and it is coming up spades. Wildcard just rely on the Brazilian now to get the job done in a 1v5. You may as well pack up the mouse and keyboard at this point. It's not going to happen, even with a minute and a half left. It's only a matter of time before Secret gets a little bit antsy.
He's going to jump out. Just wait. If enough time... Oh, it's an air jab. Maybe he won't jump out, actually. Never mind. He would if he could.
He would.
Feels bad when you're locked out of the building like this for a wildcard, because one thing is to take a gunfight and losing it. Another one is not entering the damn building and losing every single fight on top of it.
Well, not a single player got their boots in the building that round.
Nope, they did not. They got on the balcony, and that was really it. That whole round was decided East Stairs in the first one, and Security balcony in the second.
At this point, we've got to have Secret jump out every single window and run out every single door at the same time. East Stairs, break door, armory door. Come on, you got the diffuser. You may as well make it work. Oh, Dash is going to find an exit frag. Noah goes down. Oh, well, he got his kill.
I'm actually surprised the Secret are not going more aggressive on this. There we go, C4, a swing, smiles from Secret. Big cause of celebration, because if this is how it's going to be on Border, and it's going to look a little bit too one-sided for my liking.
Yeah, well, this is a map that we usually say attack has the advantage. I'm looking statistically, it's slightly defender favored, 51%, but Siege as a whole is very defensive favored, right? Especially in this meta. After Border, Bank, and Chalet, which are the 3 kind of more attackers maps, the next one's Lair, and that's still like 55% defensive win rate.
Okay.
But of course, Border, if you're going to see the defense winning more rounds than the attack here, it's not a great sign for Wildcard.
Yeah, we got to take into how the rounds are being lost to one, and that's my concern. It's not that they're down 0-2, it's how they're down 0-2.
I don't know if you experienced this, you know, being a veteran who, you know, is good at the game, but sure. Well, I don't know if you relate to this at all, but I certainly do, and I'm sure that most people who play Siege, especially a lot of our viewers, know this feeling. You're playing Border, and you're like getting closer and closer to the map. Like, you know, you're near a doorway, you're near a window, and then it's just like constantly enemy detected outside, enemy detected outside, and then before you know it, it's like you're playing a ranked solo queue, and it's like 2v5, and you haven't even got to the building yet. All your teammates are dead, and you never even get inside because the defense is just manhandling you. That's kind of what happened last round with Secret, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue that type of playstyle.
No, I started my solo. I have 2 accounts now, right? I have one for like my regular 5-stack and whatever. I have a solo queue account that I only solo queue on.
Yeah.
It's a different game of Siege, let me tell you. I mean, I always knew it, but I've never like properly played solo queue in my life.
Really?
Like, I literally came into this game with my best friends with duoed, then I joined Penta. So I never solo queued in my life until about 8 months ago. And when I play Border, my role on attack is sprint into the building and just get into customs and try and get a kill or two. Because you're right, if I'm stuck outside the building, I'm not gonna get in ever.
Yeah.
And if I can cause some chaos, then let there be chaos. Yeah. And I mean, I'm looking at this wildcard round on the 3rd attempt here, and it's looking very similar. They're doing things that they should, right? They're droning, they're getting flanks set up, they're clearing utility. This is excellent. But if you can't get in the building afterwards, it doesn't go anywhere.
For sure.
And no one yet in the first, 70 seconds has entered the building, really. As a matter of fact, they have not entered the building yet.
Yep, everyone's still in the external. This is the moment where Bay is tempted to try and push in to CCTV. Noah's waiting for him, exactly the same position he was playing last time. He's got Doom to support him. Up on the rafters, on the mezzanine, and he falls. Wow, he shot first, but he still not deal enough damage to confirm the kill. Dash takes him down. Noah's position revealed. Nades and flashes, I believe, about to be used to really affect his position, and he's not going to get out alive, that's for sure. At least there's a crossfire from Adrian.
That's good. Here comes C4, goes out. Adrian good for 1.
Yeah, good trade back again, and Noah is there to support. I think Baby Shark perhaps didn't realize, but Wildcard should have known full well. Noah's been there the whole round. Spiker now in the thick of it, up on that top floor above the bomb site with his DMR in hand, diffuser in pocket. Noah is still at large on the other side of this top floor, and they know about it. They've actually got info. Yellow ping's coming out. Savage is low HP as well, so Secret are on the ropes.
Quite awkward here because Savage and Noah cannot help each other. One downstairs in the workshop, one up above. They do this for free. They're going to stop playing because that's the right play. They can't stop it.
Is there info? I mean, I don't think
they
there is.
No clue, really.
Noah hasn't even put his bulletproof camera down. I wonder if that was meant to be inside a bathroom. Savage at least makes it a 2v1. And they know exactly where Kansan is. Once he was the cluster master, but not to be today. A 3K for the Portuguese man. And a good retake there for Team Secret. Makes it 3 rounds on the trot.
Again, another awkward round for Wildcard. There, again, good things in the beginning, clearing util, a good ending, besides the round loss, getting the plant down. But again, how they get there is puzzling. They can't clear CCTV. They cannot take Easters either. It was just a great, gunshot from Dash when Doom swung him that won him that engagement. And I really like seeing a map like Border where the specific positions matter. Doom is playing Easters every single round. Noah's playing CC every single round. This is one of those maps where these areas are so vital to every single bomb site. You need to play them.
Yeah.
And having the same player excel in that spot can really make or break the rounds.
Very much a position-based map here.
Yeah.
Wildcard take their tactical timeout. Lagonis.
The GOATs.
Former major champion himself with Team 1.
With Alamau.
With Alamau, back in the good
They
old
were
days.
down, I think on match point down, 2v4, 2v5 against D2 and Shelly, bar defense. They're attacking it. And that's when Alamau and Lagonis clutched the 2v4, and that started the comeback, and that win got them further. It was an elimination match, and they win the whole thing.
The main thing I remember from that event, it was Mexico 2021, was that it was the only time in Rainbow Six history we've ever had a tiebreaker for which teams make it to the top 8.
Type was
exactly.
part of it, right? Yeah.
And it was like everything was tied, like their points, their round difference, their head-to-head mini-league result. So the only way we could separate Team 1 and Cyclops was by having them rematch, which is exciting. Like, we've never had that happen. We may never get to see it again, but it was the most exciting format ever. The fact that Team 1 were on the verge of getting eliminated by an APAC team, and in the rematch they did win the tiebreaker and then went on to win the whole event. Incredible.
Yeah.
Of course, and now Lagonis, after his stint in Brazil, has moved over to North America. He's taking a coaching role with Wildcard. He knows what it's like to play against teams from Europe, teams from North America. He knows what it's like to play against a team that's as aggressive as Secret. I think Secret, in some ways, play a little bit like a lot of those Brazilian rosters as well.
Similar, yeah.
So he would have a lot of insight. Get these guys off that donut.
10 seconds left before
I feel like this could be one of those matches where if you're Fabian or Lagonis, like a former player yourself, and you're coaching Wildcard, it might be very frustrating to be the coach because you feel like if I was only in the server, I could call the problems as I see them and I could fix this. Because it does feel like to me like Wildcard, they're not bad players, they're not a bad team, they deserve to be here, they qualified, but they have not really shown us what they're capable of yet here on Border. And as we said, lesser experienced team as a roster, despite having some of the players having some experience, like Cancel, like Lagonis the coach, Dash winning a major, but as a team, they're still pretty new. Yeah. And I feel like that's really showing here, because the basics are not really being met.
We saw in our first game on the B stream today, Furia down 2 rounds. They took their tactical timeout and they started to bring it back. We're going to need to see the same from Wildcard here. Down 0-3 on what should be the favored side of Border. But Secret have started to get that ball rolling. They've started to build that momentum. And once these guys are gunning, there's no stopping them. We've seen it in the latter half of Stage 2. We, of course, saw it at EWC. Wildcard are shaping up nicely. You can see a lot of pressure. Savage is going to take down Dash.
Jumps out!
Savage is going for a jump out! How does he find so much? Eventually, he's traded back by the Claymore of all things. Baby Shark is in a 1v4. Savage commits a massacre with that jump out. 7-1 he is, and Baby Shark is being hunted on down. Wildcard's tactical timeout seems to be all for naught because the Portuguese player has made it look so good. Baby Shark whiffing his shots.
Yeah, not his prime. That's not prime Baby Shark right there.
Oh my god, he is being hunted down.
Help.
It's just offensive from Mowgli. Noah from up above. Savage, a big smile on his dial in the middle of the team. And Secret are dominating 4-0. This is the revenge that they were looking for after Wildcard knocked them from Rio.
That is criminal. Jumps out armory sandwich window, shotgun in hand, gets the point blank rappel player. Weapon swaps, kills the guy on Arkham's balcony. Weapon swaps, kills the guy jumping out of ventilation window and then dives to the Claymore. Like, no player took him down. It's the goddamn piece of utility that was already pre-placed beneath.
and defuse as many bombs as they
Should
can.
never happen.
It never should. I can't believe he's 7-1 after that as well. That is insane. That was his first death in the game, by the way, to that Claymore.
Nah, that's... And again, it's one of those things where it shouldn't be possible for a player to make that kind of play, because that means someone's not watching what they should be watching or not reacting fast enough.
And every single time he gets a kill, that should be a trait.
Yeah. I'm also just thinking like, okay, he's outside the building, running towards the ventilation window. Why are we jumping out of the ventilation window when we have wall hacks on it? Like, I'm not sure if it's just like panic or...
Could just wait for him to try and get inside.
Yeah, or think, oh, he's reloading, he's got no bullets, right? But no, bro's got 2 weapons, I guess.
Attackers must locate
Well
and
played to
defuse
Savage,
the bomb.
obviously. But when you're up 3-0, enemy calls attack, timeout, you have no fear to make a silly play.
It's back-to-back 3Ks from Savage as well. If I recall correctly, he was one of the main players in that 2v2 post-play.
He was
well.
in the 2v2, yes sir. He was the workshop player on the Valkyrie.
He was the one that
getting
found both
2
kills, yeah.
Specchio
That's the
sensor
one.
on.
I mean, Savage is the IGL. He's the more supportive player on the team, not the guy you expect to get at the highlight reels. That's, you know, your Jim, Mowgli, even Adrian and Noah to some degree. Very rarely
Noah's
is it
had a glow up,
Savage.
that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say, but that guy was a bot in his own debut season of Pro League. Yeah, he really was. And I remember Fabian, obviously being Swedish, so was Noah, was not too happy about that representation in his country. Oh, there we go, though. Dashes in and cancels the third.
Oh, but Savage, he will not stop this reign of terror. An 8th kill for him. Him and Adrian both have only died once. 2v4. It's not impossible here. Savage has a really good position as well if Baby Shark oversteps.
Oh. Adrian dies though, so all of a sudden this does look impossible and they're coming for him. They're not gonna plan games, they want the kills.
And they should get them. Savage jumps outside, Baby Shark finds him. Wildcard finally on the scoreboard, took them long enough. But 1 round on the attacking side is not going to be enough. They will need to find a second here and then have a very outstanding defense in order to make this game doable again.
Hey, Dash has Lagonis' jersey on. Look, it says Lagonis, but it's Dash.
Oh yeah, true.
I just noticed.
That's a keen eye from you.
Because they have the names on the front. Most teams have the names on the back.
I kind of like it
Which
on both sides.
I like on the front because you're not seeing the back. They're sitting in a chair.
It does create some pretty hard content pieces though, when you like see a player looking out and you see the name on the
Yeah,
back
no,
of the
yeah, that's
jersey.
true. Yeah. It has both. I guess, yeah, both sides of the coin there.
I mean, it's just nice to have it on the front as well in case like they're a newer player and you don't recognize them.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing more embarrassing than like wrong naming someone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing about like early Pro League of any game. But in CG, it was like, oh, hello, nice to meet you. And you look at their back, Pingu, okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
And then like, you know, Brazil came into Tier 1 Pro Play and you have no idea who they are.
100%.
We only knew Ness because he dropped like the first 1v5 in Pro Play ever against Pain Gaming on Oregon.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's Ness, you know, I know
You're gonna
that.
remember that guy.
And then APAC just like, who are these guys, you know? And now it's like, you know them as like iconic star players, like Anderson, for example, to name one. It's,
Even then when, you know, a new team forms or a new team qualifies for it. For example, like Enterprise, they just won this morning, but this is actually the first major for most of those players. Fisher Guy, the only one that's played at majors before, and so a lot of people would not be familiar with their faces, especially the players that don't do the player interviews.
yeah, guys, if you're a player or wanna be a player, you gotta do those goddamn interviews, okay?
Heard it from the horse's mouth right here. This is a
Yeah.
guy who managed to keep working in esports even after his playing career ended. That's how you do it.
Just because I did interviews, you know,
That's
it.
the only reason,
That's
brother.
the only reason. And once you do your first one, it's gonna suck, it's gonna be bad, but you're gonna wanna do more, and it's gonna get better every single time. So get that practice in there while you can. It sucks to do your first one and you're a world champion because you're gonna be bad as a world champion. That doesn't work. So.
Get the reps in. Noah's found another one here, so man, Secret are unstoppable on this attacking side. I noticed as well, sorry, the defensive side, I noticed that Spiker has gone down without another kill, like 0 on 5. Every single round he's fallen without a frag. Aggressive from Mowgli, he finds it, goodbye Kansan, looks for a little bit more. On the other side, it's Dash.
Oh boy.
He's the last one standing, and the fire is so close to him. Oh, out with the melee, and a second one from Adrian coming in to support Mowgli. It's a dominating half for Team Secret. Wildcard sent for the hills. They find a single round in their entire attacking half.
And right in that previous round as well, we saw why Secret are so lethal because they play so well together. They had a player in the E-stairs hallway fighting the Blackbeard initially. Then they had one who were spectating on the office triple wall, also looking for that kill. Meanwhile, the third player was an office window about to jump out. They were 3-man swinging the same Blackbeard. This is what Secret are so good at. Because again, as we said in the very beginning, they have now bought into the same system of how to play Rainbow Six Siege with this roster. And they all believe that sometimes you have to go for the play. When a guy wants to make something happen, you can't hesitate and go, you know, I'm not feeling the play. No, you go for it because that's what your teammate wants you to do.
Yeah.
No hesitation. Secret 5-1 looking in full control. And poor Spiker. That's all I can say. Because you're playing Border, it's a kill-dependent map, and you can't get a kill. It feels bad, and the team will suffer the consequence because, again, they're barely in the building.
Yeah. And there's now the monkey on the back, right? He's like, oh, I haven't got a kill yet.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for that chance to be like, oh, finally, I'm
That's
off
a
the
real
donut.
mental blocker. I always say this, the most important kill you can get in a game is the first one. Because you cannot sit there and dwell on your mental.
And these days, it's very rare that an entire map will go by and a player doesn't have a kill.
Very rare.
I would say like that's maybe one game in a stage globally that will happen these days. I can't remember any matches that I've casted in the last... I generally don't remember the last time I casted a match.
No, with a
and I
donut.
saw a team with a player with a donut for the whole map.
No. Now that you say it, I don't think we have... Another one that comes to mind at least. We've not cast one.
I sometimes see, 1 and 7 or
Yeah.
2 and 8 or 2 and 10, but very rarely.
5 seconds
And this game could be over in the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, it very well could be.
I mean, Secret on the attack, they are deadly.
They should be a bit faster paced, let me tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Secret are known for that aggressive play style, known for seeing a gap and just going for it. And like you were saying, they dedicate, they commit. When just one player sees a gap, when one player has a chance, they all get in on it.
So let's see where they're going to get that action. Of course, the first 30 seconds, they have to be slow because you got to get in the building and use your drone and all this kind of stuff. But once you figure out what your approach is going to be, that's where the speed will come and follow through. The one issue that might happen here for Secret is the mirror windows are very much up and active, and they're denying the office portion of the map. We saw the Twitch outside the building earlier. Meanwhile, Mowgli and Noah attacking break room and east stairs. Just kind of feeling out the aggression of Wildcard right now. Are they gonna swing us? Are they holding? What's the vibe check here?
I think based on the operators, the vibe for Wildcard is a lot more passive than what we saw from Secret's defense. Hiding behind these mirror windows, playing the ACOG angles with Bay and Dash. Not getting overly aggressive. It does give Secret a lot of time to figure out what they're doing. Where is that run out from Dash?
Break door,
Standing
security
outside
door.
Armory.
Yeah. It's slower than I expected from Secret, actually. I thought they were gonna be about to hit the mark right about now, but they're still waiting, holding angles.
Well, it's measure twice, cut once. Once they do start pushing, it's going to be quick. The thing is, Jim, he's been afforded the chance to sneak in downstairs. He does have that diffuser, so he has to make sure not to die alone.
And we see East Stairs now being surrendered by Wildcard. I don't think Secret knows exactly about this just yet, but with a flash going in and don't be called, sure the action happens here. Flash, jump in, take control, boys.
Good flashes. And that's the Armory hallway clear. And so Savage takes control of East Stairs. Still a bit of util to clear with the Dread Mines. 1 minute on the clock. And Office is still firmly held by Wildcard. CCTV is still firmly held by Wildcard. Secret do not have much ground. And that timer is starting to be their worst enemy.
It's a great read here from Bay. A really, really good read, but Secret are being very patient. Dash finds the opening though, and last to be called goes out.
Oh, Kansan's doubled down as well. What is going on from Team Secret? Savage finds his gap and looks for a little bit more. Doom at the top of the main stairs, but Dash holds firm. Massive round from Dash inside of Armory. 3 big kills. Spiker closes it down, and he's off the doughy. Wildcard are back into it with a second round.
This could just be one of those border games that might be a little bit awkward on the attacking side. I'm not sure what I was watching there from Secret, but it looked very reminiscent of what we saw from Wildcard just a few rounds ago. Outside Armory balcony, can't find their way in, and surprisingly enough, they never really came to the cutting portion of the round. Yeah. It was measure, Dash kills us all.
Yeah. Look, if you're playing border and it's a 5v5 with 40 seconds left, the attack has already failed. That
is pretty much how it goes, yeah. And the mirror window, holding CTV. I mean, Bay, honestly, was like kind of my MVP in that round because he didn't really do much killing, but he was the centerpiece. They were all looking for him in CCTV.
Info as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole time, as soon as Secret got control out of East Stairs and we're looking down off this hallway, they're just staring at a mirror window.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the Ash? Where's some util to clear out that mirror window? At least make Wildcard second guess where these players are, nullify the effects of those mirrors.
Yeah, they had a Flores, which caught me by surprise. Juman
You're
Flores.
the biggest Flores hater.
I actually am.
It's always bring it up.
Like, it's awful that I am such a big hater, but I'm not sure. I feel like it's one of my least played operators personally, but I also just find, like, in that previous round, what are you going to Flores do? What are you doing?
Well, okay, let me read out the operator lineup from last round.
Goyo, Aruni.
Yeah, Goyo, Aruni, pardon me, Mira, Sentry, Fenrir. So realistically, the only thing that you're going to be hitting with the Roteros from Flores is the Goyo, right?
And you can burn Aruni gates. It's kind of high cost, but you could burn it.
But in theory, I mean, you could also just bring flashbangs or something to burn those.
No,
gates.
the trend in 2025 on TikTok is that you use your primary gadget to burn Aruni gates and Jaeger DSs. That's the trend.
Sure.
Because we're no longer in util meta, right? It's all guns blazing. So people are...
And your flashbangs are in theory more valuable than your Roteros.
I don't think people actually do that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it is cool how you can jump with your drone. And with your Rotero, you jump, activate it, and it locks and starts detonating, but also destroys the gate.
Yeah.
So it will still explode after traveling through and disabling the gate. That's a cool bit of util, but like
you can also wall jump with Flores drones. So if you make punch holes in a soft layer of a wall, the Flores drones you clip into it, like intentionally, and it will work as a ladder step. So it goes bonk, bonk, bonk. So you can be... Let's say you're playing Oregon and you're in classroom downstairs, get the bandit batteries on the wall, right? You make 2 or 3 punch holes, so like bottom, middle, and top, and with 3 jumps of a Flores drone, you can actually hit the ceiling and detach onto it and blow up the floor.
I had no idea about that.
It almost never gets used in
That-
anywhere, but it's possible.
Did you see that on TikTok?
No. We did this back in the day.
No way.
Back in the
All
day.
right.
You would do Veto and Villa with this.
Any TikTokers listening? That's free
That's
money
some content right there.
Free content.
It's one of those tricks that everyone knows but forgets or don't use. So every year or every
I
now and
didn't know
again,
that.
it
I-
resurfaces.
I didn't know that. And I mean, if you guys have been using it for a long time, I would have thought I'd know it. 'cause
It's
I
a
used to
really
be pretty
rare
across-
use.
Yeah.
So I think the way that it came to be, we have a bit of a rehost right now. That's why we're yapping. I think Villa. People wanted to do vertical play with Villa, but people started betting Buck.
Mhm.
And what do?
Yeah.
You can then do Florence drones from beneath in very specific areas to help you circumvent the Buck ban.
Yeah.
And it's a bit time consuming because, the benefit of Flora is that you can use the Florence drone and not into the building.
Yeah.
But
now
now you
you have
gotta
to
get
go
in,
in, you have to
punch
punch the
it.
holes, you have to find somewhere safe to play, you
Yeah.
have to jump the drone up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
a bit awkward.
very niche.
Yeah.
Um,
There is small tricks like that. It's also the one that we saw in Pro Play recently, which is when you play. Let's say you want to play like, I don't know, bandit trick and a kite trick, and you band the Maverick. You can play the O's and the A's. Put the O's
Oh, yeah, I've
shield
seen that.
next to a. We cast the
we
game when it
saw
happened.
that happen recently. I don't remember what.
It might have been APAC LAN.
Yeah, I think it might have
Might
been.
have been
It
in
was on-
Melbourne.
it sounds like the kind of thing Weibo would do, actually.
It does sound.
Feels
It,
a
honestly,
bit
it, might have,
Weibo
it actually
coded.
might have been. It was on Clubhouse, I believe.
It was. It was the gym wall. Oh, sorry, the
CC wall.
No.
No?
Was it? I thought it
What,
was.
what do you think it was?
Jacuzzi. I thought.
It was one of those two.
Okay.
It was
I
one of
mean, they're
those
the
two.
only two walls that you're going to be preaching most of the time.
Yeah, but that means I'm right. But so there's small stuff like that that's super interesting to me.
Yeah. We are, as you said, Nick, we are just getting through this technical pause. Getting
Whose
everyone
fault is
back
it, by
into
the way?
server. Well, I mean, I can see on my feed, my game feed, that Secret are the ones rejoining, so it could be that there was an issue with the Secret
naughty,
site.
naughty.
But since we're talking tech, we're talking shop, what is your one favorite piece of tech in Siege?
bandit tricking?
I
By far.
was literally going to say that.
By far.
Damn it, I thought you'd think
It's-
for a bit.
No, it's such a. So bandit tricking, fun fact, was never. It was never intended you could bandit trick the way that we know.
Yeah.
It was that you pre-place the bandit battery, they can impede whatever, and then players that are very creative, they figured out we can bandit trick.
Yeah.
Where you're actively just sitting there and taking it on and off the wall.
And it becomes like an audio game. Like you,
Yeah.
because back in the day it was just thermite. You hear them
Yeah.
start placing the thermite.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so.
And when
so cool.
Hibana came out originally, you could not trick Hibana pellets that were fizzling. So
Yeah.
you could only Hibana trick when they were initially put in the
before
wall.
she's pressed the button.
Before she pressed the button. And obviously, if you have a bandit battery in the wall and they EMP Hibana it, you actually did not have time to put down a second bandit battery before the sizzling would happen.
And you also had to. Oh, but EMPs used to destroy the battery as well.
Yes, exactly. So so again, you
It was
couldn't put it
faster in
down.
theory.
But Goga then found out a way to bandit trick Hibana back then, which is when you throw an EMP, there's this blue glowing light that goes
Yeah.
through the wall. When you see that, you shoot your own bandit battery to then instantly put down another
And
one,
so by the time you get through the animation, she
Yeah.
hasn't had time to press the button yet.
and then people learn through Goga. As far as I know, Goga found
Yeah.
that. And that you can bandit trick Hibana, and that changed the entire game again.
I do remember the shooting your own battery meta was sick.
Yeah, it really, really was. And it's why I love operators that impact maps more than, like, let's say, a trap operator or a Deimos or a
That
Vigil,
impacts
because
operators, or even a
Yeah.
lion. Something
Yeah.
that impacts operators.
exactly, like Mira, Asami, Bandit, Mute, they impact so many other operators, and it just has a big impact across the entire game.
Yeah.
So, big fan of that.
Damn. I think my favorite piece of tech in Siege is shield drop shotting.
So, anything's your favorite player?
No, I'm just capping. I'm trying to rage bait. Like, what's the piece
Trying
of
to
tech
rage
that you
bait.
can rage bait people with?
I mean, if you say you love one-shot headshots and the jiggle spam that we see nowadays, I would get rage baited. I would take that. beat.
I miss the before we had Hashome Peak and all that, we had something else. What was it? The old peaks that
We had
when
Bolo
they
and
patched?
Shaigo Peak.
Yeah.
I think Bolo was like one of the first ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
He did like the reverse leans, which was super
Oh.
cool looking.
Is Phase CAG just ended? I'm guessing Phase 1 by the looks of that.
I'm pretty
Spoiler.
sure CAG won. Surely they would have done that one.
Well, the fact that Phase are the ones walking over the CAG
It was a
side-
close game because they were 1-1 or 2-1 when we started, and we're 5-2. So it must have been like 7-5 overtime even,
Mm.
possibly.
Oh, I had something to say about tech, and I cannot remember what it
We're
was.
speaking about the leans, the Bolo peak, the Shaco
Oh,
peak.
yeah. You know, one of the first pieces of tech, if you can call it, this is more like mechanics, that I ever heard about in Siege was, and we've talked about this before, I was a Serenity 17 fan back in the day.
Yeah.
That was, you know, my Siege education. That was how I heard
one
about
vaulting
Pro League.
or
Huh?
one vaulting, like one punch vaulting, or what do you think?
No. It became a meme for a while because of the way he explained it. But it was the way that you hold the really tight angle between two doorways.
I remember that meme.
Yeah. It's like, so what you're gonna want to do is you create an angle that is so tight that it's too tight for you or your opponent to use, and then as soon as you see the pixel change, you swing out. So yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just part of the game now. I don't even have a word for it, but it's basically just perspective. You have to have, like, you're on a door frame and there has to be something on the other side that's coming from the other direction, and you create this really narrow angle so you can't actually shoot through the angle, but as soon as you see the pixel change, then you swing.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was genius.
Well, Serenity 17 was one of our hidden gems. Like him, you know, Matimio, Macy J, noted back then.
Is Matimio still making videos?
I don't know about it right now, but I think last year I saw a video of his actually. He did like a Wednesday mailbox or some sort of series like that.
Oh, that was a good time.
But they were running Siege YouTube and literally keeping the game super alive on content creation, social media, because despite Siege in 2016-17 having very small player numbers compared to now, is that the YouTube scene was crazy big.
Yeah.
Serenity 17 got like 1 million subscribers on YouTube, or close to, within like 2 or 3 years of Siege, before it became mainstream.
I also really loved it because I feel like a lot of people make videos which is like fragtages and stuff, whereas Serenity 17, I guess similar to what Macy J's videos were like, it was just kind of
creative
clips of him playing, and Serenity 17 was a very mechanical player, like very good. Whereas Macy J is like all brain, like that's his thing, right? He's trying to like play the smart game. Serenity 17 was mechanically very talented, but would also talk about things in a more interesting way rather than just here's me getting a kill, here's me getting a kill.
He also made it to Pro League.
Really?
Milspec played for 1 or 2 seasons of NAL.
I forgot that Milspec made
and then
Pro League.
he played Pro League plus full-time consecration and got super burned out and stressed over it. And that kind of was what switched him to like kind of leave the scene a little bit, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
He's still alive. He still plays the game, I know. I have a friend who is like lives close to him and knows him very well in Canada.
Yeah, French Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they hang out.
I actually reckon of all of the people in the Siege community that I would like fanboy over, I reckon Serenity 17 is the one that I would fanboy over.
I met him before his face was known.
Really?
Year 1, Season 1 Pro League Finals, they had a few content creators do the play reveal of like Black Pit Valkyrie and Black Man Border.
Yeah.
And so 17 was there, and his face wasn't known to the public, so I didn't know that it was him either. So,
well, anyway, after our nostalgia session there, guys, we just had to pad a little bit while we got everything back going again, but we are back into the server, and what just happened, Nick? Well, Wildcard just won their second round.
Yes.
Big sigh of relief for them. Defense is not looking quite so bad, but really I think we can credit that to Secret having very uninspired attacks.
Yeah. I mean, they're so far. They're going to give it another go. It's going to be a customs defense? It's a customs defense.
It's customs?
Yes, it is.
Wildcard, are you guys trolling?
Okay, it can work. Okay? It can work.
Tellers is unlocked. Vent's Workshop is unlocked.
I know. So the thing is, they're playing Kaid without a Thatcher, Maverick ban, and Twitch open. I feel like this is definitely a bit of a gamble from them in terms of like success rate, but they're going for it.
Oh, at least they got the Ash this time.
You wanted the Ash, yeah.
Thank you.
Easy counter. This time no Aruni. So it just gets burned right away, or gets shattered, should I say. The issue with this bomb site, competitively, is you need security control, because it vert above the entire bomb site, 2 hatches, etc. And you can't really hold CCTV. So they shattered the mirror with the Ash, and now they've fallen back. They have reinforced the hatches, though, but there's Hibana. So I feel like Secret have all the tools to deal with this setup.
Yeah, I do wonder, though, if Secret didn't know about this operator, because if they had brought something like the Ram or the Buck, then it would have been much easier. I guess they have Sledge to get vert. But yeah, it's very unusual that a team would completely vacate CCTV, because you can kill anyone on both bomb sites once you have control of CCTV. The Valkyrie cameras, though, combined with some C4s, might make this a little bit troublesome for Secret.
I mean, they gotta find something. Either you gotta successfully kite trick the Hibana, or you gotta get a C4 kill or 2, because again, strategically, they're very far behind, just due to the nature of the bomb site. The Valkyries are quite good, actually, and we see Spiker, C4, just kind of fishing for the information, or waiting for Baby Shark to say exactly where to pop it. Surprised they haven't
not
pre-placed.
pre-placed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they have the count for it.
Spiker is holding it. It's actually about to get breached, that position where they wanted to pre-place it. Spiker's still holding that Nitro Cell in hand. Meanwhile, Dash, he's gone for a little bit of an aggressive play, and he falls back again, I believe. He's now in Workshop. And while Secret, in theory, they are still poised to go for an execute here, but they need to really commit to this vertical play and find some frags.
In my world, they could just drop that hatch and go for a planet tip, but look at this flying upstairs. He gets red. He jumped up the hatch. Dash, nice try, but gets shut down. 25 seconds though. Planet's halfway down. He dropped the hatch.
But there is a player who's snuck on forward deep.
No C4. Oh!
Back into supply. Kansan somehow denies the plant before it goes down. Noah and Doom now have to retake and get that diffuser down, but it's just up to Doom for Team Secret. Kansan and Baby Shark together. Hold on. He knows where Kansan is. He needs to find Baby Shark, but he doesn't have the bullets. And so the round is done for Doom. Wildcard find a third round on the board. Unless if Doom can pull this off, surely not. This should be an easy lock-in for Baby Shark, and so it is. A little bit too close for comfort for Wildcard, but that is a third round on the board.
On customs, no less. This bomb site is almost never picked in pro play, and more importantly, almost never won, even when teams want to go there. Had Secret had more bullets in that primary Hibana, they would have won the round, I'd argue, because he just ran out of bulletos. And then, of course, a bit of a miscalculated plan for me from Doom earlier, where he got shot from Kansan. Didn't quite have the full coverage. Nice try from Secret. Wildcard on the defense are really showing up. Good little pocket strat, good utilization. But despite that was also with Dash down on the flank. Like, if that flank had worked out, it had timed it a bit later or maybe a bit earlier, like, you know, one of those things. And he gets one more kill, I mean.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Secret took so long to execute. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't find any kills through the vertical game.
Yeah.
I don't know if I rated the sledge pick, to be honest. Like, I think
Sledge is tough, man.
it's just like takes so long to open vert. The holes are pretty small. You're very vulnerable to C4s compared to Buck or Ram.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one.
I mean, the fact that they were using Ace Selmas to make vert tells you all you need to know about how rubbish Sledge is at doing Ram's job.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little buff to my boy Sledge. Just the quality of life on the gadget, you know, it's one of those...
Equip the gadget and then every swing hits it.
Yeah. Make it a weapon like Sophia's launcher, you know, you go bonk, bonk, bonk.
Yeah, for
or
sure.
just give him the ability to throw it. Make him Thor, you know? Phew, boom, it comes back again.
That would be insane. Imagine if you hit someone, they get knocked back.
Yeah, like
they've
Oryx
just been
Dash?
Oryx
Yeah. I'm so down for that. Goodbye,
Dude.
Clash.
Oh my god, I love that. I absolutely love that.
That's
They
like
need
an
that to
April
be a
Fool's
game
game
mode.
mode. Yeah,
they-
exactly.
We are so on We're on the same wavelength, fella.
Well, what could be? We'll see if they'll take that, and if they do, we'll take credit. This stream will be the proof of that.
Next time I see Josh Mills, I'm going to give him a word.
I have something to sell you, Josh. It's a great idea for this video game called Rainbow Six Siege X.
Well,
Mr. Bay could use some assistance, though. He was up in CC alone, shut down to 30 health, and now dropped down the hatches. I feel like Wildcard, I always tell this, they are very good at starting in the offensive positions, like Easter, CC, break room, and then they just fall back. Like, almost every team on this map of Border will fight for their lives, like Secret were doing, and win or lose the round off the extension. Wildcard are falling back layer by layer, and this works really well because they have Kaid. So they're locking down those hatches, forcing the Thatcher pick down the IQ combination, and they have Kansan on Oryx, who can then retake a flying top 4 through a hatch jump if they want to try and re-aggress. I like it. It's very unorthodox, very specific here, but also means that Secret might not be ready for it.
and Secret have also just been really slow on this attack all game long.
Yeah, they have.
Kansan is really loitering near that hatch, keen to go for that jump up, keen to go for a flank.
Yeah. So it's funny because Secret want to plant B window, right? They have the vert, they can jump into B window, go for a default plant, and when they do for that, Wildcard can go for a flank and re-aggression. It's a 5v5 with a minute to go. It's anybody's round.
Like I said before, you don't want your borders to be 5v5s. Whether you're the attack or the defense, nobody wants a 5v5 in the late round. Especially for Secret right now. Mowgli almost tarnishes Wildcard's roster by taking down Dash, but he somehow survives. Noah does eventually finish off Kansan, so no more Oryx to worry about. Meanwhile, Dash is going for a flank upstairs, but Noah's locked him down. The diffuser has been dropped, though, as Savage falls as he goes down into the site.
Oh, that's awkward.
It is awkward, and
no.
Bay is going to punish Noah for that missed drop. 3v3. The Secret have less than 20 seconds to find that diffuser, and Bay has found his third. Secret are falling to pieces, and Wildcard are making this comeback dream a reality.
Oh, no,
Adrian has to find Spiker, but Spiker comes to life. Wildcard, another round on the board.
Spiker has gone from 0-5 and not really helping his team to individually winning them a full round here to make the score a 1 round closer. Only now falling behind by a 1. And Secret, they're losing to the details. The second player, Noah, on the sledge, dropping down a hatch, doesn't hit the right-hand side. Falls down all the way and is stuck in a bad location. Had he gone all the way to the right, he's gonna land in cover, diffuser at his toes.
Yeah.
Small things.
No one taking control of supply, no one taking control of customs. These are things that are costing Secret rounds. And it's time for Twister to give them an earful. And he's got a lot to say. Looks like he's mostly talking to Noah, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. It is. Now, if Noah is going to be the ideal and the leader, then of course it's going to fall upon him to individually keep composure,
I
right?
thought it was Savage. Who was
So, I think there's two different kinds of roles at play here. I think there's like IGL and there's leadership figure, but I'm not sure exactly.
okay.
But I do know that Noah's been more and more involved. But I also know it's like everyone has their opinions, right?
Because Noah's the entry for this team.
Yeah,
Noah and Mowgli.
if I were to assume, because I don't factually know, I think they run like a two-man party system where it's like Savage plus Noah. And then, of course, you know, Adrian, Joom, and Mowgli will chip in if they need to. But that's your two main guys. Because I think Savage is very strat-specific.
Protect your bombs from
At least last I spoke to
attackers.
him. Pull shotgun. Which
Yeah.
isn't as strong anymore, because you got the Reaper now.
True.
If he has his land builds, and sometimes you forget to put it
If he
on.
gets
But
yeah,
I'll
set
keep
up
an eye on
the
that.
loadouts. What do we reckon? Do we like the Reaper?
the Reaper is a weapon in Rainbow Six Siege X, and he has it. It's a weapon. They buffed it in the second most recent patch, and a lot of players went, "Are you sure they buffed it? Are you sure?" Because it still feels really awful.
Is
But
there recall all right now?
so the recoil is tricky but playable, kind of like SMG 12 or Barry 9 if you're like an inexperienced player on those weapons. But the issue is,
Bearing 9 is so good. SMG 12
on
is
close
so good.
quarter, it's great. But, you know, on long distances, the issue here is the fire rate is awful. So it's half of those fire rates.
Yeah.
So, you know, it has some kick. Vigil Boss G, Wildcard are playing their own way.
Yeah.
And it's 2 years outdated, but it's working.
There you got full meme lineup here for Wildcard. I
Low
like
key, Pole Shotgun, Vigil Boss G, and they're playing Sentry, whose pick rate is not that high in general.
that. And they also picked Custom 2 rounds
And they picked
ago.
Customs, yeah. And they're winning! What's
Well,
not to love?
Not quite winning. Just
Well,
yet.
they've been winning.
They have been. They've been looking a lot better on defense, that's for sure. It's been a defender's border, unusually.
Yeah.
Now Secret have got to deal with not knowing where that Vigil is exactly. Well, now they know. Baby Shark taking down the drone with the Boss G. The jig is up. I want to see more aggression from Secret. I want to see more execution. I don't want to see them whittling away, trying to slowly clear these power positions. I want to see them taking the round into their own hands.
There is the pole scanner. And since he has a shotgun, could jump out a window, so he's left here if he really wants to go for it.
Oh, he's going to do it.
I mean, Reaper, it's free.
Oh, the recoil! Oh, no!
I told you!
That is not a good gun. No, it is not. The recoil, you can see that absolutely like breaking his neck, giving him whiplash.
Oh, no.
At least he found the one kill. You could see right at the end of that spray, he knew he was going to lose the fight, so he's like, I'm going to confirm the kill under the downed player.
He pseudo gave up. It was too much to handle. And it's one of those, just go for the one tap. You got this, Canson. Nope. No, the panic settled in. No recovery happening. Spiker stuck in a corner, but Baby Shark still to follow up with the Boss G. Secret are uncharacteristically not really taking these fights. Wait, here they come.
Oh, here we go. This is the way back into it for Team Secret. Savage finding his awkward position now. The Spiker, he knows the player around the other side. Pre-fire comes out. Goodbye to Mowgli. Needs to bring out the shotgun now. Savage has found another kill with Bay finished off. Spiker forced to reload, but he's about to get swung.
What is happening?
The smoke saves him for a
He's
brief
so
moment, but he
dead.
doesn't last much longer than that. It's dash it a 1v2. Make it a 1v3 as Mowgli's back and picked up again. The lion roars, Mowgli goes down, Dash is caught in the crossfire, and man, he is taking a hell of a lot of damage. Savage finally finishes him off, and Secret getting themselves an attack round on the board. About damn time, and match point set before them.
Absolute clown fiesta from start to finish. I mean, every single gunfight and engagement is just like the most clown music thing ever. And Dash in the 1v2, he just stops moving. Did you see that? He swings out, stops moving, and then moves again and dies.
He got concussed because when the fire extinguisher was
Yeah,
shot,
sure.
he like completely, he was just seeing grey, and he had the concussion effect as well. Poor lad.
A little head shake there from Baby Shark, just getting get all out there.
Very
Reset.
messy round. I'll tell you what, Lagonis does not look like he's having a good time.
Lagona's like, you know what? I should have stayed a player.
I should
have stayed a player.
I mean, by the time he ended his playing career, he kind of became a little bit of a meme.
Well, okay, so that's the thing. Like, so the old Liquid with Lagonis was very much like a 4-man and a brain. And Lagonis was the brain. Like, he would call the strats, and he did it quite well more
How
often
many
than not.
championships did that roster win?
They did not win a single.
How many championships did that team qualify for?
They have actually made a lot of grand finals in the bigger picture. I think
Oh, actually, that's
3
true.
or 4
Copenhagen,
grand
grand final?
Sweden, Copenhagen,
Yes, Jönköping.
or maybe 2 grand finals. I feel like
I
that
think
was
it
a
was-
third.
So Jönköping they got, and they lost to FaZe.
BDS.
Oh, sorry, BDS.
BDS.
I don't think about the other Sweden.
It was a I think a comeback for BDS actually, because Liquid should have won, like quote unquote should have won. I think from memory. I made 2 grand finals at least that I can count. I feel like there's a third in there, but yeah. And you know, there was a classic tale of how long can Nisk and Paolo stay together and get that final victory, or the first victory. But it never happened. And Lagonis, I do think coaching for him, being like a brain player, is a good suit for him, totally. But he doesn't look very happy right now.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. That said, Wildcard have made it look a lot closer than the 5-1 start, that's for sure. And
Yeah.
Spiker, you know, he was on the donut for a long time. I think he's got 3 kills in the match so far. Of course, we have had a rehost, so the kills that you see here are not complete.
Spiker will take that, you know? Guys, I'm 2-2, all is good in the world.
Definitely not 3 and 8.
No, not 3 and 8 at all. And again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about Secret right now, but I have just been surprised at the pace. It's not been as fast as I wanted, as I expected. And I do think they're letting Wildcard get very comfortable with this. Like, Wildcard want to play a slower style game. They're playing utility, they're playing time denial, wall denial, hatch denial, etc. And Secret is saying, okay, we'll meet you on a slow front. And again, the 5v5s, they keep happening almost every single round. Bit of trouble though. Spiker runs down east and gets greeted by 2-3 different attackers, and this bomb site. Now they're gonna go fast.
This is your chance, Secret, to put Wildcard in the
Oh,
dirt.
no.
What is that from Mowgli? Dash should never be losing those. Savage confirms the diffuser, and Secret look like they have confirmed their first win of the major. Kansan cannot stand up, can't even take down the drone. Doom doubles down for Team Secret. Left, right, good night to Wildcard. It's revenge for Team Secrets. And a big win as they start flying here in Munich.
Music to my ears right there, James. And it felt like the final round was the most Secret-esque attack that we saw, where they were in Passport, they found that first kill and went, guys, let's just hit the bomb site. We get overwhelmed, push in Workshop, push into the bomb site windows, get the plant down, and just create chaos in the server. So a good finish off for them, a slow start for Wildcard, but we did see a little bit of what the playstyle of Wildcard is going to be. And I will say this, they will be an exciting team to watch going forward.
Yeah, they will. And they always are, Wildcard. Obviously, youngest team at the tournament and a bunch of gunners, but it looks like our EWC champions are here to play. They are looking much better than they were at the start of Stage 2 in the EML. They've had that resurgence. Now they have a win under their belt. And they continue their march through this Swiss bracket, looking very solid. There's Jim. A bit of a quiet game from him. Savage, on the other hand, man, he took matters into his own hands today.
He did. He had his moment, that's for damn sure. And You know, the only downside here with Secret is that they had a bit of a mental question mark saying, guys, this is slipping away. And, you know, that was the biggest problem for them in Stage 2 and even in Stage 1 of EML is the mental side. Happy to see them recompose, get back into it, have fun, have some smiles. But we see the statistics there. Spiger had an awful slow start to this, but at the very least, he won a round for his team.
Yes.
He got that 3-8 score in the end, and he shouldn't be too upset in the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at the stats and see that Dash actually was getting most of the opening kills.
He was farming.
Yeah, 4 opening kills, and yet Wildcard obviously lost a pretty convincing victory for Team Secret. 7-4 is where they stand. Why don't you scooch over this way a little bit? Oh, come on. There we go. And so at the...
Okay.
Oh, we're getting really close.
Really close.
And so at the end of it, of course, Team Secret, they get their revenge. All happy days for the Europeans. Unfortunately, North America, not just yet. But there's still a chance. You know what game's up next?
Which one is that?
It's SSG versus BDS, and a big chance for North America to find their first European scalp of the major. Stick around for more games here in Munich.
Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you. Not gonna lie, kind of clean jersey.
Yeah? Not bad at all.
It's cool when I can actually like say words though, like unlike that end of game call where I'm like hearing music. Hearing music. Dude, I realize it's nearly 4 p.m. This is when the jet lag starts to hit. Like,
Yeah.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charlotte comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charlotte confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just He's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Pasetto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Pasetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default. Big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just scaring them off. Just for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Marinka, are you ready for this?
Oh!
Benko, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's turned into the face. Benko!
Shaiko is going off tip, finally finds himself down now. Usus has got a clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here, Handy. Let's see if the swing.
They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on it and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Mates in a second, Mates in a third! Ryder, oh my God! It's a quad!
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilities. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Free-Day holding up for the blood.
NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out, 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around, destroys June. He's on the blitz. Wall come down to Adrian on the coverage. It's a 1v5. They had everything going. 1v5.
Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out. But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible. Soliton's down, 3 days off.
An eye out for contact.
Available now.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
About it all the time. How are they going to do with that Maverick trick? But if you're going to bring the operator, you've got to be able to do it quickly and concisely, just like he's done there. And it's not always that we see that happening. I like this pressure up onto Catwalk as well. Using Canadian, using that Capitao utility to create the space. They recognise the real danger position is the Azami on that Catwalk. They can just dictate the entire round. But Solotov has been forced back away. They've taken the ground, but they are going to lose the first body as Leakerfact takes down Ambi.
It's been so formulaic so far, Tim. The cover coming in from the Catwalk doorway, for example. They know they've got IT control. No one...
Moved over to the connector side, trying to push through electrical. It's not necessarily a bad idea, but what it means is all their eggs are in this basket. They've got to go and find kills, and they're not doing it. And it's difficult because they haven't softened up this side of the map at the beginning of the game. This isn't where the utility has been spent. Spoit manages to get one, but it's likely a consolation as he gets a second, surely taken down in a matter of seconds. There it is. Users picks him up, and a little bit of indecision, I think, for Shopify there. Well, they came in and at 45 seconds have said, we've got to back out of this. We've got to back out and go elsewhere. And like I say, that foundation hadn't been laid for an attack from that side.
In a way, like, I actually think that was a really beautiful round of Siege. Like, the way that Shopify have approached it was absolutely excellent. You know, both walls made soft inside 75 seconds or so.
I love
it turns out we can, so we'll be listening into what that round ends in future. And for me, nothing else. Again, I think the way they approached it was great. Both walls opened inside 75 seconds. A really good 3 or 4 man set piece push to get full control of Catwalk. Just the one thing they missed out on was what they opened up early on, which was actually in towards jungle, in towards connector. They left it in those last 30 seconds to a point where if you lose a player, you can't easily get someone to step back over that tombstone and carry on the push from that direction. So in a way, sort of gave themselves a little bit too much to do. Would a backstab from Akka would have been easy because they had control of that very early in the round as well. So I like what they've done with the approach, but Falcons, they didn't really look bothered, Tim. You know, you love your comparison of how bothered were the defenders? Not very bothered. They may have been made to move around a little bit, but they didn't lose a player until Spoit got his 2K in the very, very end of the round. They played things brilliantly there, sat back and given Shopify what they needed, but refused to give up control of the site itself. Really good first round. Let's see how the second builds up.
Yeah, Catwalk just didn't really pay off for them, did it? And they did such a good job of taking it as well. Spoit and Canadian going in there, great use of utility to clear the manpower and take that ground, but ultimately it didn't work out. But hey, let's remember, it's Falcons' first choice site. We'd expect them to be coming away with a win there. This time, they are going to move down to basement. I'm just having a look at their positioning around the map. There is only one on site at the minute. This is a heavy roam from Falcons. They've got Leakerfact up on top floor, and we've seen an EML there. You know, obviously, we've got that international audience in now. You might have NAL fans, might be SL, you might not have seen all of EML, but Leakerfact was a nightmare this stage when he was getting away from site. I'm thinking Clubhouse top floor. I'm thinking Nighthaven top floor. He has been a nightmare, and so that's something Shopify need to make sure they close down. He's in servers at the minute, and if they don't deal with him, they will be in trouble.
It's more the fact that it's mutant Mozzie on side that's going to make this a bit of a headache, I think. Shopify can't rely on the drones, and I guess you can't always rely on the count in the top right corner of your screen, but honestly, a lot of those drones are gone is my main point of concern. They've got to still figure out their way through against both the anti-intel, but also their own intel that Falcons have brought along. And this is Shaco from downstairs. Tim on site has got a couple of kills upstairs. Well, a kill upstairs, sorry, up through a couple of floors is what I meant to say. Beautiful stuff. And now again, Shopify at that halfway point where it's like, okay, there's no one we can really close down on here. They've already dropped away. They're dropping us up their blocking us out from using the intel that we've got. It's got to be so frustrating to try and play into.
It's okay. Shaco's in basement. He's not a danger at the minute. We're on the top floor. He still manages to find himself the entry. 5 versus 4. And just looking, there's still a good presence. There's still users and Leakerfac on this mid floor that are going to be looking to take fights. I said this, that it'd be a nightmare, that they had to have a plan. They haven't got the shield up in his face quickly enough. And yes, they get the kill, but the damage is done. They've now lost both the Dokkaebi and the Ram. That is a huge loss of utility for Shopify. With 55 seconds left to go, they may well struggle to now break down side.
It's against him without the ability to know what's happening around the map. Where they're just going to get tripped up by things like this. So 4v3, Falcons very happy to sit back on site here and play the waiting game. It's really about Shopify to figure out a way through. The shield drops on through, watching out towards Exo at the same time, but their eyes are on Tank. Canadian is the one who's got to make some magic happen here. In one steps, and sure enough, Spoit once again is playing the hero for his team. It's a couple of kills in the last round led to nothing, but here could be the difference. Plant is going down, flashes up over the top as Canadian's getting that diffuser down, but no, the Titan himself has been slain. It's a 2 versus 2 though. Surf and Canadian to hold on.
User Solotov on the hunt now, need to find this first kill. The difficulty that they've got is they are up against the shield as well. Canadian with a beauty, not only getting the diffuser down, but picking up the first kill, uses the flash. He's just going to continue this fight, closes it out, and that is a good response from Shopify.
Well, that's on social media in 5 minutes' time. A 3K on the blitz as well, Tim. I won't lie, I was worried. They were in the 4v3, no information about what was happening on site, but once Spoit and Canadian have all players have stepped down there, they've made something happen, and have got ourselves evened up at 1 apiece. Now the game can really get started.
Yeah, I love this start. We've had a great round from Falcons. We've had a great round from Shopify. You know, they've both...
I think they're about to play against him.
I think somebody might be starting on B Street.
Is that SSG? That's got to be SSG.
Yeah, well, great round. Great round from both of these teams to get themselves to 1-1 on the scoreboard. Falcons are going to move along and they're going to take us to storage this time for the site. So what worked well for Shopify then? They actually struggled a little bit, I thought, with that roam clear. Lost a couple of players, but their response was brilliant. They were 3 versus 5, managed to close down League. In fact, used the utility they had available. Canadian on that shield, you know, that experience, recognizing he needed to close that distance quickly and did so. Got that kill, and that facilitated them. 3 versus 4, they can start getting aggressive towards site. It was one of those where they kind of just had to brute force it a little bit. They just had to go in there and win some gunfights. And if you're sending Spoit in, asking him to win gunfights, there's not many players better in the world that you could do that with. So it worked out. Shopify get it done. 5-5.
Device position.
Still in this round.
And really, it's the 2 players that you can see they've only got kills you've seen so far in Spoit and Canadian. Yeah, we're only 2 rounds in, but I don't want to take it away from Spoit. I know Canadian was the hero of that moment with a 3K to make sure the round was closed out, but across those 2 rounds, yes, 2 meaningless kills at the end of the first round for Spoit, but still showed that it was pretty hot and on it. And in the entry, once they actually got in towards site itself in this 3 versus 4, the fact that he picks up 2 kills before he goes down leaves Canadian and Surf in that 2 versus 2. That is more than winnable when one of your remaining 2 operators is that blitz. So again, I'll put a lot of that down to Spoit and the work that he's doing so far. He does not fancy letting a bunch of EU players spoil his parade here at the start of the competition.
Breeder just a little bit quick.
I think he thought the bottom was open.
I think he did. Just a little bit quick on the...
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the B stream. We're going to continue to roll on, but with fresher faces because we are maybe a bit more well-rested than the people who got up earlier in the day. I'm Intero, and this is Jesse. Here we are in beautiful, sunny Germany.
It's not sunny at all. It's so foggy outside.
That was the joke.
Okay, well.
It's very dark.
We are here, Parker, and we've got some amazing first-round games to go through. We start off with SSG versus BDS here on the B stream, and you got a little taste of SSG's warm-up in the A stream that we were listening to. A lot of the games have already gone through. We've had a couple of round 1 matchups already. Of course, we just watched Wildcard versus Team Secret going on here on the B stream. That ended up being a pretty good game. You can see the matchups on your screen now. We're playing both the first round of Swiss and the second round of Swiss today, so it's going to be a long day.
Frankly, all of the matches today have been quite entertaining.
Yeah.
We were watching them during lunch, and then obviously when we got to the venue, we got to take them all in. I don't really care about which team stylistically is the better team. I know we all have our pick'em brackets. I know that we've all, probably blown our brackets today with the fact that Furia already lost.
Yeah, mine's shattered.
I had them going 3-0, so...
That's tough.
Still hope for FaZe Clan, though. I had them going 3-0 as well.
Okay.
So I'm still very much in this. On the other stream, it's Shopify playing against... Who are they playing first?
Shopify Rebellion, I believe they're playing up against Falcons, isn't it?
I might be. It might be. BDS on your screen right now. Very different look. If you have been encapsulated in ice and they have just thawed you out, now you'd probably be wondering, where's Shaco? Well, that Team Falcons that's playing on Stream A right now, that is the old BDS roster. This new BDS roster has a completely different look. On your screen, as you can see, a variety of players from across the continent. It is a mixed region team. They're all from Europe except Virtue, who is from Australia, but it might as well be an honorary European at this point, and they brought in some of the players from Falcons. As you can see in the middle there's P4 and then Liloon behind as well, with Seascat and Helby as the other supporting cast.
Yeah, this is their first time coming to an international event this season, so this is the old Wolves core. They have made a few roster changes, of course, bringing in some important players. Robbie on your screen right now, Virtue we touched on. They're looking like a really exciting team in Europe, and they didn't have the hottest start to the season. They didn't get top 4 in Stage 1, so we haven't really seen them here at an international level, but this team is getting a lot of people excited, Parker. Lasmu, who's front and center of your screen right now, I think has been playing really good. Young French support player who's been coming up and has been getting a lot of good momentum behind him, so BDS are a really exciting team this event.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a good mix of young. You've got some potential there as well. Robbie has been a highly touted, I don't want to say prospect anymore, because at this point, I think Robbie has very firmly moved out of the prospect territory. But I mean, Robbie was a standout performer at previous LAN events, and you know he can go up against the best of them. BDS does exist a little bit in the shadow of some larger forces in Europe. Obviously, you've got that Falcons roster that competed under this BDS banner for quite a while. They, to many, are the high water mark. But then you've also got G2, who's present. They'll be playing later today. And Team Secret, who won EWC, who made a great run through the Stage 2 bracket for EML. And, well, BDS has maybe some work to be done from a community standpoint, but inarguably one of the best teams in the world. That's why they're there. And on the other side, you've got a team in NA that has proven that they can hang. SSG won Stage 1, almost won Stage 2 in the NA League. Maybe not the team that you immediately think of when you think of NA dominance, but boy, oh boy, are they here and are they ready to win?
Yeah, a team that needs no introduction, especially for us covering the NA region, right? But these guys, they go to every single event. They're so consistent at the highest level of Siege, and they should be the favorites coming into this matchup against BDS, who don't have as much of that recent experience. This roster's been together since the start of the season when they added Newers to the team, who's on your screen right now. Coming over from Oxygen, I think it was a big change for him to join this Space Station team, but he's really fit in very nicely with the rest of this squad. And I was doing some research, Parker. Fun fact for Newers, he hasn't actually been to a major, a technical major, since Berlin all the way back in 2022. So he's gone to back-to-back German majors. And the last game that he played in that Berlin major was against Wolves, the same team he's playing now, because of course they signed the Wolves roster.
Wow.
Lots of roster moves, but same captain, same coaching staff, same lineage of players between the two teams. So a little bit of history for Newers to go back, maybe get some revenge against the team that made it out of groups, because he didn't at that event.
And 2 world champions on the side of Space Station as well. Fultz, who is newly engaged, so please join most of us in congratulating him on a huge milestone outside of the server. And obviously Benjamaster as well. So you've got experience on the side of SSG. You've got a Dane, you've got an American, both of whom have lifted the hammer, and then a strong supporting cast. And the one player in my eyes to watch is J90, who at this point might have moved out of the underrated category and into the appropriately rated category, because it seems like, despite the fact that he is the smallest person on the far left of your screen, you can just see tiny little Jack in the corner. He has huge impact round by round. He plays an often thankless role. There he is on your screen, and he comes up huge in big moments. Now, Jesse, of course, we need to know where we're going to play. We are in a Swiss system, which means it's all best of ones all the way down. So it's just a single map, and we're going to go to Clubhouse to start.
Clubhouse is a really exciting map between these two teams because they both love it. They both play it a lot. BDS have actually played it 5 times just this stage. post-EWC, so they've played it a lot recently, and BDS, they've had some wins and some losses. They've got a couple of like really bad 7-1 Ls on this map just recently in the EML, but their most recent game was a 7-3 victory over G2, a very good team in the EML playoffs, so we know BDS can play this map extremely well. Space Station, a similar story. 3 plays this stage, 2 wins, a loss. Some of those wins very dominant over top teams like the Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard, but they did lose it earlier on this stage in playoffs 7-5 to M80. So mixed bag for both these teams, lots of experience. It's going to really come down to who has been able to change up their game plan and who will be coming into this matchup the most unexpected.
Yeah, and I mean, every region plays Clubhouse, and all of them play it a little bit differently. And if you dive into the regional stats, there isn't exactly a trend line that emerges. The only real constant about Clubhouse is that main floor bomb site bar stage is avoided by most teams.
Yeah.
Beyond that, you've got 3 really good bomb sites that are all defendable. They are all capable of being attacked, and the map itself fluctuates. Some regions, it's far friendlier to the attackers than you'd think. Other regions, it's a defender fortress. So across LATAM, across, well, I guess technically it's called SAL, across EML, across NAL, and across all of the APAC subregions, there's a little bit of differences in Clubhouse, and it'll be interesting to see how they emerge. Let's waste no time because we do have a long day ahead of us. After the first 4 set of best of ones are done, then we're going to know who's playing who to round out the day. Get your caffeinated beverages ready because it's going to be a long one. Just our 3rd match of the day.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Starting on Clubhouse, Space Station Gaming versus BDS.
And we'll get right in. BDS starting on the defensive side, slightly favorable when you look at both of these teams' histories. Space Station, a monster 79% defensive win rate on club through 3 games this season, so this stage. So very scary once they flip to that second side, but they've got to get through their attacking half first. We'll get into the operator bans, and it's always a focus on the walls. You expect the electricity operators of Kaid and Bandit to likely get removed on defense, and on attack, you'd expect a couple of hard breachers. We might get a Monty Capitao set, and yes, that's exactly going to be what BDS go for. This is kind of the main mix-up you'll see in the operator bans, right? Usually teams will focus on the hard breachers. They'll take out Thermite, they'll take out Hibana, they'll take out Ace. But if you're okay with leaving the hard breachers up, if you're saying, fine, we're okay to play against these, the main thing teams will do is they'll ban Monty, they'll ban Capitao, because those are the best 2 ops in the game when it comes to clearing Rafters in particular. Also good on other sites, but Rafters kind of being the main focal point for those 2 operators, so smart to see those get removed from BDS. Touch on the Miro really quickly. Again, largely focused on keeping those walls closed. A lot of teams will think it's easier to deal with Bandit batteries on a wall than it is with the Miro windows on the wall, so Space Station likely adhering to that philosophy, and we'll have to attack this bottom floor with all hard breachers still up.
Bit of a thankless task to defend when you have all the hard breachers and no Kaid at your disposal. So
sure.
I don't think they've invented a way to attach the Bandit batteries to the ceilings yet, Jesse. So as bizarre as a car battery dangling from overhead would be, I suppose anything can work in a pinch. You did talk about the hard breachers. It's worth noting that Hibana and Ace are now locked in, so you've got multiple tools at your disposal. Of course, when you look at an operator opening up hatches, Hibana is going to be your best bet. It does not surprise me to see her get ran. Teams will bring a Thermite if they intend to execute quite heavy onto Church Wall, but I think a lot of that is also a reaction. If a team reinforces all 3 of those panels on Church, a Thermite makes an awful lot of sense because you only need to be concerned if you don't have Moto control with either Moto or over towards Pulse Spot. This is not ideal. There's already been a kill. You might have blinked and missed it. Benjamaster outdueled by P4 on the Goyo, and immediately the Dane on the Danish operator Nook is gone.
Very fast for Benja to get to main stairs, but P4 was holding at the top of it. Very common spot. You'll see a player sit, and that's exactly where P4 was. So the captain of BDS will strike first, removing that attacker, but that's okay if you're Space Station. You kind of expect the Nook to be a bit of a gimmicky play, a bit of a gamble. You weren't relying on that operator, as you mentioned. So much hard breach skill. J9O with the can openers as well. So the util is still strong from Space Station, even if they will miss having the firepower coming through from Benja this round. Minute 49, and without a real roam game, we expect this to be a likely 4v5 late round execute. If they can get a pick with the vert, it's not great. If they can get a pick with the vert with the sledge or something, that'll be ideal, but honestly, it's really just about getting all the walls open, getting all the information, and then setting up for a really strong push.
Robbie will take down Ashen. First player for SSG on the board is Newer's. Goodbye to Freck. Lasmu gunning down Newers, and it's just all falling by the wayside for SSG. They do have Fultz and J90 still up, and with Lasmu down, if the smoke cannot be retrieved, that would be a huge win. But I don't think Space Station is it really in any shape. Oh!
He's gone.
Okay. I was wondering why the smoke wasn't bothering to crawl away. I think he was just staying there for intel. That's a bit of a slow peek by J90. Virtue capitalizing off of that, and now it's Fultz is the last one standing at the bottom of the stairs. Still a minute to go in this round, so a very fast pace. Set by SSG, it just does not really gain them much.
Yeah, Fultz with an impossible task now. He's going to set the breaching charge. That'll cause some noise, maybe force them to look at Kitchen, but they know he's coming down the main stairs, Parker. He's got the breaches all open. No good intel inside the site either. His teammates just watching him try the clutch. Free Fire's going through, but didn't see the first one. Now they know exactly where he's at.
I'm curious what's going on here, if this is just teams still familiarizing themselves with LAN, Jesse, because from our vantage point, a lot of these operators have been on the screen for a little bit longer than usual. If you haven't played on LAN in a while, you do forget that latency functions very differently. The game, it feels completely separate from online play when you're playing on LAN. Robbie got the exit frag, by the way. That round was effectively over with just a little bit over a minute to go, so it was just Fultz delaying the inevitable. It's BDS to take round number 1. A stalwart defense downstairs in the basement.
So good little start. Again, for Space Station, you're not so worried about that. You went a bit of a gimmicky play with the Nook. Doesn't work out. That's all right. You lose your first attacking round, and I think the pacing is really important here. It's something we've talked about a lot in North America, how the pace has been pretty quick this season. And for Space Station in particular, they've talked a lot this stage about how it didn't start off so great for them. The start of Stage 2 wasn't that good. They thought they really hit a new high back at EWC. They were really happy with that performance. Of course, finished 4th place overall, losing to Furia in that 3rd place game. So they were a great team over the summer. Started a little bit slower in the fall, didn't exactly get off to the start they wanted, but one thing they wanted to focus on was getting back to their identity. They've always been known as an aggressive team. They've always been known as a fast-paced team. And one thing they did really well in Stage 1 is balance that out a little bit. You know, learn how to play a slower play style, learn how to be a bit different, but they kind of went too far in that direction, they felt. And so a lot of this stage has been about building that back up, becoming a more fast-paced team again, and kind of refinding their place in the meta.
This ace operator is going to be a staple, I imagine, from here on out. If BDS has any real issues, Jesse, I could see a hard breach ban being that 3rd operator taken off the board. But, I mean, if that first round was any indication, the hard breach was really not the factor. Though it is also hard to conceptualize the attack from SSG down Benjamaster, right? If you have a Nook, usually that Nook is going to first start by clearing out that top floor, or can go through Dirt Tunnel, or can instead go through Garage and Lounge area and then have control over board.
Another big ban target could be the Ying, which Fultz is bringing out right now. SSG are not a big Ying team. Fultz through 87 attacking rounds has only played Ying 4 times in Stage 2, so this is going to be a bit unexpected for BDS. I'm sure it wasn't really something they were thinking about in terms of the bans, but Fultz can be really good with this operator. We know how powerful it can be for taking that space. The initial push for Space Station, of course, will be focused on the cache side. They want to get that space, force out the roamers. Dealing with Robbie and Lasmu, though, is no easy task.
Both of these players had big impact on the previous round. Robbie with 2 kills, and Lasmu's Smoke was able to defang some of the push over towards that Moto side of the map. They've got Robbie on the run at this point in time as he plugs some holes and now turn his attention towards that gym bedroom portion of the map. All of this action happening in cache and CCTV might make you think the bomb site's here, but that is not the case. A good aggressive entry from SSG at this point, but no kills yet for either side.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the ops BDS have been playing, right? They get the Clash, they get the Azami. 2 operators really good at staying alive on that that cache extension. Now they can fall back to construction, they can fall back towards the bomb site, and they've still got this 5v5 execute despite wasting a whole lot of time. So I think BDS will be quite happy with the early rounds. Now they can fall back to play their Goyos. They still have the Kibas. They still have the Clash to slow this down as well. Walls are open. Space Station have a lot of angles that they can work with, and a Buck who might be looking to go down below as well. But for BDS, I mean, you're very happy with this game state. And also 3 Candelas already used up from Fultz.
Just waiting out the flames there as Freak's gas canisters that have gone down, or Goyo canisters. I suppose there's gas in them. I mean, I honestly don't really know what he's using here, but that's 20 seconds. Benjamaster is gone, and there's also been a disconnect on the side of SSG. Ashen has been actually vaporized He's no longer in the server. I'm not quite sure what happened, but obviously not a promising start, and things will go much worse. J9O the only kill, but I mean, you got to hope for the best at this point. Muir's now staring down 4 players, and it's finished off once again by Robbie, who for 2 rounds in a row will seal the deal and give BDS another victory. All smiles on the face of Lilun. We're hearing that Ashen's PC crashed, so I'm imagining there will be a small tech pause as Ashen looks to get back in the server. All things going well for BDS at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the PC crash is unfortunate, but it did feel like BDS were in control of that round even before that happened, so I don't think it was a substantial game-changing moment or anything, but still bad luck for Space Station Gaming. You kind of bring it back to Ashen as that primary entry player for Space Station Gaming, right? And we've seen now back-to-back rounds where the opening kill has gone 2P4 against Benjamaster. Now, very different circumstances, of course. One at the very start of the round, one very close to the end. But even still, it's something that you don't often expect with SSG, because Ashen, I think, on attack is one of the best entry fraggers in the entire world. Usually a 31% entry participation, one of the highest that we have in the league. And he's 19-8. When looking at attacking entries, or looking at the entry diff, I should say, in Stage 2. Only Reaps has a better entry differential, and, you know, no offense, but Ashen's not playing against Shark LFO. Maybe Cruelty's about the same. But
we will not stand for any APAC besmirching here, by the way. The good people of APAC have done well today.
You're right. It's been a big day.
All right, Australia won.
Yeah.
Enterprise won their matchup earlier today against Weibo Gaming, which was a bit of a surprise, though I don't know if any of you watching were following on social media what was happening with Weibo, but they had 2 players in particular who had issues securing visas on time. Noodle, the ever-present journeyman who's played in a bunch of different regions, was here as an emergency substitute just in case. It does not look like he will be needed, though, because all 5 players from Weibo are now present. But that means the players got here late. That means they weren't able to practice. It means that they're likely going to be jet lagged. I mean, hey,
that's a good point.
We flew in from North America yesterday. We're a little bit jet lagged. I can only imagine what that's like as a competitor flying from the other side of the world. So I don't fault them for their slower start. They were still able to go the distance against Enterprise, even if they did fall short. And then a stunning victory over Furia, even if they're not actually from APAC.
They play in the APL.
D+. Comprised entirely of Brazilians, did win their matchup earlier today.
Yeah.
So maybe put some respect on that region, Jesse.
Representing South Korea, the only representative they have, of course, and their coach is South Korean as well. So you do still have that APAC representation coming through. Always nice to see APAC doing well, and I think we've seen that so far. I'm not a hater. I like APAC, but, you know, we also got to speak fast. We're talking about Ashen stats versus Reap stats. I mean, there are different contexts there, but what I was trying to get to before we went off on a bit of an APAC tangent was that I'd like to see Ashen get a little bit more involved in some of these opening picks. It's not gone well for Benja, 0-2 on the entries so far, and I think Ashen is so successful when he plays that role that it's something that I'm sure they're going to be thinking about, something that they want to get more involved in. Of course, his PC does need to work for him to get entry frags.
They're giving him a new one.
They're getting him a new PC.
They're giving him a whole new PC. It's a full PC swap.
Okay,
the pit crew is out there right now. You hear the they're just putting in a new computer. There you go. See, look at that. Yay!
Nice. The pit crew's doing a lot of work. I know it's a big day in F1 right now, too. I don't really follow, but Ann was going crazy in the green room, so there's a lot of pit crew work happening today.
I don't like Formula 1. I'm not a racist.
I don't follow it either, really.
I mean, that was just a joke off like the racist.
Yeah, no, I connected. Yeah.
They don't have much opportunity for humor out in Alberta, so forgive Jesse here.
Oh boy.
Just as a small note here, obviously, because there is action going on the other stream. It is oddly quiet right now. It's not just Ashen who's going to be quite loud and emotive, but also you've got Troy Canadian who's playing, and he can get quite loud. We actually saw right before we went into the matchup. It went ballistic.
Yeah.
This is a very, very competitive event. And when you look at all of the teams that are here, you're really kind of hard-pressed to think of a team that should be here that isn't. I think there's maybe one or two that could potentially slightly elevate the level of gameplay, but you've got the best of the best that are present. And all of these teams have shown some level of proficiency and even some level of brilliance.
Sure, yeah.
Right? I mean, you've got SSG on your screen right now. won Stage 1. A lot of people did not have them as the best team in North America. Almost repeated in Stage 2. And they are big game players, frankly. They get better in the bigger moments.
Yep.
That's why you've got guys like Benjamaster and Fultz on the squad who have done something that only a tiny number of players have done in the history of this esport, which is win a world championship. BDS, while they don't have the same level of experience on their roster, their potential is huge. Freak, Robbie, Lasmu. These are names that people might not know, or Freck. I always want to say Freak because for frequency.
You got it.
These are players that people might not generally know.
Yeah.
But all it takes is one deep run or a couple big moments from these players with the spotlight is the biggest, and suddenly now everybody's going to know about them and be talking about them, and it'll completely vault this team up in terms of people's power rankings.
And you don't have to look far for a team that gives you a good example of that. I mean, Team Secret have a lot of players that people weren't talking about. I mean, you go back a year ago, and most of the community didn't even know who Noah was. He was playing Tier 1, but wasn't a player that people talk about much, and now Noah's thrust into the spotlight. Everybody talks about him. Such a great player. Joom on that team as well has been around a little longer, but even still, I mean, there's been some real come-ups in Europe recently.
I mean, both Joom and Adrian were unable to escape the criticisms of previous events. You know, it was only it was a year ago that you and I stood in Montreal and we watched Adrian put up a really quite poor performance in his role in that live event. And now they've completely turned the corner on it. So it's not even about names you might not know. It's also about players being given new life.
Yeah.
And when you look at somebody like Newers, he's somebody who's been around a really long time. He's been around for a couple years. You know, he came to prominence during that Finca meta, and he got a ton of accusations about being a Finca crutch. And his numbers admittedly did drop off after the operator received some tweaks. Some would call them nerfs, but that's completely besides the point. But now here he is thriving on a team where you've got no shortage of fraggers, right? Like you've got Ashen, you've got Benjamaster. These guys have been able to take over games, and yet Newers consistently perform the best through Stage 2 for this roster. So there are opportunities for you to go through the valley and then climb up to the peak. And whether you're Robbie, whether you're Newers, it doesn't matter. You have opportunities at these events to completely change the way that people perceive you and the way that you leave kind of a legacy at an event and have people view you as a player.
Yeah. Another guy I'm going to be looking at to maybe make his mark on the scene has got to be Lasmu, one of the youngest players that we have here in the Munich Major. He celebrated his 20th birthday just on Sunday. And he's a guy who came onto this team about halfway through the season last year, back when Bibu and Shinka left the Wolves team, and he was briefly on Wolves before they got re-signed by BDS. Hasn't been to a lot of international events, hasn't been around the world too much, and I think he's a player that has been really surprising on how much he's been able to do for this squad. He plays that kind of support flex role, but he still gets a lot done from that position. Space Station now down 2-0. Their PC is finally working. The tech problems are solved, but we do need an extra 45 seconds because Callout, the coach of Space Station, has decided he wants to talk with his team a little bit, and he'll now get that opportunity to try to right the ship after it's been a bit of a rocky start for Space Station, down 0-2 to start Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's a bit of an alarming sign that they're going to call it so early, but one thing we have touched upon across pretty much all regions is the increase in timeouts in round 2.
Yeah.
Or rather at the tail end of round 2. And there's a couple reasons for it. Number one, you can get a pretty good idea of how the rest of the half is going to shake up. But the more important milestone that's coming up is that third operator ban.
Attackers need to
So
locate and defuse
get your
bombs.
timeout in. Try to turn the tide. See if any of the progress can be made. Maybe you win the round. Maybe you don't, but maybe it's incremental progress. And then see what the next ban is going to be.
Yeah.
Because right now, there's no real attacking operator that BDS, I feel like, needs to target.
Yeah, I mean, you're up 2-0.
And there's been very minimal good impact on the side of the attackers, right?
Yeah.
Round 1 was a bit of a wash because SSG did get spawn peaked. You lost Benja early. Really hard to predict what happens next. But then round number 2, again, Ashen's PC crashes. 2 pretty bad situations arise that prevent SSG from winning the round. So who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Parker. And another reason why maybe you want to take attack time out before this round is because you're going to CCTV and cash, and we've got a Monty Capitao ban. So taking Rafters is going to be really difficult for SSG. Getting that extra chance to talk with your team, how are we going to clear Rafters? Are we just going to ignore it and go master side? A lot of teams will opt to do that. That's another conversation you can have, and of course, Callout will have some opinions on what he wants his guys to do coming into this game. The first and most important thing will be the main CC wall, and we've got Faults opening that up right now as Benja holds on cover. And then based on this operator lineup, Parker, they honestly could just be saying, screw Rafters, we're going to toss the Sens walls out through the CC window, and then we won't even have to worry about it. That seems to me like it could be the idea here for Space Station, so they don't even need to care about clearing it.
You can put the Osa shield as well out on that balcony, and you can hold that position. So if somebody's in Rafters, whether there's a hardened rotate, or whether there's just a line of sight, or you need to go through the window from Rafters into the B-bomb site, you've got opportunities. So I like what SSG is providing here, but I mean, Ashen runs right into Virtue, who's very closely guarding that construction, and it's not exactly the start that you want. I don't even think Ashen was able to use any utility. And Newers just walks right in. No Rafters control, whatever, Jesse. They get punished for it, and now down goes Benjamaster. I don't really know what the thought process here was from SSG, but I mean, a minute 40 left on the clock, and the round is over. Why? Because of Rafters control. Lasmu gets 3K, a 4K from that position. I believe it was a 3K as he signals on the camera, and probably the worst round for Space Station, and they do it right after their timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not what they were hoping to achieve, and I think as soon as the game plan went out the window, as soon as Ashen died, and listen, I was asking for Ashen to be more involved in the entries. I guess I got my wish, but still doesn't really work out in favor of SSG. It felt like they just had to say, screw it, let's send it. It feels like that Osa might have been really important to their take, so they go through, they do their best, but you mentioned it. I mean, Lasmu, the guy we were just talking about, steps up big time from inside our Rafters, so nicely done by him. We'll have to ban the Clash on the side of SSG, and I was kind of thinking it'd be the Clash or it'd be the Azami. Azami may be a little bit more universally powerful, but the Clash was still really good on that gym bedroom defense that we saw BDS running, and in response, they'll take out the Maverick. Not an operator we saw from Space Station for the first two rounds, but of course, that was how they opened up the platform wall in the previous round, so...
I mean, Maverick does have application on the three main bomb sites we're going to see, right? If you want to go for a dirt execute, Maverick is a great option, especially if a bandit's going to be brought or a mute's going to be brought, and there is some attention on those two dirt walls. Maverick can slice right through that. Obviously, the Maverick trick that you see, which is taking out some portions of the wall and then having soft destruction open it up, he's great on that jacuzzi wall. He's great on cash wall. And hey, if you're defending gym bedroom, you're probably still going to want to open up that CCTV wall. And if you're defending CCTV servers, you're probably still going to want to open up that jacuzzi wall.
For sure.
So a pretty extensive roam right now from BDS. They did bandit off those dirt walls. So the Maverick ban is going to make this really tricky to open up dirt should Space Station want. I will say, just a small thing, Jesse.
Yep.
The stylistic difference of this map was something we discussed before we even played a single round. In North America, this map skews in favor of the attackers. In Europe, much more dominant for the defenders. It's really close to even in NA, so I mean, the attackers have a tiny leg up. In Europe, it's almost 60-40 for the defenders. So SSG is used to playing a very attacker-friendly clubhouse, and they are on the attacking side. And what is that? What's happened? Nothing. BDS has been in full control all 3 rounds.
Yeah, SSG 44% attacking win rate on Clubhouse through 3 games, so definitely a little bit below the average, but yet to find anything so far. J9O gets the entry. Robbie, I believe, just inside of Oil Pick, going for a bit of a sneaky peek, does go down early, so that'll be the first entry frag that SSG will claim here on Club, and that might be exactly what they need to tilt the tides, you know? Going down by 1 player every single round has not done SSG any favors, and so having this frag now, taking down Robbie, who is so incredibly talented, could be a big deal for this late round.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that it's been misfortune, but I mean, every single round has had a big issue for Space Station, right?
Yep.
Obviously, the Nook getting spawn peaked. Things stalling out for SSG in round number 2, sure, whatever, but then obviously Ashen crashes. Round number 3, you don't do your due diligence, you try to ignore Rafters. Rafters isn't going to ignore you, you get picked apart by Lasmu in that position. So this is the first real competitive round that we have seen to start.
Yes.
Obviously, BDS can still pulverize SSG, so it's far from over. And Freck just got a pick onto J90, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you trade that back, but SSG, they got some good utility here, too. The Osa is really intriguing. I think he wants to drop the kitchen hatch. We've seen this a lot in the past. It's been a while since I've seen this play, but it can help you on the drop, and he does get down successfully.
J90, the one who's dead, by the way, has 4 of SSG's 5 kills. Where are the explosives? There's P4 called into action, held well by Ashen. Down goes Virtue. And it's SSG with their claws in this round. Lasmu with 6 kills. He and Freck are going to need to make some magic here against the 3 remaining players on Space Station. Down goes Fultz, spotted through the soft wall. Benjamaster now lords above the defuse kit, as does Newers. 25 seconds remain. BDS will hop on, fall off, trying to bait these SSG players into an advantageous spot. And right now, the patience from Space Station wearing off very effectively. Newers with 1, Freck the other, and Newers will seal the deal, but a very close round for both teams. And it could have broken either way, but SSG just a hair better. They finally get on the board.
A game of inches at the end there. Newers had some really tight angles to try to get those players down below.
We are Canadians and we are in Europe. It's a game of centimeters.
You're right. Game of centimeters.
We are freed from the Americans.
And, well, SSG, they managed to get there. They had some really good plans in that one. And I think that's really the big difference is, yes, they did still lose a player early. They lost J90, but at least put it into a 4v4, and they were still able to execute on their game plan. You compare that to round 3, and it's like they lose 1 player, but it's a critical player. It's the Osa that they lose, and the whole strat just falls apart after you're unable to keep that operator alive. So Space Station, they get the opening pick, they keep their Osa alive for the execute, they get a great drop in, and everybody at SSG, they're in the right spots. They're holding for that for those players to rotate. They're watching them from Moto, they're watching them from the hatch. They've dropped down into kitchen to support Faults as well. So good play from SSG, everybody putting in together to make that happen, and Faults, the only player yet to find a kill in this lobby, but I think still instrumental in getting that defuse kit down, calling for the round, of course, to cap them Space Station as well, and get them back on board to finally win a round here in Club.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
It was a pretty big team effort from Space Station. I don't really fear Fultz's scoreline at the current point in time. He tends to perform better in the bigger moments. I mean, at this point, you're starting to run into big moment territory.
Oh, yeah.
It is just map/game 1. We are not in best of 3 territory just yet, so it will be best of 1s the entire way through today, tomorrow, and the next day, so buckle up. A lot of Siege action coming on both streams. It'll be a nice long day for us, and hopefully if you enjoy the matches, a nice long day for you too. And what about SSG? Are they long for this earth? Fultz the only kill, P4 and Robbie on the board for BDS. A nice start from the former French team. Ashen on Amaru, not bothering to use the Gara hook, instead just running up the stairs. Now Newers with the reprep. Outduels P4. Supernova to flash. Freck takes down Fultz. Down goes Ashen too. And I liked what was attempted by Space Station. The execution was really not as good as the thinking behind it, as they run into all of these defenders who eagerly awaited a push. And BDS will take the first half with still 1 more round to go. A 5-1 scoreline would be quite the task for SSG to deal with, and that is still very much on the cards for BDS.
Parker, the underdogs are barking here in Munich. We've had some crazy upsets already to start the day, and now in this game, BDS looking like they're going to run away with it. A great fourth round here to come out from them. Space Station going for a bit of a rush. The Amaru up the gym hatch. We've seen that so commonly throughout the league, and, you know, it's a bit of a gimmick play sometimes, but they supported it with flashes. They supported it with the sends coming through as well, but BDS just read it so perfectly. They were ready for that to happen, and while they weren't able to kill Ashen inside the plants, they put enough pressure onto him that he felt forced to go back down the hatch. He gets into the plant spot and then decides, I can't plant here, I'm gonna die. Goes for the rotate main stairs. I think that was a good call from him, but just no information to take those last couple of kills, unfortunately. So not able to do a whole lot with the flashes they had. Sen's not covering enough for them either. And despite the nice plants in round 4, it just feels like BDS have a really good read on everything SSG want to do.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Sniper strike. How do we play it? By the book.
I still get tripped up hearing the operators talk to each other.
We're playing it by the book, Parker.
We're playing it by the book. That was said.
The only problem is it's SSG's book, and that thing is that's a wild book, let me tell you.
SSG have gone 1-2 on rounds since calling their timeout. Callout did not like where the team was at after the end of round number 2. Space Station have no saving grace at this point. They've already pulled that ripcord. I mean, it's really hard to assess what exactly is going wrong from this SSG team. Their aggression is being answered very well from BDS. And it's something that I think SSG maybe isn't prepared for in North America. A lot of teams tend to be more passive when it comes to Space Station. So if you're going up against your NA counterparts, you can get away with this stuff. But when you get to live events and you're dealing with the best of the best, you need to kick it up a little bit. And right now, SSG are not able to find that final gear, and they're going to suffer yet another first blood. They have only drawn blood first one time. It was in round 4. That means conversion rate is 100% up to this point for the team that strikes first. That's a good sign for BDS.
And the bomb site's a good sign for them too, Parker. This was the most dominant site that they won in that first rotation. Lasmu's still playing Rafters. SSG still have no plans on taking that without the Capitao and Monty. They do have more map control. They've cleared out the master side, which they didn't do last time. Got a bit of a different strat, and they're going to clear this player down below. Nice shot from Ashen will take down Freck. And you see the support on the red stairs. It just cannot do much. Virtue's got to retreat back to his teammates. So nice job to work one back.
Freck's only real salvation at that point was to run either through garage or hope for help on red stairs because the lounge portion into stock was castled off. Now the focus from SSG towards garage. They allowed Lasmu to run over them the last time this happened, and yet the Azami will endure. Lasmu just crawling out of way, takes down Ashen. It's P4 credited with that kill, and now Lasmu will scare SSG off of that garage door. P4 is there for added insurance, just looking over his shoulder, and now it's Benjamaster to ascend the stairs, followed up with by Folt, so 2 players from Space Station now creeping up. P4 looking the other way. It allows Lasmu to die. Robbie trades it off. Benja and Foltz in the same spot, though. This is not ideal, Jesse. They are completely stacked up. And the Nitro Cell from Robbie will take down Foltz. A quick and convenient first half for Robbie as he finishes 7-11. And it's a 5-1 half for BDS as they are speedrunning Clubhouse.
Convincing first half to come through from them. Great defenses, especially on that CCTV cache. Their third bomb site, but they made it look the most dominant. SSG tried to go through below, up that rafters. Again, it's so hard to take garage control without those operators on the board. They lost a lot of bodies to get that part of the map under their control, and so really tough for SSG. They've got a chance to do the exact same thing on the defense. Of course, this is a better defensive side, and as I said earlier, SSG 79% win rate on Clubhouse defense through Stage 2. BDS only a 36% attacking win rate on this map, and again, that's 22 rounds, so a decent little sample size that you've got working against you if you're BDS, but this lead still feels really nice. Bit more standard when it comes to the bans. Bandit and Kaid, all the electricity going to be removed right at the start, so Mira will be the only thing that you can try to kind of use to keep that wall closed. Two-Brow can stall, but won't keep it closed forever. And then Habana and Thermite. Classical. Hard breachers to go out. You do leave the Ace up. I know in ranked, Ace is kind of the one that you always focus because he's got the best gun of the 3 hard breachers, but in comp, sometimes you just feel like it's more important to take out the Thermite. Don't let them walk on through. The Habana's going to get more of those hatches. Ace, he's a generalist, but he's not going to thrive on any of these walls like Thermite or Habana might.
In a pinch, you can also use those Selmas on hatches, but really quite a lousy application, right? I mean, they're big, they're easy to impact, and you need to use 2 of them. So it's going to tear through your utility pretty quickly. One small change that we do see teams make is they start to bring those secondary hard breach gadgets to get the hatches. It completely bypasses the need to bring a second dedicated hard breacher, and there's enough options where you can very comfortably bring those can openers, as they're affectionately called. And I mean, look at this on the side of BDS. They are bringing 4 of them. Have to imagine that P4's got them in his kit, and then the Ying of Lasmu will also bring them. Look what happened for the second time in the first round of the half. Benjamaster dies early yet again. But that's also because Freck is inside of garage at an incredibly quick pace.
Yeah, I mean, he uses that sledge perfectly, right? He's in there so fast. He doesn't come through the doorway, so it's a little unexpected, and Benja just tad too deep. gets caught in a way that he really wasn't expecting. 2-7 now for the Dane on SSG, and up against his former world champion teammate of Virtue, you know he was looking to have a better game than this coming into it. Will have to sit out for the first defense and trust his teammates to lock it down 4v5. Couple of these utils being tossed out now. Blue control seems to be the focus for for BDS. The Azami of Ashen will be playing that spot, and Ashen is an incredibly good blue player. We see him down there every time SSG play this bomb site. He's really tough to root out from this position. He doesn't have the Warden. That's being rocked by Newers elsewhere in the basement, but even still with those Kiba barriers can be a real thorn to try to push him out of that spot.
Really not the best start for Benjamaster. A utility gone. The Zoto canister is obviously of great importance, and I mean, a lot will be spoken of Benjamaster on this roster. Bringing in Newers kind of pushed Benja out of his comfortable role.
Yeah.
And I don't think Benja's stats and his impact on this team has fully recovered here. I don't know if it's just maybe it's an odd fit. I don't know if there's something else going on with this team, but as good as SSG has been, it does seem like we pointed our fingers at Benja an awful lot over the last two stages. And for a team that is constantly competing for first in their region, there really shouldn't be a player that we keep pointing at and saying, you need to do better.
Especially not an SI MVP, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the heights that he hit with G2 were absolutely incredible, but now not really finding his mark. The rest of the team putting in some good work, some really great util coming through. The impact from Jane, I know, denied that first can opener, although he might pay with it with his life. He does get out of there, and Newers gets 2 downs and a down and a kill with that Nitro Cell. The hatch will open, but you've got to spend more time now picking up Virtue. I like what's happened in Kitchen for SSG, but Freck is a problem.
He just asserted himself inside a garage, now down an oil pit through blue. He gets gassed out of his position. He takes no damage, though, in the process. So Fultz still with one of those gas canisters in back pocket. 20 seconds left. The Deimos of Robbie looking for an opportunity. Kill number 8 is as easy as they come. Now it's J90 to hold back, but he's smoked off of his position, and he gets slaughtered as P4 and Robbie double up. And just like that, BDS are all smiles. They sit on match point.
An excellent attack to come through from BDS. Again, the opening pick is incredible. Freck so important playing in through that oil pit position, getting 2 critical kills while the rest of his team were really struggling inside of Kitchen. The Nitro Cell was a problem. The impacts were a problem. SSG's util game was actually really good, but when one guy can just lurk the other side of the map, get those 2 picks, I mean, that's going to make all the difference. Freck, one of those players who has been really a standout for BDS all season long. He was actually dealing with some wrist injuries, some strain on his wrist at the start of the season, and it was something that was quite concerning for him. He talked with Anne in an interview about it in a great content piece that they did for the EML, and he actually said that of all the people he talked out to, Callout was somebody who he reached out to and who was helping him quite a bit with his injury and with the strain that was on his wrist. Of course, the coach of SSG, who he now plays against, so I don't know if you're Callout, maybe you're somewhat regretting giving him some advice because he's playing incredible here against your team, but, you know, Callout's the type of guy where he's always going to help out. He's one of the best people in this scene when it comes to supporting everybody and lifting everybody up, so it's nice to see that kind of cross-regional support being given.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
This BDS team has been able to meet SSG at every single step of this round. There has only been a single good look from Space Station, and they were able to convert that to a round. All of these other rounds won by BDS have been quite lopsided. It has not been a very close game at all, and I do fear for Space Station and the North American fans because Robbie just tears through Newers for 3 of the 8 rounds that we have now witnessed. BDS has struck within the first 30 seconds, and it has continued to knock SSG on their heels. You do not want to be starting match point down a player, and not just any player, but statistically your best player through the entire calendar year. Newers off the board is devastating for Space Station.
Absolutely, Parker, and the util's not as good this time around either. SSG failing with the Nitro Cell to kill Lasmu, that would have been an incredible pick for them to get. You can see how desperate they are to kill this Maverick, but it actually ends up biting them. Freck from the window finds Benja. Now 2 and 8 from the Dane goes down, and this is going to be absolutely critical for them. Ashen gets 1 back. He trades on to Freck, but only 3 defenders to try to lock this down, and almost 2 full minutes for BDS to work on. Wall's taking some time, Parker. This could be a problem.
Yeah, the Maverick in the hands of Lasmu is not quite as good of a tool as I think they had hoped it would be.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, there's always room for improvement. And the good thing is, and you mentioned it, is the time. because there is so much time remaining, it is not detrimental.
There we go.
If the wall doesn't get opened up. All that said, it does. It gets opened up quite effectively. Flores drones will now go in as Robbie is the only player in the lobby to break double digits. He's been exceptional in many LAN events, and so far, Munich is no exception.
Yeah, a monster at the Montreal Major and looking to do the same here in Munich. 70 seconds now for BDS to try to work this push. They've got their players up on the roof. They don't really have good control of Master. That's where Freck died, so it's probably going to be focused just on the main breach and just on the window. Ashen maybe looking to get aggressive too, all the way inside of Jim. If he goes for a jump out, I mean, he's on the smoke, but he's the type of player who would do that and maybe get some great results from it.
At this point in time, you are staring down defeat. You are outnumbered. You have to go for those plays because if you sit inside the site, starve the utility, you are in trouble. And there is the vault out. It does not pay off. Fultz swarmed inside of the site, and now P4 can lock them out. He and Lasmu both staring down construction. Ashen falls by the wayside. J90 will attempt to keep SSG in this. An attempt only as good as the player doing it. J90 has been able to pull off clutches before, but his job got more difficult. Jesse Diffuser goes down. The Blitz of Virtue on the window, and every single path back to the bomb site littered with players. Virtue falls, but he can't get through more than one. P4 seals the deal, and in the blink of an eye, BDS topples Space Station 7-1.
Europe is here to play, Parker. BDS looking so good in their opening game against one of NA's finest, and I don't think it's a coincidence. It comes down to that cache bomb site where, once again, Raptors control doesn't get claimed, Masters control doesn't get claimed, but where SSG stumbled, BDS prevailed. Excellent work coming out from them. Robbie, 10-1 performance in this game. Just looking so good. Such a complete team for their first time on LAN.
Yeah, SSG just kept coming up empty-handed round after round after round. BDS outclassing them. SSG went for a rush strat. BDS was prepared for that.
Yep.
SSG did a full clear. BDS was prepared for that. SSG tried for a quick rush. BDS was prepared for that. Every single step of the way, BDS had Space Station's number, and it was a spectacular implosion on the side of SSG. Callout burned his timeout maybe a bit too early to read the situation, especially after how those first two rounds went. You get spawn peaked in round number one. You're never really able to show what you can do in round number two. Ashen's PC crashes. Again, you can't really see the potential that Space Station has. Maybe Callout called that a bit too early. It's hard to say. That's something that can be broken down by the chattering masses on social media, but really, almost nothing went well for Space Station. That was a complete failure to launch, and BDS looking like titans in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, 5 negative players on one side, 5 positive players on the other. Felt like we weren't even talking about Robbie so much, but 10-1 every round, incredibly consistent. P4 very good as well for the value he was giving for this team. Everybody really did show up and have their moment on Clubhouse, and it's promising to see BDS looking like this, because don't forget, they still got one more game to play today, win or lose. This is a long day, and they'll have more BO1s to get through. SSG, one thing they often talk about is their resilience, is their mentality coming through to a big event like this. It's going to be very important they lock in so they don't go down 0-2 to start.
Yeah, I mean, the team culture on the side of Space Station is excellent. It certainly looks that way from BDS too. So,
yeah.
I mean, we talk about it a lot with Space Station, but that's because it's so woven deep into their identity. Whereas with other teams, it's not so much about buying into a system. The system is fine, but obviously today it just didn't do well enough. BDS was indomitable, and I'm interested to see their run from here on out. Both of these teams, actually. But we're almost halfway through the day. We're done with BDS versus SSG. I know, blink and you miss it. We've got more Rainbow Six up in a couple minutes. We'll see you soon.
Into overtime, Solotov and Shaiko, 30 kills between the two of them, by the way.
Shock horror, right? Brilliant performance from them, and I mentioned Spoit earlier on, started off a bit hot, slipped away. We saw other players, Wrexham really pushing himself up there, but unfortunately just not enough to fight their way through. But of course it's not all over for them, Tim. Still plenty more to go, still plenty more chances to course correct, but for me at least, really enjoyed that as an opening game. Both teams showing a lot of capability, a lot of adaptation, but it was the EU side that walk away on top.
Yeah, and I think other teams are going to struggle to play against either of those.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaiko is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaiko. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default. Big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe wants to
Just a bit of damage, just starting them off. Just for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Baringa, are you ready for this? Yes! Baringa, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's turned on the face. Bingo!
Shaiko is going off Tim. Finally finds himself down now. Usus has got to clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy to see if the swing. They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on it and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Mates in a second, Mates in a third. Ryder, oh my God! It's a quad.
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilities. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Breeday holding up for the blood.
Oh, NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys June. He's on the blitz. Will all come down to Adrian on the coverage.
It's a 1v5.
They had everything going. 1v5. Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, doesn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out. But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible.
Solotov's down! 3 days off!
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
On dit qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Parole toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
walk away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe will see. BDS steal that round for Furia.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's just in the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult.
Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God. Wow.
Pre-day holding up for the blood.
It's a 1v5.
Attackers.
They had everything going. 1v5.
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out.
Soliton's down. Pre-day's up. He's also down.
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports Org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montaigne? Get it? Montaigne? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats. So I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montaigne shield so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying side of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montaigne shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaiko is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaiko. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just starting them off. Jump in for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Brinka, are you ready for this? Yes! Bengu, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down, and then the drop right below, and it's turned into the face. Bengu!
Shaiko is going off tip, finally finds himself down now. Usus has got to clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here, Handy. Let's see if the swing. They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on it and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Makes it a second, makes it a third. Ryder, oh my God, it's a quad.
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilitators, and Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Pre-day, holding up for the blood.
NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys June. He's on the blitz. Wall come down to Adrian on the come. Bridge! It's a 1v5.
They had everything going! 1v5! Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, doesn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out! But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible.
Solotov's down! 3 days off!
Keep an eye out for contact.
Well, it's not our first all-Brazilian matchup today, but it is the first from Brazil.
Yep.
Because we had the all-Brazilian matchup earlier, Furia versus D+, but D+ is an APAC team. This time, it comes from the actual heartland of the country. Ninjas in Pajamas and W7M will take off some time to figure out which one of them is going to go up 1-0 and who's going to go down 0-1.
Yeah, it's a matchup we've seen a lot this season. W7 and Furia facing off for the 7th time since the season began, playing, of course, domestically, sometimes internationally, and even in Tier 2 and Copa Sul-Americana that they got down there in the South American region. So very familiar with each other, Parker, and we should see a close game because of that. W7M almost always win, but they're almost always close games as well. So there's really no telling who comes out on top today.
Ninjas in Pajamas conquered SAL through the group stage.
Yes.
But then had a fall way down to a point where they actually came a couple seconds away from not even making this major one bit, whether it was against FaZe Clan, whether it was against Los. This NIP team always seems to find its best when its back is most firmly against the wall. Yep. But up against regional teams, that's one thing. But when you go up against the best of the best internationally, you can't really count on that. Good news for NIP is that they're actually going up against one of their regional mates in W7M right off the rip. On the other stream, by the way, M80 and G2 will be the final game before we start to divide teams, as you can see in the bottom of your screen, by who won and who lost. We don't actually know who's going to play each other in the next matchups until all of the matchups are done.
Yeah. So we got to figure out who's going to be in what seed, how that's going to work out. Admins will handle all of that. I believe we'll have a little show here on the stream as well so that you guys can stay informed. But there are still so many more games to go today, so don't leave. Don't go anywhere after this matchup right here. W7M getting ready for this matchup. The reigning major champions as well. 1 year ago in Montreal, they lifted that trophy. They were the best team in the world at the time. They claimed the major as their own, and we haven't had a major since, so they do still hold that title. They've got basically the same team.
I hate that you say that.
It's true, though, Parker.
I know that Reload wasn't a major. I know that SI technically isn't a major, but we've had 2 official circuit matches since then, and events. And W7M are technically defending major champions.
Yeah, and it's worth noting at those couple events that W7M have been at, they haven't really been super competitive. They haven't been getting top 4. They haven't been even really close to winning another event since that last major. So this does feel like a bounce back event for them. They've made 1 roster move since that tournament, of course. They lost Dash, who went over to Wildcard playing inside of North America, and have picked up Paul Lu, one of the most legendary players in South America, despite not having a trophy to his name.
I think it's a big upgrade.
I do as well. I think individually that's a huge step up for them, and they're looking really good this stage, so we are starting to see that come through. Their opponents, NIP, another team that we haven't really seen on a big stage in quite a while. They were at EWC over the summer, so they have a bit of that recent experience, but when it comes to a major, I think a lot of people will be looking at this team, and they might not be familiar with some of the faces. It's been a long time since we've seen them consistently at top-tier events, and they've made a lot of moves since then.
There's a big difference between the way that these teams tend to operate as well. If you look at the W7M numbers, it's very, very lopsided. Both Dodez and Palu, in terms of KD, are both above plus 50 since Stage 2 started. Just Stage 2. On the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, their best player statistically is Hates, who's plus 25. After that, it's plus 9 for Fantasy, plus 16 for Wizard. Cons, who's just barely negative, and Pino, who's just barely negative. W7M, obviously, you've got those 2 players right at the top. Dodez and Palu are the show for W7M. But you can't really discredit the rest of the supporting cast. Despite not having the best numbers, the rest of the team can all frag out. The only difference is that Dots tends to take a really hardened support position. And because of that, you usually don't expect him to get a lot of kills, and he's going to be towards the bottom of the score sheet. But what he doesn't do in kills, Jesse, he more than makes up for in terms of utility.
Yeah, Dot's an exceptional support player, and we do see him having impact when it comes to planting and playing the shields, and that's really important, depending on what the map is. Some maps lean very heavily into the shield play, into the planting. Some are just frag fests. Where we go is going to really be, I think, a big indicator on how it goes, and we're headed right back to Germany, Parker. I do think it's in the Munich major contract.
I've heard that.
At least half the games have to be played on Clubhouse for regional representation, so that I think we're just filling that quota.
For people who don't know, all of these maps in the game are actually located in specific countries, usually tied to operators. So you've got Cafe Dostoevsky, which is from Russia. Obviously, you've got the Russian operators, Chalet from France, you've got the French operators, et cetera, et cetera. All of these launch maps coming from regions, primarily that they're a consortment of, or an assortment of operators. And obviously, we've got some German operators that are going to be quite prevalent. We saw Blitz. I think we saw, of the main 4, all but IQ in the matchup that we just casted, but IQ will likely show up. So Clubhouse is back on the menu. If you did not turn off this stream and you were, you saw BDS go up 1-0 and you come back about 35 minutes later and you're like, oh, we're still in Clubhouse. Well, I would encourage you to look up at the top of your screen because there are going to be different teams competing. W7M, in terms of pure numbers, must be considered the favorite.
Yes.
But this is a NIP team that bulldozed their way through the group stages, finished in first, and have still, despite how close they've been, brought the fire to some really good teams here in Brazil. So the question needs to be, Jesse, who will come out ahead? Oh my goodness, 51% of you say the Ninjas, 49% say the Bulls. We say, let's get into Clubhouse.
And listen, Parker, they've got the support of the fans, but they still have to beat the odds if they want to take down W7M on Clubhouse. I mentioned they've played 6 times since the stage began. They've actually played 3 times just on Clubhouse. And every single time they went up against each other, W7M were the victors. They are 3-0 just against NIP on this map. You might hear that and think, why would NIP ever come back here? It's important to note those games were incredibly close scoreline-wise. I'm talking overtime for almost all of them. And every other time NIP have come to Clubhouse this stage, they've walked away with the victory. They've beaten some other great teams throughout the SAL, so they are a good Clubhouse team, but this W7M squad have just been their kryptonite. They've had some big wins over teams like Loud, some of those Tier 2 teams as well. So NIP still feel like they can make it work. 4th time's the charm up against W7M. And as we look at the operator bans, it's much the same picture we saw in our first matchup, right, Parker? The Bandit and Kaid will be taken out so you keep those walls from being closed off. And then Habana and Monty, a little bit weird, because usually you see 2 hard breachers or you see Monty and Capitao. Combining them is a little interesting, but again, we've got so much familiarity. Cons loves that Monty. W7M will know that. That can sometimes lead to some different bans.
Top 3 most played operators by Cons. Should be no surprise here. Monty, then Blitz, then Blackbeard. So expect a shield in his hands every single time. You've got to have a shield player at this current point in the meta. There's no way around it. They're too valuable. You'll see them on most teams and most maps.
Yep.
Whether it be Cons piloting it, whether it be on the side of W7M, it'll be Dots, whose most played operator is Blackbeard, then Monty into Blitz, and as a defender, Flash is second most picked operator. So for Dots, not running a shield op, running with the Castle to start off with. This is a bomb site where Castle can find a pretty high amount of value, whether it be closing off portions of Gym Bedroom. Should NIP want to go for a pincer clear where they clear through Jacuzzi and then go through the other side of this top floor before tackling the actual bomb site, or if you just want to castle off portions of garage or areas surrounding the bomb site, you can find good value there. And it does look like a full extension from W7M over to Gym and Bedroom. NIP can ignore that, but more often than not, teams opt not to do that. They'll decide to flush out these remaining defenders.
And already we've got a kill in this game. Volps, the captain of W7M, spawn peeking fantasy, and that's going to be something to watch out for the rest of this game. How do those early frags go? Looks like we're going to see W7M off to a hot start with that. The young gunner on NIP. They're not so young anymore, but one of those players that we've talked about quite a bit for this team. We'll have to watch his teammates come through and try to win this one out 4v5. The Azami still being left unbanned as well, playing inside of Rafters. I mean, this is a very standard hold from W7M. It's similar to what we saw from them throughout the season. They're trying to use those mirror windows to keep the walls closed. They weren't fully successful, but they've managed to set up a situation here on CC where you're going to have to vault if you want to make it into the site from this position.
This is not really an ideal spot to be in. You're very vulnerable when you're in that position. And there goes the Glaz, who may be moving with a bit too much haste. Down goes Pino at the hands of Dodez. NIP just punishing W7M, and the man that we've been watching this whole time, Cons, he's the last man standing. Very little damage has been done on the side of W7M. Maybe 30 HP gone from Volps. That's it.
All
right. Flawless round as they fire through the soft wall. And, well, if you're running with the Bulls like the Ninjas want to, you're going to have to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, good little start to come through there from W7M. Some aggressive swings coming out. Dodez getting in some important picks up inside of Rafters. Dots as well, managing to play that bottom garage position. He was trying to extend down below in Lounge with that castle, and he managed to get a really important kill about halfway through that round. So it was really nice to see Dots getting on the board. He took out Wizard, of course, playing on that Nomad. So every little swing that W7M went for ended up going their way. We were watching Cons with that push, and he didn't really get swung. Kind of weird as a Glass to see him hop in rather than covering from behind. He also had the defuse kit, so he could have gone for a plant, but choosing to get a little bit more aggressive. You'll see that a lot from NIP sometimes, where they'll make that call to say, go for kills. This isn't a plant strategy. We need to get aggressive. And I think when you're already down a player, thanks to that spawn peak, you kind of do have to go for that, because you're not going to be able to cover every possible angle for W7M to stop that plant. So, good attempt by NIP. they can keep all 5 players alive for the
remaining.
first 30 seconds, I think they'll have a bit of a better chance here in round 2.
5 seconds.
Not really an opportunity for Nip to do any worse, I suppose. I think the 30 HP that was taken away from Volps is really the only way to improve upon this. I also like that W7M is going to be running back a lot of these operators. Why bother to show a different lineup when it proved so successful the first time, right? Though I guess a little bit of a helping hand that this Nip team was so utterly unsuccessful at opening up that main breach. We saw it in the Space Station game that just preceded this. If you choose to ignore Rafters, you do so to your detriment. And, I mean, Rafters will be a very important part of this execute, though the bomb site will be on the other side of the map. If you want to take control of cache and then move to construction, you're going to need to flush out Rafters, and it is being actively held by W7M.
Loban inside of Gym was tossing some impacts. I don't know if he got the trick off on the Selma. They definitely opened one of those angles. I just don't know if they have the vault angle. Yes. So the impact was able to stop the Selma from fully opening the wall. They're going to have to do a little bit more work if they want to walk through there. Also, we see Palu holding a mirror window aimed right at Jacuzzi. So it's going to be really awkward to try to get in from that part of the map. And I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing NIP now rotate back over towards the cache side. They didn't really work on this part of the map other than just opening up the wall, but now it feels really necessary to start opening up into construction. They've got good drones, so they'll know that these players have rotated off, and they can start taking some of that space for free.
This is Dota's getting pretty aggressive onto the Grim of Wizard. As you see on the side of Nip, they were unsuccessful in getting a kill. Round number 1 won flawlessly by the defending major champions, looking to repeat, maybe just in a different position. And Palu yet to win a major. So he was with that Liquid Core for so long that it does kind of tug at your heartstrings a little bit when you see guys who've been playing for ages and have ultimately come up unsuccessful. Palu also is no stranger to adversity outside of the server. He's had some really awful personal circumstances befall him, so he's definitely somebody that is really easy to cheer for, frankly.
Yeah, 6 years with Liquid and nothing to really show for it. Now hoping to reinvent himself. These flashes are starting to come in, Parker, and the walks will as well. Deep goes Cons, but he's the first to die in this push.
Oh my goodness. The inverse happening now as Cons has died, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas dominating on the kill feed. Dots and Palu are the last two standing from W7M. I mean, at least you've got some good players, but down goes Dots on the stairs, and Palu will need to clutch. Mira trapped inside of a bathroom with a Vector. Yeah, you're not getting out of there alive, buddy. Hates the final kill, and Nip strike back with a very formidable round of their own.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like W7M were in control for a lot of that round, but when the kills came in, they came in extremely fast for NIP. You saw the collapse coming through from some of these players that were able to maybe walk up those main stairs. That's where Fantasy came from on the demos. You saw Hates getting inside of Gym and starting to really cause some panic for W7M as well. So just getting their key fraggers into important position when they go for that execute to make sure they had all guns alive to lock that one down. Nice little answer back, and I think at the very least, we're looking at a more competitive start, Parker, than BDS Space Station.
No, absolutely. I mean, it took until the third round, fourth round.
Yeah. I mean, it took a long time before we saw both teams with a round in our previous game, so good to see it sooner.
Still way too early to tell who's going to be wrestling with the ultimate kills lead on this team, but offensive threats still very much there. Again, for W7M, it is quite top-heavy.
Yeah.
For Ninjas in Pajamas, what we often found and what tended to happen with Nip, at least during the playoffs when you and I casted them, was as goes Fantasy, so goes Nip. So if Fantasy does not show up, the round is very tough for Nip to win. Now, obviously, Fantasy getting a kill in the previous round. Hates as well, near the top, or usually at the top of every round for Nip 2. So we do tend to shine a bright spotlight on Fantasy, but don't discredit Hates' contributions either.
No, for sure. And the reason I think why the round often follows Fantasy is because he's so commonly also either the opening pick or the opening death. The single highest entry participation on attack of all the players attending this major at 37%. So you really do see him involved in the early round quite commonly. Hasn't been able to find too much success so far through these first two rounds, but I do anticipate that'll come through quickly. They see the Azami playing here in secret. That's Paulo as he backs off into lounge, get back. I say back to his team, but it's a basement defense, so maybe aggresses a little bit more out of that sticky situation. We see Dots come up the stairs to try to support him. Can he recover this? Because they are really putting the pressure on him.
I mean, if there's anybody who's going to be able to swing his way out of this position, it's going to be Palu. All the while that this is happening, there's a focus from Nip to not get too bogged down in just a singular defender. Now you've got to focus on Rafters, which has been a staple of this W7M defense through 2 rounds now, 3.
Keep us secured.
Palu was shaken off of that position on blue, and yet he endures, and he knows that there's somebody in close proximity as he hears them breaking the Kiba barrier he's set up. Blue control is often so critical for taking this bottom floor bomb site, and it will not come easy for Nip. They're going to have to fight their way through Palu.
They spent so much time on Palu, Parker, but Loban has barely been addressed. He finally gets droned, pushed out with the Floras as well, or sorry, the drone coming through from NIP, but still, this is a problem. They cannot enter kitchen as long as Loban exists up top floor.
And Loban gets finished off by Hates, so he decided instead of holding his position over by Logi, he rotated towards server, rotated towards red, and he got punished for it. That's a great read by Nip to capitalize off of it. And it also freed up the utility. Hates did not expend a death mark to find him. So now what does he do? He immediately uses it back on Palu because, again, blue control is something that Nip so desperately wants. They've got a minute to get it, but they have to shake Palu out of that position, who's a bit entrenched with those Kiba barriers.
And Bolts is fighting for his life. He gets naded out by Khan's excellent Blackbeard play to come through. So powerful with that util. Dots goes down to Pino as well. I mean, this has been a bloodbath in the basement.
You know who's still alive on the side of W7M?
Palu.
Palu is still alive. The man of the hour, the guy who was being chased away on blue stairs. He and Dodez will now link arms with one another. Dodez, the highest rated player on the side of W7M. He makes his presence known immediately, finding one. But Wizard shuts him down with a nice 2-piece of his own. Finally getting Palu, who was a wanted man, being addressed by multiple players on the side of Nip. But Patience ends up winning the day. They find an opportunity to get Palu down by boxes.
It's good that they didn't get stuck on that, right? Because it was a big part of the early rounds there, but they didn't just throw everything trying to clear out an Azami from Secret Stairs. That's a tough spot to be in. So instead, they say, we can go top floor, we can clear out Loban. We can go dirt tunnel, we can clear out the smoke. We have all of these other angles to work on picks, and they performed fantastically through those spots. I think using the Blackbeard, especially to get that kill inside of dirt tunnel, was absolutely critical from NIP. So good quick thinking from them. They managed to get the lead early through that first quarter, and after the operator bans come through as well, they might have a bit more of an opportunity to extend this lead here on Clubhouse, where they've lost so many times up against W7M. Battling some of their demons now. The Mira and the Thermite ended up getting removed. So the Mira makes it pretty much impossible to keep the walls closed now that she's no longer on the board. And the Thermite, it's just going to make things a little bit more awkward in terms of how big of a hole you're going to be able to open the wall. Will you have to crouch through? Will you have to vault through? Now it's going to be a bit more likely you will.
It's addressed in our earlier cast when we saw SSG and BDS go to this map, Jesse, is how it is played in every single region, whether it be bomb site rotation, whether it be operators picked, so on and so forth. Space Station coming from North America, they're used to an attacker-sided clubhouse. That's the way it breaks down in NA.
Yep.
In Europe, it's quite defender-sided. In Brazil, it's a little bit more defender-sided.
Yeah.
So it's not an extreme jump, but you expect the defenders to take, at minimum, 3 rounds. W7M is already behind that.
Yeah, it's especially true in NIP's game. They only have a 36% attacking win rate on this map through 14 rounds. So they do not like their attacks typically when playing on club, but today they've been excellent, and they start with a decent lead here against W7M. So you got to be feeling good if you're the Ninjas. Now, how do you respond after you lose that Thermite? Well, you're going to have to do a lot more work when it comes to the hard breach. We've got the Ace coming out from Pino. We've got the Maverick coming out from Wizard. We've got can openers on Cons as well. And it seems like they're going to take the opportunity to clear out Master with this new utility. Loban is roaming inside of Gym, but feeling like there's just too much pressure inside of Rafters. Teams have struggled with that all day today. And so deciding we're going to challenge this roam instead and see what kind of map control we can get.
These two teams, when they faced each other back on September 13th, in the SA League, they went to Clubhouse. They went all the way 15 rounds.
Yep.
It was W7M who won that nail-biter, but both of these teams cleaned up as defenders. It was a 4-2 scoreline on both halves. So Nip are already where they were when they were attacking, and there's still 3 more rounds to go. This and the 2 more that follow. So setting themselves up very effectively.
I'll say though, I don't know if I love this attack so far from them. They've taken almost half the round, and they still haven't dealt with Loban inside of Gym. He's got some friends over here too. Palu just playing Master Bedroom. Spending a lot of time on this Jacuzzi wall, which still remains closed. It's opened by the Flores as I speak. So this is finally opened up, but that's at 90 seconds, and these players could still fight their way out of here and walk away with a man count.
Almost all of the utility on the side of W7M is designed to slow you down, too. So if you are not beating the clock, if NiP is running a little bit behind on time, their job is going to get even more challenging in these final 30 seconds, right? Thankfully, you've still got a little bit over a minute to go, but when that execute comes out, you're going to get bogged down. So what do? Maybe you just take the gunfight right to them, NiP. With 2 kills, Palu answers back, Loban on the board, and NiP have been reduced to just 2. Hates and Pino right now with very little going for them. A Banshee will give away the game for Pino as he swings in, missing an opportunity to capitalize off of Loban. Over towards Weight Room. As now Loban will get his revenge, circling around, hates the vault in, and there's multiple players on the side of W7M staring in his direction. The Bulls pick up another round.
Bombsite was CCTV cash. It didn't feel like it, but all of the fighting really happening towards that roam game, and I honestly think you got to give credit for W7M to read into that. Recognize that NIP, they got the wall open, but they're not there anymore. They don't care about rafters. They're full focusing on clearing master control, and when you've got a guy like Palu sitting inside a Logi, sitting in that strong position, you throw everything to support him. Loban went down early. We saw Dots rotate into Logi as well, also go down early, but Palu really bails him out in that round. Hit some brilliant shots, 2 headshots back-to-back onto Cons and Fantasy, which really starts to pick things up now for W7M. Gets him 2 kills in that round, goes up to 3 overall, and ties the game here after 4.
I mean, what's the likelihood here that W7M is able to win the next 2 rounds and take a 4-2 half? I mean,
pretty decent.
I think it's definitely there.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, NiP have definitely, with the exception of that very first round, which was a rough one.
Yeah.
Which was admittedly a rough one.
That was a small peak.
NiP have been fine matching up against the aggression. I think the read on the previous round was correct. Look, you've got all this utility, again, that is going to bog you down. Castle barricades that have been mostly opened up, but intel that's being denied by the mutes. You're dealing with the Banshees put in very good places by W7M. Usually around the main breaches and windows, so that the moment you get close to the bomb site, they know. And the reason why W7M stacked up all that utility over by the bomb site is because of how extensive their roam was offsite. Right? You can use utility to assist an offsite roam. That's not really what W7M wanted. They wanted to slow you down so that when NiP did go and push came to shove, W7M had intel, and they played off of that very effectively. NiP just did not have an answer, and NiP's decision, let's just go for it, was, I think, the right call, but I mean, it's sometimes the defenders just have such an advantage. It's too hard to overcome.
Yeah, you can make the right call and still not win the round. Obviously, execution's incredibly important too, so NIP, still lots to work with. This is a brand new look from W7M on the gym bedroom bomb site. Completely different operator lineup coming through from them. Got a bit of an extension inside cash, but that's really not where NIP have been focused. This main jacuzzi wall taking up a lot of their time. The Flores looks like it's going to be used to open it up once again, so exactly the same as the last round. Shouldn't be any problems with that one as it does get popped open. The Mira, of course, banned out after the first 3 rounds, so you won't have that looking at you from bathroom like you previously did. And now that they've got that wall open, they can extend back over towards Cash. There were Dodes and Volps playing on this side of the map. They are both still here. Red Stairs and Cash are the positions.
Flores really is an excellent operator to counter most of this lineup. The only issue that they might run into is where those mute jammers are put by Volps. Obviously, mute jammers being one of the single best counters to deal with Flores drones, but those Rotero drones will find themselves eliminating those F-Knots, eliminating whatever Goyo effects are strewn about bulletproofs, and then, of course, the Kiba barriers. So good choice by NiP to bring this operator. Just a little bit over a minute to go now, and neither team yet to come to many blows. Loban took a little damage earlier on. That was when the Maverick was Maverick tricking the wall. Now, though, this is W7M entrenched by Cash. They're going to have to swing their way out of this position. Down goes Pino. Wizard flicking over, finding 2. And suddenly it's anybody's game.
A highlight reel on both sides. Makes it a 3v3, Parker, but the time's going to favor W7M. It took so long to get that control. Now 40 seconds. It's not the end of the world. They do still have their util here. 2 smokes on Hates and some flashes for Cons, but they got to make their way through construction. They got to get up onto those windows outside the bomb site. And they got to somehow work a plant inside from their current position. Logi being held by W7M as well, so they don't have all the angles that they can want to push for. W7M have a good read of where this is coming from, and the time's going to be low, but NIP, at least this man count does look even.
They'll swing now over and turn their attention towards that jacuzzi side. They've got 1 trapped in bathroom. That's Palu who's laying down, but Lobin will strike while all of Nip's attention is elsewhere. And Dots shows up to claim the final kill. And you said it was very possible for them to win out and go with a 4-2 half. Nip getting 2 rounds pretty early on might be their saving grace. As now W7M moves with the lead to the very final round of their defensive stead.
And a lot of it just comes down to the patience that they had over towards the cash side. Again, it was 2 huge kills from Dotez that started that round off, got them into that very brief man advantage that they had over on that side of the map. And Dotez, he's been doing that all stage long. He currently has the most raw number of kills in stage 2 across all regions, across all teams. 233 coming into this game, and then after the game he's had so far, that'll be 238. Just through the first 5 rounds of Clubhouse. And raw numbers of kills is sometimes a deceptive number because some teams will play more games than others, but it's important to note that most of the games that get played end up happening in APAC. If you look at the top 10 players who have the most number of kills this stage, you have Dotez number 1, you have 2nd through 9 are all APAC players because they have the APAC finals, which just gives them more games, and then in 10th place you've got Shaiko. So it's really a short list of players who've been putting up this many frags, and it's very impressive what Dotez has done this stage.
And I'm very glad you raised that point, because even within Brazil, there's a huge disparity. Ninjas in Pajamas coming into this event have played 197 rounds from stage 2 till now. W7M have played 71 more rounds than Nip has. 197 rounds for Nip across 16 maps. W7M have played 24 maps with 268 rounds. So a lot more miles on the tires of W7M just from the beginning of stage 2 onward.
It means a lot of footage too, and with how commonly they play Clubhouse, they've played it 12 times this stage, including Copa Sul-Americana. I mean, there's a lot of footage. This aggressive strat might not be something that they're ready for, though, on NIP. They have revamped the books a little bit. There's a lot of top-floor roamers that NIP seem very hesitant to fight.
One of which happens to be over towards Stock. Fantasy guns down Dotez. He was playing for himself in his position, and now he is completely gone. 1 minute to go, and he flushed out a pretty important roamer. Lobin still remains. Oh, no, he gets tagged by it. Almost evaded the bees of Wizard, but has now been spotted as he runs downstairs. So you know that there was one off-site who's found some salvation in the bottom floor bomb site. Nip looking to close this gap. A 3-3 first half would be better than the last time these teams tussled on this map, and would set Nip up really effectively to go into their defending half in what is the favorable side in Brazil.
It's a bit of a deceptive lead, though. I mean, this is a very strong bomb site for the defenders, and even in a 4v5, you can do a lot of good work. You see the util being played, too. The Denari setup just on the stock hatch means that it's gonna, or the moto hatch, I should say. It's going to be very awkward to drop into that room. You're going to take a ton of damage. You might just die. You're going to have to clear that out at some point, either with some PMPs, or I know they got some nades on their lineup as well. So lots to worry about, lots of problems still to solve if you're NIP. The top floor control is good for you, but you don't have more than a sledge. You've got Damos to try to work on this as well. 2 hatches open, the kitchen hatch still closed, but there's plenty of can openers to try to make that happen. The problem is it's dangerous, and Palu punishes them for going for the kitchen hatch. He takes out Hates.
And just a bad timing there from Pino. Just a bad set of timing. He completely misses it. I don't know if the calculation's been made on the side of Nip either that W7M are without a nitro cell. So any potential explosives, you can take a good sigh of relief. Pino team kills Cons. That is unideal. And now it's Fantasy against 4, Fantasy against 0. Lobin will get the final kill. Fantasy is in the ground. He will fight his demons, and a 4-2 half does indeed come to fruition. It was 2-1 for Nip. And that was with the very first round being a blowout for W7M. But 2 quick answered rounds by Ninjas in Pajamas will buy them a bit of time, as the defenders do have an advantage on this map, at least through 1 round and subsequent plays or previous plays that we saw here on Clubhouse. W7M will now go on to attack.
Yeah, and a really great half from Lobin as well. You mentioned him. 6-2 is his stat line after the first 6 rounds. So putting up some really big kills here to help W7M take that lead. Turned 23 on Tuesday, so happy birthday to him coming into this major, and would love to repeat as champions for a little birthday present coming into this event. I do think that for W7M, it feels very business as usual this game, doesn't it, Parker? You've got the same map that you always play against the same team you always play with the same halftime scoreline that you always seem to have here. So don't count out NIP because we'd expect an overtime if this does continue the trend. But I do think some of their attacks, maybe we're just getting a little bit caught by some of that aggression. W7M always a team to hunt for those picks, to get back in your face and make sure you don't survive with a man advantage for long. So good to see them playing to their play style, and now they'll have to do the same thing on their attacks, which again have been not as successful as their defenses, but they do have a slightly higher overall average, 48% on Clubhouse on their offensive side.
W7M wasn't doing anything really that unorthodox with their roams, and yet it still seemed to trip up Nip on their entries. I mean, that just does kind of come with this map, right? There's a lot of flexibility on a map like Clubhouse. You can turtle on most bomb sites, you can do a slight extension on most sites, you can do a full extension on sites, and you can roam all over the map. There were times where we saw W7M take that top floor and hold it aggressively, other times where they fell off almost right away, or they were playing aggressively near the site. There he goes, he got it. And it does require you to spend quite a bit of time droning it out. If there's nobody roaming, it still takes about a minute to a minute and a half to fully drone and fully clear this map, irrespective of the bomb site. So that really is a challenge for all of these attacking teams. How will W7M handle it?
Well, they're going to have to go against a pretty heavy roam game in this one. You've got an Azami Pino just sitting in kitchen. He takes so much damage behind the black here, but does escape with his life. Deals a lot back to Volps in the process, so nobody dead, but pretty damn close on both of these two sides. Pino wasn't the only roamer either. You still got Fantasy, who's sitting inside a stock, Wizard inside a bar, Hates on the Clash as well, playing lounge. So there are a lot of ninjas on the mid floor of Clubhouse that W7M really have not been able to look at just yet. It's taking them a long time just to clear out Pino, and now we see Fantasy going for a walk up the red stairs. There's nobody on the attacking side right there to meet him, but you have to imagine that comes quick as Paulo gets in on.
Loben the first casualty. Wizard guns him down. Fantasy gets one as well. What did we say about the way that W7M was roaming? And now Nip finds themselves able to repay that favor to W7M, holding court upstairs, going either undroned or uncontested. And Fantasy will now take over sole control of second place on his team in kills, just trailing Wizard. And it's reduced W7M to 3 operators.
Now you're in a really awkward spot as the attacking team. They happily go back to the basement. And I mean, Paulo, I think, in particular, a player who dies with 2 logic bombs in his pocket, wasn't able to get any of that util out then. Up against such an aggressive roam setup from NIP, you have to wonder if that could have tilted the scales back in W7M's favor. Not something they can dwell on at the moment. They've got 60 seconds to make some kind of a plan. Dots is looking at Oil Pit for where he might entry, and he does commit to that, dropping now into the sightlines of Pino. They get the kill. That's the first one they needed of 5.
It's Volps who gets it, who's had a very quiet day so far, yet also has 4 kills on his team. The frags on W7M obviously in a much healthier spot than what we see from Nip. Now it's Dots sustaining some damage inside of blue. The pitter-patter sound of the UMP giving away Wizard's position. He's beheaded immediately by the Blackbeard, and another almost falls as Fantasy needs to retreat. All the while, Hates is holed up here at this door, stopping the advance, but there's now a split push as a drop from Dodez comes in, turns over towards blue, and they shred through them. My goodness. W7M takes a very critical round and stretches their lead only 2 away from putting Nip into the history books and down 0-1.
Sometimes, man, I don't know how W7M do it. You could not have had a better early game from NIP. You crush on the roam. You get a 2-man advantage. You waste pretty decent time. You get everybody back to the site alive and, well, more or less healthy. Bit of damage on a Pino. But it really felt like NIP had everything going their way. But then what happens? You see Dots sneaking in through Oil Pit. Gets that kill onto Pino, right? Called for his teammate. Then he hits a brilliant headshot, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, we've just lost blue control. Everybody's got to focus on that. Let's panic. Let's look at blue control, and then Dodes drops down the kitchen hatch, and it's like, you guys have really messed up at this point. Opens that gap, and I mean, W7M are so good at finding those weaknesses, exploiting them, and forcing you to panic.
10 seconds remaining.
Every single time you capitalize off of a mistake, you still do need to talk a little bit about the mistake. I have to wonder why Nip didn't have any attention outside of blue. You know the numbers. They're very visible. You see that there are still 3 players remaining, and you only know 2 of them are blue. That means there's 1 player unaccounted for.
Yeah.
How do you not have somebody watching church or the main hall or kitchen hatch? Why have you got all 3 sets of eyes focused on 2 players when you know in the back of your mind there's still 1 more? Now, maybe there was a bad call. Maybe Intel could have said, yeah, there's 1 more blue stairs. Yeah, there's another that dropped oil pit. All 3 of them are there. If they're wrong, that's a devastating loss because obviously they were wrong.
I think it just comes down to panic, you know, and sometimes you overfocus on the big scary Blackbeard walking at you and you don't think about what could be coming up from behind. So, well, they'll get some more opportunities. Their second defense goes upstairs. They're going to try to lock things down here now to extend this game and claw their way back from the 5-2 deficit they find themselves in. Fantasy playing a very similar position to where Lobin was back on their own CCTV cache defense with a heavy extension over towards Master. W7M, just like NIP, look like they want to clear this and look like they're happy to spend some time working through these players.
Tracker active.
Finding themselves in a bit of a scary spot here. Their 2 best performing players both underwater. The only positive KD on the side of Nip is Wizard. Wizard sat pretty squarely in the middle of this team throughout all of Stage 2 and onward. Copasula Americano, of course, will also change those numbers because these teams are competing in not just the SA League, they are playing in other matches. Fantasy's been one player that's been a bit under the microscope. What is he able to do? Well, he feeds them into Wizard and then finds one of his own, running away, taking down Dodes. Volp's also gone, and Lobin on borrowed time at this point. Getting dealt with by the Clash. Dot slowed down. There's the Deimos to the rescue, attempting to knock this operator over, and Fantasy will find himself a 3K to stem some of the bleeding on the side of Nip. You lose that round, W7M goes to match point. And for a team that has very high expectations and are looking for, frankly, a bounce back to the glory days of Nip, they need to make a statement here in the Swiss system. They need to start putting up rounds and ultimately cannot afford to start off 0-1 or 0-2.
Yeah, nice round coming out too from both Fantasy and Wizard. All 5 kills collected by just those 2 players on the side of NIP. And the opening kill actually wasn't anything to do with the master clear. It was all the way over on platform outside the main breach. Volps ended up going down to Wizard. And then we saw Fantasy start to explode from Logi. Then we see the Wamai of Wizard rotate back in, and they get to play that duo, shutting down the 4-man push from W7M inside of Master. So both teams, I would say, committing quite heavily to clearing the Master Roam on that bomb site, and both teams really falling flat on their face.
I completely agree. That was a bit of a sloppy round, but you know what? There will bound to be some. Are bound to be some sloppy rounds in the early days, especially as teams still find their footing. For some of these squads, it's been almost a full calendar year since they were able to play on land at an event against other, I guess you could say, tough opponents. Here it feels very familiar for these teams, right? Because they are both playing from the same region. How many times? You said 7 times they've clashed?
Yes, just this stage.
No,
this season.
That is an absurd amount.
This is the 7th, yeah.
Yes. W7M have the advantage in pretty much all of those, and the expectation is based on how they performed through the playoffs that W7M will be able to come out ahead here. Now, they've got their work cut out for them because they're attacking across many regions. This map is more defender-sided. There are obviously some outliers, but in Brazil, these teams like to defend. The defenders excel. It is a defender-sided map.
Fantasy actually running out of dirt tunnel at the moment. He was over in that area, but he goes back in. I think the Lion charge scared off a little bit. He was trying to get aggressive on Jacuzzi Breach. You see the Lion being deep underground. So this is good information from W7M. Nice timing from Lobin to be able to catch that out, make sure that nothing crazy can happen for the players who might have been over towards Jacuzzi side. The rest of this push has been focused on just opening the walls closer to CC, and that's going to be the main priority, right? Clear these players out of the position. Dot survives from that Nitro Cell, takes no damage, and makes the wall soft so his teammates can start to work on clearing the roam.
It was very well done. He knew that it was coming on the side of Hates. And you've also got somebody who has a Nitro cell in close proximity. Now, this is also information, right? He knows that the only Nitro on the team is likely in the hands of the Mira. So because of that, you know the Mira is nearby. That is some intel that you can relay to the rest of your team. Where is a Mira going to reside? Probably inside of Logic. So now if you've got the hatch open, you can begin to pressure that part of the map too. Main impediment now with this breach open, looking into servers, looking into cache, is the Clash. The Clash of Wizard is doing double duty here. Nip holding on for dear hope. Wizard has been exceptional so far through this match. He will not be available for the remaining minute as Dodez gets the lead-off pick.
Dodez doing what he does best on the entry. That's a great start on the Clash of all operators. Dot's not done either, making sure they can find this value. Leaves Fantasy all alone, but they're worried about the main breach, Parker. There's push coming from all directions from W7M.
The Mira is still positioned over towards Logi. Dots finds another. Hates with his second kill. Both he and Fantasy doubled up on that Logi doorway. Fantasy moving his arsenal over towards weight room, narrowly avoiding the damage that's being done as the gas canister still continues to go. That's part of the new additions to CJax. Down he goes, and it's all up to Hates. Getting droned out now, pushing over towards construction. Dodez and Palu could easily pinch him, and they'll do just that. Palucifer himself will get the final 2 kills, and it's match point for W7M.
And Palu and Dodez playing so well together in that moment. That's a scary round for W7M. Sure, you've got the advantage, but as soon as Fantasy pushes into Jim and downs the planter, he does that through the fire. That's terrifying for W7M, but what do? They play the 2v1 so perfectly. Dodez is purposely making noise on the condor. He even shows the barrel of his gun, intentionally or not. So Hates is so paranoid about that, and it just opens the door for Palu to walk in from Jim, secure that kill, working off each other 1 and 2 so damn well. Forces NIP to call that tack timeout. Now they're facing the match point as W7M will go up 6-3, and they'll have a chance to talk about exactly what's been going wrong through this game. Their defensive half is usually where they thrive against the Bulls, but it hasn't been there today.
So timeout being taken after those operator bans have kicked in. I mean, this might be just arranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, so to speak.
Yeah, could be.
It is not unheard of for a team to win 3 defenses in a row. Hey, W7M did just that in the first half. So not all hope is lost here for Nip. This is still much closer than the 6-3 scoreline would suggest. But that's if we ignore the way that W7M has gone about picking apart these Nip defenses. It's not so much that you're on the favorable side of the map, it's how you choose to play it. Because even if a map is so overwhelmingly defender favored, that only really helps you if A, you're on that day.
Yep.
You've got 1 or 2 players who fail to load into the server. Doesn't really matter if you're playing a map that's 80-20 in favor of the defense. The map is only going to do so much. You need to do the rest, right? Nip have shown that some of their players are really quite ineffective at holding map control through the defenses we've seen. W7M have been surgical with the way they're using their drones and the way that they're punishing these players. And round after round, Jesse, we keep seeing Nip left with 2 or 3 players who are in generally the same area. You don't want that, because what happens is W7M is able to corral you and force you to fight at the same spot and punish you both times.
It's tough, especially too when you're a defensive team down 6-3, because you now have to win all 3 bomb sites. You don't get the chance to just repeat. You've got to be good on every single site, and even if you're a strong defensive team on club, like NIP are, again, 82% defensive win rate on this map, that doesn't mean you're good at every single bomb site. And in fact, CCTV Cache is one they've really struggled on, less than 50% win rate through Stage 2 so far. Now, ironically, it was the only site that they won through the 3rd quarter, so maybe that stat's getting flipped on its head a little bit, but it still kind of brings up the point that for NIP, they're going to have to be versatile, have to play many different styles of defense to pull this game back. Part of that means playing just up on that mid-floor. Wizard on the Azami was inside of Lounge. He's a player that they've been watching for in a position that we saw Palu do some great work in, but lots of problems still being presented towards W7M. Fantasy and Hates on a top floor roam that needs to be cleared at some point too.
I like that they're changing some things up here on Nip, though they are still staying with a very familiar set of defenders. Clash, Azami, and Ella find great value when you're defending off-site. Close quarters engagements are usually areas where they thrive. I will say, though, the Clash has been exceptionally ineffective, far less effective than you come to expect from this operator. I don't frankly know. I don't frankly know how Nip can change the deployment of that op to slow down W7M's advance. It has not worked out so far.
No, I mean, it's been an operator Cons has loved throughout his time on NIP, and I think it's a good op on Club too, but today it's just not really finding the value. This roam game is still not being challenged, and that's because W7M are in the bomb zone.
They've got a shield in, down goes Pino, guns a-blazing right now. From inside of blue, Cons dies too. Fantasy with the only kill to this point for Nip. They will have to fend against the hordes as they stare down 4 angry players looking to send this one away. Fantasy will drop. He was the lone bit of salvation. Wizard dies as well. Can Hates save the day? He's found a single kill. He'll see the blitz. Bullets deflecting off of the shield. Loban getting diffuser down. Palu and Dots to cover. Hates inside of blue. Attempting just about anything, but the freight train comes and flattens Nip. W7M runs away with this one and secures a relatively quick victory over Nip.
And for the 6th time this season, they will take down NIP, and frankly, in a more dominant fashion than what we're used to seeing between these two teams. That's one of the best games W7M have played against NIP since the season began, since they picked up Palu. They are looking on fire to start off the tournament here in Munich. Really nicely done by them. There was a good start from NIP. You know, they had a couple of good rounds. It felt like their first side, their attacks were looking actually quite sharp on this map, but once they moved to the defense, W7M were reading them like a book. If they roamed, they rushed the site. If they were all on site players, they would take that map control, and it just felt like they were in control from top to bottom. Really good game by W7M.
I mean, that's why you play the whole series, right? But when it was 2-1 Nip, there was a vibe shift that had happened, and I thought, okay, the Nip that we saw through the group stages is here. This is the team that we constantly talk about potential. The potential on this roster. You won the group stages. Yeah, you almost missed qualifying for the major, but you're here now. You've got experience. Every team that's coming from Brazil has played on LAN at some point, either domestically or internationally. So these players have experience, but experience doesn't take you all of the way. Nip have strategic issues that they need to sort out. You saw them against Los, you saw them against FaZe Clan, you saw them here against W7M, and this Nip team can absolutely catch fire and make some noise. But with the way that APAC looked earlier today, Nip, who now finds themselves in an 0-1 position, could very easily go down 0-2 and even go out 0-3 with how tight these games are going to be and how good some of the teams we saw earlier today played.
Yeah, there's some terrifying teams in the lower bracket through this Swiss stage so far. So as soon as all the games are wrapped up, we can go through that draft and we'll get to find out what the next set of games looks like. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Quickly on the stats, big game from Dots. By far the most rare player to see topping the scoreboard for W7M. Guy loves to plant, guy loves to breach, guy loves to play shields. But if you're playing Blackbeard and you get some of those kills, well then sometimes you can still manage to get on the board. So nice game coming through from Dots, but it was a team effort from W7M.
Everybody on the side of W7M was positive except for 2 guys. You had Loban, who was a -1, and Dots, who was -29 from the start of stage 2 till now. Everybody else was doing really, really well. So to have the guy who statistically was not just the worst player on the team, but also the lowest rated player in the lobby, top frag, he dunked on you. He absolutely dunked on you. That's not exactly the promising sign that you want to see, especially when you've got players like Hates and Fantasy on the side of Nip, who frankly just need to be doing better. Both of those players shrunk in the playoffs. That's the opposite of a big game player. You need to level up against tough opponents. They were able to maybe smurf on some of the worst Brazilian teams, but when they got to the playoffs, they disappeared, and it was the supporting cast of Nip that really needed to show up. So that's it for the teams that we had predetermined. Now we need to know, Jesse, who's going to play who? You know, on the other stream right now, M80 and G2 are doing battle, but because of that, and because we need to wait to see what the matches will be for the remainder of the day, we still got like 5 hours more of Siege to come. We're going to be on a bit of a longer break. So if you want to go over to A stream or just sit here and hang out, feel free. But we'll be back in about an hour, give or take.
Yeah, we'll be back soon.
Back in about an hour. I don't know. Go stretch, go see your family, go walk, go talk to somebody. Maybe play some Siege X yourself or do some stretches as Jesse is doing. We'll see you after the break in about an hour.
Keep an eye out for contact.
on, Tim. It's only day one. And it's round one of the second half of this game, and a couple of second half of this game is indeed changes up in terms of what lineups you're seeing coming out here as well. Doki probably the one to look towards, who's playing on the Janker now. If we were on bank, Tim, we'd be having a whole debate about this like we always do. But here, of course, knowing that you can lock off a couple of doorways, a couple of angles in which attackers may well come from, very, very valuable. No doubt all eyes there will be on the Denari of Alamau being the big X factor in the round.
Of course, you know, we talk about Tachanka versus Smoke, particularly on bank. The overarching point remains, I think, true, you know, no matter where you're using Tachanka. The fact is that he can deny for longer and kill quicker. He is better, quote unquote, at that specific job than the smoke canisters are, because he can do it for longer and he can do more damage more quickly. However, the circumstances to allow him to do that need to be more controlled and more specific, and so it is more difficult to gain that maximum input from him. And those are the two big differences between Tachanka and Smoke. It's not to say that either is correct, either is wrong. They just have their different places in different lineups. Let's see whether Doki and G2 can squeeze the most out of the Tachanka on this one.
If they can, Tim, then of course it would be a great way to get the half started, but slowly does it. Phone call going to force every single player back. I spoke a lot about the Dockerby already today, how it forces teams back, gives you a bit more ground control. And Kino, hello! In for a 3 to kick things off. Alamau, Doki and Loira deleted. It's all down to Blaz and Stomping, but this is looking great as a start for the side of M80.
Kino's opened them up like a can of beans, Des. He's absolutely run through them there, and you just feel like G2's first defensive round is over before it really begun. Blaz does start to fight back, manages to find one onto Gunner. They've no choice here really, other than Stomp and getting aggressive in 90. He knows that they're at top east. He's looking for that aggressive kill to try and get his team back into it, how he has so many times before. He's flipped to the pistol and found his man, but hot and cold with that Capitao utility gets the kill and then starts to put the case on the ground. M80 are showing no mercy as Kino makes it 4, and they might just be the best hope for NA in this first round of Swiss.
Absolutely, it'd be great to not see things go to a 4-0 for EU over NA today, and M80 at least have made a good claim here in round 1, Tim. It's why I said back at the start of that last half, don't start judging things until you've seen how the first few rounds of the second half go, because as an attacker-sided map, you're always going to see attackers looking far better than maybe they do on the defense, and this is where G2 have again got to show a bit of their own bottle here, Tim. Nice little line that they had in that last round, meant nothing once Kino just breezed through 3 of them and shut all of it down. We're going to find ourselves going downstairs and towards bathroom and tellers. We'll see if G2 can hold on for this one, but M80, Tim, after how that round started, could be on for a little bit of a roll here to get things moving.
So far, the movable force of M80 on board look a little bit more stationary and static, Des. They look like they're bolting themselves in, they're locking it down. They are trying to become the immovable force. And they go on to round 8 with an advantage now. They've got that round, and they're going to be attacking the top floor. It's always going to be that the attackers start out on that top floor looking for control. This time, it's bathroom and tellers that they are attacking onto, so it's going to be fountain, it's going to be archives, it's going to be office that they really want to get control of here, M80. Just looking at those positioning of the G2 players all over the map at the minute. I think really trying to stretch M80 as much as they can. The problem with that is the board is not a very big map, so you don't stretch the attackers very far.
Try and run the clock down as best they can, right? Because for this site, you have to hold upstairs. The 2 hatches are so crucial to executing and having any kind of control about what's going on that you need to have at least office and probably also archives in your control. And then it's like as defenders, okay, you want to hold that down. We don't want to give it up too easy on the top floor and let ourselves get pushed out by a bit of utility and give them all the control they need. So we'll extend it even further and try and control them towards 90, maybe even towards in CC. And before you know it, Tim, you're defending the entire map is the only way to look at it. Maybe the only part that feels somewhat safe would be somewhere like Benson Workshop, but it still leaves a bit of work for M80 to do regardless. Still a lot of control they need to establish, and at least a lot of respect being shown as well with the IQ pick coming out. Typically you look for something like a Valkyrie, but here it's just Alamau running on the Echo, but to try and deal with those yokais, Fuser at least can get a good sniff on those and make sure they aren't disrupting their end of round plans.
Looks like maybe there's been an expectation from Fabian to come in here and play border. This is the one thing about it, with knowing that maybe it's not your high preference map, you also know there's a chance maybe he can squeeze it out of the other team, and if he's prepared for that and watched those couple of examples we've got of G2 and he's watched those defenses and how to break them down, M80 are certainly working to the plan at the minute. Kino manages to get another 5 versus 3. Blaz low health as well. Got a bit of damage done in return, but it's looking good for a diffuser to go down.
And no C4 to stop it. A few impacts, sure, but unless they've got the Yokais nearby, Tim, which I don't believe they do, they can't do a lot about it. In fact, as Alamau steps out with the impact in hand, he's shut down by Diffuser, who is looking good across these last few rounds. Doki in a 1 versus 5. Nothing more to say. M80 a flawless round, and those 2 rounds, Tim, have been so ridiculously dominant that I wouldn't be shocked if we see a tack timeout coming in soon enough.
I was just wondering the same myself, whether we see that taken.
Shock horror, there it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have a listen to what they're going to say in a second as well, because there is some course correction needed. Let's listen in.
Panda smoking like after this, okay? So I think we can go armor again and do default, like play the smoke in the position there, like place traps for the shields, okay? Because the shields are open. I don't think you need to bring anything for the Monty because they're not playing Monty. Like just like if you want to play the multi also for Loracal for putting in his wall is also good.
Yeah,
okay, so like you already counted the demos, you already counted the Lora thing, okay? And I think guys after this, look, listen, I think after this we can still do tellers because we know they're not gonna repeat the attack, and if they repeat the attack, we're gonna fuck them, play the cage tube strat, okay guys?
Yeah,
so I think like go armory now, win, then go like cage before tellers, and then you can go vents, like and you choose if you go keep the page or to go default, but you use the cap in the vents, okay? Default.
Okay.
I'm playing the guy instead of the Melissa, okay, Larry, you can do the rotates.
Yeah, I can do.
Yeah, alright.
We've seen quite a few timeouts so far today, to be very, very blessed by it. And I hate to be a bit of a cynic there, but I don't know, saying, oh, yeah, put traps where they place the smoke is really the kind of stuff you want to hear during that time, because that might solve a small individual issue in a given round for a given strat at a given point in time. But there are probably larger issues across those 2 rounds than, oh, we didn't have a trap on that wall, or we didn't have this response to that one thing. And I just worry that, like we've seen from a lot of other coaches today, the issues are more systemic for G2 that need to be addressed here. And I just wonder that for M80, does this now invite them to be able to carry on rolling forward?
I think it very possibly does. I think we already know that this is a low preference map for G2. They don't play it a lot. They don't win on it at all. So I don't think they're going to be too sort of heartbroken by the position they find themselves in. And like you say, small corrections like that, I don't think are going to be the solution on a map that you don't generally like playing. I think it's going to be more about confidence in the players and somebody coming out and just grabbing around with a 3K or a 4K, going in and getting that big multi-kill round to really propel them back into it. The problem that G2 face is that I feel like that needs to be now. If they go down 6-3, I'm not really sure there's a way back for them.
Well, of course, not forgetting, you may have heard G2's tack timeout, but M80 also have the chance to have a chat themselves here about they can upend G2. You can almost anticipate, okay, here's what they think are going to be the issues, here's what they'll talk about, here's what they'll do to try and fix it. Here's what we should try and do. And often teams will say the best time to rush or do something a little bit quirky is after attack timeout, because probably what they've spoken about is all the things they've seen across previous rounds where things maybe aren't quite that crazy. I'm looking, of course, at the Amaru team. My eyes fall towards that, and of course, towards the Sens here. The Monty's the question mark for me because it's that little bit slower, but you might just find that M80 here have got a real nice game plan, and G2 are about to get punched in the face by it.
Yeah, they better be ready because we're going to see Diffuser going in very, very shortly, I would imagine. There's nobody really there to stop him. It's going to fall on Doki and Blaz. They're the 2 players, one in Archives, one at half wall. They're going to be the ones that have to take that fight, but here goes Diffuser straight in. He knows exactly where he's looking, but he can't win the fight. Blaz manages to pick him up. The answer is there from Hot and Cold, but this is a tide that is all washing in G2's direction at the minute. 3 versus 2, but here we go. M80 fighting their way back in, finding a way, Des.
And Kino getting sprayed down a bit, should force one away. I think in fact Benny got caught by that a little bit. He's going aggressive. Gavin's gone absolutely nuclear, Tim. We saw another mega round back in the first half, and here he's in a 3K, despite his team being down in numbers. Diffuser being placed, Alamau with it all to do, and it feels like it might be a little bit too much for the IGL of G2. Kino collects another, and M80 break the backs of G2. Up to 6-3 they go.
What a turnaround from M80 in that round. They were bullied a little bit at the beginning. They lost that manpower, but found their way back in and had control and recognized as soon as the opportunity was there, we can get this Diffuser down. The plan was obviously for the Amaru to go in, get a couple of kills, create that space. It was unfortunate for Diffuser that Doki got the entry just as he went in through that window. Blaz was then ready, able to turn and face, gets the kill. But M80 don't take their foot off the gas. They still go in. The answer is there. Hot and Cold picks up the kill. The trade onto Blaz. That's the one that creates the space. And then Gaveni does Gaveni things. Goes in. That kill on the bomb chassis, he should never be getting that.
That one there was a big one. This one here, like,
he should never be getting away with that.
I mean, you look back to, I think it was when Gunnar went in earlier on. I saw not Gunnar, I think it was Diffuser went in on the Amaru. Lost out to a player that was crouched down more than anything, and it's exactly the same thing that's happened there. The Goyo was crouched, but it's just a snap reaction from Gavin. He's looking brilliant. I remember actually back, of course, when he was on Dark Zero, moved on from there. People were asking, oh, you know, actually, the players that played with him were like, actually, he's a really, really good player, just needs the right environment for it, you know, the right team structure behind him to support him, and maybe this isn't quite the place for him. Look at the kind of performance he's having here today. He's looking absolutely fantastic.
G2 were just shrinking under the energy and the pressure that he was bringing, you know, and it was brilliant stuff. Like I said, they were in a man advantage situation. They knew where the push was coming from, and really, they've got to be winning those fights, G2, but that is not to take anything away from Gaveni. Great movement from him, creating that space for his team, able to then get the cover for Kino, who's there, ready. Again, you know, important things that we often miss out for support players. You know, it's not just about, going and sticking the diffuser down, it's knowing when the opportunity is there. Kino tries to get aggressive. It's not really worked out, but he was the distraction as Hot and Cold goes in on the Monty and starts putting the diffuser down. He's got away with it, Des!
And the shield's up as well, too, but now he finally falls. Okay, shield is offline. They've got a clash on side they can make use of to help cover off at the table, but the problem is, Tim, they've got to worry about the verticals. They've got to retake upstairs. They've got to watch the window. There are so many things that are working against G2 here. They've got to find another kill or two to get things moving, and there's one that they need, but Gavin and Diffuser, Gavin being the hero of last round, still remains standing.
I think G2 likely win this one, but 19 seconds left to go. This is why Gaveni knows that he needs to think about going inside there, because the pressure is coming outside. G2 do a great job on the retake, but I still like the attempt from M80. Kino just goes flying in, tries to get aggressive with the blitz, but the real play is the Monty going in and putting the diffuser down. Nice stuff from M80, but a good response from G2.
I mean, it's all good having one nice round there, G2. A good recovery for sure. But M80, I've always say it when a team is at match point and they're this far ahead, they've only got to be right once. You've got to be right every single time. It is a lot for G2 to not let slip here, to not find themselves crumbling under the weight a little bit. M80 have tried two more, what would you call it, rush? It wasn't like a spawn and run straight in towards site, no, but they were very, very fast, hard-hitting attacks. You might see them slow things down here a little bit, play a bit more composed. That just changes the tempo on G2 and forces them to adapt, and that could be what sees them over the line.
I'm going to be getting into the next round. Going to be 6-4 on the board. 2 to go. 2 to go for G2 to get themselves to overtime. 2 opportunities for M80 to close it out and get themselves into that winner's half of the Swiss bracket. Of course, winners, you play people with the same record as you, essentially. So the teams that have gone 1-0 will be drawn against other teams that have gone 1-0, and vice versa. The losers will play the losers. So we're going to have...
We actually already have 2 matchups that have been confirmed as well, which is Furia versus Shopify Rebellion.
Ooh, that's tasty.
I know, and that's in the 0-1 bracket.
If you'd have said to me this morning, right, later on today, there's going to be Furia Shopify Rebellion on the loser side, I'd be like, what?
And the loser of that is then 0-2, and they then have to play best of 3s continuously to earn their place to stay.
Wow.
On the other, in the 1-0 bracket, Falcons versus D+. Obviously, D+ pulling off quite a surprise earlier, but coming up against Falcons, can you undo them? Not too sure about that one, Chief.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, that's for sure. Sofreach goes off. This is going to be again Kino trying to go in there and apply the pressure, trying to use that blitz, but he's just been backed up a little bit. Back outside of the map, onto the drones. M80 almost kind of baiting a response from G2 here. Sofreach charge, get the noise of the blitz going, make it look like we're getting aggressive again, and then drop back. And then let G2 reveal themselves.
Yeah, I said it a little bit at the end of the previous round that I thought we'd see a slower round coming out here, and you are seeing it so far, but we've still got the tools to go quickly. You know, Kino being the obvious one that your eyes fall on, right? He's running around with a blitz shield. He likes to get up in people's faces. He likes to be aggressive, to cause chaos and division amongst the enemy ranks, and that's exactly what he's here for. But I think otherwise, for the most part, you're going to see a bit of a slower start. I say that, Tim. The They've done a lot of their prep work, it feels like, actually, and softened up what they need, got the intel they feel they had to get, and now Kino is charging his way through the map. At first was looking in towards sight, but now they're hunting roamers, Tim, and there is one off towards his left, but he's gone back in towards sight. Now he's knocking on the site door itself. This is where things start to get interesting.
Kino has done so much running there without seeing anybody. He's definitely got his steps for the day. Manages to take down Blaz, but then Loira's going to find him with the Nitro. G2, however, do again find themselves on the wrong end of a trade. 3 versus 3 as Alamai manages to get hot and cold. They are holding on to the site. They also have the verticals. 2 players still above, Stompin and Doki upstairs, and they're fighting because M80 know they need to take that vertical away, but Stompin, having none of it, takes his man down. G2 3-2, and they could be taking us to 12 rounds.
You can get away with the plant under their noses here, Tim, but it's really hard to do, especially when you've got a Solus on side as well. Alamau will see everything from above, and that is why they probably feel we've got to do something, we've got to fight this one. But can you really afford as a 2 to go chasing through the map for 3 players upstairs when you have 0 intel on where they are? I don't think that you can. Which is why, at least for now, they might be trying to look for kills instead on the same floor, inside of the site itself, which is exactly where Alamau is positioned.
The way they're working together at the minute is that Gaverni was drawn in for Diffuser. They were just trying to find a kill, trying to get anything going, but they need to make sure now that they're in positions where they can, you know, make sure the impact on any deaths. Gaverni manages to go in and get Alamau. How many times has he done this for M80 today? Having an absolutely unreal day so far, and he's looking for it to continue. Is he going to be able to create a little bit of space? He's just taken that vertical away from them. I love that play on the Nomad, but Doki manages to get him. It's all up to Diffuser 1v2.
He's managed to get himself back outside the building here. They missed that chance to stop it to get him, but Doki hits the shots that he need. Instant headshot, and once again we'll get the disable off here. That's M80 coming close twice, Tim, but both times G2 have dealt with it well. And they take us forward now up to round 12. We'll get to see all rounds of regulation at the very least to close this out, but why not a second overtime in a row, Tim?
It's not looking good for NA closing out games at the minute today. Shopify Rebellion, of course, were in the same position against Falcons. They had plenty of opportunities to close that match out. 6-3 they were at one point, exactly the same as M80 here. They've been reeled back in. The comeback is on for G2 to take them to overtime. One more round needed, one more opportunity for M80. What is the site? It's going to be top floor that G2 look to hold on to.
Okay. That's almost like just inviting a really aggressive and fast-paced hit, isn't it?
Yep.
We saw it through the window previously, like surely they wouldn't do it again, you'd expect, but they can always try and hit the actual archives doorway in through the window there. There are options available to them. But instead, maybe we see that excellent focus on towards East Stairs, because that was where Kino walked through and picked up a 3K. Barely any questions being asked of him. Made it look easy, in fact, so maybe they're very happy playing the more slow play style as well. Options is the key thing to note there, though. G2 are the ones who have set their stall out. Of course, you can't change your operator as the defenders, but as the attackers, you do get attacker repick, and at least until a few seconds before the round starts, you can change things around, as Diffuser has demonstrated, offered the IQ, and moving instead onto the buck.
Where is the push going to come from M80 then? That is the question. Did they go CCTV? Do we see it all East Stairs and Office? The minute G2 heavily defending out towards East Stairs and Office, so there's maybe more of an opportunity for M80 if they want to put pressure onto Stompin, who's all alone in CCTV at the minute. But we know the abilities of this player, and we know that he's quite capable of defending himself against 2, maybe 3 at the same time, so it's something M80 needs to be aware of. He's also got Alamau in support as well, just using the Solis gadget to try and provide any intel that he can, catch anybody outside that's drawn in. Where is the weight of numbers? Where is the push going to come from?
We noticed that air jab set up on break door, of course, as well, so no crazy runouts coming off that door anytime soon, I'd expect. M80 again just setting out their stall here, figuring out what the attack needs to look like for them to deal with this G2 setup. And it's Alamau causing a little bit of bother. Last time around here was when Kino vaulted in behind him and took him down for 3, immediately spun towards East Stairs and collected a second. G2 with a bit of a thinner present out towards this part of the map, at least this time around. It's mainly Alamau, the one that's looking to cause bother. Entry going the way of M80, though, as Doki falls. Not a good start for G2, Tim.
No, Stompin's had to relocate now. That leaves CCTV pretty much empty. Alamau is out in break, but again, pressure can really mount on him here. If M80 realise that he's on his own, he's going to lock himself into position, look to play his life here and keep hold of this spot. I think, are M80 aware? That's the big question. I don't think they'd just be running across the doorway like that if they knew that he was in this position. That could be a problem for them.
Slowly does it though, still half a round to play. Don't need to rush in just yet, and one by one, Tim, they are picking off these G2 players. Vlad's going to fall as well. Into Loira for another. It's a 5v2 for M80. Surely, Tim, they don't give a round away like this from a winning position. They collect one more. Gaveni's done it again, Tim. Another 3K to mark an excellent game for him and a victory over G2.
Just exactly what NA wanted. Their #1 team comes in and gets the job done to prevent the whitewash against the EU in the first round. They managed to lock it down, and it was a good result from them on a map that they don't favour playing. They've shown an ability there to adapt and to respond. Good stuff from M80.
One thing's for sure, Tim. Fabian, 1, is not an idiot, and 2, he is inevitable. Always going to be G2's Achilles heel, it feels like, at the best of times. May have won a lot with them, but has also handed them a defeat here in their first game of the day. It's not the last time you'll see G2 or M80 today. We'll find out what their games are going to be in the 1-0 and 0-1 brackets in a short amount of time.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's the end of the world for G2 either. A loss here, you know, you move on. Furia, Shopify, Rebellion, all in the same area as you.
All right, well, I hear the studio ready, Tim, so let's throw down to them now. We're back with you a little bit later on.
Luckily, we're glad to see that here in this final game of the first 4 here in the day, but what a way to take down such a team like G2 as well.
I mean, I kind of feel good right now. All of NA has been getting absolutely smoked today. So for M80, our #1 team from the NA region, to be able to put up a performance like this, and not just performance like this, I really want to highlight Kino. Kino had a tremendous performance. He's really...
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours, mon pays Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Now Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to see GDS
This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow!
Pre-day holding up for the plot.
It's a 1v5.
Attackers.
They had everything going! 1v5! For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out!
Solotov's down! Pre-day's up! He's also down!
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montagne? Get it? Montagne? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats. So I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montaigne shield so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying side of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montaigne shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just, he's someone else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe walks in.
Just a bit of damage, just starting them off. Jump in for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Marinka, are you ready for this?
Oh.
Yes! Bangu, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's straight to the face. Bangu!
Shaiko is going off tip, finally finds himself down now. Usus has got to clutch up big.
This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here, Handy. Let's see if the swing. They just need to make sure they get in those entries and going on it and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Makes it a second, makes it a third. Ryder, oh my God, it's a quad.
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilitators. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Pre-day, holding up for the blood.
NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys June. He's on the blitz. Wall come down to Adrian on the comp. Bridge to 1v5. They had everything going. 1v5.
Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, doesn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out. But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible.
Solotov's down! 3 days off!
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
On décode au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris, pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Now Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to see Genius! Steal that round for Furia!
Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below, and it's just in the face! Penta are going to the grand final!
This could be difficult.
The swing.
Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow!
Pre-day holding up for the plunder.
It's a 1v5.
Attacker.
They had everything going! 1v5!
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out!
Soliton's down! Pre-day's up! He's also down!
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats, so I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage Shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying side of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage Shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just setting them off. Jump in for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down low. Brinka, are you ready for this? Yes! Brinka, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's just under the face. Bingo!
Shaiko is going up to him. Finally finds himself down now. Usus has got to clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing.
They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on in and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10 and 3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Makes it a second, makes it a third. Ryder, oh my God! It's a quad.
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilitated. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Day holding up for the blood.
NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys June. He's on the blitz. Wall come down to Adrian on the coverage. It's a 1v5. They had everything going. 1v5.
Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out. But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible.
Solotov's down! 3 days off!
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays Paris, pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Now Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to see GDS steal that round for Furia.
This could be difficult. If the swing...
Makes it a second, makes it a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow!
Free-Day holding up for the plot.
It's a 1v5.
Attackers.
They had everything going! 1v5!
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out!
Solotov's down! Free-Day's up! He's also down!
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage, Mountain, Elevate. Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats. So I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying side of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaco, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just starting them off. Jump in for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Brinka, are you ready for this? Yes! Brinka, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below.
Richie, Rexen to talk about the game and the fact that, you know, they had lost a 6-3 lead, which is obviously something you don't want to have. And he was like, you know, we actually took Falcons all the way there. We had 3 match points. It's already a good sign, and we're just already chasing after the rest. He also mentioned Montreal, funny enough. He said, we lost the 2 first games and then went and made all the way to top 8 and quarterfinals and main stage. And I think they have that in them. I think they can be happy about themselves.
I mean, they're a resilient roster. We've seen it time and time again. They can bounce back from anything. And you just said it here with Rex and saying, you know, they went down 2-0 and then they would immediately start winning out. And that's can be easily the same thing here. But the biggest thing is obviously keeping that resilience when you're facing an opponent such as Fury that is going to bring that aggression right out the gate.
And Furia is feeling shaky. I mean, they're 0-1 as well. Let's not forget that they lost their game against D+ as well. And if there is maybe one day you can take them on in a BO1, probably the day where they lost to people that they were never supposed to lose to.
Right.
And as you can see, of course, the players are still setting up behind us. So whilst we have this bit of time, we'd like to have a look at everything that's been posted on social media so far during or before this event. Because, of course, a lot of people have things to say about this event and the things that have happened so far. And the first one I'm going to look at is something that happened before the event. There was a poll over on Twitter by Surf. Who forgot their passport on the way to the airport? This is a very much Type B person thing. We had a lot of chat about this yesterday, whether you're a Type A or Type B person. Very unorganized Type B person. Did you guys vote? Did you have any expectations?
I voted. The second I saw this tweet coming out of Surf, immediately Ambi just sprung straight into my head.
Ambi being bees here on that poll for anyone that thinks about it. I've been teammates with Richie, with Rexen, and I could think he maybe could be the one as well. But yeah, obviously it has to be Ambi.
I mean, I saw someone say Spoid. I was like, nah, Spoid is organized. Spoid is too organized. Have you seen the stream background? It's everything's clean.
And him saying that he has not lived in the same space for longer than 3 months, like that stands out to me as someone who will take their passport because they know they're going to be traveling a lot. So either way, that was what happened before our tournament, though. Another thing that happened before our tournament was BDS as the organization asking their players, who do you want to face the most in the major? Now, of course, there's a lot of Brazil. Everybody likes to play against Brazil. But at the bottom of the screen, we see Freck saying, NA, so we silenced him. What happened earlier today?
I'm wondering what happened after that. Did he silence them? Would you help, like, sing? No, the camera is over there. Yeah.
Well, they weren't silenced. I was just talking to SSG.
Come on, tell people what happened.
They weren't silenced. You know, they got lucky. It was a good game. You know, we'll see what happens as the series continue.
I think we have some video footage that shows the...
I didn't have the sound. I'm gonna be honest. When I got tweeted this, I was like, why am I catching straight? I didn't even say anything to Tom. So, Tom, if you're listening, just wait for the rest of the event. I'll probably be saying something to you sooner than later.
All right, well, speaking of Tom, of course, one of our co-streamers that we have for this event as well, always watching and will be going around as well, reacting to stuff that we see out on social media and on the streams. But one more thing that we saw is during the media day, our players were tasked to do this hand-eye coordination kind of game that they were doing. We'll have a look at how that really turned out for the players as well, because it was difficult.
Now, you guys want to make fun of NA really quick. Let's look at this hand-eye coordination from EML. What are you going to say about this? Do you think you could do better than that?
I can set all the score. I can take you on a 1v1 at this. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, Alima was just not having
I feel like such aggressive, like grabbing though.
No, he has ping in real life. He's got latency.
Oh my god.
Why is he wearing sunglasses also? That doesn't help.
No,
we need to set up this. I need a 1v1 with Lexing. EU versus
the
NA.
king might not be
god.
maybe the king's not the king anymore.
Oh, this is.
got one.
This is I think it's the age that's helping him, right? It's the age potentially.
Maybe it's the age.
I'm younger than his second attempt.
Yeah.
I don't like how you guys are making fun of these players.
No,
I think we do actually have a match. However, a little side note, this thing has died on us a few times. So it's going to be a really big surprise if it actually will work. Who would like to go first and test their own?
Up to you.
I'll go first.
2 retired pro players, by the way. So let's see how good the hand-eye coordination is still. Let's play. Okay. Okay, good start.
Nice catch, nice catch. Wow. Suspense. Is it dead?
No,
come on.
That's cheating. This is exactly what I thought would happen.
No, he just died
it
after
has died
one.
on us a few times.
I count one.
Improvise on the spot.
Can you really? Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm not even looking at it.
Are you a 2?
I'm not even looking at it. I'm not even looking.
God,
I'm just looking.
What is that position?
All right, now you do it with
He's
Leo.
like this. He's under the thing.
Yeah,
like this. He's squatting.
I'm looking straight ahead.
I'm
looking straight ahead.
That's 5. Now you do it with Leo. Oh, am I supposed to? Okay, well, that's fine.
Just for out of fairness.
I just have 5.
Same size, same height.
Are you okay? Wow.
I'm tryouting this.
Why? So much.
Why?
So when are you guys going back to
always
play?
better than NA.
Fact of the matter is, we did it. The others didn't.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this was much easier. We were literally standing under the thing.
Did you not just watch Dogi and Stompin?
That's true.
And Alamo? I think their hands were right next to it.
You know what? Why did we retire?
I don't know.
Yeah, so the reflexes are still there.
Our coordination is still there.
Yeah, you know what? We should be playing here.
We might actually be jumping on a seat, so it might just be you up here.
Well, I do hope that you guys are staying with me here, though, for the pre-match of our next game. But because, of course, on the A stream, we've got a match coming up, as we mentioned, between 2 losers, those who have lost their first game. We're going to talk about Space Station going up against Wildcard. And looking at that matchup, though, an NA matchup, what do we have to say about that one?
I mean, this is a matchup that I've seen time and time again. It is close. I would say Wildcard has the best understanding of being able to kind of deal with the aggression from Space Station, but both teams are looking a lot shakier than we typically used to seeing them. But if I would say if one team's more resilient, more mental fortitude, Space Station isn't letting that 7-1 knock them off by any means.
I think the fact that they're playing each other is kind of like the comfortable pick of a second game where you fail the first one. It's a learning lesson, and I think for this, I will say Space Station is probably the favorite in the sense that first of all, they always beat Wildcard when it matters in NA finals, and to make it to the Munich Major, they did so. And I think the most important thing is Space Station are known for their mental, for their discipline, for their capacity to be better where their back is against the wall. I think they will be the kind of players that will take it easy that they lost 7-1 to BDS. That was a learning lesson. Whether they lose 7-1, whether they lose, in overtime, it doesn't change anything. We might rather, have that in the Swiss and learn things and really implement them when it matters the most to get 3 wins.
I think it's also to just keep in mind, transitioning now to Wildcard, both these teams should feel comfortable. It's a little bit of a reset. You don't have to worry about another region. You don't have to worry about playing a different sort of play style, you understand each other. That's always an easy thing to do here. It's just a matter of being able to adapt, and that's where wildcard, that's where it's a struggle for me. This is a wildcard that we see time and time again throughout the stage, where one person starts out really hot and the rest need to start to slowly warm up, but sometimes it's too late, and that's exactly what we saw in their match versus Secret. As we saw Dash, for example, have a tremendous pop-off performance, and everyone started to rally towards the very end, but it became towards that very end, ended a 7-5, so we need to see wildcard, everyone firing on all cylinders if they want to fight in this match.
Yeah, I'm struggling sometimes to see the team in them where I can see that they're problem-solving things, but at different pacing.
Yes.
And that's a big issue. Someone is going too fast at some point, and someone is too slow, which creates a desync, and which means there is no trades. And that's something that happened consistently on Border against Secret. That's why they lost. And playing against a unit like SSG, that's the one type of playstyle that we test that. You need to be looking and playing as a team if you really want to take on Space Station. And today, that's not something they showed against Secret.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for sure, especially with this being just a best of one. We'll put the map veto and see where the series will take us to between these two teams that are so familiar with each other as they play each other quite often inside of the SAL. And it looks like we're going to another skyscraper for a best of one. That is usually considered to be quite a risky pick.
It's definitely risky. I mean, for wildcard, having the performance that you did, that it was a slow burn, you're going to be starting attack on skyscraper. That's not leaving me too comfortable, even if I would say wildcard, in my opinion, looks a little better on skyscraper than SSG. But for SSG, you're starting on defense. You're instantly going to find comfort. You instantly can apply that aggression and play that mental game. Get in their head, not let them feel comfortable, so then when they do transition to that defensive half, they're already going to be winning that mental warfare.
I would agree with you, but the last time I saw Space Station play on Skyscraper and start in defense, they lost all 6 defenses, went on in attack and lost the attack, so they lost 7-0
They did.
against M80, starting in defense.
But that's M80. That's an exception.
They're in the winner bracket.
That was a team that completely dominated throughout the stage,
and I will
convincingly.
I will also say this, if there is one team that can learn from a defeat, especially from such a hard defeat, it's Space Station. You could actually replay the match, M80 Space Station on Skyscraper the day after that loss, and I'm pretty sure you'd have seen such a stronger Space Station.
I mean, look at Callout. He hasn't blinked since he's been explaining everything that they're doing.
All right, speaking of call out, though, one of the coaches on these teams, we have Maria standing by with a chat very soon with these two coaches. I'd love to hear more from them, but bringing it back to what we talked about earlier with these one words about the teams. I mean, I'm thinking of discipline, brotherhood, wild card. I feel like it's showing how it really works out for these two teams, because yes, discipline is a big thing over on the side of SSG, and then losing your first game, I guess, kind of puts you in a reality check as well.
Yeah, it definitely does, but again, it speaks into that brotherhood, it speaks into that mentality, and as we just said, regardless of losing 7-1, that isn't going to knock them off their high horse. They're still going to come into this confident. They're still going to be ready to play. Fultz is still going to be able to make the calls that he needs to make, and as you so candidly put it, if anyone's going to learn from a loss, and especially a loss that they took against BDS, Space Station is going to be the one that is going to extrapolate more from that than I think Wildcard would in their loss against Secret.
I think the interesting story here is that everyone expected Space Station to make it to the Munich Major. No one expected Wildcard to make it. I think you're missing Dark Zero here. The reality is that, you know, there is the Big Four in NA. There always has been, and one of that Big Four was Dark Zero, and Wildcard kind of took that spot and is the Wildcard. Here, once again, in this matchup, just like the one they faced on Secret, they are the underdogs. I'm waiting to see that pressure disappear.
And this is what I want to say, and I said this throughout the regular stage in the NAL, is I want to see the exact same wildcard that we saw at Reload.
Yeah,
because that was the team that fundamentally played so well. They were always ready to go for the execute. They understood the win condition. They knew how to play off one another, but that's where they have continued to fall off throughout this entire stage, barely grasping this shot here at the Major, and it's on them right now to not fall any shorter or further down, going 0-2 and putting your back against the wall where one more loss sends you back home. They need to make an impression here, and I think they can do that here by punching this card, by beating SSG.
I'm wondering how much Lagonis has had an impact as a coach on this team. You know, he had struggles on Liquid as an attacking roster. They were quite slow. They had problems of fundamentals, and that happens against with Wildcard. And I think maybe sometimes by making things simpler, maybe we could go back to that ranked feeling that we had when we saw them at Reload.
Well, the good thing is we get to hear from him as well as from Kala, though, because Maria is standing by with an interview of the coaches when they arrived earlier today.
I'm here with both coaches from SSG and Wildcard, and I want to know, how does the first loss of today affect the map veto for you guys?
Yeah. As far as the first loss affecting the map veto, I don't think it really made that much of a change. We tend to have the same process regardless if we win or lose. It was just, you know, going back, running the stats. We know Wildcard, they know us. We kind of just went through the same way as all.
Okay, what about you, Lagonis?
For us, affect a little bit. Like, Bus was a good map to ban again because they're very strong on border, and we lose border in the beginning of the day. So it was a combo, like both ideas was together basically. So it was fine for us, and we are happy to play Skyscraper, get a little revenge maybe because we lost against them in the North America League. So that's it.
Are you guys they are gonna get the revenge or no in Skyscraper?
No revenge, no revenge. Little Sky defense. Come on now. You know better than that.
Also, just to finish really quick, come on, Lagonis. I want to know how the first loss also affects your gameplay right now, your the team performance.
I think don't affect the gameplay, but all the losses or all matches that you play in the tournament, especially on a LAN event, you learn a lot from that. And I think especially about the pace, like how you need to attack or defense, like sometimes just play with more attitude. So it's a learning, all the matches are learning, and like this match against Secret was a learning, so yeah, that's it.
What about you?
I think it was just the same thing that he said, kind of, we identified we made a few mistakes and we were giving them too much credit. I think it was the biggest thing. So we talked a lot about, not giving the other team as much respect and kind of just coming in and playing our game.
Thank you so much. Have a great game. Valeu.
Thank you so much, Maria. And we have some more time to talk about these two teams before the match is ready. So after this interview, and I guess observing the room that we are in as well, I want to do a quick vibe check. Which of these two coaches, or I guess teams in general, seems like they have the least pressure, or seems that they can deal with this pressure as well as they do?
I think it's not even close. I think despite the fact that SSG is the favorite, the experience is there. Yeah. And you've mentioned it multiple times. We've seen that in SSG, that discipline carries on in the mental. These guys, they never feel the pressure, or at least they deal with it extremely efficiently. And I think that you could see it already in the way that the stance column has. Really confident. And as we hear, that's Furia, I think.
Honestly, I thought it was Space Station when I first
No, that's Furia.
Yeah, they will be right beside us though, so when they start cheering that little thing that they do in the circle with the words and everything, we'll definitely hear that and catch up on that coming in though. I like how you're mentioning experience, but I want to bring a counter argument to that though. Technically, when we look at the wildcard roster and the fact that the last major was a year ago, there is a defending major champion on that roster. Do you think that's going to really matter in this one? I feel like that's too long ago to really
And it's a
man. I was going to say, well, then if you look on that roster, there's two SI World Champions on there. And
how long
but
was
I mean, major defending isn't like, that was last...
Sure, okay.
How long ago was it?
Quite some time.
5 years, yeah? That's 5 years.
It was quite some time ago. I mean,
we were still at our prime, Max. just drop it. It doesn't matter. It's 5 years in esports is like 20 years in real life.
True. It's true. I'm 28, but in reality, I'm like 48. Well, you can't say you did.
No.
But that's the difference. But, I mean, you are right. I mean, there is a player on there that does have that experience of winning a major and knowing what that feels like. But, again, that's not everyone else on the team. And, again, in order to win a game, that comes down to the team, and it does come down to mentality. As much as you are playing the game physically, a lot of mental really comes into this, especially when you're coming off of a loss. And, again, that's what we're really highlighting here, where we've talked about Space Station time and time again. They will always have that mental on their side. And, again, even in this matchup, they always beat Wildcard. They always have that upper hand against them. And as you heard Lagona say, they want revenge.
Yeah.
They're not looking to get revenge.
And I mean, focused on the game itself. Like, the guys are starting Skyscraper. Defense, Space Station. Yeah. I know they've lost 6 rounds in a row in defense on Skyscrapers, but that's like M80 and that's learning experience. For me, you go back there. No excuses. No excuses to not be in the lead when you start defense.
Now that's Space Station.
And that's it. You hear that?
Yeah,
that confidence is there.
That's some discipline, brotherhood, I guess, that we're seeing there once again. And now, we only fleshed it up very shortly, though, when we talked about the schedule with the final remaining games on both of our streams. So we're going to bring it up one more time so you can have a good look at the matches that are still remaining, with the time, of course, next to them, so you can put an alarm for the game that you really want to go and watch. I say you watch all of them, but if there's one that you had to pick, I know we're going to think of FaZe and M80, but I want to think of another one. That is going to be maybe next to the Furia Shopify one, because those are the default standout ones. Which other one would you pick?
Maybe it's because I come from EML, but seeing G2 drop into the losers is for me a big surprise. And the fact that they're going to play against a tricky opponent of Cyclops. For me, Cyclops, they could have beaten FaZe. They were up 5-3 on Skyscraper.
You called they were going to win.
I thought they were going to win, and then I jinxed them like I always do. But facing G2 in a BO1, really, really tight.
For mine, I'd have to choose NIP versus Weibo, just for the simple fact we watched NIP develop so well throughout this stage, whereas before they would beat their head against the wall, they would send body after body to problem solve. This time around, they were problem solving. They were understanding win conditions, and to fall short early, that's not what I want to see from them. I want to see a huge resurgence, and also for the same thing for Weibo. They've been looking really good. It wasn't the best performance on Clubhouse. I thought it could have been a little more competitive. So hopefully once we get to that is later in the night, that those games really go the distance.
Yeah, I hope so. Just one more quick thing before we bring our casters in. Did you guys do your predictions?
I'm a bad one with that. I didn't do it.
I haven't done mine.
Wow.
No,
Okay, so
you cut us on the
I can see
spot.
what you guys are doing. Just because you didn't do it, you can never be wrong.
But
I see. Well, that makes sense.
We did our prep, not the predictions.
Unfortunately, mine was already wrong because I picked Furia and Secret as the first 2 teams to win 3 games. And that already can't happen anymore since the first game of the day. But there's still a lot more to unfold for us. And of course, with this loser game, we'll bring in our casters and have a quick chit-chat with them. Once again, we are joined by Guz and Xenox. No APL matchup for you guys here.
No.
Full NA one. How excited are we for it?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I think that for this particular matchup,
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
over towards default. Big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe walks in.
Just a bit of damage, just setting them off. Jump for 1, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Ringo, are you ready for this? Yes! Bengu, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's turned on his face. Bengu!
Shaiko is going off Tim. Finally finds himself down now. Users has got a clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing.
We just need to make sure they get in the... Welcome on back, guys, here to the Munich Major. We're ready for round number 2.
Are we ready?
Well, I'm ready.
Okay,
you ready?
We've been waiting, excitedly watching the matches.
Long time
we're
waiting.
so ready, honestly.
Yeah. Well, we started today with 2 great bangers, especially that big upset that we saw, D+ taking down Furia, and the first round of Swiss is now done. So we're up to the second, and here on the B stream, the best stream, this is where we have the most fun. This is just a really confusing way to show you guys the graphic. Swiss is confusing, but also very simple. You win 3 games, you're through to the playoffs. You lose 3 games, you're out of the tournament. We've played that first round. We're on to the second now. And, of course, that means that all of the teams that have just won a game will be matched with other teams that have won a game. All the teams that have lost will be matched with other teams that have lost.
Yeah, logical. Losers, losers, winners, winners. 2 pools of teams, essentially. And that's really it. So the thing is, when you have some banger games in the opening, segment in round 1, it means you're gonna have some interesting teams that are very, very good already in that 0-1 category, where we see teams like G2, for example, or Furia and Shopify Rebellion.
Very much so, and of course that is where we stand at the moment. We're about to be casting Furia versus Shopify Rebellion, 2 teams that most people probably would have picked to be winning their opening games. Of course, Furia were very much upset in overtime by D+, the APL team hailing from Brazil. These are, the big boys, of course, the reigning champions back from Rio with Reload. They have looked a little bit rocky compared to what happened in Stage 2, where they were pretty much undefeated in the South American League. Now they're looking to bounce back after what has been a bit of an embarrassing start.
Yeah, a slow one, and I feel like the story for Furia versus Shopify Rebellion is that they've both had a slow start to this tournament, but also historically the last year or so, they have both had slow beginnings. Super said in his interview that, hey guys, we had 3 match points, they were up 6-3 in the previous matchup, and then they just lost match point after match point into overtime and they lost, so they're not too worried about it. Yeah. And I mean, same thing for Furia, they lost, but they did put up a fight, they almost made that comeback happen. This is the second match, just to play from 0.
And both of these teams did lose in overtime. Though for Shopify Rebellion, perhaps not too much to worry about. They did lose to Falcons, of course, the champions of EML, and that was in overtime. Shopify Rebellion also not the highest seed team from North America. They did lose quite a few of their games in the playoffs. Let's dig into this a little bit deeper, though. Let's see where we'll be playing between these 2 teams. Of course, the last time these teams met, it was at Six Invitational in Boston. Furia won 2-0. That was an 8-7 on Chalet and a 7-0 on Cafe. We'll not be playing either of those maps today. Instead, we're going to your favorite. It's the Dub House.
I love this map. And I mean, I really love... So I spoke to Des and Ace, because they finished casting before, right? And they said, I was like, what's the play style for Shopify Rebellion so far? Because I couldn't see the match earlier. And they said they're really good at PvE. And what Des meant by that is that when it comes to Shopify Rebellion and their utility clear, they're droning, they're setting up, amazing team. When it comes to executing the gunfights, they seem to fall apart in the late stage of the rounds. So we gotta keep our eyes peeled. Can they PvP against Furia? Because they are a PvP team.
At the end of the day, Rainbow Six is a first-person shooter, and you got a gun. That's the name of the game. Furia versus Shopify. Let's dig into it. It's Clubhouse. Let's get this game underway. The Brazilians taking on the North American super team. You could almost say.
No super team.
We've got Canadian. He's been a world champion twice over. He's been a major champion before. We've got Spoit. He's been a major champion himself. We've got the young gunner Ambi and a whole bunch of very good players in Surf, for example.
Sure.
I know he's been really clutch recently.
And if it's not going to be called Shopify Rebellion, what was the name you would give them? Huh? Troy's Boys? Was that what you said?
Boys. I
Troy's
do like
Boys.
that one. We were talking about, Shopify Rebellion. It's a bit of a mouthful. Sometimes we want to shorten it. I feel like Troy's Boys, that's two syllables compared to Shopify Rebellion. That's 7 syllables?
Yeah.
I think we'll go with Troy's Boys for now.
Boa. Classic JV. Again, no English. He speaks it, but only by choice.
Yeah, that guy popped off earlier today.
It was JV versus D+.
Yeah,
he was absolute maniac in the server.
Sadly, not capable of 1v5 him, though. He did manage a big 1v3 clutch as well that he certainly shouldn't have been.
He also died first in the last round, and they lost the round, and they lost the game, and that was it. So it's pretty much JV go big or go home. I feel like we should be looking at Hurts a lot for this one because he was very lackluster when they played on Bank early against D+. He was not really visible at all in that series whatsoever. Of course, being much of a star player, one can argue. Other than that, defense for Shopify Rebellion, Troy's Boys, and attack for Furia. And they've been very util-oriented. The kite, the bandit ban again, making that step one more achievable by opening up those reinforced walls and hatches. Shopify Rebellion, they banned out the Thermite and the Capital. Nothing out of the norm, really.
No, I like the Capital ban, though, of course. Often if you're talking about those execute-focused operators, you're banning out, the Grim or the Capital, especially on this map.
Yeah, Catwalk Rafters.
Rafters is going to be a lot more secure with that taken down. Also, even though the Bandit and the Kaid have been eliminated, the Thermite ban does change things, especially with the Mirror left unbanned.
Yeah, mute especially, right? Because with the Thermite open, you can just put the if you put the mute jammers on the walls in the roam here on CCTV and Jacuzzi wall, like Canadian is right now, you can Thermite repel exterior and circumvent the mute jammer radius and blast open that wall. With the mute jammers in action, you kind of need to deal with the mute jammers with secondary MPs, verticality, or get a less than ideal breach on those exact areas. So this goes into effect in the first round.
Keep in mind that whoever loses this game will be just one match away from elimination here in Munich.
That's fast.
It is very fast.
We're still day 1.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could be eliminated on day 2 if I'm not wrong. I guess we'll play
unless
some
they'll play the 1-1 and 2-0 games tomorrow. I'm actually not sure how that works.
I'm not sure if we'll play any 0-2 games tomorrow. It's
no idea.
Complicated format. And also, of course, these teams didn't know they'd be playing against each other until about, half an hour ago.
Yeah.
So it's not a big turnaround time. You have to prepare for every one of the 16 teams at this tournament, or 15,
or
I should
none.
say. Or none, and then just play your own game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's nice.
I mean, some teams that don't have a big support staff, they're going to be a bit more limited in their preparation, whereas the big hitting organizations and teams can go prep way in advance for every single possible matchup, right?
Yeah, well, Furia have quite a large support staff team. Of course, Igor, who's the coach, standing behind them. They've got Abreu and Vitz as well, helping out the team. Shopify Rebellion, they've got Super with Virus for help. Virus, I think, was only brought on
recently, right?
Yeah, off the top of my head. I can't remember exactly when that was.
It was recently as well. Now, we're seeing Furia right now be relatively slow to the punch. Now, it's Clubhouse. It's going to be very execute-heavy, like you said. But when we saw them play early against D+ and Bank, they were also relatively slow on their own attacking side. It was D+ controlling the pace and momentum of those attacking rounds and defensives. So, looking at this performance from Furia earlier, not so big of a surprise.
Oh, good shot from Rex and Hertz. Again, slow. At the bottom of main stairs as well. Very rarely is your attacker losing from that position. Not a good start for Furia. Certainly not a good start for their star player, or one of the 3-headed star players. A lot of work still to be done in the round before they can get the Montaigne of Felipox poising for an execute.
Yeah.
Clearing some Banshees with the nades. Ooh, that's awkward.
Is this worth to grenade is my question. You can shoot the second you drop down, but then again, the slow kind of sucks. Good news for Furia, they lost the least important execute operator, right? It's going to be in the recruit, so they still got the Ying Chaos, still got the Monty stability, still got the information from the Grim Beast, and here they come, 25 seconds, they gotta act quickly.
And down goes Felipox. Out go the Candelas from JV. Surf is still in that position at AKs. And Canadian tosses a big Nitro Cell over the top. Rexon to finish it off with an impact grenade. Ambi has it on lock, and Furia are floundering as they fall one by one into the bomb site. Nade with it all to do. He does not last.
Okay.
Shopify Rebellion making a statement in their opening defense.
It's actually crazy how a singular impact grenade can shift the entire outcome of that round. So Monty drops down full HP. Surfs has one spare impact grenade in pocket and tosses it at the Monty's toes. He's now at about 70 or so health, and because of that, the C4 that lands right in front of him, despite the shield being fully open, actually kills him. If that impact grenade doesn't do damage, he can tank the C4, being low on health, of course, and go for a plant. They had the Green Beast, they had full information, had the Ying Flash pop in as well. Small things can make or break these rounds.
And it's hard to land impact grenades. It's not as simple as you see a shield, you throw the impact at them, and they're dead. No, not at all.
It's a very small radius.
It's a very small radius. Impact grenades have been nerfed in the last few years, of course, compared to back in the day when we used them a lot for impact juggling on hard breach. So, yeah, very skill-related. Good start from Shopify Rebellion. From Troy's boys, I should say.
Troy's boys. Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard, there was a, so apparently A-Stream, they hear the tactical timeout sometimes.
Yes.
And somebody thankfully clipped it and put it on Twitter, or X. And Super's tag timeout was a lot about, you know, when they were up 6-3 and losing going to overtime, he was like, guys, if you're anxious, just breathe, don't worry about it, like reset. It was very mental focused, more so than like strategical necessarily. And then after that mental thing, it's like, oh guys, these are my thoughts. I think this bomb should be a next in OT, not this one for this reason. So it's very much like, guys, you know, don't worry about it, lock in, mental reset. Don't sweat it too much despite losing these rounds. Composure.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of people really undervalue the importance of the mental aspect of Siege. A lot of teams have mental coaches. We talked about that last game. I can't remember which
Secret.
team it was Secret, is it?
Yeah.
Especially
Secret,
a team as aggressive and volatile as Secret.
And young.
You need it. And young.
Influenceable,
yes.
you know, it's one of those.
Quite the contrast to a lot of what we see recently. I've seen clips of, you know, the Jinxie generation and their style.
Have you seen the Sky qualifier matches?
I think that was the one that I watched.
On Clubhouse, the teammate in the background.
Dude, everyone is just yelling at him, like, stop backseat gaming the poor guy.
It's like 7-7. The guy's like, why are you doing this, Ruler? Like,
stop whinging about how you died. Let your teammate clutch up, brother.
They did clutch, but no thanks to that guy.
Yeah.
No, it's true. The mental game can be very tricky in Siege. There's a lot of things that are kind of suffocating in the server. Gadget utility, yellow pings, all these different small details you have to constantly worry about and try, like chess, right? Be one step ahead, or you might just be on the losing end of things. Furia, again, a little bit slow to the punch, but Rexon down to a single point of health, has to stay alive. Has an important C4 that can be utilized later. He also got 3 kills in the previous rounds, and he'll be vital in these gunfights. Furia, they're fishing. Hard destruction on the windows, you know, looking for an angle. But Shopify Rebellion ain't giving them a single angle to work with.
There's still more util to burn, though. I think that was another one of the Vulcans finally getting taken out. But Furia, strangely, are not hard clearing from cache CCTV, which is the way most teams will push this.
I'm curious what their way in is, right? Because they don't have the chaos of a Ying this round. There's no shield to lead the entries either. They have Grim Bees and some flashes and nades. That's all they have to work with. As you said, don't have connector control, not attacking office, not taking CCTV, no pick. And there's 45 seconds left. I mean, they gotta jump in a window and through a breach soon, which is, look at this breach. It's a smiley face. It's not a clean entry.
Yeah. The key here for Furia, the win condition, is finding kills, finding picks from these exposed positions. Who is that in bathroom? They're about to face a world of pain. Ambi has just found a double kill on the Warden. He puts Furia on the back foot, and Surf is there to support as well. It's up to Felipox, but no, a flawless round for Shopify Rebellion as the North Americans fire up. Fury are not in this. Furia have just lost 2 rounds on the trot.
Look at Jamie's face. I mean, Felipox whiffed every bullet in that one. He's like, spraying his outline. Left, right, up, down. Not a single bullet connects. And we can make fun about APAC teams all we want, or bottom barrel NA EU teams. It's fine. This is Furia.
These guys are
they don't miss.
The only two-time major champions in history.
Yeah. They cleaned the whole year.
They did. I mean, a whole 12-month period where they won everything. And a lot of people after that thought, oh, maybe they got a bit complacent. They got a bit washed, but they went and won Rio.
Yeah.
And then they
convincingly.
And nearly flawless in stage 2 within South America itself. So very... I mean,
it's just been an ugly day for them. I mean, one thing is, like, we spoke about this in the early matchup. They're not really playing as tight together. The timings are not really super clean. That's one thing. Another is they're not hitting their shots. And it's like a team that is known to literally always hit their shots.
Yeah, this is meant to be the roster where any of the 5 players can be fragging out like crazy.
Yeah.
But no, not to be today.
And I really want to praise Shopify Rebellion for that last round. They understood when they had to swing and when they had to just prone the floor. They sat still for the better, like 2 minutes or so, maybe over 2 minutes. And the second Fury approached the bomb site, boom, swing together, boom, take this gunfight.
So 2 rounds deep. How many kills does Furia have so far?
Well, they have 1.
1 kill in 2 rounds.
They almost took down Rex in the last round. Almost.
The closest no cigar.
So what we can deduct from this is like Surf is throwing. He's the sole death. Absolutely throw behavior from Surf right now. Not keeping up on the tally.
That's a dream start for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it is.
And now they move on to that tertiary bomb site cache CCTV, which so often hinges on the Rafters control. With Capital banned, it should be a little bit more doable here for Shopify on the defense, but they still have to contend with that Monty. We've got Gridlock, we've got a couple of nades as well from KZ.
Yeah.
We've got the Grim.
I mean, no Mine, no Jaeger, so even one grenade can really move Rexen out of that spot.
You Grim that up and you toss a nade, that should be it. There's no way Rexen survives.
Should be that simple, and especially with Monty with that full-on information. Here we'll see a true test of Furia. With them looking sloppy and not like synced together, if they cannot do the basics of a catwalk clear, that's gonna tell the full story of how bad this is.
I haven't droned this up though. A bit strange. I mean, that could have been a free kill if there was someone rappelling outside the breach.
Yep, or swinging the
dead.
door.
Yeah.
Or walking in the breach below with Monty.
He's not being supported. I think that Shopify Rebellion's plan here is to let him play to die and then just try and play it in a 4v5 from inside, which is...
Even Rexen's a bit confused, I think. Like, hello? And
oh, no! You're kidding me! He shouldn't be getting any kills! He almost finds a second as well. Felipox has to aim down sides with the Monty. That is not a surefire way to win Rafters control. Very much worth it for Rebellion now.
Yeah. They got a C4, they got 3 toxic babes on the smoke. And timer is taken awfully low, 45 seconds. The first smoke is tossed by a Surface in a very safe spot by Radio Door. Now, Monty can walk in deep and try and go for default plan. They got options, but Spot takes down Casey right before they execute.
And Canadian is still down below as well with the Nitro Cell, so the deep is going to have to be the play here for Furia. Nade looking to try and make some more space, but he's taken on down. It's Felipox on the Monty up against the world. He's eliminated. It's another convincing round for the defense. Ambi is firing up. Everyone's happy about that. Canadian, a big smile for him. And it's another day at the office for Super and the boys.
Oh, it is. I mean, again, it's really clean gameplay from Shopify Rebellion. I can't really pick out much that they're doing wrong, but I also can't pick much in Fear that they're doing right. I mean, Catwalk clear is messy. Monty could have died as well going for that ADS pick. JV on the bomb side breach didn't even look for the catwalk player of Rexen. Yeah, Rexen just moved from left to right past the breach itself.
I want to know what the hell's going on right now for Furia, because this morning when they played against D+, D+ just played really well.
They did.
Furia didn't play to their best ability, but they played all right. In these first 3 rounds so far, Furia have played absolutely awfully. And Igor, I'm surprised he hasn't called that tactical timeout. 3 rounds deep, just get it over and done with. Clearly this isn't a strategic thing. This is that the guys are not playing to their normal standards. I don't know if it's mental or if they have a bad
Do you know
read.
if they boot camped in Europe? Because I'm thinking like jet lag excuse is always good to use, you know. I did see.
Well, that's the excuse I'm going to use if I start falling asleep.
I was jet lagged. Sorry.
I went to bed at about 9:30 p.m. last night. It's currently 7:30. So
oh, it's almost
bedtime,
huh?
It's getting a bit late.
Then we got this BO1 and one more, and you can go back to bed.
Yeah. But then there'll still be games going on until about 1 in the morning. I'm gonna miss.
We're not working those though. We're not working those. We'll wake up and be like, "What happened last night?"
That's how I feel every morning I wake up.
I will say this, in the current world, it can be hard to keep up with everything that's going on because there's a lot
of siege.
Yep, it certainly is. We have those off seasons where nothing's happening, and then we got the season bing, bang, boom, back to back to back. It really is. So you're eating well if you're Siege Fang right now, depending on which team you're rooting for, obviously, because there's been some interesting results already. And I mean, if you're an NA fan, this one's easy to vote for. Oh, yeah. But did you really think Shopify Building would start 3-0? I would think that.
No.
But here they are, and they're looking good doing it. Furia is still struggling in the kill department. They have doubled their kill tally from 1 to 2. Which technically, doubling is good, but the numbers are awful.
Yeah.
This laser is, I love Denari. Oh,
he's going to try and... nade it.
Is this worth it?
It's only going to get disabled.
He has a drone
for a
in pocket.
moment, though, is it not?
Like, yeah, 8 seconds. And it reactivates automatically. We can jump in and shoot it, but it's not... Yeah, I don't know.
That nade is not going to do anything.
No.
This is weird. What is going on?
Just hit it, and then jump in and shoot it.
Jump in. He's not even going to shoot it. He's going to try and take the fight, meanwhile.
It's
about to reactivate and stun him again. Oh, this is very dicey here for Furia. Straight into the crossfire. Herds looking like an absolute fool. The Shopify Rebellion collapse.
Now the laser is back.
Yeah, the laser activates.
And now Philippox is hit
stunned.
by it.
Trying to aim down sights. KZ on the Ash. He falls. What the hell is going on for Furia right now? Thankfully, Pox and JV between them find picks and make it look perhaps winnable, but they are still trailing behind. Canadian falls back all the way deep into Strip, leaving his teammates on the site. And more action from the Denari as JV gets stunned on out.
Yeah, they get that free intel. I actually like this play from Troy hiding inside a strip club because a flank can now happen later on for pressure. The only real concern here is if Furia push the bomb site quickly and find 1 or 2 picks, because Canadian cannot be the last alive going for a flank. But there's info, there's trap information, and now it's another laser, the 4th laser going off this round. The 4th! And they knew it was there, they didn't shoot it.
Alright, Troy, finish him off. Bonk, there we go. 4 rounds
too easy.
In a row for Shopify Rebellion. The tactical timeout finally called, presumably by Furia. And it's time for Seth to get in the ears of the boys. I think it's going to be a very different tactical timeout to what we heard from them previously. What has Igor got to say to get these guys back?
He's praying. This? Look, he's praying right now. These guys, can we please? Look, please!
Fair enough. Very valid at the moment because they have played like absolute arse in the last 4 rounds.
I feel like Igor right now is being very, what should I say, firm hand with them, you know? And I feel like that might be the right approach because they're probably already a bit tilted. If you're going to be aggressive, guys, not good enough, what are we doing? It might just fully spiral you. Yeah. It's like, guys, remember what we practiced, what we talked about. I know today sucks, we're out of it. Let's make the best of it that we can do. Yeah. What we saw outside the gym window, the first nade just goes completely wide. The second nade burns the laser, you jump in, you don't destroy the laser, so when your teammates jumped in 10 seconds later, they got hit by it. Yeah. So it's just, again, small things that shouldn't be happening that Furia have never made these kinds of mistakes before, and it continues to happen.
I will say, I think Furia have some of the best aura with their fist bumps. Like the way Igor goes for that.
Yeah.
Like slapping down on that fist.
With all the grand finals and whatnot they've played, they got good experience. They had more experience in 2 years than some pro players had in 10. Well, the vast majority, in fact.
So grand final loss in Montreal, grand final loss in Boston, grand final win in Copenhagen, Atlanta, Sao Paulo, and Rio. That's a lot of grand finals. That's got to be some of the most grand finals of any players. And it was all 5 of these players for all but one of those in Montreal. Philippox and Nade weren't there.
Yeah. It is literally a more successful 1 year run, that one count that you're talking about.
Even than your old G2 Penta team.
Yeah. Like, they won less events, but more, like, they won the majors, won the Pro League finals, like, different contrasts there. Yeah. We played more events, and then the argument is, like, every season a new meta, 2 new operators, 1 new map, like, that thing. But they won in the same meta as, by far, the best team. Yeah. So it's a different way of doing it really well.
And yet it's funny because the nature of their playstyle, where it's very aggressive, it's very confident space, it's very it's about firstly having good individual players, and secondly them working together well as a unit. It's not that they have the best pocket strats or anything like that. It's not like they're the smartest team. They are just the most cohesive team. So as soon as individual players start looking a bit silly, like Herds outside the gym window last round, or as soon as the players look a bit disjointed, that's your whole team.
Exactly.
The premise of this roster is dead.
Yeah, and that's why it's so impressive when they were as good as they were, because they didn't play a consistent to-win playstyle.
It wasn't the Glaz meta.
It wasn't the Glaz meta.
The Ying meta.
No, it was like, we're just better meta right now. But they were better every day for 12 months.
Yeah.
No one does that. We've seen so many teams win a single tournament and then get like relegated practically. These guys would win a tournament, go, you know what, we want one more. You know what, we want one more. And just keep going.
I'd be very surprised to see them taken down even just 0-2 at the start of Swiss here.
It would be a huge upset.
Biggest upset. I mean, you ask most people at this event who their favorites for the tournament were, and they would be saying Furia. I mean, Furia, maybe FaZe, maybe Falcons or Secret. But yeah, I think Furia definitely would have taken that ticket.
This is it. Come on, boys. Like, tag timeout, down 0-4. You got nothing to lose right now, right? You can do the craziest thing, the highest risk play. You can go back to basics, like just some life. And I love the fact that Shopify Rebellion, after a tag timeout, they play Clash. They're saying, screw you, essentially. We're going to be annoying. We're going to slow you down. We're not going to give you any space for free. And still, Tilder hits the teammate.
That is frustrating. That's also the last Selma, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
JV has none remaining. You're not going to get a breach here.
They can't get the wall. I mean, they can Maverick it now, but it's these small things, right? It was like, oh. And there's 50 seconds left. They're not even by the bomb side pressure yet, and they still have Clash to deal with.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think Shopify Rebellion read, okay, well, they've taken the tactical timeout. They're probably going to play slow and steady to try and execute the vision of the plan. And that means when push comes to shove, not a lot of seconds on the clock, you have to deal with the Clash. Here comes Canadian on for a flank. Very aggressive Clash. Thankfully, Rexon is there to support. But aggressive into the side. Rexon finds his double. Pox and KZ now. With that Clash still to deal with, both of them are in the site. KZ might be able to deal a bit of damage to this Clash. Might be able to suppress him for a brief moment. Perhaps enough to help Pox get that plant down. Pox now staring that Clash in the face. Canadian down below might be able to deny the plant vertically. Indeed, he will. He'll see Pox.
Oh my god.
Pox quickly gets off it, but Rexon, the quad, taking out KZ. Philippe Pox is a dead man walking, and the round is done. Shopify Rebellion, 5 rounds straight over Furia.
This is just precise, calculated gameplay from Shopify Rebellion. Again, I cannot make a single complaint. As long as they just do what their baseline is, what their strat is from prep phase, I think they'll be fine, because Furia can't break anything apart.
JV looks like he's about to cry. Philippe Pox
I would be too.
Dude, what is going on with these guys?
They double jumped in master bedroom window.
Man.
And then they both looked to connector. They saw the Asami of Rexon. Then they both look away. And Rexon goes, broop, 1 kill. All the guys looking the wrong way as well. Broop, 2nd kill. And Rexon goes, mental boom. Like, what are they doing?
I mean, what, 9 months ago, Furia 7-0'd Shopify on Cafe at Boston at the 6 Invitational. And wow, how roles have reversed here.
Also, there's been a lot of talk the last... Going back to Dark Zero for Canadian, where he's like, oh, he's on the entry, he's on the lurk roll, he's flanking, right?
Yeah.
Canadian has been really good so far. That previous round, he flanks at the perfect time from bottom red staircase, and then he realizes the flank, a little bit risky, they're not attacking cash because Rexon got those kills. I'm going to go vertical below despite not having a C4 and play off the Clash information. He's on the stop the plant the first time with a shotgun. It's really, like... Canadian spots in the map and the foresight has been really good, whereas some people have been a bit judgmental saying, why is Canadian roaming? Why is he entering? He's always dying first.
He's the old man.
He's the old man.
Give that license to a younger player.
Yeah, but honestly, the way it's been showcasing so far, granted Furia is having a bit of a stinker, has been really excellent.
I'm impressed by Rebellion. That said, this game does have an asterisk, which is that Furia are not playing 10% of their normal game right now. And that's the real question mark for me. What is it that's going on that's making Furia play such poor Siege? Boom. This is a team that is not known to be inconsistent. I would say Shopify Rebellion are actually a team where sometimes they'll look insane, sometimes they'll get destroyed. Sometimes things will break down.
Ooh, they'll take your rush over the blitz. They can't go for kills.
Like this. I very much like this.
Oh, you're so
Here
dead.
the Azami is spotted. Nade wants to take down Wrexham, but he's taking down a hell of a lot of damage. Finally, he's finished off by JV, coming in from the garage door. Canadian down below exposed, but he's confident that he can take these fights
JV.
with the SMG-11. Could this be the first round on the board for Furia? Surf tries to hold down the fort on site. He's facing an onslaught of Furia players as the Brazilians march on forward. The cross just barely goes by, and Herds finally gets off the donut and into the server. Canadian, the old man, in a 1v4.
Go with fire on the door. They're all waiting and watching. They knew he was below earlier. He gets one, though. Has to stall for time.
He's got options, thanks for this wall being open, but Herds takes him down. It's not a fist pump of victory, but a sigh of relief for the Brazilians. Finally, a round has been found, and we swap onto their defensive side.
Good news is that defense can only go better, first of all. But also, now, instead of counterplay and figuring out what your opponent is doing, you just do the paperwork. And that's all you got to do. You know your positions, you know what the win conditions are, and looking at Furia's gameplay, this should much more favor them. But they're down 1-5 still. And I mean, that was a pocket strat. Aura off top red door, smoke it, blitz pushing catwalk, gun behind them, guy on Garrett's door. They 3v1 the catwalk player who has no support, and Shopify Rebellion, importantly enough, they double reinforced the catwalk walls. They could not help each other. So it was a freebie, and then they won their gunfights. Great. But Shopify Rebellion, they just need 2 rounds.
That they do. For Furia, though, it's about getting their heads back in the game. And we talked a lot about what they're known for, right? Which is good individual play and good team chemistry.
Yep.
Those are the 2 things that they were doing absolutely terribly. So what did they do after that tactical timeout? I mean, well, they lost the round, but in the final round of the half, what did they do? What was their last idea? And it was, okay, change things up.
Yeah.
We can't play to our strengths, so let's play to something that's not really our strength, but maybe it'll get us back on the right track, which is doing a set play, doing a strat, like you said.
And I think a simplified one as well. Like, it wasn't like this grand thing, 5 billion things happening. It was Aura off, smoke, push. It was a simple set play that you can't really mess up.
Totally. Because Furia, their playstyle is that really complex, loose, aggressive. We're pushing a little bit everywhere. We're playing off our individual skill. That is, like, as soon as you're not having your confidence, like that's when you can't do that playstyle at all. Simplify things, build that confidence back up. And on their defense, it's much more likely they'll be able to feel more themselves. Like you said, you can just do the paperwork, do your setup, make Shopify Rebellion make the first move.
I like the Frost here. This is definitely a bit off pace. And this is to fortify the fast pushes, the shield jump-ins on the upstairs row from this basement floor defense. Canadian was hovering between some operators, the Monty, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, settled on the BB and the end of the day. Get those frag grenades, get a good gun, and get in that building, Troy, when you're ready. And they got good drones. By taking bar first, if you can just jump in here for free, despite the gym hatch being open, that's a bit of a scare. That means you can cut off the middle of the map. That means there's less ways of Furia back towards the bomb site. You can now go hunting for those roamers or hit the bomb site and catch them on the way back. Shopify Rebellion, despite their good drone information, doesn't want to take the play just yet because they do recognize gym hatch is open and there is a player up above and it's too risky to gamble the 50-50.
Oh. Whoops. There are still 3 players on that top floor for Furia. The Rebellion will look to take control of the ground floor, but as soon as they do that, Furia don't have an escape. But Rebellion are going to need to use all of their players to go for that push. This is nice from Canadian. Look at JV falling back to site. He's now got the read. He's got the call. Wow, Canadian's actually going to try and take that fight. Spoit comes in and secures the kill.
Like that.
There's 3 players still on that top floor for Furia, leaving Nade all alone on this bomb site.
They know at least 2 players were roaming earlier because one was Jim Hatch, one was Master Bedroom, so they should know. Here's the back B push. One goes down, no BB alone.
Oh, this is perfect. The impact grenade might be able to get the job done.
Oh, Nade!
With the pistol. And so Nade is the sole player on the bomb site. He holds it down like a fortress as Hertz comes in to support against Ambi as well. And now, Shopify, they tried the rug pull and instead they lost their footing. They have stumbled 2v4 as Furia finally find a bit of confidence on this defensive side. Good kill from Rexon. He's hit double digits. He's hungry for more.
Nade is 1 point of health. They got fire and smoke and serve on that kitchen hatch. And more importantly, Furia have a player stuck in third tunnel. If Shopify Rebellion know about this, it's effectively a 2v2 as that third door is Not a nice place to be. You can be very stuck in that position. It looks to me like there is no intel here for the attackers. They're worried about the flank, they're worried about the side. Smoke, fire, and try your best.
The fire is good though, and the smoke is going to cut off some of these key lines of
yeah.
sight.
C4.
Might be able to drop Nitro Cell over the top,
missed.
but it misses from Philippox. And Surf finds his pick on KZ. Nade is still low. Rexon's got to recollect that diffuser. Is he going to give it over to Surf to try and cover it? He's going to take out the default cam at 90 hallway. He still doesn't know where these players are, and his only teammate has gone down 1v2 for Rexon. Nade's still low. He knows where Pox is. He knows where Nade is! He just needs to land the shots! But Philippox will stand tall! Furia! They've stopped the bleeding, and they start to make this comeback happen.
Valiant effort in the 2v3 though, almost makes the clutch a reality, but at the end of the day, Furia, they woke up, they took the fights, and they came out victorious. Nade is the sole reason why they are not against match point 1-6. That two-piece earlier on and staying alive for as long as he did, literally won them the round. It's a bit of a clutch though. Again, consistency. Can you do this and replicate that kind of playstyle or that performance every single round? That's my big question, because you shouldn't be able to.
Well, Furia would have lost in regulation in their game earlier today if JV hadn't clutched a 1 versus 3.
Also true.
It's the classic Furia. Individual players having monster rounds.
KC 0-6. We spoke about the fact that we have not cast a donut game in a while. I mean, this could be a 1-6 with KC being 0-7.
I also feel like of all of the really like frag-heavy players on Furia that we talk about, Herds, KZ, JV tend to be like the three.
Yeah.
KZ to me feels like the most consistent.
I would say so.
JV is a player who he can go double digits, or he can kind of not be one of the core fraggers because he does fall into that more flex role compared to KZ and Herds. And Herds is very hot and cold.
Yes.
Great player, but like let's be honest, that guy.
But that's his role, right? That's fine.
It's the nature of it, right? KZ, though, he's meant to be your rock. He's meant to be Mr. Consistent for the team. Very unusual to see him on the donut.
Just has to find the first one, and the rest will follow surely. But that first one, you don't have that much time to find it right now with Sir. So he goes fishing, looking for more, playing this catwalk position. We saw Rexon always trade himself 1-to-1 in this particular spot. And going 1-for-1, you know, you die, but you take somebody back with you, is a great value. He's just dead.
KZ.
He's literally just dead like that. A pre-fire from Canadian from outside the building. He had no idea what hit him. No. That's a dirty shot from Troy.
And he's meant to be holding on to rafters as long as he can.
Yeah.
Try and delay and fall back towards the site, but no. No impact whatsoever from KZ. And his utility, of course, it's gone. You know, regenerating keeper barriers, he's not going to get to put all of them down.
I'm curious here if Shopify Billion don't just rush Garage and take control because they think a second player might be there, or because they know they can't retake it from the defenders. Courage goes down as well, and with the clash up, you only have 2 guns effectively.
So Jova here for Furia in this round. How do they bring it back? That from Philippox certainly won't hurt. Goodbye to Canadian. He'd already used all his util. And now Surf looks to get aggressive. Oh, the spray through the wall. It's almost a good read. Philippox!
The Grim Beast.
What's wrong with your headset? You would have heard him spraying through the wall just a moment prior, and yet he does not peek. Nade now on the clash, revealed by the bees from Grim. Him and JV, they're not together, but they are going to have to clutch this 2 versus 4.
They have 1 frag grenade to clear this shield. That's really it. They got the Grim Beast information game, but they know exactly where he is.
Punch hole.
Careful. Nade on 1 point of health now. Very much stuck in this position.
He's trying to get naded out. No, somehow
shield
the
lives.
shield does survive. Very low on HP. That's a big kill, but traded back. It's an exchange that Shopify Rebellion are happy to accept. JV's had a 1v3 today. He's going to need another. Otherwise, it's Rebellion on match point.
This position, though, so many ways to cover. 2 windows, Condor, Office as well. And JV has to pick his fights very carefully and smartly and try to isolate. There's some damage, but MB's there. He's watching it. He covers his teammates back and gets the 6th round for Shopify Rebellion. They are now on match point.
Yeah. And the young team is looking sharp today. The whole squad stepped up for Shopify Rebellion. And the big question that we always ask about this roster is, I mean, they are quite star-studded. They have plenty of accolades. The individuals on this roster. Ambi, one of the most sought-after young players in North America. Of course, Canadian, both major and world champion, multi-time world champion. Spoit world champion, and once upon a time, he was the most coveted talent in the world when he first turned 18, won a major in his debut stage of playing Siege.
Yep.
I mean, this roster on paper has everything that you could want to be a world-class contending team, and yet they haven't been. Time after time, ever since this roster has formed, they've bailed out of tournaments early. They've
not qualified for tournaments as well.
Or not qualified for tournaments.
And that's been my big question, because when this roster was formed, I was like, this is like the NA super team, if you will. I really rated them highly, yeah. And the story has always been, can they meet expectations? And they haven't yet.
Very rarely do they. I mean, for some reason, it tends to be Space Station out of all the NA teams that goes deepest in events. And even now, obviously, M80 with their new look roster is looking very strong at the moment. Shopify Rebellion, very much the not so much talked about. You know, as opposed to Wildcard, who are pure underdogs, you can't argue that Rebellion are underdogs because of the caliber of their players. But where are the results to go with it? Nowhere to be seen.
They're working on it right now, James. And a 7-3 score against Furia. If they can get this round, or 7-2, sorry, should I say, that would definitely be a statement match. And in a week from now, 2 weeks from now, no one's going to go back and say, oh, Furia didn't play well, that's why they won. All you remember is this result, you know, and that they beat Furia.
For sure. On the flip side of that, if Furia come back here...
Oh, boy.
And to lose from disadvantage for Rebellion, that would be a shocker.
They lost from 6-3 up before, literally a few hours ago.
That they did, yes.
That they did. Can happen again.
Against the Falcons.
All it takes, honestly, is Casey to get a kill. Like, he's 0-7. Like, they're playing 4v5 in the server right now. I'm not even kidding. Like, this is Furia's biggest strength. They're so aggressive and versatile in the server. But gun skill, they're not playing in a fair 5v5 just yet. This is not the full strength at all.
No, but Herds goes down. The other inconsistent player, it's to Spoit. Not sure where that was, actually. JV's in the pivotal position here on the rafters. He doesn't have any catch to support him. He's actually doing a very similar hold to what Shopify did.
Yeah.
Fully reinforced wall into sight.
Barrier deployed.
No Wamai, no Jaeger. He's just playing to delay as much time as he can and then die.
Yeah.
Reloading.
The fire from Capital, the grenade as well, that's got to do the work. No catch. They kind of missed the right-hand side here by Catwalk 1, and he's got a safe passage.
Oh, he's going to spot one player, takes him on down. Big kill on the Spoit, but Surf will reply from outside the breach. The question remains, when will KZ find his way into this game? When will he find a couple of kills?
He's playing now.
Yeah, he's got to, but he's playing very far back. A double up on the red stairs is a very strange choice. They're assuming that Shopify Rebellion are going to try and move up from down in lounge.
I mean, they got numbers advantage. They can push side, catwalk, breach, and up the staircase. Even go for a flank on Con if they wanted to. There's no C4 in play. 2 toxic waves, 1 toss top, making 1 single left in pocket. They don't have plant denial. Shopify Rebellion can just wait now for 20 seconds, go for a default plan, and force them to just take the gunfights. They don't have to make the play.
In they go. It's Canadian marching on forward. Ambi's found his pick. Canadian with the diffuser will die. Ambi finds a second. Rexon comes in to seal the deal for Shopify Rebellion. And the Panthers are toothless today in Munich. The North Americans upset the Brazilian powerhouse and look to redeem their loss in their opening match of the tournaments.
Oh yeah, Shopify Rebellion, I feel like today, or this matchup at least, was just trust the process, trust the plan, the prep work that we did. They weren't making adaptations and counter plays. They were playing plan A, strat number 1, time and time again, and just doing it really well, waiting for Furia to figure them out, and then perhaps they can make a counter. Furia never got it figured out. They won 2 rounds, one being a huge clutch, Casey dropping the donut, no life inside of Furia.
The quest for revenge definitely sated after the loss in Boston. They come back and they take down one of the best teams in the world. It's a huge moment for Shopify Rebellion and everything that they have set to prove here on the international stage. But the elephant in the room here is what the hell is going on with the tournament favorites of Furia.
I guess the benefit is that they'll play another team next match against a different 0-2 team. Like, it's going to get easier and easier for them. I mean, but at this pace, fighting a 0-2 team is equal skill level for Furia because they're not that good right now.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the teams that might be in that 0-2 position certainly have the capability to upset them. I mean, it could be a team like NIP. It could be... Oh, who else we got? It could be... G2 potentially. Imagine that. I mean, it could be SSG potentially.
Could be Wildcard.
Could be Wildcard. Could be CAG. Could be Weibo.
Weibo.
Honestly, any of those teams could upset Furia, especially the way that these Brazilians are playing right now. It is just not good enough to stay alive in the tournament. On the flip side of that, a good moment for Shopify Rebellion. A lot of excitement for them, no doubt about it. Where does that leave us with our expectations? How much is there an asterisk because of how poorly Furia are playing?
So that's the thing, right? I think Shopify Rebellion, they played their game excellently, but they weren't challenged fully. This is going to be like, Shopify Rebellion, they played well, but they didn't blow our minds and make crazy plays. Rexon individually, insane player. Yeah. Surf, 100% cost. They did do individual heroics, but again, they weren't challenged.
Yeah, look, I think Shopify Rebellion are a great team, but I want to see more. I want to see them going up against an opponent that's actually playing at their full potential, and that's not Furia right now. But of course, the once world champions are now on the verge of getting eliminated. Potentially tomorrow, we could be saying goodbye to Furia, but Shopify, there's plenty more in the tank for them. Of course, next up, we have a big game. It is NIP versus Weibo Gaming. So stick around. We've got more banging matches coming up shortly.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Au déco-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté.
JNO outside Geisha. Oh, Nitrous Alpha and Dash will connect onto Nuas. But J9O has been able to find a pick onto Bay, and he will now get himself into that Geisha position. A deeper position now established for SSG. I thought Baby Shark maybe wanted to contest, but playing the clash will now fall back and opt to play the site instead. By the way, Kenzen over towards Shrine still offers a point of contact, potentially for Wildcard to go for a flank, and indeed he did. And Baby Shark then goes the SMG route, as Ashen will look to stick to plant, gets off it, sensing pressure, expecting the rush to come through from the defense, and indeed it does, Ashen, it does!
I am the best shield player! Let's go!
The best shield player, says Baby Shark, as Wildcard goes 6-5 and have got match point and are on the precipice of sending SSG to the 0-2 bracket. Wow. Their timeout has already been taken. There's nothing but to just go into this next round of bedroom, bathroom, and hope for the best if you are SSG on the attack.
That Nitro was insane.
Almost got the double as well.
Almost did. Just saved by the shield, I can only presume.
Well, Jack is listening now as well, by the way, so.
Let's go!
But too late.
This match has been far more competitive.
Too late, Jack. Now Leo's my favorite.
Leo's your favorite?
Yeah, well, he is now.
Okay.
I thought me and Jack were tight like that. Wow. He supports a bad football team. I support a bad football team. You know, I thought we had some synergy there.
Is Leeds even in the APL at the moment?
They are.
Where are they?
10 seconds
Below
left.
Everton.
That must be really bad.
Yeah. Okay. So match point, Wildcard. Can they get the job done?
Attackers are heading
I
out
think
to
it would be
defuse the bomb.
easy to say a deserving win if they were to do it 7-5. But if SSG can force overtime, feels just as deserving. But rounds 10 and 11, the first time a team able to win 2 rounds straight since the opening 4 rounds of this game. Only 2 opening kills for Wildcard. It's staggering. That has not usually been the case for them. They're a top-heavy opening kill team. So for them, if possible, winning this game, at least they would be doing so through margins of success that they don't necessarily usually get, which is to win at a disadvantage.
The mute counter in the clutch is here from Benja.
Deathmark tracker out.
trying to hack those Banshees and perhaps the cams from Volk as well, but disrupted. Some map control now established by Ashen.
Yeah,
as the defense begins their peel.
Well, Benja is also close by as well, so they've kind of gone double stack clear Geisha side, want to put pressure towards this top floor. Bedroom, bathroom, you're going to expect to have some players over towards VIP, Exhibition. Yeah, that kind of second floor pressure will be there by Wildcard, so there has to be some kind of body presence by SSG on that top floor clear across, and that's what they're now trying to establish.
Dash is Dragon, mind you.
Need to pick up the pace here a little bit, 90 seconds.
Missed drone maybe? Do they know of the position of Dash is the question.
Nitrocell went off there by Baby Shark, but did not collect anybody. Kansan taken very low and finished off. Opening pick once again for SSG. You can't make this one up. Candela's thrown in towards Dragon, onto Dash. Baby Shark will fall. And so suddenly, 4v3, a big shot though, a second by Dash, is able to now bring it back to even numbers heading into the final minute. Volt will rotate outside Office balcony. He's got the kit in hand. Shots, big ones. Asher needs to win that battle. Gets some help by Benja. Advantage once again for SSG. Now with the numbers, they can start to think about hitting this site. One Candela still remaining for Volt. Frag grenade and smokes too, so good utility available for SSG.
Perhaps a lack of vert though, which could leave them susceptible.
Detected a bomb!
Defense to reposition.
They will actually just lurk over towards reception, but it's now meaning that Spike is by himself in sight. He is completely by himself in bathroom.
Bay's a threat over towards, that delivery entry / lobby. Likely the one to make the play here for defense.
That's the final Candela to make the push down. Now, Bay can avoid this and then go for the swing. He will take a battle with Ashen, most likely. Didn't fully avoid it. The cross is now being made, by the way. He was on the stairs and Bay wasn't ready for it. Trying to hold this position as well to deny Benja from getting in. It's a trade 1-for-1. Leaves Spiker into red time. The last 5 seconds of this best of one. Faults will need to get their kit down. Benja loses his life, and with that, no time will remain. SSG will be headed to the 0-2 bracket at the Munich Major for wildcard redemption from the NAL group stage. 7-5 wildcard with a huge upset on Skyscraper.
Damn, almost ridden off heading into this match for wildcard. We fully expected SSG to win this one out. Sure, it's a best of one, things can happen, but they played some really nice Siege this afternoon, and SSG tested them. Their ability to pivot and innovate across the match from round to round, even mid-round, was exceptional at times, but wildcard able to just grind them down in the end, showing some really good prowess, some great individual moments, and I think rightly deserving of the win.
Must be hurting, though, for SSG, a team that beaten back not too long ago. I think it was playoffs. Excuse my mistake before I said group stage. Nevertheless, it's one thing to come to an event like the Munich Major and lose to, say, top teams from EML or SAL. It's another thing to lose to a team that you've beaten up on in NAL. This is an opportunity that has gone begging for SSG. Now must claw themselves out of a 0-2 hole. For wildcard, a huge win. They only picked up a single a single opening kill round that they actually converted into a round win and won it on Skyscraper. That is unheard of. So for wildcard's sake, it's not just the fact they won, it's how they won. They won in a lot of areas that you don't typically see teams that win. Now, many people can turn around and find the negatives for SSG, but when you look at these reactions, for me, I just find the positives for wildcard. I think they played a really, really good game.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
right now. Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to Genius! Steal that round for Furia!
Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below, and it's just in the face! Penta are going to the grand final!
This could be difficult. If the swing...
Mason a second. Mason a third.
Ryder! Oh my god! Wow!
Pre-day, holding up for the plunder!
It's a 1v5.
They had everything going. 1v5.
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out. Soliton's down. Pre-day's up. He's also down.
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montage? Get it? Montage? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats. So I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montage shield so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying side of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montage shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charlotte comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charlotte confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents.
A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaco is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just starting them off. Just for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down low. Brinka, are you ready for this? Yes! Brinka, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's turned on the face. Bingo!
Shaiko is going off tip. Finally finds himself down now. Users has got a clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing.
They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on it and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Mates in a second, Mates in a third. Ryder, oh my God, it's a quad.
A huge ace against BDS team of facilitated. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Free-Day holding up for the blood.
Oh, NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys June. He's on the blitz. Will all come down to Adrian on the comp. Bridge! It's a 1v5. They had everything going! 1v5!
Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, doesn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out!
Welcome on back to the Munich Major. We're here on the B stream, the best stream. This is where you get all the upsets, you get all the action.
Keep saying it's the best stream.
It is.
We do have the best games.
We do,
Wow.
actually. I mean, we've seen Furia bottle it twice. It doesn't
Is
get
that
much
a good
better
thing
than-
or a bad thing?
It doesn't get much better than that. I personally, I'm a huge Furia boy. Love those guys. Been a big fan since
So you're
W7M days.
heartbroken?
I just like interesting Siege. I like the storylines. It's very easy to commentate a match that gives you something to talk about. And that's been the case so far here on the B stream today. You can't deny that.
No, that's true. And I gotta say, change can be good. Fury always winning, always qualifying, always is making finals. How about going 0-2 for a change?
Yeah.
It is exciting.
I mean, there's still a chance that they'll be able to fight back, but of course, we're going to turn our attention to the game at hand, which is going to be NIP versus Weibo Gaming. We get to cast our first truly Brazil versus APAC game, as opposed to the D+
The half and
versus
half.
Furia game earlier today. Pardon me. Of course, as we can see how it works, is in the Swiss system, you win a game, you play other teams that have won one. You lose a game, you play other teams that have lost one. This is another one of the loser versus loser game, which means that, of course, whoever loses out of these two teams are going to be staring down the barrel of elimination tomorrow.
CAG-G2 also plays in the 0-1 bracket. That's kind of crazy.
Yes.
We're going to have some wild teams going down 0-2 for the next series.
And if I'm not wrong, Wildcard took down SSG.
Oh.
If I'm not wrong.
Yeah, there was an interview with Baby Shark I saw. so it must
Yeah,
have
and
been,
I saw the SSG boys walking around looking pretty sad. And I have
wow.
confirmation from our production.
This
So
correct.
we're just doing the B stream, right? It's a busy
Yeah.
day for us, so we don't get to watch the A stream games just yet. Sorry, I just feel a
You're
little bit.
too
If
tall
I go
when you're
over
up here,
here,
like,
it's like you
you
miss
gotta
out on my.
back it up,
I spend
dude.
way too much time on my hair for you guys not to see it.
You should have seen it this morning. It was like a unicorn horn. Like, it was
You
really
don't have
fronting
to expose
people.
me like that.
But it's settled.
Thank you.
It's settled.
If I do have that hairstyle again, I'll just walk over here and then no one will get to see
You
it.
just caught
Anyway, but yeah, okay, let's start talking about this game. Because this one has some promise to it. And I genuinely cannot remember the last time that I
Okay.
casted NIP. Like, when was it genuinely? The last
Oh my
time
God.
that you casted NIP at an event, because they made it to EWC, but we didn't cast them.
True.
And then prior to that, they didn't make it to Reload. They're not a partnered team. And prior to that, I mean, like, these guys haven't been at a lot of international events for a long time. They've really dropped off. You know, this is the era of your teams like Furia, like W7M, even Loud, but not so much NIP. It's been a long time. I mean, I'm looking back. They didn't qualify for SI in Boston. They didn't qualify for Montreal. Didn't qualify for even EWC last year. Didn't qualify for Manchester. If I'm not wrong, the last time they played an international event, I don't know how long ago it was.
Too long.
I genuinely don't remember the last time they played an international event. I'm going to have to double check that.
I had a jump scare because I was like, Fantasy plays with this team?
I know, right?
Yeah. Last I knew of Fantasy, he was on Furia.
Yeah.
Like, way back.
Yeah, the old Furia roster. So what can we say about these NIP guys? Because they're actually the real deal. And it was pretty recently that there was an interview with Igor from Furia, and he said that he thinks NIP are the
did.
second best team in Brazil right now.
Okay. That's very interesting, yeah.
All right, I got it up here. So last time they played an international, main circuit event was SI24 in Sao Paulo, and then of course Atlanta and Copenhagen before that, and then they were a mainstay like every single event. If you want me to list off every like main international event that NIP have played, you got 6 Major Paris, SI19, 6 Major Raleigh, Pro League Season 10 Finals, SI20, SI21, Mexico Major, Sweden Major, SI 2022, Berlin Major, Copenhagen Major, Atlanta Major, and SI24 in Brazil, all to finally make a return, a year and a half later to the major in Munich. Do we think that they have a chance at making a splash here? I'm not convinced yet. I haven't seen enough from them.
Also, in all those events you just listed, they never broke past top 8. It's either quarterfinals or
Very
group
true.
stage exit. So they were at those events, but they haven't been a heavy hitter for a long time.
Not since they won in SI21.
Exactly.
World
They're World
Championship.
Championship org. Granted, they have like almost no players left, right? They have
Yes.
Pino. That's it, right? It's just Pino?
And yet, yes.
Yeah.
And yet he is still kicking. He's still hanging out. Of course, even Psycho, who was for the longest time the face of this team, he now plays in APAC under Elevate, a team that Weibo Gaming
Yep.
NIP's opponents are very familiar with playing. So let's talk about Weibo for a minute. This mixed Southeast Asian and I guess Oceanic roster, thanks Turdster, your local resident New Zealander. These guys have already been through a bit of strife. They got upset by EP, and I think it's fair to say upset because Weibo did take down EP in the 6 major qualifier, the APAC major qualifier.
Also more experienced roster for Weibo.
Very much so. And look, Weibo, these guys, I think have started a little bit turbulently into Munich. You know, they had some troubles getting all of their players here. Uppe and Hoven didn't actually fly in until this morning. Whereas most
they
of the
landed this morning.
That's what I heard.
Oh boy.
And, you know, I heard there was a bit up in the air about whether they would make it, whether they would need to get substitutes in. So while a lot of teams at this event haven't been able to practice much yet, I mean, these guys have barely been able to talk.
Interesting. That certainly adds a different layer of pressure. And I feel like Weibo / Bleed, if you want to go far enough back, they've had a few like unfortunate circumstances before. Players are sick right before an event or during an event, and visa issues now here. Of course, they all made it. They're here, but there's going to be a lot of stress just going into today. What's going to happen tomorrow? We don't have a set game. I don't know who's playing. But they're here to play, and they've had the warm-up game against Enterprise. And granted, I think one of Weibo's strengths, and like most APAC teams, unpredictable. But when you're Enterprise and you play them all the goddamn time, you know what they're gonna do.
For sure.
That's your weakness. NIP are gonna be like, who's Weibo, by the way? They're gonna find out.
Yeah, all these teams have never versed before, but let's see what map they'll be playing today. Of course, Weibo Gaming, regarded as one of the best APAC teams. They did come second at the major qualifier. Technically the second best team in APAC at the moment. We're going to Lair, a map
That's a Weibo map.
It is a very good Weibo map. One that we haven't casted as of yet this tournament as well.
Yes, we've actually not cast the same map twice just yet.
Yes,
we have done Bank.
3 out of 3.
Yep, Bank, Border, into Clubhouse, into Lair.
I like that.
Pretty good.
We talked about how this is a Weibo map. To put that into context, we actually saw them take down D+ Kia about a month ago, back in October at PAX at the APAC Major Qualifier. And D+, I mean, they are really good within APAC. So that's a big win for them. They have had some losses, but on the flip side of that, I mean, NIP, this is their home. They are on a 5-game win streak, beating Los, FaZe Clan, ENX, 9Z, and Black Dragons. And so here we go, onto Lair for NIP versus Weibo. And the Brazilians have truly stolen the show on the social prediction.
65, not a huge surprise to be honest, let's be honest, but still a win nonetheless so far.
That feels a little bit unfair to me.
A lot of unfairness?
Considering the fact that NIP are kind of only just on the comeback after a very long vacation from international events, and Weibo, aside from the drama with getting their 5 players to Munich, Weibo are arguably in their peak right now. You know, they've looked really solid. Stage 2, I mean, they started a bit slow, but come into the APAC Major Qualifier, come into that LAN, they looked very, very good. They had a big win streak. Funnily enough, Weibo have actually played more maps of Siege in this stage than any other team.
I believe it.
29 maps played.
Because they had the lower bracket run and such.
They played they played 7 games in the group stage within Asia, and then they did actually go for an upper bracket run. It was pretty normal through the playoffs.
In playoffs.
In the Southeast Asia region. But then into the APAC LAN itself, they had to go for a lower bracket run, and a lot of their games went the distance 3 maps. Of course, they were playing until 3 in the morning in Australia to knock out the Chiefs and qualify for their spot here.
2 world records happened that day. Longest ever ongoing Siege event ever, like broadcast hours.
One broadcast.
And latest ever qualification match in a local time zone. 3 a.m. qualification.
It's insane.
Yep. And the funny thing is, that day went so far and so long that the games afterwards, everyone is like, screw this.
Yeah.
Like, we're so tired.
Genuinely.
I mean, they tried their best, but they couldn't only give half, 50%.
Yeah, I mean, well, Weibo, their first match on that day at PAX was at 10 in the morning.
10 a.m.
And Chiefs, who lost that qualification match, their first game was at 9 a.m. And then, of course, it finished eventually at 3 in the morning. So Weibo, look, they've got grit, they've got determination, and they have endurance. Nobody can question that. But can they match the Brazilian firepower of this new look NIP roster?
About to find out. Weibo on the attack. They banned out the Kaid and the Mira. NIP, they respond with both the Ying and the Monty. 2 ops that are very commonly played by the aggressive squad of Weibo. Both to cause a bit of chaos on the server in the Ying, and to stabilize and getting those roam queues and plants down in the Monty. So I like this kind of hitting you on both sides here. Weibo, they're a team that can do a bit of everything, I would say. They can do your fast plays, your slow plays, do funky Apex stuff, do pretty normal stuff on the regions. They got Meepy and Gohan as support staff behind him, so a lot of experience between those two guys from different regions.
Well, that is a very important point to make. Weibo actually have made some changes recently.
true.
There was quite a big shuffle. You know, historically it's been Meepy who's been the head coach for this team, and Mentalist who has been the assistant coach. Recently, Gohan came in. He took the head coach role away from Meepy. Meepy has moved into an assistant coach role. Mentalist, I believe, is more of an analyst, manager, assistance type role. So quite a significant shape up in terms of how the behind the scenes looks here for Weibo. And we're still waiting to find out how that translates into game. Not a good result against EP this morning. Time to redeem themselves as they start to work on breaching into the site.
Yeah, impact trick though. Cons falls off the table and gets shut down by Ape, watching that exact same angle. The second summer goes out to confirm that wall opening for the plant later on. Meanwhile, Reaps tapping away past the red ping. Just holding the enemies far away.
Hoven is just waiting, biding his time. He's taking control of bathroom, which is usually quite challenging to do. And he still has one nade to utilize here, as the Blackbeard is tempted to make his way forward.
Could just go for a plant here. They're waiting on the Toxic Babes and Pino, so I guess they're getting stalled out. Also got the Shanka to worry about. So perhaps default plant is no longer possible, but they got that numbers advantage. When they want to, a 3-2-1 push on in is very possible.
Pino's in the pivotal position. SMG-11 in hand, but the Glad's going to take him down. Big pick from Speakeasy. Hoven on the Blackbeard as well from Bathroom. Makes good on his nade. Haters has gone down, and Fantasy eliminated. Big round from Speakeasy on the Glaz. A big triple kill. And finally, a smile from Uppe. He has looked glum all day. I've seen him walking around the venue. That is the first smile I've seen from him. And the APAC boys kick things off looking very nice in the opening round of Lair.
A lot of time we're like, oh, Reeves is so good, but Speakeasy in recent history has been phenomenal.
Dude, Speakeasy is that guy.
You know, right? He is that guy right now.
He is that guy.
He's like the APAC League effect. And I say that in the best of ways, right? He's IGLing, stratting, counter-stratting. He's the vibe guy. He's the flex player. He does it all. He is literally the highest value member right now in like almost every category for his team.
My driller, Speakeasy, has been taking names and making upsets since 2019 in Tokoname when he, with Aerolf, upset the European first seed team Giants. And made it to the semi-finals. The first time I think we've seen an APAC team do that in a very long time at that point. First time we'd seen them upset a European team like that as well. Well, Norengo technically
19
beat...
SI and Vitality or something?
No. Oh, that was in group stage.
Oh, it was in group stage.
Group stage. Well, technically, Norengo did make top 4 at SI19, but they beat Fnatic to get there, so it kind of doesn't count.
Oh, so they beat an EU team to go into top 8, then beat
and then
Fnatic
beat an APAC team, and then the exact same thing happened the other way around at Milan. Fnatic beat Norengo to make top 4, but it's like, well, you're just beating an APAC team. So I think it was one of the first times we'd actually seen an APAC team beat a non-APAC team on the main stage. And of course, Speakeasy was there for it. That was 6 years ago now, by the way. He's gone from being the young gunner at the time to now being the IGL of his roster.
Now the turntables. You know, when you turn like early 20s, time for thermite duty, heart breaching, droning. But then we start seeing this kind of new trend where the old guard becomes the flex players because they got that experience to do very many things. Turns is a young gunner though. He walks in, takes down Fantasy, was the spearhead of the old Furia roster, being one of the star players in the region from an individual performance point of view. Now starting off 0-2 in NIP against Weibo. Oi. If only he knew.
Oh, Hoven, come on, this is a free kill. Surely he finds it, and he does. Cons will fall, and with that, NIP are trailing behind by 2 players. How do you get your way back into this one? I mean, we all know the only way to win a 3v5 is to get more aggressive. Weibo know that as well. They are going to read into it, and they are going to hold their ground. Turdstar, big kill for him. Wizard steps up and trades back, 2v4.
It's very individual aggression here from NIP. I mean, they could have strung together, but instead solo Bolo, the recall goes wild, and Wizard goes down. Pino in a 1v4 with 2 attackers low in health. Maybe possible, but hard.
Oh my god.
He's getting flash spammed.
This is just cheeky from Hoven. He continues to abuse him, and now he's figured out exactly where Pino's gone. A nade to go on out. Pino will find the kill. Low HP, 1v3. Diffuser planted. Sees up A for a brief moment. It will fall on
He's
back.
running.
Sprinting through the barbed wire. But meanwhile, that plant has been confirmed and Reaps has got the hallway cut. It's a very early NIP tactical timeout.
You saw me was locked in. Okay, microphone time. Okay, get it down there. Make the most of it. Who's the current coach of NIP? I don't recognize him.
So I've got it as Dan.
D-A-N? Dan?
D-A-N.
Oh,
Dan.
You know you also have Bob?
Yes, well they
Bob,
have
the
Bob.
old- yeah.
Yeah, they have. Bob is here. I saw
I know,
Bob.
I saw him the first
But
day.
he's more the manager.
So they have
of
Bob and they
Esports.
have Dan.
I
That's
know.
like the least Brazilian name
I
I
know.
can think
Well,
of.
it's funny because my database that I like track all the players and stuff, it doesn't like that there's Dan, a Brazilian coach, and Dan, a Russian player.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's...
I don't know, Dan. What's his story? Do you know?
let me have
Where
a
does he come
look.
from?
Let me have a look.
I
So,
frankly do
Daniel
not know.
Maciel de Souza.
Okay. De Souza.
De Souza. Very Brazilian name.
I like that.
So, before this, he was the analyst for NIP from the start of 2024. So, he would have joined just around the last time that NIP made it to an international event as part of the main circuit, which was Sao Paulo. Prior to that, he was coach for Cade Stars, Magic Squad, Boo Boo Golden Kids. So, been around in the scene since 2020 in Brazil. But for the kind of the mid-pack pro teams that very rarely, if ever, make it to international events.
Let's say maybe bottom pack even, but yeah. Like Keatstar, at least one of the rosters was, I'm going to say it, awful. Then they had a second iteration that was better, but yeah. They had a bad
Why
stage.
are you hating on Keatstar?
No, I'm just saying, I worked Brazil at that time at Parker, I believe. And when we worked Keatstar, I'm sorry, but that was brutal. They've gotten better since then. I'm not sure if they're around anymore, but they had a great stage and then an also great stage.
Yeah.
10 seconds
Well,
left.
NIP, of course, have made their fair share of roster
5 seconds
changes.
remaining.
It was after Boston, actually, that they brought on Wizard, formerly played with Los.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
And
the bomb.
that was when Psycho left.
The attacker's bomb diffuser
Prior
has been
to
dropped.
Dan,
Attackers have
it was
recovered their diffuser.
T-Chubbs. You remember that? Chubbs?
No.
I don't know how you say his name. I've only ever seen it.
Oh,
I'll get it up on Wikipedia for you.
Give me a photo. I'm a face guy.
You're a face guy?
Yeah, like a face person. I'm so bad with names.
Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
you're
know.
gonna
Yeah,
recognize this fella.
100, yeah. Okay, we know who that is.
T-Chubbs.
T-Chubbs, yeah.
He was for the longest time
He was the
the
longest
coach
time.
of this roster.
Yeah.
He's actually coaching SSG at the moment, according to these notes. But I guess we wouldn't see him much.
Oh, yeah, because he's called out behind the boys, yeah.
Yeah, it's call out behind the boys. But yeah, apparently T-Chubbs is working with SSG at the moment.
The more you know. There are some interesting changes.
Since just after Reload, actually, this year.
Cool beans. First Scopos today, by the way. Just want to put that out there.
Damn.
We got our first Denari in our last session.
And funnily enough, I think that was probably the most impactful Denari that I've ever seen.
Maybe due to lack of effort from Furia.
Because
but yeah.
Furia sucked at dealing
Denari
with
is
it.
so good when you don't try and deal with it.
Well, let's have a look. Weibo are getting in an aggressive. Nice opening kill from Ape. Straight on into the objective. It's an utter annihilation of NIP.
Bye-bye,
Scopos is certainly going to have to get back into the site because, well, NIP have both of their players on this roam and the diffuser has been planted down below.
I'm not buying what NIP they're selling right now on the defense. It's not looking all that pretty and they're going to be locked on the staircase, 2 players.
NIP are not selling anything. They're giving it away for free.
Oh,
Turdster has obliterated them. It's a beautiful read and a great rush from Weibo Gaming, who are really starting to style on their opponents. What was it that the social vote was again?
65 in favor of
in
NIP.
favor of
NIP.
who's sorry, and who's winning at the moment?
Not NIP.
And what did I say?
You said it was unfair?
I think I said it's APAC time, boys. It's friggin' APAC time today for Weibo and the lads.
When I said Weibo likes Lair, I was like, I don't care what NIP stats on it. I know Weibo, they know the game.
NIP in 6-1 on this map.
Sure, but
It's
not against
pretty
Weibo.
damn good.
Not against A. The thing is, I feel like we're kind of back in an era where APAC is not as bad as people think. Like, because APAC will always be
Get this guy on the APL for 2 stages
And then
hear
right?
him become an APAC simp like the rest of us.
Hey, they fly me to Melbourne for the first time in my life. I'll support the cause.
All right, finish your point, mate.
Okay,
Come on.
My point is, we saw D+ earlier take down Furia. Yes, a weakened Furia, but they're playing the APAC craziness, but with much more coordination because they're getting support coaches from outside. You got Gohan, you got me helping Weibo, for example, right? You have the mixture of Brazilian players playing in APAC where they're adopting the playstyle.
It's the meta right now. In fact, funnily enough, the only APAC team at this event that has an APAC coach is D+, who have a Brazilian roster.
Players, yeah.
Exactly. Oh, I mean, well, technically, Enterprise has Mingo, but I mean, I was going to say that's not, like, Mingo isn't from OS.
Exactly, he's a separate
so it's still a form of an import in a way.
Yeah. So no, I also feel like what APAC historically has struggled with is adapting to the new meta because they're slower. They have full-time jobs, some of these players, right? So they're not going to play as often and as much, and there's less competition domestically. So when the meta changes, they fall behind for longer. The meta in the last 2 years has remained somewhat similar. There was a shield meta change up, that was a big one to me.
Yeah.
And they have caught on and they're doing really well doing this.
Yeah.
So no, I feel like you cannot underestimate APAC. It used to be like maybe CHG you could never underestimate. It's like most, if not all teams at this point.
Definitely. And you know, for a lot of events now, we've seen teams like Enterprise and Weibo. You know, typically it's the OS teams and the Southeast Asian teams that are more likely to get first rounded, even if they are really good teams. It's just something that happens once they hit these international events. EP taking out Weibo, they've guaranteed they're not getting first rounded. Weibo looking in solid stead right now. They're making a surefire case for why they will have a deeper run here in the group stage at the major. And Hoven, on the back of his gas, or rather smoke, is making his way on forward.
Also, mind you, right now this action is happening. NIP banned the Nomad so they can open up the Clash pick, but it leaves up open all these strong operators you see right now. The Glass, the Blackbeard, the Ying, the Grim and the Capitao.
Perfect.
A flank downstairs, shut down by Reeves. Perfect read. The Glass up above, hold the pixel angle. They find a second.
And that's your 2 top players from NIP taken out early. Another 5 versus 3 advantage for the APAC roster. Wizard low HP. I mean, Reaps has been taken low, but he's done his job. He's forced the players on site to move, applying that vertical pressure.
Only problem now could be the Clash, but they got a Capital Fire, they got Bach downstairs, the smokes on the Glass, so plenty of counter utility here. And they got so much time to work with, over a full minute still on the clock. Got info on the Clash, the pink bees. There they go, they're gonna walk on in.
Reaps finally finished off, but so is Cons. Pino's the last one standing. They know exactly where he is, and Speakeasy will run him down. Weibo are dominating here on Lair, round after round, 4-0 over NIP.
It does not feel fair. These gunfights are 3 attackers against 1 defender, every single one of them. And I feel like it's actually down to NIP to make a change. They are sitting, waiting for Weibo to make the first move, and they will brute force it because they got all these strong operators. You banned the Nomad. I'm like, okay, this is excellent to enable the Clash play. But what about the other operators? How are you going to counter the Glass? No Warden? Okay, that's a problem, right? How are you going to deal with Capital? Bach below, no Roman, no extension. It feels like to me NIP have kind of missed the mark on the prep work, perhaps, of what they want to do that should be successful. And Weibo are playing their own game, as they should.
You kind of almost have to insta-lock Warden every round.
You should.
Because of Weibo, what they've shown they can do with that Glass. They've also shown that they can do a lot with the Blackbeard as well. And what are you doing to counter that? You bring your Clash to try and counter Blackbeard? It's not working.
5 seconds remaining.
Nope. You can keep switching up bomb sites, and we've tried 3 different bomb sites. We've tried top floor, we've tried Bunk's briefing, we've tried basement. We're going back to Bunk's briefing now for the second time.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah,
really you don't see team aggression. We need to see NIP saying, hey, make a play on me, 2v1.
If you ban Nomad, you better hope that you're getting aggressive.
It feels a little bit like the Furia game, where you're playing 1v3 and you think it's fine, but it's not fine because you're playing 1v3. You got up. Oh, that great shot. Fantasy's first kill. Individual heroics, no teammate support. But he finally lands his shot. That should slow down Weibo for now.
I do feel like that was a little bit egregious from Hoven. You've got a Blackbeard, you're not marching in behind him.
But you're up 4-0.
Sure.
You know, skip some corners.
You may as well just like let them back into the game, I guess.
Yeah, let's An impact trick on the exterior wall. The downside of playing the ace is that you're very prone to the impact tricking.
Yeah.
And they got impact grenades, so...
Grish mod in pocket for Fantasy. Perhaps this is the way NIP are planning to counter the Blackbeard. Remember, the bomb site is down on the ground floor, so this is just an extension. He can fall back. Out goes an impact grenade. He's about to feel a hell of a lot of pressure, and he is. Reeves will swing on inside. Well,
no one helps him.
Speakeasy.
They're right there, and no one helps him. They're right around the corner. They could have swung this double door right here and had a 2v1. Or a 2v2.
NIP are not playing together. They're letting Weibo fight these numbers advantages. And Weibo is now breaching into server as well. It's only a matter of time before the next player from NIP will fall or drop back to site, as Cons has just done.
Sticking on for now, though. Taking a fair bit of damage. The second player falls below, leaving Pino alone upstairs now. Wizard is not too far away, but again, these hallways will be like isolated gunfights. There's the BB.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, what could have been?
We need Wizard to have a little bit of support. It's so hard to take that 1v1 against Speakeasy, and he will fall.
Oh my god. Help.
Speakeasy finds one, and Wizard is completely obliterated. Pino will redeem the team with 2 kills with the SMG-11, and with Turtster on the ground, it's all up to Speakeasy on the Blackbeard to clutch for Weibo.
Has to get the revive, and will do so. Pino has the greed for this kill. He's low in health. The one bullet, he's going to be done and dusted, but he has that shield, that cover. BB information. The cover is there. Now 2v1 with BB alive for full info. Drone in pocket of Turts. That 20 seconds is anybody's round.
10 seconds ago, it was a 2v1 for NIP, and Owen has flipped. But Turtster goes down to the third. Speakeasy has to clutch up against Cons as the Blackbeard marches his way forward, but Cons clutches up for the ninjas in pajamas, and the Brazilians are finally on the scoreboard.
All the way down to a 1v1. It was looking so good on the opening from Fantasy. Then we're thinking, where's the support backup? Okay, then they bring it back to numbers advantage, but then Pino loses his individual gunfight. A very much swing back and forth of a round, but it does give them a little bit of a fighting chance. Lair, it's a weird one to me. I feel like it can be attacker favorite, it can be attacker or defender favorite. Depends on the specific matchup. Weibo are excellent on the attacker player. That much we know. With how NIP are playing on defense, not supporting each other, I do fear for their upcoming attacks after this round, however.
I mean, Weibo, they're good on their attack, right? They win 42% of their attacks on there, typically. They win 70% of their defenses. On
70?
70%. And
it's over.
Also, like, NIP win 81% of their defenses on this map, and that's out of 67 rounds. That is a large sample size.
Okay. And their attacks?
Their attacks are 56%.
Okay.
So still, like, pretty good. In fact, they have a higher attacking win rate than Weibo do, but they also have a higher defensive win rate that we're not seeing
by far.
Yeah, by substantially. I mean, 80% win rate on defense is utterly insane. That means you're probably often expecting a 5-1 half on
that's
your
in
defense.
Brazil, by the way. There's no easy, you know, really, really easy free teams down there.
No, and there's a lot of extremely hard teams.
Yeah. That's very impressive, that's damn sure, but we're not seeing it right now. That or Weibo are just those guys, and as I say that, Turret takes down Cons, like who just clutched the round for his team. Poor Cons.
Yeah, it's his army gone as well. Goodbye to all that regenerative util. Oh, it's an aggressive pick as well, just from the
Fantasy did it last round. Same spot from different player. Like, they're expecting that aggression because it literally happened 3 minutes ago.
I mean, it's disrespectful to not predict Weibo are going to understand. You do the same thing twice. I mean, what's the saying? You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Weibo are not going to fall for the same thing again.
Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
That's Einstein, isn't it?
That is Einstein. That's what the quote says. I wasn't there when he said it, though, so I don't know for sure. Oh, whoa,
brother.
We're griefing! We're griefing!
Brother!
Hello!
Ape!
He's just smiling.
You just killed Speakeasy. I mean, that is Weibo in a nutshell, right?
Yep.
Martin's always got a smile. He's always got something to laugh about.
He literally is so calm. Like, when we had that crazy long day where they played 24/7, he was just like out of his mind. Like, he was like, ha ha ha.
Do you remember when we said, are you having fun? Who's having fun in this game? Who's having the most fun today?
Me.
Yeah, Speakeasy jumped up and down. Dude was probably jet lagged after getting off the plane from Singapore as well. It's not a short flight from Singapore to Melbourne.
It is not.
Certainly not a short flight from Singapore to Munich, or from Indonesia to Munich, where Ape and Hoven have just arrived from this morning.
He's 8-1 for Speakeasy, and we'll have to do with half health and 1 O's shield. pocket. Those bandit batteries have been dealt with vertically with that grenade. Good use of util from Reaps below.
This is cheeky from
But
Hates.
yeah, this is working out. 60 seconds, and this looks like a free plant attempt, but they're baiting it. A pre-ripped C4, just waiting for the right timing, and I don't think Weibo has any inkling that this is gonna happen. And they can't quite use the Reap trackers below because, well, they're mute jammers.
Hates is not in a mute jammer though, so if they know to scan him, there's actually 3 C4s still up, so I have no idea how they're going to get this plant down.
Only one can reach. Like, you have to be where Hates is or closer. You can't throw it that far, so he's the one to make the play, but then once he uses his, they could just rotate a second player there, right? So, oh, the window.
Oh, what is that?
They read that?
Fantasy. There must have been a drone on that position.
Comes the C4. Wait for it. The second the plant goes down, it's going to happen.
Pre-ripped it, won't make any sound. Hates, throws it out. It's going to take down 1. 2 players of Weibo eliminated. But the trade comes through thick and fast. Hoven also nades himself out. But Turtster, he's got the cover. Oh! Falls as well. Reaps straight back off the diffuser to find the final kill. It's a dominating 5-1 half. And Hoven is having the time of his life. He naded himself, and all he's going to do is laugh about it.
Classic Weibo from start to finish in that one. And I gotta say, very cold way to finish it because Reeves was like, okay, 10 seconds left. I can't risk going for kills because my teammate of turret is in the other hallway. He can't get down that diffuser. So I'm gonna sprint back, turn my back to the opponents, go for a plant attempt. Tursta flanks the server hall, finds the first player, and then he makes the call. He's pushing you. And instead of trusting the cover, which you probably would in most cases, Reeves gets off the plant and makes the 1v1 into a 2v1. Again, these small gunfights where you can leverage man advantage, Weibo are significantly better than NIP. Because I don't see NIP taking 2v1s. Weibo do it every single time. So good. So precise. And the comms for Reaps to understand what's happening and the chaos of that round as well. I mean, if you stick the plant and Turks lose the gunfight, you lose the round. Yeah. This could have been a 6-0. This should have been a 6-0 arguably.
Oh, we haven't seen any 7-0s yet, have we?
We have not.
Some very close results that almost ended up as 7-0.
We've seen a donut.
Have we? Did we?
Casey never got the kill.
Did Casey never get a kill?
No, he never got the kill.
Oh, brother. As if, I mean, if we were playing this like bingo game, or, you know, wagering, who, if any player in the tournament is going to be the first to get a donut? Casey would be like the 5 least likely to get a donut.
He wouldn't even make it. If you had to guess, like, which is the player that would never drop a donut, Casey makes that list of never dropping a donut.
100%. Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, it happened.
And it did. We also seen Furia go 0-2. We've seen big upsets. We've seen SSG taken out by Wildcard. Plenty of upsets in the tournament so far.
I love it. Yeah. It's a good time to be a fan of Siege. Although it's a bad time for predictions because they like it's so over already.
No, look, if you guys are there sitting on your channel points thinking about who to pick for the next game, just whoever everyone else is going against. That's the one to pick.
Well, there's also the predictions form on Ubisoft's website.
Oh, the true. And that's all locked, isn't it?
Exactly. They all got locked, I think, maybe yesterday.
Yeah.
So you're going to sit here and go, oh boy.
Sorry, boys.
Absolutely.
You meant to shoot the drone, Turp. There we go.
He's getting there. give him some second. It's his first round on defense. He's got to warm up the defender guns now, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. MP7's only on 0, and no one's playing 0, so...
MP7 is a lovely gun.
It's great. It's great iron sight, which means you're immune to EMPs, because it takes away the holoscope. Yeah, great gun overall. Can't complain. Same with Nomad's iron sight.
Yes.
On the ARK. Also works.
ARX?
Sorry, yeah, ARX.
That's alright.
So you do know Siege?
I know Siege.
Okay.
Actually, one of my mates I used to queue with, he played Nomad every round with the iron sights.
Oh, so Chaiko.
Yeah,
Chaiko had a face like that.
I guess
Diana though, but yeah.
Alright, NIP attacking onto Master Officer. You're going to have to deal with Speakeasy's Tachenko pretty soon, and especially for cons, you really don't want to get caught up in all that. I mean, as soon as you get hit by the fire, the guard break activates, and you can really delay so there's a guard break. You can delay so much time in this hallway with the Tachenko.
I think the Shanka can do like a total of like 90 seconds combined, I think.
That's unreal. I mean,
and then
60
you need to
left.
get to the building and to the bomb site before it starts, right? So you can really lock things out. And I think using Tachanka in this way, just like continue to shoot and find the hallway, is quite underrated. Oh, Reeves just finds a vertical pick onto Hates, who's the buck, by the way. The reversal vertical just gets the kill.
Oh, well, as a great man once said, those holes work both ways.
Yep.
NIP are trying to do the exact same thing that we saw Weibo do, and it's not working for them.
Nope, it's less explosive. And again, they lost the vert. Reeves found that kill himself before on the flank. The red pings comes out, the fire as well, but Speakeasy stays alive.
Good nade from Fantasy, though, and Wizard does replace that Buck's position and find the kill vertically on a Speakeasy. The Tachanka goes down, and the Blackbeard is still alive. Cons will be the linchpin of this attack for NIP.
Only 1c4, and it's on Ape. I mean, this is actually very winnable, but time is slipping away.
Oh, the
vert. Oh, not like this.
It's a critical kill, but Reach fights back, as does Ape. Pino's gone down. The Blackbeard is no more. Fantasy and Wizard have to erupt into the bomb site, and Fantasy loses his fight. Wizard in a 1v3. He finds absolutely nothing, and it's a match point. Grabbed out of thin air by Weibo Gaming.
Every single fight, besides the vertical ones, have been 2v1s. I mean, those last 2 kills are beautifully observed. We see NIP goes for a swing, 2 players. 1 crouched, 1 standing. Who do I shoot? I know you're dead. And then the second player, same angle, same thing. 2 players watching. It's phenomenal at how consistent Weibo can do this and how NIP are failing to match them in numbers. You need to fight the 2v2 if you have the numbers even. Otherwise, you're supposed to lose those every single time.
I cannot believe NIP are on the verge of getting 7-1'd by Weibo.
On there. When statistically, NIP, you are hyped. I'm saying they're so good. They have a 4-game win streak. They got 80% defensive win rate. 1-5-half.
In the last 6 months, these guys have only lost it once out of 7 times they played it, and that was a 7-8 loss, so only by 1 round, to Team Liquid. They've beaten teams like FaZe Clan and Los on this map. They 7-1'd FaZe a month ago on Lair.
Okay.
Like, how the hell is that happening? And, like, you look at the stats, right? I mean, 56% attack win rate, 81% defensive win rate. It's their second favorite map. It gets banned against them constantly.
Yeah, 14 times.
Yeah. It is crazy to see NIP going down, especially not in this fashion. And, you know, what's more, of course, earlier today, NIP had an unfortunate loss. I'm trying to remember, who did they...
W7M?
Yes, I think it was W7M.
I want to say.
I wrote in my notes that they lost to NIP, so...
Oh, well, that's not accurate.
It was W7M, I've just double-checked.
Oh, yeah. But I will always excuse a Brazil v Brazil matchup because like they know each other so well. But then you look at NIP in this matchup, and I'm like, okay, it's an NIP issue. Like it's actually an NIP issue.
Definitely. Not to say that Weibo are playing poorly.
They are playing well.
They're playing very good.
They are playing very well. You cannot take that away from them. Fantasy, who I was hyping up earlier, is only got that 1 early kill on Ella. That was it. Now he's 1-7. Weibo are just kind of roaming freely. Don't get be called, Damon's Tracker, a lot of pressure on Gadgetry, but they're not really moving forward. They're going to move backwards outside the building to go on a different entry point.
And there's a lot of work to be done even after the roam clear is over. I mean, a lot of the util here with the Vert, you know, Fuse, Ram, and Sledge, this is done to...
Timeout's going to be low in this one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is work that needs to be done in the mid-round, not at the start. Weibo still have Aroma upstairs. It's Hov, and the rest of the team has fallen back. I think they're faking a full vacation out of the map. Oh,
that's awkward. That's really awkward.
That is terrible. You cannot afford to be a shield playing on the stairs on a lower end position. And with that, I mean, Hover now has some support. Ape at the bottom of the stairs helping him out. This is going to be done and dusted.
Oh, I like this. The rat play. They're not going to expect this because why would you stick around? You got the 5v3. It's free, right? Wrong. They want more. The dog could be called, though. Makes it awkward.
Hoven. Gets another one! Double kill on the round. NIP just have Wizard and Pino left. They team up together. But the job is far from done for NIP.
GG!
The early GG called by Hoven as he's gone down. The rest of the team falls back onto the side. It's going to be a freebie for Pino. Hold the phone. Ape makes a critical mistake. Still, Weibo have the advantage.
Planning is not going to be that easy. They wanted to plant with diffuse shield for coverage. Now with 2 players alive, one has to plant, one has to cover. 3 different angles. The left room, the rotate, and the vert above the retake it.
So Pino and Wizard, they need to rub together.
Gotta find one.
Whatever they've got left in this round. Wizard trying to make his way forward with the SMG-12, but Speakeasy takes down his last teammate. The GG now called by Ape, and it just simply would not be a Rainbow Six Major without a big APAC upset on day number 1. Weibo dominating the Ninjas in Pajamas and sending NIP down 0-2 in the first rounds of Swiss.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just like a really good game. It's well played, and honestly, they just hit their marks. They're so confident, and it feels like Weibo, you know, they really took the APAC land and said, we have to play a really difficult tournament. Let's take a lot of learning lessons from this and go international. It feels like they've been just improving throughout the entirety of Stage 2, where they had mostly good games, but I feel like they're kind of losing it right now, but they keep learning from their mistakes.
Despite having to deal with some problems with getting Ape and Hoven here on time for the tournament, despite having a bit of a support staff shake-up as well, with Gohan coming into the team.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, it's Meepy, assistant coach, who was standing behind the players and not Gohan.
I think familiarity and comfort takes round here. Maybe going in the future will take that spot.
Well, you can't question the results, that's for sure. I mean, here we go. We see Gohan setting up for an interview with the Brazilian broadcast. Of course, we won't get to hear from him, I don't expect. There's plenty of other English-speaking players on the team we might get to hear from. But what can we say for NIP? Not good enough. Those are the words that come to mind.
Yeah, not good enough indeed. Nick. I mean, we can look at numbers like Fantasy 1-8 and Cons 2-7. I feel like this is not the problem. People will play well and they'll play poorly. We need to see NIP with more coordination, more teamwork, more prowess, and active communication. It felt like they were constantly waiting for Weibo to make the first move when Weibo were attacking, and Weibo had really clean executes. This could simply come down to a matter of underestimating your opponent, but then you gotta adapt, you know, halfway through. They didn't really adapt at all because NIP kept hitting the same mistakes over and over again.
Yeah, not a good look for NIP, but for Weibo, it's a big moment for them. Of course, losing earlier today to EP was not what they were expecting. They're a team that they'd already taken down within the APAC region. They come up against a much harder opponent on paper in NIP, and they make mincemeat out of them. 7-1. It's a good day in the office for Weibo, despite a bit of a rocky start. For NIP, however, where do you go from here? 0-2 down, on the verge of elimination tomorrow. We've got teams like NIP. We've got teams like SSG, if I'm not wrong.
Either G2 or CAG.
And Furia as well. I mean, wow, what a day it's been so far. And it's not done yet. We have 2 matches more on the B stream here. And as we speak, CAG versus G2 is happening on the A stream. So make sure that you guys stick around for all of the banging games that we've got for the rest of the day here at the Munich Major.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo.
In favor of CAG. Like, there is no statistic that is, oh, but G2 are kind of doing okay in this area. No, none of that. Like, so they're getting absolutely obliterated. Now, good news for G2 fans is if they do win this round, it's 5-1, they go defense. Strong defensive team on this map. So there is every world in which, and we know CAG like to throw leads. So it's not over yet. I mean, no game of Siege is ever over. We should know that more than anyone. But right now, CAG at this point in time deserve to win this map. They've got to finish it off. So it's now down to these final round executions. So Alamau will drop down. Top yellow on the Monty.
Repulsion device planted.
Split hole peeled by CAG. Aniton to play over towards meeting now. Oh, big aggress from Sharif. Now caught. Can Aniton supply some support? Well, it's actually from below. Chibisu up through the hatch.
Wow.
And a rough day at the office for Stompin.
How good Chibisu has been today, though. I mean, it goes, okay, that's what we said before.
That's a CAG moment.
That's a CAG moment. You don't need to do that. But you know what? Chibisu has been so good today. He clearly feels like he's on a heater. He goes for an aggressive play. That would have really rubbed salt into the wound of G2. But ready for that run out. Finally, something goes the way of G2. Finally, they get CAG overstepping their boundaries. But it is still only a 4 versus 4. Now, who's going to make the move, though, for G2? Is it the 0-5 Doki, 2-5 Loira? Alabama's been good, but he's playing the Monty. Blad's low on health. So really it has to be Lawyer off the back of this logic bomb. Blaz, low on health, went for the swing towards Long Death, loses out to Arcully. Advantage goes the way of CAG, and Doki has not been able to hit too many shots, but this one he will. Landing onto Anaton. Loira, the team inside of the server, finally might just activate at a timely moment for G2. Leaving Arcully in the 1v3, he does get the impact onto Doki. Has 1 minute to really put the dagger into the hearts of G2 by winning a 1v3 final round of the half. Surely not possible.
And there's BPC up as well, relaying really good live info to Arcully.
Red ping intel onto the moving Alamau, but Arcully doesn't have too much means to deal with him. Instead, what he wants to find is Loira. Has gotten a yellow ping on Loira, so he knows he's there. Oh. There's not a chance in hell he's hitting that shot. Through the white flash, Arcully now creates the 1 versus 1 against Alamau. 20 seconds, so the time factor, it's in favor of CAG, although the air jab will help out Alamau. Nothing you can do but laugh. G2 are on the board here on Consulate.
The air jab from the shield, yeah.
That's insane.
Just got launched.
5-1. But the half, the half goes the way of CAG, but G2 now go defense. And they will know full well they've got every opportunity of bringing this game back, but they're going to have to play their best.
That did not look like melee range. Knocked on the back, and with that, G2 able to finally get around on the board. An awkward dance between the two in a 1 versus 1. But as is expected, the shield to win out. CAG, though, still in a dominant position. A 5-1 lead in any circumstance is strong. As the Azami Monty clash and blitz off the board. So triple shield bans for the second half.
So, 5-1. G2 go defense. Every round is just clearly important now for G2 though, but yeah, you think back to Pacific, you think, oh, should have I gone for that moments, especially when it comes down to a 1v1, those moments are so crucial.
I can understand why you thought it was an air jab in the moment. Like that was one.
I thought it was.
That was one of the longer melees I've seen from a shield in a while.
Yeah, I thought maybe Doki had placed one or something like that. But either way, a much-needed round for G2. I mean, it goes without saying. Otherwise, they would have been 6-0 down. And I'm going to be honest, when Arcully hit that shot, full white, creating the 1v1. I know the 1v1 against the Monty is always difficult, but to be fair, it wasn't post-plant. Like, there was 20 seconds left in the round. Like, at that point, he can just look to play time. I wonder, in that moment, I mean, you can't really turn sprint run because then Alamau can just pull the pistol out, but maybe trying to find a way to create separation because you don't actually have to play into the card break when it's not the post plan.
It's always tricky.
Well, moving forward into the second half, bans, well, double shield ban, make it triple shield ban when you include their clash, and add in the Azami. So how are G2 going to play here on the defense? Knowing full well they can't really put a foot wrong. Like when you're playing Siege, knowing that you can't really make mistakes, otherwise it's 6-1, and that's a long way back.
A lot of teams will find it challenging and then sometimes suffocate under that pressure, and it restricts their gameplay. They become risk averse. I don't really get that vibe too frequently from G2, however. I still expect to see them show resilience here in the second half. Try to activate some of their key players a little bit more, really try and get Stomp and Doki specifically into the game. A little more so than perhaps we saw back in the first half. Oh, it's Loira to find the opener though. Clean shot.
That's the first one of the match. First opening kill of the match for G2.
Yeah.
In the 7th round. And onto Sharif, you know, he's been a really good fragger, playing a Daemon, so it's a really valuable opening kill too for G2. Double drop down top yellow for CAG, and it's caught massively. Nitrocell will finish him off, so no more black bin. So far, a really strong start by G2. Up close swing, but doesn't matter. Doki got busy along with Alamau. They find 3 in about 3. And there you go. 2 rounds straight for G2. Makes it 5-2 to try and avoid 0-2.
as we go to floor 2 for the 8th round. Good work from G2 in the prior round, though, for the cleanup. Certainly one of the more uncompetitive rounds that we had in the match so far, but had a good read on the clear, responded nicely to the Yellow Stairs pivot play. The Nitro Cell was good and the trade game clean. Not really too much more to extract from that round. We'll go over to, again, this second floor, more traditional side of choice. And it's looking like more of an emphasis here on the area than from defense with the Tachanka smoke combination. We'll see how they look to play around that, offers versatility against both the CEO plant and the meeting side play. The Tachanka players can play deep. Alamau can look to maybe get a little bit more active with the shotgun up close. CAG then will need to make a decisive decision as to which side they go. Is it CEO side, look to bait out the utility, repel in, jump out, etc. Rinse, repeat for a minute, minute and a half to drain that utility. Or do they go to the opposing side, go for the map clear, use the Capital to cut that side, try and make that denial more challenging.
Doki going for a cheeky window peek. Gets a bit of damage onto Sharif. Now, if you had found that kill, you lose the Grim straight away. Not ideal. Big piece of utility. Has secondary EMPs. Quan Hive launcher, of course, the most valuable part. And you get the feeling now. I mean, it's 2 rounds straight for G2. We know the history of CAG. This game's back on.
Yeah. It doesn't take much.
CAG have got to make sure they don't get into their own heads of thinking, again, we're in this position.
Drone activated.
Lost the 5v3. Well, sorry, from leading 5v3 earlier today against FaZe, they lost at 7-5. Leading 5-0 here against G2. Now it's 5-2, and it starts to get then spooky.
Changing max.
And it's a lot harder as well to change the momentum when you're on the attack, because then you feel like you're constantly having to push through this defensive wall. G2 looking pretty strong so far to begin their defense.
So it's admin side currently from CAG. Some utility over towards Yellow Stairs to facilitate the drop from Addington. However, that position now known of the Alamine. Tachanka now coming into action. Blaz to stall out this push as Stompin finds the initial kill with Nitro.
It's just a full defensive hold by G2. So, I mean, they've got all of the numbers on site. They're then pushing forward together and finding kills together. There's no space for CAG to push in. Indeed, he's forced all the way back over towards managers here, knowing full well, up close, Stompin with the shotgun, denying his ability to push through that doorway in towards meeting. Now, Kali, who started so hot now, has not been able to get firing. G2 are going to make it 3 rounds straight. Are firmly right back in this best of 1. And cool heads here for DD. The IGL for CAG knows this is a tall order, a tough ask. 1v3 against Stompin, Blaz, and Loira, unheard of. But he will give it his best shot. 30 seconds remaining. Knows that Stompin should be close. Expected the swing from Loira. Got the headshot. Was nice, but indeed Stompin's position will prevail. 3 in a row for G2, and the comeback is on.
Yeah, they're commanding the map really nicely at the moment. The second defensive round, a better illustration of that, as you kind of mentioned, through that mid-round, as has become more popular from teams defensively. It's that pushback, that resistance, send a pair to go for a play. It executed nicely, disrupted the push, and then you bolster those anchor positions for trades late, and that's exactly what they were able to execute. So clean work there from G2. And we return actually to split for the 9th round, final before the additional bans are introduced.
Yeah, I mean, and for G2, it's pretty simple in terms of what they need to do over the next couple of rounds. Just kind of keep playing their game, knowing full well that CAG are probably going to be into the mindset of, going for broke certain rounds. Like, they know, for CAG, they're 1 round away from at least getting overtime and then putting the pressure right back on G2. But they have to treat each round not as a, Hail Mary kind of round to try and just force it and roll over the finish line. They've got to try and go back to some of their fundamentals. G2 have really stepped up their game on defense, but I mean, this is also just the case now, naturally, when you kind of look at it, 8 rounds played, only 1 attacking round. And to add further to the statistic, there's been 0 attacking opening kills.
Yeah.
So defense has been so strong here on Consulate. It's following the EML meta more so than the APAC meta. And that's going to benefit G2. That's the worry right now for CAG, despite a 5-0 start. So far, the way that this is now playing out is going to be in favor of G2. CAG need to change that.
Probe lost the target.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, well, mistakes starting to creep in a little bit here for CAG, and G2 are always going to capitalize. LML losing the battle against Anaton. Kali shots down Doki. So despite the mishap with Sharip, it is the player advantage for CAG.
Yeah, it did put the Blackbeard on a bit of a pedestal there and enabled that trade. And the double down elsewhere makes things intriguing. Lawyer was able to retake and reclaim some control now, though, up in that second floor position. That could come into play later.
Well, one of the hindrance here for playing split on defense, where you're now numbers disadvantage, having to play multi-level, you're so spread thin.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, this is a round that CG need to capitalize on. Even if DD is very low on health, he's still got those Boogie Auto breaches.
They have to exploit this advantage.
Who's going to make the move for G2? It's Lawyer down the hallway, caught though by Akali. Down to Stompin and Blaz to deny this match point opportunity for CAG, of which they would have therefore 3. Do they look to maybe play together? Stompin will lurk Spiral. Now Chipitsu is actually top Spiral and does still have a Logic Bomb available on that Dokkaebi. CAG have actually slowed it down, Guz.
50 seconds. And a lot of pressure in towards this front door / lobby position.
Okay, it's on. Big kill from Stompin onto Akali. Shuts down the Danger Man. He's been the top fragger for CAG. Diddy very low. And another one from Blaz onto Anaton. 2 for 1. What a deal. A bargain there. Down to Chipitsu. Stompin and Blaz flip the script. On the verge of giving match points over to CAG. It's G2 that respond. That's huge. It's now 5-4. It's now 4 rounds straight to G2.
That's a really clean catch from Blaz. The call there being from CAG. Let's use the Boogie Auto Breacher. Let's go for the pivot Visa drop. But Blaz able to catch them both.
I would
really clean work.
I would be calling a timeout, but you do get to speak during
very briefly.
Very briefly during the second ban phase, which by the way is Mute and Ying. I wonder for CAG if they hold, save it going then into the 11th. If it ends up 5-5, that would be the better time to call it. And indeed, it looks like that will be at least the case potentially. And at this moment here, 4v2. Got to look to capitalize on a spread defense playing split, but what credit has to go the way of Blaz and Stompin to revive that round for G2. And that's the round that gets them amped up. Not just because they won it, Guz, but winning it in the 2v4, a 5-3 scoreboard deficit, now 5-4, yeah, that would get anyone amped up.
Yeah, the belief is very much now back in the G2 camp. And this match, in contrast to the CAG phase matchup, it does feel like it's trending a little bit more towards CAG dropping the ball.
Look, I mean, if I'm going to be honest for CAG, if they lose this game, they're not doing themselves any favors in terms of the cagging it.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Mantra that gets thrown around about them at these international events. You're 5-3 up against FaZe, you're 5-0 up against G2, you're going to lose both. It's not a good look. You can take the positives all you like, but at the end of the day, it's the wins that matter. They lose this, they're 0-2. And while you can look to really good performances in those 2 losses, it doesn't net you anything. Got to capitalize and got to convert. But right now, it's all G2, and it's been all defense on Consulate, and they're now in the driver's seat. And still no opening kill for CAG on their attacking half. It's concerning. The pendulum has swung the way of the EML team.
So the mute ban from round 10, but the Deimos not brought into the fray. The IQ, though, available, and Sheree playing that into the Falc. and so can garner a large portion of information and deal with that established by G2, running the double nitro in this round and perhaps looking for something off that information on this map clear initially from CAG. Denari also in play here from G2, so trap utility likely to be prevalent. At the moment, CAG committing to the admin side. Clear, no signs of pressure elsewhere around the map.
Setting up a sequential breach. They keep forcing this Blackbeard, but it's not really finding a lot of success. And biding their time now here for Cyclops, you know, into the 10th round, minute 20 left. You can clearly tell the way they're posturing around the map. They're desperate to find an opening kill, opening advantage, to make their life easier for that eventual push towards site. But G2 is giving them nothing. I mean, look, the positioning of G2 in this round has been really, really good. They're giving CAG nothing. There's only a minute left. No real contact. Anatim went for the aggressive play. And Alamau will punish that massively. Again, the Blackbeard, little to no impact. But Akali does shut down Moira elsewhere, making it a 4v4.
Missed drone.
A missed drone onto Stompin will be oh so massively punished. Swings out. Oh, no one meets him though at the right moment. And now Stompin's position. Oh my goodness! What? Holy! Shot from Stompin, but he got traded. So diminishes it ever so slightly as this round is still alive. Akali will go for a double. Now 12 and 6. Advantage for CAG. Will this be the round in which they can convert? Down to Alamau and Blaz. Blaz, though, has been in this position before. Only just a round prior. DD must win this fight. Blaz has gotten another kill. 1v1. 5 seconds remaining. Chipitsu, you've got to make the push. Blaz is going to make the run. Blaz will miss the shot, but it does not matter. The time will prevail. G2 win another nail-biting round. Are you kidding me? Even G2 is smiling at that.
Yeah, some right smiles from G2. 5-5, the scoreline.
I really want to see the 1v1 there from Chibisu's angle as well. Surely timeout. You cannot be kidding me. No timeout and a 5-5 after losing 5 rounds straight. What a shot by Stompin, by the way. But then he lost his life. Blaz has been so clutch in this game. I mean, there was a considering the initial shots didn't land, Chibisu did have a chance to win that.
They both missed. Small window in that round.
I mean, very small window. I should add to that, but the window was there.
Window before there as well, where DD commits to the fight.
Well, you've seen both of these teams in action already today. We casted one of them, but not the other. And they both happen to be from the same region. Team BDS going up against Team Secret, who's been on a bit of a tear.
Yeah.
Does that all end here against BDS?
It could, Parker. Sometimes we get the biggest upsets when we get these inter-regional matchups, but certainly Team Secret will be looking like the favorites here in the winner's game against BDS. The winner will be then 2-0 in Swiss in a very good position to make it into top 8. The loser will still have a decent spot going into tomorrow, where they will play a best of 1 against another team who is 1-1 right there in the middle of your screen to figure out how they're going to go forward through the Swiss format. So lots to play still here in Munich. We're just finishing up our first day, of course. That last losers game going on the A stream right now, CAG versus G2. Bit of a comeback happening right now to spoil a bit for G2. But here on the B stream, of course, BDS Secret coming up right now, and then Enterprise W7M, another winners game happening right after this.
And you and I will be doing that one. It is scheduled to go live at 12:30. I don't actually suspect we're going to get there. We are way ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
It's 9:15 right now, so I imagine we're probably looking at 10:30, 10:45 as the start time. So it will be a later day. Tomorrow's going to be a long day as well, but that is okay because there's nothing wrong with a wall-to-wall Rainbow Siege. Heading into this event, the way the community and the way that the teams perceive the actual teams that are coming to play is something that we like to take note of. And in this case, the team that is kind of on your screen, mostly from like the shoulders down, Team BDS was slept on. I think that is a fair thing to say. When you look at a team like Falcons, who has been among the most dominant teams in the world over the last calendar year, you look at a team like G2, whose legacy does not need to be said any more than it already has. Then you got a team like Team Secret that has done a terrific job winning EWC, winning their stage in EML. They are a team on a vengeance and a warpath to go up against all these other EU squads. And then you kind of got BDS. And there's really no notable hardware in the cabinet of Team BDS at all. So we have to ask ourselves, are BDS going to be able to bring it? So far, if you've watched any of these matches, things are not exactly working out the way that they thought.
Yep.
Ninjas in Pajamas are 0-2. Furia is 0-2. Space Station is 0-2.
Yeah.
A lot of good teams right now. One single best of 3 away from being eliminated. What are your expectations here for a team like BDS when they go up against a squad like Secret that they've played quite a lot?
Well, the history would suggest that this might be a lopsided game, Parker. It's been more than 2 years since this BDS core have beaten Team Secret. They're 5-0 across this season and last season, tracking BDS, of course, as Wolves last season, where the majority of their players were playing. So it's really been a long time since we've seen this team topple the guys on Secret. And listen, Secret are one of the favorites to win this whole tournament. A lot of people had this team going 3-0 in their predictions. I was one of those people who kind of expect them 3-0. So it's not an easy game by any means for BDS, but they played amazing in their opening games. 7-1ing Space Station. And I really think this team's got a ton of promise. We've talked about Lasmu on your screen right now, who's had some really big plays, I think, in one of the youngest players here at the tournament. P4 has been performing in some really big moments. We've seen it from Virtue too. So there's so much talent on this team, and I think they kind of like being underdogs, you know? They were doubted in that Space Station matchup, and they still came out on top.
Almost everybody on this team had a good look against SSG earlier today. And, I mean, when you've got players on your team like Robbie, let's focus on Robbie for a second here.
Gladly.
Because when Robbie was still a prospect and was rising through the ranks, I think a lot of people were excited to see what he was able to do. And he didn't immediately get a start in Europe. Instead, he went over to EMEA, which is a region that I think it's fair to say is weaker across the board than Europe. And obviously there's been some good teams there. That old Falcon squad, the Middle Eastern team, not the current one that we have right now, which is the old BDS. I know it's confusing if you're not following, if you haven't been following along. Or that Geek squad. You had good teams, but I think Robbie needed to settle into a European team that plays around him very effectively. And BDS did that. He broke double digits in the matchup against SSG earlier today. He was the only player that was able to do so. And he did so against, frankly, good fraggers. Say what you will about Space Station and their potential, but on their best, they can beat just about any team here from a fragging potential. So how does that go up against a team like Secret? Somebody who's white hot? Joom has been incredible the last 6 months, and if he spawns in and plays like he played earlier today and like he's played through much of Stage 2 and even onward, this is going to be a tough one for BDS.
Certainly. I mean, Joom and Robbie both lead the kills out of the players in this server when looking at the Stage 2 stats, so those will be the guys going head-to-head on this matchup, and we still do have to figure out where this matchup is going to be played. That's going to be the map veto here. We saw a lot of Clubhouse earlier today, you and I, Parker, but that gets taken out right at the end, and we'll go to Lair instead between these two teams. A very common map for BDS. They've played this 5 times already in Stage 2, so many recent VODs, 2-3 record overall. Secret, less common. They've played it 5 times on the season as a whole, so including Reload in Stage 1, and actually the same record, 2 wins, 3 losses. So by no means a dominating map for either of these teams, and in a couple times where they've played each other, this map hasn't really come up. So it will be very interesting to see how these teams go up against each other.
Well, the good news is that there is no shortage of VODs on Lair in Europe and in the EML, so we can turn and use that to softly predict what we think is going to happen. You are not softly predicting anything. You 80% of you believe that Secret is going to beat BDS, and over the last 4 months, in terms of wins, Secret is a cut above everybody else. They are the only team that is currently competing here that has won a Tier 1 level championship in the last 3 months. Now, this is, of course, if you consider EWC to be that, say what you will, but Team Secret are the real deal. They have had some struggles on land before.
especially in the traditional Rainbow Six circuit. But they have a bit of a soft landing now going up against BDS, hoping for a 2-0 start.
Well, it all starts with the operator bans, Parker, and that's where we are. We get into Zombie right off the rip, which is a little uncommon on a map like Lair. You more commonly will see the Bandit-Kaid combo getting banned out here, but it's by no means a new pick to take out the Zombie. Often we see this pair with like a Clash sometimes. You could still go for a wall denial operator. They're going to go for the Smoke on the side of Team Secret instead, which is really an interesting ban to come out up against BDS. We'll have to see how that plays through for them. I know that Virtue plays a ton of smoke. P4 plays a ton of smoke for both of those players. That's their most played operator. And for P4 particularly, he's the guy who plays it on this map. Top floor bomb site on Lair. It's the only map, it's the only operator I see him playing over the last 8 defenses. So he's going to have to flex off. P4 is going to move over to the Echo, which is not a look we've seen from him in any recent period of time. And that'll be really interesting to see how that comes through.
Good news about an operator like Echo is that he's found a niche, right? Like, Echo is an operator that sees some play, especially on certain maps. You look at a map like Chalet, you look at a map like Cafe, for example. That Cafe kitchen defense is where Echo tends to shine the most. We see Echo on Consulate as well, depending on the team that decides to run him. So he's got good versatility. And the way that Echo has changed over the last couple years has allowed him to work both as a scouting operator, as a defender, or as an anchor operator. Time and time again, teams will use one of those yokai drones, sometimes even 2, to assist with off-site play that allows your roamers to gain maximum value. You don't have drones as a defender, but you do have cameras, and there are gadgets that can be brought to enable a more formidable roam. Echo basically has 2 drones. So if you want to be an attacker as a defender, Echo is a great operator to assist you. And this is something as well that we see from the operator is you can use it for 10 seconds before you lose control of the yokai to scout. And there they go. They see the Capitao, and it's actually a missed opportunity by Noah to take a piece of utility out of the way early.
Yeah, he's going to kick himself after that one. It's always tough to shoot the drones, especially when you're not expecting it to come out. But that will tell him and his team, okay, we're going up against an Echo, so you can remember that for the late round. Don't go for any late plants because they'll likely have a cam up there to stop you. Of course, we keeping track on where those cams are, if they can shoot them out. Could be important if we see a plant-focused strategy late. Usually you see plants on this map when you go mask side, right? So if you walk in through ops, you open the wall, you just smoke plants in through the breach. That seems to be where most of the players are positioned. Already 3 guys inside of operations, and they've opened the wall into Mez. So starts to position themselves like they might be going for that play. They will have to deal with a bandit trick if they do go for that style of a strategy. And with Lasmo in the Clash too, I mean, it's going to be kind of awkward.
Out goes a Nitro Cell as Lasmo will help give a call for that, but as you can see, no damage done to Team Secret here. Already half of the round gone, and Lasmo took a little bit of damage from what sounded like a Gon 6, which is an intriguing gadget to use. Maybe it was designed more so for whatever gadget might be around him, potentially even the barbed wire, and maybe it just missed. A get down Mr. President moment from Lasmo as he moves in front to shield the barbed wire for the Gon 6. I mean, hey,
that's value. Yeah. I'd take that trade.
You make that trade? I make that trade 9 times out of 10. The player that we were talking about on the side of Secret before we loaded in is Joom, and he takes down Freck right away. Down goes the mute. Just under a minute left to go, and a good old-fashioned bandit trick from Robbie keeps the bomb site nice and sealed. Again, things like bandit tricking. It allows you to keep all of your defenders safe. It allows you to keep the objective safe, and it's never really reflected in the score sheet. So kudos to Robbie for that. Now a bit of a pause. Secret not really knowing what to do next.
Yeah, this is going to stall things out just a little bit. 25 seconds. They kind of need to make a choice quickly. Mowgli is over in Mez, so again, it looks like they want to plant just through the breach, but they've got players all over the map right now.
They're running out of time, Jesse. 10 seconds to go. P4 on the board. Adrian is there as well. Bloodshed across both bomb sites. Secret walking into their demise with only 5 seconds to go. Joom, the man to start things off, will be the last one standing, and Robbie gets him right in the nick of time. BDS overpowering Secret, who did really seem to stall out as they got closer to the site. The Clash maybe being too much of an impediment, maybe not enough intel. That's a tussle, but BDS ultimately
overcomes whatever is thrown their way from Secret.
Yeah, I really do think that the combination of the Clash and the Bandit was just too big of an obstacle for Team Secret. They maybe knew how to counter one, maybe a second, but they could not get past both. Robbie did an excellent job of keeping that mask wall closed as much as he possibly could, and then with Lazmu giving him information, staying so aggressive, wasting time in ops, it really just was not a game plan that Team Secret, I think, were ready for. Noah only ever used one of his Capitao bolts to try to burn out the Clash, and I think that's because Lazmu just did a great job of staying so mobile and maybe putting that fear into the Capitao, and then they never were able to open the wall either, so they had to go to this really scrambly plan B. Uncharacteristic from Team Secret, who have often been, you know, an excellent attacking team, 56% attacking win rate through the stage so far. So it's a tough bomb site to attack. These types of things happen, but you got to give credit to BDS for just putting up a problem like that Secret could not solve.
If we've learned anything from the matches that we've seen today, and I mean, some of us are not learners. Some of us will continue to say, yeah, of course Furia is going to do really well, even though they're 0-2 right now.
What's that supposed to mean?
No, it's me saying that about myself more than
Okay.
anything. But it is true. I mean, we might not take a lot of lessons from this. But what I will say is, right now, the teams that you have probably least expected to win their matchups have won most of their matchups.
Yeah.
Obviously, spoilers inbound, but Shopify Rebellion winning their match earlier by, what was it, 7-2?
Yeah, it was something like that. Very strong.
Almost beating Falcons as well. G2 having their hands full with a Kang team that sprung out to 5-0. Weibo defeating Ninjas in Pajamas after Weibo themselves lost to Enterprise. Many people considering that Australian squad to be among the weakest of the teams that are here. Now, mind you, that still puts you in 16th in the world, so it's still pretty damn good.
Of course.
There's always got to be a weakest team at every single event. Adrian walks in and he scouts out Freck and dies at his hands very quickly. 2 minutes still to go in the round and another lead for BDS.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often you see Adrian going down like that. EWC MVP going to be the first one to die, and he was really the only person applying pressure onto that top floor. He was supposed to be the guy to maybe cover the plant as it happens, but now you're put into a really awkward situation if you're Team Secret, because if you want to go for a plant strategy, you're going to have to somehow avoid the players that are up above. It's just Freck up there, but I mean, if he's got the shotgun, which I assume he does, he can create holes anywhere above the bomb site and stop you from planting.
Down goes Virtue. Mowgli's patience rewarded with a 2-piece now as he wants to get ever closer to the bomb site. Joom on the board for the second round in a row. A single kill every round for Joom is a terrific thing, and continue to pad his stats as 4 players on Team Secret are left alive with a little bit over a minute left in the round. Freck will make his position known on this main floor. By reception, shooting through the floor. He's got pings down below in the bomb site. Diffuser going down in lab. All 4 players of Secret, all encased within that same part of the map, and a kill hole that was created by the Maverick earlier will assist Freck from his position, but Joom will find a second, his third, in just 2 rounds, and Team Secret will equalize.
And a huge round from Mowgli coming out of that too. Of course, wasn't impactful in the first round, wasn't able to find any kills, but he goes quite deep into stock before he's really recognized. He finds Virtue on a swing, and then P4 is just a little bit slow to trade him out. That starts the 2-piece for the IQ. Team Secret can take that, and then they run through the bomb site. After you've killed those 2 players, you know Freck is above, because he already killed Adrian. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, it's a 4v2 on site. Let's rush these guys down. Let's go get these kills. That's exactly what they do. I still think Freck's position was important, but there's only so much you can do in a 1v4. Even if you can deny some plants, I mean, you just can't deny plants that long against that many people. So really nice execute coming out from Team Secret. Not everything went their way that round. They started off a little bit slow with that opening death, but they adapted really nicely.
Well said. I would love to know what's going on in that G2 CAG matchup, by the way.
Yeah, we didn't get to catch the end of it. G2 were mounting the comeback.
We're told it's over.
Okay.
Do we have a scoreline? Producers?
5 seconds to go.
We're checking.
We're checking.
We're running the numbers.
We're crunching them.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Don't go bloody soft on me. Just let me know when grenades start flying. Keep your tongue straight. I'll take it from here.
7-5. Do we know who won? G2 mount the 7-round comeback to
Oh
win
my
7-5.
goodness. And it's funny because...
Wow. And Mowgli's having some problems. I think he either changed his mind or maybe he misclicked the spacebar? I don't know.
It looks like he changed his mind.
Yeah, it does.
It looked like a deliberate decision, especially since we can see his face cam.
Yeah.
I think the call was made by somebody on the team that maybe you want to position your forces somewhere else. I cannot believe that with that G2 matchup.
Yeah, big comeback. Shows a lot of resilience for a team that, honestly, a lot of experts were kind of sleeping on. They weren't big fans of G2 coming into this, despite the successes that they've had. Definitely feels like they will be contenders going deep into this tournament, but...
People are capable of being wrong.
They are, on occasion. On occasion, people do become wrong. This is going to be an important clear for Secret. They need to take this space above the bomb site. Mowgli...
Oh, no!
Interrupted. Big
The second
play.
blunder with a breach charge in one round. He tries to put it on a soft ball, gets shredded by Virtue.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Good to hear that from Virtue. That could not have been an easy sound cue.
No, not at all. Joom now on the board yet again. 3 rounds in a row where Joom has been able to pick up 1 kill. We've long said in Siege that if your KD is 1 per round, if your KPR is 1 per round, you are in great shape. Joom's just a little bit above that. He's got almost the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined.
Scary for Virtue right now.
I was wondering what was...
They've cleared top floor. They know he's around, right? Like, they are aware that they haven't cleared this all. That's why they're still using the Grim. That's why they're still being very cautious with this space. Whether Virtue chooses to stick around, especially with this Logic Bomb, is going to be really telling on how they want to play the rest of this round. It seems like he will continue to play just top green with a shotgun.
And they wanted the call and they wanted the execute right away. They used both those Logic Bombs in quick succession, and now they are off to the races. The Dokkaebi of Joom in the midst of the bomb site, completely fearless, finding Lasmu. P4 to the rescue now. Looking for a flank, takes down Noah and Joom, leaving Savage and Adrian to hold things together with 25 seconds left. Savage living up to his end of the bargain. Adrian goes down, and it's P4 and Savage in a 1v1.
Friendly down.
P4 has had a terrific round so far, and now he'll retake from above as Savage gets Adrian back from the dead, or vice versa. He's got some pings, making an awful lot of noise. They know where he is, and Savage from the grave will manage to get the kill. Back from the dead, and Team Secret doing things as we expect. This is the team that cannot be shaken, and they'll grab the lead.
Yeah, it was a cool 1v1 too. It was a battle between the 2 IGLs. Picked up one on the side of Secret eventually, but really smart from Savage to play that how he did with the attack, right? Picks up his teammate, then holds the hatch. You can hear him sprinting above you. P4, really good flank in the middle of that round. It was his impact that gave them even a chance to win that out, because I don't think they expected that push to come so quickly in through the yellow and in through that side of the bomb site to plant behind Pillar. But in the end, it just did not seem to matter. There was such a strong pressure from Secret. They battle back up against P4 to close that one out. Take the early lead in this game, 2-1 on Lair.
Dokkaebi, a very powerful nuisance op who
Defenders, protect your
honestly didn't have a level of prominence that I would have expected. An operator not played by Team Secret through rounds 1 and 2, but you saw how strong she can be in that most previous round, used to take up space, and more importantly, to know which space you can take up. If there's no mute on the board, the only way that you can get away from being heard is manually turning off that ringing that's caused by the Logic Bomb. So if there's no mute on the board and you don't hear anything, pretty safe to assume, at least immediately after the gadget is used, that there's nobody around. So Secret read into that. They decided to take charge by rushing into the bomb site. A lot of this hold from BDS was above, which is fine, but sometimes linear takes blow up in your face, but if you're paralyzed by the Logic Bombs and you don't expect a quick push from the attackers, you're not going to be able to respond to it. That's what happened. Team Secret reading into that one very effectively. P4 almost won the round for his team by getting back towards the bomb site on that flank of his. He's going to be playing on a dedicated anchor role yet again, back to the Echo. He will go the operator he rocked in round number 1, but it really does go to speak to the confidence of BDS that they would ban a Dokkaebi after just round number 3, because she had no impact whatsoever in rounds 1 or 2. BDS just say, it's an annoying op, we don't want to run a mute. Okay, perfect. Let's just get rid of her.
That's how I play in ranked. I get dope called one time, that's getting banned immediately.
It's very important that you compare yourself to professionals. You are so similar in skill here.
I would say so. Me and BDS, we got a lot in common. The other ban was, of course, the Clash, and that was instrumental in keeping this mask wall closed in round number 1. Robbie has continued to pick the Bandit, and so he's still going to try to keep it closed, but now with the outer breach opening up, he just will not have that opportunity. 2 batteries in his pocket, but if he goes for a trick now, he's surely dead. So you got to imagine Secret will be in a much better position. If they win this one, then they go up 3-1. They win a full site rotation on Lair, which put them in an excellent spot.
It is a bit funny that they chose to ban the Dokkaebi, when, in all reality, the Dokkaebi was brought the only round where there was no Mute on the board. Mute was brought in rounds 1 and 2, no Dokkaebi from Team Secret. BDS say, we don't want to run a Mute in round number 3, Secret brings the Dokkaebi, and BDS goes, not again.
Yeah.
So, this time, no Mute because there's no Dokkaebi being brought. Instead, they bring a Fenrir and a Maestro, both operators that don't make their debut, but make their debut on this bomb site. Maestro yet to be played up until this round. So we'll see what those Evil Eyes can do. Intel obviously oh so important. Evil Eye cams and Yokais together allow the defenders a bit more information than just the Echo by himself.
I think we're lining up for a 5v5 execute, Parker. Doesn't seem like they need to get too aggressive when this happens. We're going to see a couple Secret players jumping through the bathroom, pressure these guys over here, hopefully draw back some attention while the plant attempts to go down Mask. As I say that, we do have Noah pretty deep. He's picked up the defuse kit, and oh no, Robbie going huge in the site.
That was a bit of a blunder. They saw the Yokai drone come out. Nobody on Secret was able to do much with it, and Robbie punishes them for it. Now, though, Joom has found an opportunity with 5 kills to his name. Attempting to get Diffuser down, softened up by the Evil Eye Cam, but it's a calculated risk. He manages to get off, but Joom finished off by Lazmu. These MP7s putting in good work, both Robbie and Lazmu, using the gun to great effect. It's Savage in a 5 with all 5 kills in a 4v1, spotted on the window. He has no effect in the post plant. Virtue will hop on the case, and BDS will tie the game. This bomb site of Office and Rainbow Six Room is the only site that BDS has prevailed on. It will be locked for the remainder of this half, which means Secret winning this first half 4-2 is right now the most likely outcome.
And really nice to see some of that util coming out too. I mean, the Evil Eye was not good enough to deny the plants from Joom, but it did about 80% damage to the Blackbeard, and that allowed Lazmu to finish him off. It's not easy to kill a Blackbeard, especially in a post plant where he doesn't really need to take space, play aggressive and initiative, but Lazmu was able to find an angle on him, get that down onto that player, and then Adrian was playing just inside of Mez. He was playing kind of outside the main office door, right? And then they were able to find an angle onto him with P4 making that move on the Echo Cam too. So big couple of rounds coming through from P4, even if they're not always resulting in a win. His Yokai coming in massive to start that round off so strong for Robbie, and then getting a pick in that post plant too, making sure that BDS can close it out. That top floor bomb site is often regarded as the best site on the map, so it's maybe not a surprise that it's the one that BDS have found success on, but I mean, you're right, Parker. These next two are going to be the real challenges where BDS have to adapt or they're going to lose the half.
And I think one big struggle right now for BDS is finding their footing when it comes to their gunners. Heading into this game, Robbie was the highest rated player on the team with the best kill differential, sitting at a plus 20 on his KD.
Yeah.
The worst player on the team, both in terms of KD and rating, is P4, and that stands to reason. P4 is going to be doing a lot of the calling on this team. He's going to be playing those support roles. He's the guy that should be in the action the least.
Yep.
And yet it is P4 with the lead on this team, which does not necessarily bode well for BDS moving forward. You need guys like Robbie and Freck, both of whom were the top fraggers on the team, at least since Stage 2 onwards, to find their footing. Robbie was very successful at doing that in the matchup earlier today. He needs to repeat that same success, but I think it's fair to say the competition is a little bit tougher against Team Secret.
No, certainly, and this is going to be a kind of one of those takes that are trying to adapt for BDS, try to get their players going. They've changed up their operator lineup dramatically, now running a lot more of these operators that can kind of hunker down in the site. You've got Robbie on this Mira who can do some decent damage, at least he could while he was alive. Does go down to Joom in the end, but you've got Castle Barricades to try to support a bit of a roam game too, with P4 roaming on that top floor. Secret are going for the exact same attempt though, Parker. Very similar operator lineup, coming from the same side of the map and finding much the same success.
And it's Lazmu taking some damage now as Noah, next to Savage, works together so effectively. Joom, leading the team with 6 kills, has the diffuser, which isn't abnormal. He does have 3 plants through Stage 2, but that's not really his role. Freck is good enough for one, but he's traded off immediately. P4 in a familiar position, lording over this bomb site. He manages to gun down Noah and secure the kill in the process, leaving Virtue all alone, and he gets mobbed, and guess who it is? It's Joom, who'll now turn around and plant the diffuser. At the halfway point, P4 realizes a drop through the hatch would just be repeating the same mistakes before Mowgli with the exit kill. A little bit of former teammate French-on-French violence, and Secret will regain the lead.
Yeah, it was a really nice round coming out from Joom, of course. It's been a couple of times through this game where he's had the diffuser and he's been a little bit plant-focused, which has been interesting to see, too, because usually that's the job of either Adrian or Savage, but when he needs to on that ace, obviously able to lock down those kills. They went for a very similar strategy. I think the Ram player was able to play that a little bit safer. We got to see Adrian survive a bit longer in that round, have that impact up above, but really just everybody focusing on that basement was the core idea of that push, coming in through Garage and then Joom finding the success as he so commonly does. But he comes into this game with a 120 average EPS, just going through the stage 2 stats. That's the second highest in the world of all players through regional leagues, and the highest is, I believe it's Jigsaw in OCE. So again, you know, an APAC player, not the same level of competition by any means. So I think there's an extremely strong argument to be made that Joom is the best player in the world right now, and here in his home country, he's showing that.
Not even just APAC, but OCE in particular. You said it, right? I mean, there's 4 APAC subregions. The general consensus is that there's a big drop-off from the top.
Yeah.
Sorry, three APAC subregions. I'm used to there being 4. Sorry, three APAC subregions.
Yes.
OC has the biggest drop-off from the top teams. I think
Agreed.
that's a widely held belief. So, I mean, not that you're farming kills there, but the level of competition is a far cry from teams 1 through, you know, I think it's 7 at this point, I think it is, versus the 10 teams that are in EML. Joom almost breaking 200 kills in 203 rounds. So, wow. He sits at 185 through stage 2, so he's just a little bit shy, just a tiny, tiny bit below 1 kill per round. Again, that might not seem like a lot, but if you are trading yourself out every single round, that is an incredible stat for Rainbow Six.
Yeah, average is about 0.6, 0.7, so it's certainly an accomplishment, and he's putting up above a 1.0 right now on the kills per round. 7 through 5. We'll see what round 6 has in store for us. Again, top floor is always going to be the most important, and it starts with a pick onto Adrian Virtue, fighting off that position that he was playing back in round number 3. You'd like to play this with the smoke, but of course it's banned out since the start of the game, so Virtue's got to do it with the mute. It can be really tough to push an SAS player when they're playing just inside of that green hall position, right? Because there's so many tight angles. When there's smokes, the toxic fades are a nightmare to push through, but if you're Team Secret, there are other ways to get to the bomb site, and as we see these players start to rotate, Parker, they might be deciding in the 4v5 to just ignore the top clear and go for a more direct site hit, which is what they did in the 3rd round.
Yeah, instead of a full clear, just go right for the mission here. Lair, by the way, is the most played map in EML through stage 2, 146 rounds, and it's almost 50-50. So no real benefit for either side. Obviously, we could pull data from the other regions if we want, but given that this is an EU versus EU matchup, I don't think it's really necessary at this point in time. The only thing I will say is that there have been some changes to certain operators that might change Lair from being either attacker or defender friendly. One of those operators in play right now, Solus, got a pretty substantial buff, and I think there's some teams that are very happy for that. Freck is going to be rocking that operator right off the rip of this round. 50 seconds to go, Jesse.
You're trying to play with the Solus, right? You're trying to bait out these impacts because those will be key in denying this Sens wall. Didn't work the first time. He goes the second, and here comes the impact.
And I think they assume that Joom is the diffuser yet again, but it's a distraction. Noah taking an awful beating. Out goes another one of those projectors. And Noah will attempt yet again with Savage right next to him. Look at the Solus doing all of this work. The jig is up. They know the diffuser's going down. They get out alive. Lasmu with 1 exit kill, but down goes Freck. The Solus gambling their life to gain vital information for BDS. BDS only successful on 1 single bomb site. They won it twice. They now need to overcome this hurdle to tie things up before we go into the second half. Robbie, Lasmu, and Virtue, the 3 lads who will be standing together. Down goes Joom, a lot more winnable. They know where the case is, down on the ground. Goodbye, Robbie, at the hands of Noah. Mowgli takes 1 down. Noah gets another.
And Secret escape the first half with a 2-round lead.
And that's just such a tricky bomb site to get attacking wins on too, Parker. It's clearing the top floor is a nightmare. They choose to not do that, but that means they've got to deal with the Solus up above. And when the Solus knows you're planting with an impact in the pocket, that should be a real impossible task to get the plant down, right? But it was Savage, the captain and MVP in their last game, to step up. He kills the Solus on that vert angle, and the Solus, she went for the full scan so that you could see exactly what operators were or what the utility was below you, right? So Freck makes that call, and in the end, I think it just takes a little bit too much time, not able to know precisely where that plant's going down before it happens. So ends up just being a little bit better on the side of Secret on the timing of things. And then once the plant's down, it's even in man count, then it's a good effort by BDS, but they're always in the advantage because it's such a strong post-plant map for Secret.
In terms of strengths of this map, I do find it interesting that we're here. I don't know if you've touched on this in the early onset of the game, but this is by strength of map. This is the 8th best map, so the second worst map for Team Secret. They ban it very frequently. The last time they played it was October 6th against Worlds. As for Team BDS, statistically speaking, this is their 3rd best map. They have not banned it once during Stage 2 of EU. It has been banned against them every single time. They last played it October 13th against G2. And when these two teams last fought each other, it was the most lopsided result that Secret had all season long. It was a 7-1 victory over BDS for Team Secret. The only other time that Team Secret did that was against Wild in the very last match of the stage, and Wild are the last place team in EML.
Yeah.
So you've got Team Secret 7-1ing Wild, who finish in dead last, and then you have Team Secret 7-1ing BDS during the regular season, and BDS are a playoff team. So obviously, bad for BDS. This was also a big bounce-back victory because Team Secret started off Stage 2 so dreadfully. They were 0-3, if you remember correctly, before they mounted an impressive comeback which launched them here into the playoffs. So BDS already performing better than what previous expectations say they should be doing. Now it's incumbent upon BDS to win a couple quick rounds, because if Secret are able to take a quick round here and make it 5-2, I do fear for BDS. A good start for BDS, though, as they pick off Joom. If there's any player you want to get rid of early, it's him.
Absolutely. It was playing that Mez position just into operations and maybe gets a little overeager on the swings, goes down first, your best player taken out of the lobby. Team Secret have historically not been a very good defensive team on this map. Through 2 games on Lair, they have just a 13% defensive win rate, which is a real rough stat to have coming into a game like this. BDS will know that, and they will be trying to exploit some of the weaknesses that they've shown throughout Stage 2. Getting that early pick on a Joom is certainly part of it.
It's their 2nd worst map.
Yeah, I know.
2nd worst map. The only map that they have a worse record on is Consulate, and guess what? It's because they haven't played it in months. So it's just... It's gutsy that Secret are going to this map because they must know something. And we are very firmly in the no longer saving strats territory, Jesse. So it is possible that Secret has cooked up something good and we're just patiently waiting to show it off.
Wow, here comes the push through Mez. It kind of exposes the Blackbeard, but Mowgli, he's still pushed up and they don't know Parker.
How do 3 of you run by and not hear him? This is the exact inverse of what happened earlier, if you recall. Virtue manages to throw out a nade that at first appeared a bit feckless, but gets Adrian down. Advantage now for BDS as they lead by 1, and it will continue to grow. There goes Mowgli. Robbie on the board. Savage will immediately swing over, toying with the Lion of Freck. Gets him, but immediately traded off by P4. BDS cannot be shaken. And they mob Noah. P4 gets a triple kill, one of which was Virtue, but we'll overlook that because BDS wins a very critical round, Jesse, to draw within 1.
It was a bit of a comical round, wasn't it, Parker? Because they sprint past Mowgli in the office door, and that's what we're watching. And we're thinking, what is going on? But Virtue, who's playing the Blackbeard, credit where credit is due, he sprints past so that he can go all the way to display and kill Adrian, who is sitting on cams on the yokai. And Adrian was on the cams feeding that info to Mowgli. So it's almost a trade in a sense, where you kill the guy getting information, but you lose a kill because that information fed a frag back over to Mowgli. at least get something out of it. And I think getting those trades in the chaos of the late round, right? Keeping your team in it, making sure that even if somebody goes down, you get it back immediately. We saw it onto Savage late in that round too. Was absolutely critical for BDS. So really nicely done by them. They get fast with it. They get a little crazy with it. But in the end, they're playing together and they've got those trade backs, which is really going to be critical in this game.
And to me, that's the hallmark of a well-oiled machine, is how quickly you can trade out if you lose somebody, right?
Yeah.
There are teams that can excel at a top level by playing like individuals, but most of the teams that have won championships, if not all of the teams that have won championships over the last couple of years, Jesse, have done so because of coordinated team play. It was something that we always discussed with a team like Furia. Maybe they might not be showing it super well here at this event, but we know we know it's possible. Yeah. We know they're capable of doing that. A team like G2, I hate to harken back to a time so long ago. For many viewers, it might have been even before your time, though you might have seen some of these matches upon rewatch. But one of the best things about that Penta G2 roster was how they always played together. If you are able to consistently trade out and never give your opponent more than a single man lead, you are almost always going to be competitive in these rounds. And win or lose, it's still something that you can take pride in.
Well, an early gunfight with Amira has not gone so well for Secret through the first defensive round, but now it's in Mowgli's hands. Of course, I've already set up his utility, but if he gets active here, if he gets an opening pick on a critical operator, I mean, that's going to make all the difference. There's nobody you want to position more than Mowgli. The bees come through, he sees the Blackbeard, and he will make his retreat. With the Grim giving them pings, he kind of has to fall back there. It took about 1/3 of the damage, but so far he's all right. Virtue's not all right.
Is this the third team kill? Third team kill of the game?
We've seen a lot, yeah.
We have seen a number of team kills today. BDS losing Virtue, losing your Blackbeard, that is devastating. Not just because of the veteran presence that Virtue brings and the calls that he can help make, but it's a very critical operator. Lazmu does at least answer back, drawing the numbers back to a 4v4 as there goes Noah. Mowgli's been dropped, so this is far more winnable for BDS than it might have seemed, Jesse. Half of the round gone, half of the round to go, and these teams now trading blows. I don't know if Mowgli is retrievable or not. Savage is hoping so, but he's on the run. Down goes Robbie. Back to a 3v3, technically a 4v3 if Mowgli can be retrieved, but they are running out of time and getting desperate with this.
Yeah, and this with Logic Bomb, they're really starting to panic. There is pressure coming in from behind, too. We've seen that a little bit with these players trying to pinch in, but P4 eats a Nitro Cell, and that makes this push linear. Just fracking Lazmu inside of lockers to make something happen. Mowgli will bleed out. He's just behind Lazmu at the moment. There he goes.
You can't shoot a dead body. It's not your kill. You don't get it.
But either way, they've managed to put themselves in a good position, but no intel or real way to enable the plant.
And baited in by a Toxic Babe, thrown out. Joom, 2 exit kills, and Secret say, no, we want the lead back by 2. Thank you very much. BDS almost closing the gap to dead even, but Secret overpower them. 5-3 the scoreline right now, and BDS not liking what they see. Lilun, their coach, will call a timeout.
Yeah, knows this game is getting to a bit of a critical state. You got to start bringing that comeback. You've lost your first attacking round win. This is clearly where you expected to be the best just due to Secret's history on this map. So I don't mind the attack timeout here, especially with the team kill and things getting a little bit, I think, panicky in that round. In both attacks, really. BDS, something will go wrong, someone will die, and it's like, there's good things happening there. Don't get me wrong. Big kills are coming out of it, but it still feels very chaotic in a lot of these pushes. And against a team like Secret, I don't think consistently that's going to work.
If I'm a coach and I see that my team has team killed twice in back-to-back rounds, it doesn't matter if we win those rounds, I'm calling a timeout. Because this should not be happening. It should not be happening at all. You need to make sure that your team is functioning appropriately. Now, we can kind of look over what happened in round number 7 because that was a team kill when you had a sizable numbers advantage and you were swinging for the last player. But it's very easy that you get in a team kill and then you immediately get traded out and suddenly what was a 3v1 has now become a 1v1.
Yeah.
And you kind of need to keep that in the back of your mind. And then what happens in the very next round? Virtue gets team killed real early on. And not only is it Virtue who dies, but you lose your Blackbeard. The main point of your assault, the shield that's going to be walking in that you're going to be able to play off of, who is a devastating operator in the right hands. And you just don't have that anymore. Why? It wasn't anything that Secret did. It was completely done by BDS's own mistakes, their own negligence. And you need to be able to calm your team down. As you said before even a single moment of this matchup was played, Team Secret owns BDS in this head-to-head matchup historically. So you're going to need everything in your power to best them. Secret's already kind of given you a leg up by going to their second worst statistical map.
Yeah.
But that's always not enough. And BDS clearly need to settle things down. There could be very little game left to play, and you're going to need to solve that quickly.
Yeah. This third bomb site here on the top floor is going to be somewhere where they have an opportunity, often thought of as the weaker site on this map, but there is debate within pros too. It's certainly the third most common. We don't see it as often compared to the top and bottom floor, but teams have had a lot of success in defending this bomb site. Really tough to clear the top floor, really tough to execute if you don't clear the top floor, and a lot of teams have really stumbled with that problem. As far as BDS look for this attack, I mean, I don't see much pressure up on the top floor right now. They're setting up track stingers from Lazmu so that they can stop any flanks coming forward, but it does feel like they want to apply some pressure up above, but primarily focus on just getting in and getting that plant down. But they don't have any smokes to do so. They don't have any sends walls to do so, so they're going to have to find some creative way to get the plant down unless they want to late commit to clearing that top floor, which, again, they still could choose to do, but it's tough.
A timeout's not just going to be an emotional thing. It'll be a strategic thing here, Jesse, because round 7 and 8, BDS ran an almost identical lineup. Here, they completely changed things.
Okay.
Really makes you think, doesn't it?
Oh boy, that's a free cell phone.
It really makes you think.
I think Mowgli's got a little bit tired of the
You know, it really makes you think. Both those kills, they really make you think, don't they, Jesse?
They do, Parker. And listen, sometimes you go for a play, you don't realize you're on drone, you look like an idiot.
The only operator that was brought in this round that has been brought in a previous round by BDS is the Dokkaebi. The other 4 operators are completely new. Well, I guess the Ace technically, but I don't consider that. But I mean, like, you're looking at a huge change up here from BDS, trying to kickstart something. And I do like that they use that timeout, maybe not just from a mental perspective, but also a strategic. I was trying to get my point out before Mowgli decided to do whatever he was doing on the floor there. So,
and the drones have just been critical, Parker. That's the second free kill they've gotten thanks to having a player on the drone. The information has been so good from BDS this round that it's opened the door for them. They still don't have top floor control, but there's not a single player in the bomb site. So, in theory, you can walk in and plant. The problem, once again, you don't have sends, you don't have smokes. What is the answer to that problem?
I mean, if you can take control above the bomb site, you have a numbers advantage. You're basically going to force Secret to gamble on 2 things: gas canisters and a nitro cell. Noah understands the mission, and with 20 seconds left, will blanket some of that hallway with that marigold smoke. Virtue guns down Noah. Savage trades it right back. Savage still with nitro cell in pocket. Is he in a position to do much? No. Savage taking some damage. Freck now getting diffuser down, and they will try to get out of the bomb site with their lives intact, but Savage gets a quad kill, but Lazmu saves the round. Oh my God. By the skin of their teeth, BDS prevail, and they're within 1 round of tying the game.
A ridiculous amount of chaos, Parker. They both at the same time try to push in through bunks from the green hallway and also push up the green stairs so they can apply pressure to those top floor players. But the push up green goes horribly, and we see Savage dominate those gunfights, push himself up to 10 kills total, and then go back down those stairs where he was having all of that impact. But in the end, I mean, it didn't seem to matter because he walks into a claymore from Freck that he had placed down so long ago before going for that plant, of course, right when they had that green control, knew that if there was some kind of a play, maybe that they dropped the site and went for it, he could have gotten a kill with it. It was on the other side of the door, I believe, too. So it's not like it was on the side of the door that he was walking through, but it's such a chaotic environment for Savage. He's trained on the players inside the site, of course, ends up walking into that, and the last player, Adrian, who is still trying to play from up above, dies to the super shorty. I mean, a hell of a finish to come through, but in the end, it's enough for BDS, and it's how they played this whole game, Parker. It gets scrappy at the end, but it's enough.
I will tolerate no super shorty slander here.
Okay.
In many ways, based on your human stature, some would call you a super shorty. It packs a punch. It's not a bad weapon. You are using the super shorty in close range at the tail end of a round. You will catch people off guard.
Yeah,
I promise you that.
He wasn't even low HP. He was like 80 health.
80%. It was a nail biter of a round. Strategically, neither team really having a major advantage, but the numbers obviously swinging in BDS's favor certainly helped them.
Bomb located by attack.
We don't see Claymore kills all that often, but I do like that BDS brought multiple layers of anti-flank. It wasn't just the gridlock, it wasn't just those track stingers, it was also the Claymore. All of these things being brought to enable BDS to punish Secret should they try to go off script.
Yeah. It was a good plan. They obviously knew they didn't want to take top floor, so having that anti-flank is absolutely critical. Now they're going to go back to the top floor, of course, try to defend from up above, and Adrian has swapped over to the Tachanka, not something that he has been bringing too often. He has brought it in the past occasionally, usually more of a Warden guy on this site, and back in round number 7, of course, was playing on that Echo, but not choosing to bring it on back, thinking it's a little bit too predictable, gives them a bit more plant denial here, and I mean, if you look at the lineup, every single operator in Secret has some way to deny the plant, whether it's a Nitro or some piece of utility.
Back to old reliable as well for this BDS lineup, Jesse. They called the timeout, they completely changed things up, and what have they done? They brought the Ace again, they brought the Damos again, they brought the Blackbeard again, they brought the Flores again. The only new operator is a Ying being brought. You were critical of them in the previous round, how they basically had to go in dry to get that plant down. Now, they succeeded on the side of BDS, but how nice would it be to have some smokes? How nice would it be to have some Candelas at your disposal? And that's exactly what BDS are going to try here. It look like they're waiting for a call from somebody. That's a nade that's going to get tossed up from down below too, Jesse. And it misses. It was intended over towards the main desk, and now you'll have the Bandit of Mowgli on the run, whose Bandit battery still persists, making it challenging to get into the bomb site for the Ace of Lasmu.
Yeah, they've gotten full space now. I mean, they've really pushed them back. No kills, but you absolutely can go for a plant here. Again, watch out for the utility, but they've burned through a bit of it.
This is a really good pace being set by this BDS attack. And yeah, I mean, you've completely swept through that A bomb site. Now, the only thing is this a calculated move by Team Secret? Is this a reaction to the aggression from BDS? Or is it Team Secret reading into the execute saying, let them come in? As you pointed out, Jesse, how many ways can they stop a plant? They've got an abundance of anti-plant and plant denial. And without using much of it, Joom finds 2. Savage finds his 13th kill. Down goes Lasmu with the hands of Mowgli. 3 players from Team Secret in on the killing, and Joom will seal the deal on the round with a flawless win. 3 kills for him, and Secret moved to match point.
Yeah, unfortunate that all the players around that plant ended up going down before they could start trying to play towards the utility. I mean, you mentioned it, the util for the defense as well was really important to stall that out. But Robbie, who's playing down below, who helped get them all that space, decides to go Mez, decides he needs to be on the correct floor to help his teammates, but he just loses to the pump shotgun on the lobby stairs. And I mean, that's always going to be a favorable gunfight for the defenders. I know Robbie was on the Damos, but he didn't even use his death markers in that situation to try to help win that gunfight. He just took it raw with the AK. It didn't go his way. Freck and Mez as well ended up going down to Joom in that same position. So doing their best to collapse onto this guy, but when he's hitting the shots, there's really nobody in the world that can match up to the level that Joom tends to play at. 13-6 now, very close to the the stat line of his best game of all season, which was 15-6 back in October up against Falcons.
How many rounds were played in that?
I don't have it written down. But he had a 184 APS.
10 seconds remaining.
October 7th.
What are we doing here?
October 7th, 2025.
You know how many rounds it was?
I can look. Hold on.
What if he did that in 7 rounds?
Then that's even crazier.
But he didn't.
But it's his EPS I'm going off of to say his best game.
Their best result was a 7-1. That is against 1.
Swapping bags.
It would also be crazy if he got 6 deaths in a 7-0 and still was the best player by far.
He goes in, he kills 3 people every round, and then immediately dies.
Yeah.
It's possible.
It is.
It is entirely possible. Both of these teams, by the way, will live to see another day. For those of you that are following along with how this Swiss system works, your opponent is not known until everybody has played. So both of these teams won in their earlier matches. Because of that, here they are. One of them will suffer their first loss of the stage. The other will go up 2-0. And then we'll wait to see which 2-0 team they will play tomorrow. There will be a couple teams that qualify tomorrow, and there will be a couple teams that go home tomorrow. Why are you shaking your head?
I just don't like that Adrian's died up on the top floor on the Scopos.
You know that there are 2 Scopo. Scopi. Do you know that there are 2 Scopi on the map?
There are, but if one dies, the other one is just a camera at that point.
Why
and
don't
a shield.
if you're about to die, why not just swap to the other one so you don't die?
Well, there's a bit of an animation to it.
It was more of a rhetorical question.
Oh.
I have indeed played the dual. I have indeed played the dual robot operator.
It's unfortunate because he was in the basement, and then almost as soon as he swaps back up to the top floor, he goes down. So rough timing from him, but does end up falling to Freck. Gets them that opening pick, and now that you've killed the Scopos, you kind of know, all right, that's probably the only roamer, and in fact it was. Joom has rotated back up to the bathroom. He wasn't initially here, I don't believe. Well, maybe he was. Okay, he's been playing around the top floor for a while, so if they can hunt him down, it's a big advantage, but he can also flank.
Robbie's got an idea of somebody. Oh, over there, Noah wins the gunfight. His position given away by the Lion scan. Freck finds kill number 2 on the round. Down goes Joom, down goes Lasmo. Everybody dying. Secret very briefly succeeding in the kill feed. Noah taking a tiny bit of damage from that last nade, and his attempt to get back to the bomb site is very enthusiastically welcomed by P4 as BDS stays in this one and yet again draws within 1.
Another round where we see massive impact from the drones coming through from Team BDS. You know, they are the underdogs in this game, but it feels like their drones are always so well positioned. They've always got that good intel, and oftentimes, you know, as our observers are doing their best to catch the kills, they don't prioritize watching the drone positions. Obviously, that's not where the action is. So the fact that we're noticing so many of these big drone plays, for every play we notice, there's probably 2 or 3 where they get a good player on drone and they get a kill from it that we're not even recognizing. So it's really impressive how consistently BDS have this information, and sometimes it's not the easiest thing to recognize from Secret. Like, are they aware of how often they're getting caught on a drone, or do they just think that BDS are shooting and have crazy reaction times? I mean, it's really tough to tell. So hopefully that's something Twister can recognize in this moment. There's a reason why this team are LAN champions, but even still, we know how good this attacking side has been for BDS, and if you're Secret, this is going to cause some concern.
Well, when the tactical timeout ends, we will be in a very brief tech pause here. Not really sure what the culprit is, but we're being told that somebody's mouse is having some issues, so they're going to go out back and they're going to catch one in the field and bring it in.
Could take some time.
You never really know what the mice are doing at 10:08 p.m. here in the good old sunny shores of Munich, Germany.
Shores of the river, yeah. Okay.
Shores somewhere.
There's a shore, I'm sure.
I'm relatively sure there's water around.
It's the whole theme of the event. Keep your head above water, right, Parker? We've got some amazing graphics that you can see behind the players. I've been really enjoying how if there's a timer on screen, it fills with water as it goes from, say, 20 minutes to 0.
We did notice that.
I think that's really, really cool. Still a tense moment, though, if you're these two teams. Secret on match point. One more will lock it in. They go up 2-0 in the groups. They find themselves in a fantastic spot. BDS just 1 round from forcing the overtime. And again, losing 7-1 the last time these two teams met. Already beating that benchmark, but you know they want more. You know they're hungry to get the victory, given how close they've come. I really would love to listen into what Twister was telling Team Secret in that moment, because if they recognize how good the drones have been, if they can do something to counter that, play a bit more of the mute, do whatever you can to stop that info, be a bit more aware, maybe even just going for less crazy plays. I mean, how many times have we seen a roamer just get so hard punished out on their own, whether it's Mowgli lying down in ops, whether it's the Scopos alone on Skybridge. Feels like these solo aggro plays are just getting picked off so consistently from BDS, and I think if Secret recognize that, they're a good enough team where they're going to adapt, but it's not the easiest thing to notice when you're in the server live playing. So, huge question that looms over round 12.
Yeah, I mean, the player that we really hyped up before loading in was Robbie, and he is statistically the second lowest player in this server. The only player below him is Adrian, but Robbie to be bottom of the barrel on his team is just, it's not going to cut it, frankly, when you have to play up against guys like Savage, who's having an outstanding game, like Joom, who is so consistently good. If you are the fragger on your team, you have to frag against good teams. That is it. If you do not, and this happens multiple times. Maybe one game, sure, you can have a bad game. Everybody's allowed to have a bad game.
Yeah.
But Robbie just put on a clinic just a couple hours ago, and now here he is, not doing very well.
And it's not just that he's been popping off. I mean, I'm glad you said that. He put on a clinic a couple hours ago, and even at previous events, you go back to the last major we had in Montreal, he was the best player in Montreal by raw statistics. Highest EPS, best kill-death ratio.
They didn't make it out of groups, though.
They did. They got quarterfinals
that's right.
with Falcons. They did lose to, I believe it was Virtus Pro.
That is right.
In the first round of playoffs. So it was still a pretty deep run to come through. And I mean, you could ask anybody. He was the real engine behind Falcons in that event to allow them to go as deep as they did. So even against top teams, I mean, Robbie has been the guy to perform, and we need to see that out of him again today.
I think I was confusing it with Atlanta.
Yeah, they didn't get out of groups there.
All these fall majors.
GK, but yeah.
That's okay. So, now with the pauses behind us, I don't know if that was Lasmo who needed the new mouse, but it sure looked like it. What will come of this final and fateful round? Twister did not like something he was seeing, and at this point I think it's the right call to make. You are now on the precipice of victory. If you go to overtime, that's fine. You just let the teams do their own thing. I actually went back and looked. The entire lower bracket run that Team Secret went on at EWC, they did not play layer a single time.
Wow.
So on LAN, it has been quite a long time since we have seen this team play this map, if ever, at all. I'd have to go back even farther to see if Secret had played layer. From the top of my mind, I can't remember the last time they did, but I also, this might surprise the people listening, don't remember every single map that every single team has played at every single LAN.
What? I do.
No, you don't. Don't lie to the people and pretend that you do.
That was a very fast no, you don't. You couldn't have just thought on it for a moment.
I have a lot of faith in you.
Thank you.
But not when it comes to that.
Well, with everything on the line, Parker, they've gone for a bit of a wild lineup. BDS bringing out the Glaz on the side of P4, Virtue rocking the Blitz. They want to go pretty aggressive when they go for that execution. Frankly, that's what's worked for them in a lot of these late round situations. It's a mix of that good droning in the early round, which is, again, seemingly getting good information and good value for BDS, and then making things a little chaotic in the late round, which has been delivering them wins in this second half. Team Secret, of course, have gone bunks briefing to finish off this regulation. They've got just Joom and Mowgli alone kind of on that main floor, with Joom rotating between the two on green stairs. Adrian, Savage, and Noah all committed to hard holding top floor with their lives. BDS, I would imagine they're trying to clear it because they haven't brought the gridlock. They haven't brought the same op as before. And with Virtue going through Skybridge, that does seem to be the call.
A heck of a time to bring a Blitz for the first time. He will immediately go towards green, spots the Wamai, lots of damage done to Lasmo, lots done to P4. Virtue is dead. The Blitz experiment does not pay off. Despite his 1 HP, Lasmo still with the kill. The old age of as long as you've got 1 point of HP and a gun in your hand, you can still ace around. Lasmo will be walking wounded, though, holding that defuse kit. I don't love his position, but as you can see, there's only impacts to really deal with.
Yeah, and with full top floor control, I think BDS are still in a bit of a better situation. I mean, yes, they're all very hurt, and yes, they lost their Blitz, maybe the most important operator, but they can start working the verticality now, and this is a really tough bomb site to hold at times if you don't have that. Joom does strike back. That low HP position did end up coming back to bite them.
Outside the building.
Outside the building, and now Robbie goes down as well, putting it all on the shoulders of P4 and Freck.
And P4's used both of his smokes already. How do you have a Glaz without any smokes at this point in time? Where are you going to go? Mowgli dies at the hands of Freck. He gets maybe a little bit too cutesy with that hatch, as P4 will now rotate all the way over top of the bomb site. Freck will link up with him in final 30 seconds. Secret are in mighty fine shape. 15 kills for Savage, 14 kills for Joom. Remaining players on the side of BDS, very low on HP. They spotted one, will fire away. Savage taking some damage. Freck and P4 will need to get the objective down, though, and only 10 seconds remain. There goes Freck. P4 dropped by Noah. Joom with a big kill as well, and Team Secret will topple BDS to finish the day 2-0.
Parker, I said the best game that Joom's had all season was 15-6. Ends this game 15-7.
Whoa.
A huge performance coming out from him nonetheless. Dominating performance over their old European rivals of BDS. You gotta be feeling good about that. Savage as well. Not a guy you often see with 15 kills, but ended up tying his teammate there for top frag of the lobby. Really thought there were good moments from BDS in that game. You combine this result against one of the best teams in the world with a 7-1 over SSG earlier today, I still think BDS are looking really dangerous at this event.
I completely agree. The only thing that gives me a bit of pause is that this is not a good map for Team Secret.
Fair.
So you go up against Team Secret on a map that they are obviously not very familiar with. They don't play all that frequently. They certainly don't play on LAN, and they haven't shown much from. And when they have shown, they haven't been very good.
And you still lose. I don't love that, but I do agree with you. I think there are good takeaways here from BDS. And one thing I will say is win or lose in this match, when you do couple it with that SSG game earlier, I think it's fair to say that BDS are overperforming what people expected of them, and maybe they are the real deal, and maybe we put a little bit more disrespect on the 4th place team to come out of EML. Those are the stats for you, 15-7 for both Savage and Joom. Really great numbers across the board. On the side of BDS, only one player going positive, and that's P4, who statistically has been their worst player over the course of Stage 2.
Yeah, kind of crazy to see it go down just like that. We see a lot of both the IGLs actually topping their teams in P4 and Savage. So it was a bit of a brain game, Parker, when you come down to it. And I mean, that's what you expect to see out of two of Europe's best teams here deep into the first day of Swiss.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what we say about other teams is that if your IGL or support player is fragging out really effectively, your team is generally having a pretty bad match, and that's exactly what we saw with P4, right?
Yeah.
There's no universe, as good as he is as a player, with the players that they have on BDS, there's no universe in which P4 should be at the top of the standings. Not because he's bad, but just because that's not his role.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for BDS, they lacked a little bit of firepower. Their star fragger and their best rated player was their lowest rated player in that matchup. So I think under different circumstances, you could have had a different result for BDS, but they're 1-1. They're still far from going home. They can still make a deep run, and hey, they're still primed to make top 8 if they play like they did against Secret against other teams, and especially if they play against other teams the way they did against SSG.
Well, Parker, it was a fantastic game here on the winner's side of Swiss, but we're not done just yet. We've got 2 more teams coming up very shortly on this B stream who figure out who's going to be starting this event 2-0. So don't go anywhere, because we'll have that game coming up right after this.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents.
A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaiko is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaiko. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just setting them off. Jump for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the floor. Marinka, are you ready for this? Yes! Bengu, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's Bengu!
Shaiko is going off Tim. Finally finds himself down now. Usus has got a clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing. They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on it and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Mates in a second, Mates in a third! Ryder, oh my god! It's a quad!
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilities. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Breeday holding up for the blood.
NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys Joom. He's on the blitz. We'll all come down to Adrian on the coverage.
It's a 1v5.
They had everything going. 1v5.
Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, doesn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out. But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible.
Solotov's down. 3 days off.
Available now.
On dit qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Now Shepard with a calmer than Users just did in that situation.
It doesn't matter what play he does, he always looks calm.
He's just got the 1v1 and got on the diffuser with 7.5 seconds left, and he's just like, yeah.
And? I was playing the game, bro.
I've just won the round for us, bro.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
That's what I meant to do, right?
Not a big thing.
I didn't even shake it, Tim.
Do we want a little behind the scenes?
Yeah, sure, go on then. Why has that happened to me?
Oh, so it's usually the players that do things like this, to be fair.
It hasn't touched any equipment, I will be clear.
It hasn't touched any equipment.
Before production rushing, like, what have you done?
But I've just seen Des like spin to the side on his chair and heard tss as his drink was opened and has fizzed over his hands.
Like, it's been sat. It hasn't moved for like. I tell you what, someone's done me in there. That's been shaken up and put in the fridge. I haven't done anything to it since I picked it up about 40 minutes ago. I thought, you know what, I quite fancy a swig of fizzy apple.
It's the sort of stuff that usually happens to me, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm going to try again. Because the fizz has gone out of it now.
Yeah, no, you should be safe now. What you get now is all that liquid that kind of leaked into the cap that's now all going to come running out when you open it.
It's all right, love. I've done okay, but it's the thing now is it's fizz.
Oh,
I'm so disappointed.
Are you so hard done to, Des?
First world problems, honestly.
You're so
no
hard
fizz
done
in my
to.
fizzy
There's
apple.
no fizz in my fizzy apple. Oh, dear me. Is there a bit more fizz in Falcons' game? D plus Kia are going to be hoping not. 4-1. It currently stands, and Falcons just finding the answers every single time. D plus Kia actually did a lot right in that last round. They got Falls in there. He was on the blitz, got a position where he could put the diffuser down. They had Bullet above to stop the challenge from Leakafak at half wall inside of Armory. Trying to defend on the vertical. Didn't work because of that pressure coming in from the Ash. But ultimately, a 1v1. 7.5 seconds left on the clock, and Users is able to get on that diffuser and win out the round regardless, and that is surely going to start to have an impact on this D plus Kia side, because they just know that kind of no matter what they do, it's just not enough at the minute.
It isn't, and I'm worried, Tim, if they'll be able to find anything to get them going here. Certainly not an entry in the round. Levy on the sledge, deleted and removed. Solotov putting on the same kind of performance that we saw him doing in the game earlier on. He was 14-7 back then, Tim.
Oh, nice.
Although things have reset a little bit, they've got themselves in a good spot. Nias is in, 2 headshot kills. Liekefak and Solotov gone. Great way to recover the round, 4v3.
That's great play from Nias on the shield, playing at that long range like that. That's the most difficult engagement for him to take with that pistol, and he does it brilliantly. He's now going to go charging in towards Fountain. The cover is there from Mitty, and it leaves the Tuberau in a dangerous spot. Taken down. Users will not be clutching out the round this time. It's all up to Breedy.
Oh, and he's got a shield in his face as well. This is never pretty. Got to look for his man. Not going to be able to get away with it. Nias hitting a quad in the round, Tim. And sure, okay, it's maybe not the dream outcome they wanted for this half, only getting 2 attacking rounds, Tim, but it's still 2 attacking rounds, and that will feel like a smash and grab, given how dominant Falcons have been.
Yeah, it will. 4-2 on the half for Falcons, and I'm sure they're going to be fairly comfortable with that going into the second half of things. Only around a 50% win rate historically for Falcons on the attack of border, so that will be enough. It will be enough if they can hit that mark.
We'll see about that.
That's the question, whether they can hit that mark or not. And we're going to see an immediate ban on the Monty coming in from D+ Kia. Zami is the response from Falcons. I think that's a good one. Zami often used to try and hold on to kind of CCTV or east stairs, those sorts of areas, you know, those power positions. Mirror and Ying will also go by the wayside. I mean, Ying is always a good choice. There's never, you know, a bad time to ban a Ying, I wouldn't say. Those Candelas super powerful, but I'm not too sure whether this is going to completely slow down Falcons or not.
Probably a case if you look back to the last time that we saw Falcons on this map on the attacking side. They ran Ying in 4 out of the 6 attacks they did. Lots of Dokkaebi in there, lots of Deimos in there as well. It kind of makes you wonder, like, how can you let that much through? How can you give Falcons that much power? Secret banning away against them, Blackbeard, Monty, and then Deimos in round 10 because they realised, yeah, that's actually causing us quite a problem.
That's my concern. That's why I say I don't know whether the Ying will be enough. Obviously, you know, look, you're playing against a team where it's difficult. You want to ban 4 operators, really. You want to take the Ying, the Monty, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi. You've just got to pick your poison and go with what you think is best. It's no surprise to see. Look at that lineup straight away. Who's in there? Dokkaebi and Deimos.
Shocker. Should always be the ones that you look towards him for this team. Yeah, there are other things that you can take away from them. Blackbeard now being nerfed, of course, opens up a ban slot against Falcons is one thing to consider. But still have to respect shields, as they're always a bit of a nuisance, so you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Ban away Dokkaebi Deimos, you get shields in your face. Ban away the shields, you get Dokkaebi Deimos, or in this case, try a little bit of a hybrid. The Ying, one of their go-to popular operators as well. Just a lot that you need to be thinking about, and we'll see what gets taken when we get towards round 10. That's, of course, soon we get there, Tim. Falcons win this 3-0 in this first quarter of the second half, and, well, we're already over and done with. The 7-2 to Falcons will be how it concludes.
Liekefak's already gotten himself inside quickly, and he's just looking to hold down that rotate along catwalk. Can be a heavy footfall area. Levy's actually down. There we go. Liekefak just in prime position. As I said, heavy footfall area, not only on the catwalk, but beneath as well. Waiting area, trying to hold on to beneath, especially if they know that Deimos is going to be played, or possibly the book that we see Liekefak using so often. So he's just played that absolutely beautifully, knowing that the challenge would be there underneath. Finds his man, gets the kill, and gets a big advantage for Vulcans in the first attacking round for them.
Sure, not a bad start. Spoke being the one that's taken offline as well. So that first call rings out, the second one fast coming online, but guess what? Don't need much more than that, so when you've got a Deimos on side, you can do it yourself. And what I love is that Shaiko has stepped, he's made room for Liekefak to get on the Deimos, Tim, and he's got himself a triple kill. What a way to start it out. Nias left in a 1 versus 5. I think you've got to be a rocket scientist to know exactly how this one tends to work out, Tim. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. We'll get at least 1 for himself. The looking in, though, down goes about 1/3 of his HP. Collects a second, but they will draw ranks here, Tim. They've got 75 seconds with which to get this done. And sure enough, Breedy is locked and ready for him. Falcons taking their first attacking round.
Yeah, the time was the big problem there for Nias. It was too long to hold on. You know, had there been 10 seconds left on the clock, 1v3, you think, right, you know, maybe try and just hold a deep position here and see if you can catch them trying to get into sight. But with 75 seconds left, he has no choice but to peak that, to get aggressive and to try and get another kill. If he gets the next kill and it goes to 1v2,
then, you know, his options start growing a little bit. But it was always going to be a big ask. Good round from Falcons, good round from Leakerfact. The triple that we see finished off here, he was, look at this, right on it. Knew that that player was coming, knew Mitty was going to push him from that door, switches to his primary, gets the kill, beautiful stuff. And Falcons right now, they are looking very, very comfortable. This is, I think, you know, probably coming in against Shopify Rebellion, I think the performance was of an equal kind of standard to what we see in here. It just, for me, goes to say that, you know, I was right in what I was thinking of how good Shopify Rebellion were in that game as well, and why it was so close. So, yeah, Falcons looking very, very good in this second matchup.
All right, onwards we move. There's a big ask for D+K to fight their way, and it said we may not even need to see that extra ban coming out. Mighty looking a bit aggressive, more towards the barbed wire, of course, going down. Nice little sound cue for you. You know, someone's running past outside when they destroy that. Well, it could be a free kill for you. The Oryx quite handy for dashing very, very quickly. Also, of course, looking to deal with a shield, of which we have in this round, Tim. I spoke about that Blackbeard being nerfed and maybe it now being a free black ban slot against Falcons. I think maybe I was wrong because we normally see users running around on it, but here it's Breday's turn to shine and show what he can do. And maybe that's a sign of the changes that have come through to the operator, makes it less aggressive and now much more towards being supportive, which is why you've got Breday being the one that's running it.
Niers is the one that's trying to stand up on East Stairs as well, and no surprise, he's been doing fantastically well over the last couple of rounds, but just not quite enough to keep his team in it. We're going to see the Toxic Babe go out. There's a little bit of damage to Breday on the Blackbeard, but not too much. What it does do is buy Niers a little bit of time for maybe somebody like Bullet to move up and offer a little bit of support, because he knows that the pressure is mounting here. He's not going to be able to continue playing this position necessarily after this ace charge goes off. The movement is there. I'm surprised Falcon's not in a position quite to cut him down, but they know exactly where he is, and they know that East Stairs is going to be available once this Toxic Babe wears off.
And they've also managed to get the kill onto him as well. So not only have they kind of sat there and waited for the smoke to burn through, they've also managed to remove the player. Now, Bullet straight back where he went down. Not quite in the same spot. He's dancing in and out of the office rotation here, but it's a similar position. Trying to challenge on towards East. They know that it's a power position, and Falcons are showing us exactly how important it is to them, Tim. Committing a lot of resources in towards it, and they've now killed 2 players whilst taking this control. This is now free for them. They've got about half a round to play. They've got players upstairs looking for the vertical, almost taking Levy out through the soft wall. Uses into another. This round's also done, Tim. You're seeing a little bit of a differential opening up between these two teams. It's going to be a 6-2 here to Falcons on the back of a flawless round.
Yeah, they knew exactly where Levy was there. It was surely a matter of time. You see Shaco peek around, just using that sound as he comes into Archive to pick him up. His track had only just worn off, so he knew exactly which direction he was heading in. And that's going to be Falcons 6-2, as you say. Now 4 opportunities to close this one out, and it will be a very successful first day for Falcons, leaving themselves 2-0 in the Swiss format stage.
It's very nice being that after day one, isn't it? Knowing that, okay, I got one more and I'm on the live stage. That ain't so bad, whereas the teams that are down to 0 and 2, you're fighting for your life across these next few days, Tim. It's not the prettiest for them, and not the prettiest outcome that they've got to work through, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And D+K, you can't complain too much, Tim. Being 1-1, still not a bad spot to be in going into tomorrow. Why are we howling like wolves, guys?
What a passion coming out of Julio there. Very excited. He's usually such a quiet guy, is Julio, as well. Like, he's genuinely such a quiet guy normally.
He is. You know what's got me a few times today is every time that we call it a stinger, the stuff that comes up on a broadcast or a graphic that appears to take you from one scene to the next. Sometimes we have that stinger when we're not in game of the dog drone coming up. And that bark, every time it goes off, just catches me by surprise. I'm like, where's the dog? Because it's a noise that we're so not used to hearing in Siege that your ears and your brain just go, well, hang on a minute, something's not right here. It's dead strange.
It was like, I can't remember which event it was. Do you remember when R6 Small launched?
Yes.
And for the first game, we were kind of like, they're little like pixel Siege operators. Like, we weren't sure what was going on. It was like, what is that?
It was good. It was good. Either way, once again, you've heard us speak about it during the TAT timeout, D+K. PGH saying the importance of focusing on East Stairs, and you're seeing exactly the same coming out from Falcons yet again. Committing a few players appear. Shaiko stepped in and got a freebie onto poor Levy, who cannot catch a break, Tim. He's 0-5 now.
Yeah, it's been a tough few rounds for him, not able to really get himself involved in this one, and it's just smoke that's gone as well within 30 seconds of the round starting.
Not good.
It's not good. You know, you've got to look at this and say that it's Falcons for the taking at this point. Just looking at where they're stacking up, it's mostly around the east stairs once again. Solotov's going to take a little bit of damage. There's a battle going on with Bullet inside of Break Room, but I don't think they're too worried about that right now. They're just looking to get themselves established inside of Office. Challenge comes, but Nias, who else manages to step out, get the kill onto Sharko. Great swing from him, and it just breaks a little bit of that momentum that Falcons were building. But as I say that, the trade is there. Solotov picks him up, and it is now 4 versus 3.
There's so much time to work with, and Solotov, I tell you what, Tim, he's wanting to put on more numbers on the board versus what he had earlier. He wants to be our top player in the tournament at the end of today, and my God, is he more than on the route for it. 14-7 earlier. I'm pretty sure with this round now he's up to 13-4. 4-0 on the entry. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's had a great day, hasn't he? Those two performances really stacking up and helping Falcons over the line to the position that they find themselves in. Mitte is going to be inside a CCTV, just waiting for that challenge, but it's never going to come because Solotov has deployed that air jab and then he's moved away, so the challenge on Breakdoor is no longer going to be a thing. Brede sees the Falls' feet and manages to pick him up, and then straight away starts slapping that diffuser down. Plant confirmed, and this one is all but over. Mitte 1v3, diffuser down, cut down by who else? Solotov. And I think that's the one that at least levels him up with his performance earlier.
14 kills again, I believe. 28 kills across 2 games. You're certainly not going to be complaining about that one. And Tim, we came in saying it does feel like there might be a bit of a differential here. We've got D plus Kia. Yes, they've beaten Fury. It was a very close game coming up against Falcons, who many are considering one of the favorites to win the competition. You've seen the difference there. A very easy.
Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to Genius! Steal that round for Furia!
Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below, and it's straight to the face! Penta are going to the grand final!
This could be difficult. If the swing...
Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God. Wow.
Brede holding up for the plot.
It's a 1v5.
They had everything going. 1v5. For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out.
Solotov's down! Brede's up! He's also down!
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game.
Our final matchup of the day is just moments away, and it's a team that we didn't really think would be in this position. A team that most people had at the bottom of their depth charts, which is all the way from Australia, Enterprise, going up against the team who is technically the defending major champs, even though we've had a couple events since then, but technically none of them have been a major, and you are correct when you say that they're the defending major champs on a technicality, but not really in theory.
Swiss is a cruel mistress, Parker, because you're Enterprise, you go out there, you win your first game, upsetting Weibo in the Battle of APAC, and what is your reward? It's the best team to play in a major in the last 12 months, W7M. To come through in the winner's game, 1-0 here on the B stream. On the A stream, there is one more game as well tonight. That's going to be M80 versus FaZe Clan. We actually just saw the M80 guys out in the lobby before.
Also the FaZe guys, too. We walked past them as well.
We did walk past them as well, so we saw all the players getting ready to go. I think we might be starting a little bit before they are, but make sure you've got both streams on so you can catch all the action. This will be the end of the day for today, but of course, tomorrow we will continue on with more games for round 3 of Swiss.
And we're 2 hours ahead of schedule. Isn't that really wonderful?
We've been zooming, Parker.
We have. And I mean, you can look at the score lines right here. Shopify Rebellion toppling Furia 7-2. Weibo defeating Nip 7-1. That was a stunning result. The Secret BDS matchup was quite a long one by our standards today, but is also just all 12 rounds.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a great game, too, between those two, and some of those score lines are the reason why we're so ahead of schedule, but I think for this game, Enterprise versus W7M, we're in for a real interesting battle, because we all know W7M, we expect them to come out on top. They've been so good at so many events, not even just the Montreal Major, but in the past, they've had so much of that experience, but Enterprise, even for an OCE team, a bit newer on the scene, you're used to watching Oceanic teams come to events, and you're used to seeing names like Chiefs, names like Bliss. Enterprise really aren't the team from OCE that we typically will see. You've got guys like Bappin, Tuhan, Relays, so many of these players who are either attending their first event or maybe some of them are their second or third. And so it's a big moment for them to be coming up now here against their first real international opponent since they played in their APAC team in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, when you come to an international event, you're always going to have to tussle with people outside of your region. In a Swiss system in an 0-3, it was entirely possible that Enterprise faces entirely APAC teams along the way, depending
Could you imagine?
On how it goes. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be ideal, but
it'd be tough.
It would be tough. But Enterprise obviously shocking us with the result that they had earlier today. APAC as a region has been a bit mystifying with the way that they've done today. The other matchup that was occurring on the A stream just a couple moments ago was Falcons versus D+ Kia. Now, you can argue whether this D+ Kia squad is actually an APAC team because they are comprised entirely of Brazilians, but at the end of the day, they still live in the region, they still compete in the region, and they are still here representing Korea. On your screen right now, representing Brazil from actual Brazil is W7M. Jesse is correct. These are the defending major champions. The entire major winning squad minus Dash plus Palu, which you and I have agreed has made the team a little bit better.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better, as you know how good Palu can be, and he's one of the highest rated players on the entire team. He was up there with, Dodez, I believe it was.
Yeah.
I get Dots, Dodez, and Dash confused so much. There is
There is a part of me where I'm like, I'm glad Dash is no longer on the team because I cannot deal with Dota's, Dots, and Dash at the same time. It just breaks my brain. Now, while they all laugh and we talk about these teams, where are we going to play? It is a best of one, so only a single map will be needed. And we're going to go to Border.
Bit of a surprising pick, I'm not going to lie, Parker. For W7M, they've only played this map a single time all stage, and it was a devastating 7-3 loss to Furia back during the SAL playoffs. For Enterprise, it's a little bit more common, a win and a loss so far this stage, most recently dropping at 7-4 to Chiefs. So not historically a strong map for either of these two teams, but maybe that means it's coming into things as a bit of an even playing field between Enterprise and W7M. I feel like it might be fitting the playstyle of W7M a little bit better, but Enterprise can be a chaotic team as well, and they can upset anybody here in Munich. We'll see what they can do. Social predictions coming through 71% for W7M. That's less lopsided than our last game, where 80% of the audience voted for Team Secret, and that was a crazy close game, so this could be close as well.
People don't always vote on who they think will actually win. Sometimes people vote on vibes.
True.
And maybe they dislike the Aussies. I will say, throughout the entire history of Siege, one thing that has been consistent in an ever-shifting landscape of an esport is that people always love the Aussie teams.
True.
Doesn't matter if it's Corvidae going all the way back. Doesn't matter if it's Mind Freak, if it's Fnatic, if it's Chiefs, any of those squads. They've always loved the Aussies. Enterprise are a team that very few of the casual fans might know, unless you are on Demon Hours and are watching the actual OS matchups. And Enterprise got here by knocking out Chiefs, if people will recall. So maybe you just say, oh, they're from Australia. Haha, they look and sound like me. I'm going to vote for them. Vibes.
Yeah.
On paper, though, W7M should be the better team just based on their experience and legacy. But experience and legacy doesn't get you anywhere because look at Furia. They're 0-2 right now.
And we welcome anybody waking up in the morning in Australia. It's coming in on 9 a.m. down under, and definitely.
Okay, so hold on a second here. Australia has many time zones. You can't just
in the time zone where everybody lives in the east. All right. Actually, I think it's 2 time zones, but it's coming up on 9 a.m. everywhere in the country. Some a few hours away, some not too many hours away, but very possible that the OCE fans,
Perth and Darwin erasure. I will stand for none of it.
could have gone to bed watching them play their first game against Enterprise this morning, and now here are waking up to watch their second game up against W7M. It'll be a task. W7M have never in team history dropped a match to an Oceanic team. This will be their first time if it does go Enterprise's way. That goes back to when they were known as that Los roster as well, before they got signed by W7M. So a lot of experience, a lot of history from W7M, and because they've been to so many international events, there have been some opportunities, but not happening just yet, and this could be a real historic moment if Enterprise walk away with the victory.
Yeah, 2-0 start for an Australian team would be something that happened in quite some time.
Hasn't happened since Team Bliss in Manchester. Did you have that stat ready?
I knew it was Bliss, and I was going to talk about it.
I didn't assume you'd have that stat.
Oda and Sage on the roster.
I'm impressed that you had that.
You know, I sometimes do my job.
Yeah? I didn't even have that stat. I had to ask Spravuni.
His name is also pronounced Sprabuni, and you have been pronouncing it incorrectly, and he is Dutch and very polite and doesn't want to tell you that you're wrong.
I do keep forgetting that.
And then I said, what is it? And he said, it's Sprabuni, but what is happening?
Dot's an interesting position. Tuhon already dead, so he's able to type in chat. Everybody type in now, and it's a flurry of kills as we see the entry east stairs fish over the rails to get his second kill and leaves just Dotez now in the 1v3 with 2 minutes on the clock.
The clock was literally 2 minutes and 1 second, and half of the server was dead. Gotta love Border. Gotta love what it brings.
Yep.
You and I actually talked about the maps afterwards, and we were talking about the one we just saw on Layer, which was BDS versus Team Secret. We said, it was a bit of a slow one. There wasn't a lot of early action. And you said, watch us go to Border.
Here we are.
Here we are. You sure called it. Dota's guns down, Fisho guy. It is far more winnable. Player and Bappa need to surround him as he finds his way away from that nade. There's no way he pulls this off, Jesse.
You're
Jesse,
kidding.
There's no way he pulls this off. Jesse, stand by. He pulled it off. Okay, Dota's a huge first round. W7M wins it against all odds. I will say, at least both of the teams seem to be having
a good time, but that is a frustrating one for Enterprise. They should have very easily been able to navigate that 1v3 that they found themselves in.
Yeah, that's one of the most unlosable rounds I've seen a team lose probably all season for Enterprise. 2 minutes on the clock, defuse kit in your pocket, site control if you want it. I mean, Dodez is not denying any plants from radio with the wall reinforced. He's got no opportunity to play the objectives. You know his exact position because he ran out at you too and missed his whole mag almost. They give him a 1v1. You're thinking, okay, bit of a mistake, but it happens, right? Now they can go to site and plant, but they don't go to site and plant, Parker. They instead just choose to take these gunfights. They don't set themselves up where they can get a crossfire on him either. I mean, that's a frustrating one to lose, I think, for Enterprise because there was so much in the bag. Some great work early on around East Stairs, around Breakroom to kind of get those early picks and put yourself in such a strong position, but at the same time, this is what this W7M team is known for, right? Even when they look down and out, someone's able to step up and have that hero moment. More often than not, it's Dodez. We talked about it in his last game, but leads the world in kills here in Stage 2. Going to be at, I believe, 243 after the triple kill in round 1.
That's crazy.
Madness.
That is crazy.
I will say, Tuhan is quite close as well. He entered the day at 228. So he, assuming he did quite well in his first game, would be close behind, but obviously you do play a lot more games when you come out of the APAC region too, so that makes a bit of a difference.
Well, I mean, that's certainly a way to blunt whatever momentum came from their surprising victory against Weibo earlier today. Weibo did ultimately win their next match, so it's not like they're down in 0-2. Some of the 0-2 teams are really quite surprising.
It's stacked down there, Parker.
That is the gauntlet.
Yeah, no kidding.
I saw a couple people on social media talk about Space Station and were like, oh, you know, it's great. They're just going to go on another hero run. And it's like, you've got like the Justice League down there of all the greatest superheroes of all time, and that's who you have to beat.
Torches ready!
No easy task.
What is going on?
That'll be a job for tomorrow. For today, Enterprise, they want to get this fountain wall open. They know there's a lot of roamers up here, so they'll start things off with a hard breach. A couple of trades do go down, but nobody through this breach. Instead, it's fighting in the hallway. Both Relays and Dots end up falling in this match with a 4v4, and Dodez hungry for more.
Almost hits the drive-by before going back towards the area. Not that close to the bomb site.
Scanning.
Floor above.
Hold right now is thwarting Enterprise's advance as they find themselves spread out, and they get Volps. I don't know if he was aware of the position of Enterprise, but
I don't believe he had any idea.
All these DMRs putting in so much work. Player with his second kill. Down goes Paul Lu. Dota still in this position. The only player yet to die in the lobby as he won that 1v3 where he was the one. Now it's all up to Loban. He's in a 1v3. Are we about to see another 1v3 clutch from W7M? Loban knew that there was one player in that position. It's Tuhan. He's got case control, and he can put the shield down, which is exactly what he's going to do. This is a very powerful spot to be in. All he needs to do is wait out this utility, play safe, play smart. It's incumbent upon Enterprise to push together. They have fallen off of that top floor hold. Here's the DMR and gets punished by Tuhan. All right, perfect. Enterprise not committing the same mistakes that they did previously, and they will tie things up.
Yeah, crisis averted if you're Enterprise. They don't choke out another 1v3. That was, honestly, I would say a worse position because the time wasn't as good. Loban controlled the defuse kit, but they got a good angle on him. They split up and hit the two sides, one on the left, one on the right. Eventually, Tuhan's able to find that shot, but player I thought was absolutely critical in that game too. We saw him pushing up through East Stairs, and I don't think there was barbed wire in that position, which is why Volps didn't hear him playing at the top of the East. There would have been the barricade, of course, on the doorway, but it got shot down very early on in that round, so no sound cue to alert the players on W7M of his position. And because there was so much chaos around 90, so much chaos around Fountain, that's where everybody's eyes were at. Player did a great job of sneaking on that twitch, using that DMR to 417 to find space for his teammates and hit that gap. Gets Enterprise on the board, and it's a great start for them, attacking on border, but they should be 2-0 up right now.
That really was a round they should not have lost.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we will see countless games throughout this entire event where teams will play and we will say, oh, they probably shouldn't have lost that round. And guess what? They will lose it all the same. So,
yep.
Unfortunately, there's just not much you can do. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose. But Enterprise can make up for lost time by being a bit more coordinated. And as we saw, they have immediately learned from their mistake in round number 1. You cannot allow these W7M players to just engage in 1v1s over and over again. You need to mob them. They fixed that mistake in the second round, and they ultimately prevail because of it.
Yeah, it's also super important against W7M that you're shutting things down in the early game, especially on border. It's such a tricky map, right, Parker? Because you can get aggressive in so many different ways as a defender and try to work a pick your direction. W7M are the #1 conversion team in the world, winning 81% of their rounds when they get that first pick. The average, just to be clear, is about 2/3, about 67%, and only one other team in the world is hitting above 80. That's Falcons. So you know how good W7M can be with a lead. It's critical that Enterprise can continue to get these opening picks.
They just might direct hit the site. It looks to be the case. Fish Show guy leading the way. He's got a shield on his back. Diffuser now at this point at the halfway mark. He gets gunned down by Paulu, traded out by Tuhan. Player on the board as well. Paulu still up, still fighting. He finds his second kill, playing on half wall, above the bomb site. This is a rough go of it for Enterprise. They gambled so much on early aggression and it completely falls apart. How now do you bail yourself out of this position? You still have site control, but a linear execute and not a full clear has been the undoing of this Aussie squad.
Yeah, now you're in a really awkward spot because you've delivered the defuse kit right to where the defenders want it. They're fine if you have it inside of vents. But I mean, now that this is the position that they're in, you've got to find some way to clear the top floor. You cannot just go for a plant. You know there's a warden up here with Paulu. He's already shut down 2 players on your team. That's why the death mark comes out specifically for him. They have to find the frag onto Paulu, but he can just play around his teammates now. He does not need to get aggressive.
There's damage being done to Paulu by Bappin, who's now gone upstairs, so it will be no direct hit this time. They've reassembled their forces. Enterprise learning as she goes. Dots and Bulbs both finished off by Bappin and Tui. And it's a second round in a row for Enterprise as they take the lead over W7M.
All right, nice recovery from Bappin. I said that he doesn't have to get aggressive, but they managed to sneak the defuse kit right from under their nose and start a plant in a bit of a deeper position. That does force the hand of Paulu. Now he's got to make a move, and unfortunately just didn't catch the timing on the breach. Bappin steps up massively, playing from outside that spot, and there were a couple of players that were trying similar things on Enterprise that just weren't able to stop it. It's a bit of a blunder when Paulu's able to make that denial from up above, because somebody is certainly looking to watch that, but unfortunately wasn't there this time around, and W7M don't manage to get that denial. Enterprise going up 2-1, feeling very good.
They call a timeout on the side of W7M, so obviously not really happy about the way that this has started. Keep in mind that the lone round won by W7M probably shouldn't have gone their way. So this should be a 3-0 start by Enterprise. A bit of a troubling sign for the defending major champions on W7M. We can't speak Portuguese, so we can't hear what exactly they're talking about, but we don't have the listen-in capabilities that A-Stream, I believe, does either. So all we can do is really just speculate.
We can see the body language. Norris is always a coach who gets very animated in his TAC timeouts. It's one of those signature things you'll notice if you watch a lot of W7M, and so it's always a joy to see him. He likes to get down on his player level, talks to them from below kind of the bench, and he's a wise man and was part of some really big rosters in South America. He's a huge reason why this team in particular, W7M, have done so well. Been with the team for a very long time now, and so it's good to see him getting everybody back on track. Sometimes there's a lot to be said. Sometimes you got to be a little harsh. Definitely feels like with W7M, they got to get a handle on some of these early games. They can afford to be getting a little bit more aggressive because when they're sitting in their spots, when they're playing their own positions, they're allowing Enterprise to get so many different angles open to come at them from many different directions, and it's putting them into these man count disadvantages far too often. I said the stat earlier, but with W7M, they rely on getting that early advantage because they're so good at closing it out. They haven't really been able to get it too often in this game.
So what are they able to do? What can they change up to make this work for this team? W7M off to a bit of a slower start than I think they expected. I mean, you've got all the footage in the world on these Aussies. You can go and you can watch all of the rounds that were played. 256 rounds have been played by this Enterprise squad across 23 maps since the start of Stage 2. That actually is lower than W7M. W7M just playing 12 more rounds. One exact map. 24 maps to 23. So W7M having a bit more mileage. But again, when you're in Brazil, there's a lot of opportunities to play games at a top level. You've mentioned Kobasula a couple times, and then obviously you've got all the interregional stuff in the SA League. We've also got regional finals coming up. Those got announced a couple weeks ago, and all of the regions will have their own opportunities to be the best.
Enterprise hoping they continue their streak of strong attacks, and they've gone for a bit of a lineup, Parker. I'm looking at the Amaru, I'm looking at the Finka. This will be an explosive execute when it comes through, and Tuhan's got a lot of options playing on this Amaru, right? He can go up the small office hash to get into sight, run around with the shotgun, have some big plays. We've seen that from a lot of teams. Could go for a bit of an unorthodox play as well, but his teammate gets downed outside of the Archives window, and then unfortunately I think that Toxic Babe gets burned, the Nitro I should say, gets burned on the window. So awkward timing coming through from these teams. It might have also gotten shot out. It's going to stall out the rush a little bit, Parker.
We'd have to go to a photo finish here, but I think what happened was he pushed forward to deactivate the gate and then threw it, but as he backed up,
and then it got shot.
It got hit by the gate, I believe. But either way, Bappin and Dodez have both been traded out. You said that it was going to be a quick one. While the Finka is gone, Dot's just fighting his way in this position, and he's got to figure out where he's going to go. Loban is there to the rescue. They bait in both relays in player. Fish Show guy dies shortly thereafter, and it's now Tuhan with 1:40 left on the clock. He's in a 1v3. Enterprise have been in this position twice before, actually. They prevailed the first time, not so successful the second time, and Tuhan could make this work. Volps and Loban, the last two that are still standing, and Volps on low HP, so is Loban. Tuhan, more health than both of them combined. These two players lined up over by Metal Detector. Tuhan cannot take a direct hit. The shotgun's in hand. He gets spotted by that 90 cam and shot it out, and is now repositioned over towards office, and will have some soft walls to play. Another bulletproof camera watching him quite intently. So how does he go about this? Jesse's got so much time to work with.
Yeah, he really does. And if he clutches up another 1v3 now, I mean, this game's just going to get crazy. Doesn't have any real intel, though. All their drones are bottom floor. Here's the vault, though, and that could provide an opportunity.
Making an awful lot of noise. All it takes is a single blast from that shotgun, and he goes onto the ground. Waiting out. Volps! No way! Is he going to get it done? A second time? Oh my god! Another 1v3 for Enterprise!
Oh, ridiculous round, Parker. It just keeps happening. Here at the Munich Major, another 1v3. Oh, we got some laughing happening in the chat. Let me tell you that. There's going to be a short tech pause here after what we just witnessed. But my God, Tuhan plays that so well. He's by far been the best player on Enterprise since he got picked up on this team. He's been a huge part for them. He is technically their hard support player. When we asked the players about their roles, they said Fish is the second support IGL, Tuhan's our primary support player. But regardless of the roles, he has been ridiculous. Went 14-6 in Game 1, the MVP to beat Weibo's. Been the best player on the squad historically as well. Just a guy who can do it all, and you see him in that clutch situation. 7-1 after just the first 4 rounds. So patient with it, doesn't have information, but slowly is gaining that information, right? As he progresses through the round, he checks every corner, he pops the Goyo so he knows there's nobody inside of Archives, he starts opening more of those angles so he can tell where these players are not, and that tells him where they are, and I really think that vault from W7M was the killer, because the second the vault came through, Tuhan hears that, and he knows one player position. He was staring at that wall for so long, and then he thinks to himself, wow, that's only one guy, so I gotta worry about the second. I mean, incredible that he was able to keep track of that many players in that long of a situation, but Tuhan just did it expertly and really won a big round for Enterprise.
And this could be a 4-0 right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to keep bringing it up, especially as we go deeper into this matchup. This could very easily be a 4-0. So, I mean, you let W7M win a 1v3, then Enterprise turns around and they do it to you. Like, what is going on here? How do we see 2 of them happen?
So the strat now, Parker, is we're going to suicide. We're going to get 2 kills. We're going to team kill, so it goes down to a 1v3, and then we'll lock in and win the round.
Okay.
I guess that didn't work in round 2 because that was also a failed 1v3. A lot of 1v3s in this matchup so far.
3 1v3s.
Yeah. 2 successes, 1 failure. I'll take those odds.
Welcome to Border.
Welcome to Border, man.
Welcome to the most unpredictable and craziest map. And yet here we are. I couldn't help but notice that Relays was running the Ints charm, and I'm very curious as to why. It's a Brazilian org that hasn't been in the scene for quite some time, but I wonder if it's a nod to any of these players or just, I mean, you have to equip a charm, so why would he pick that one? There's surely a story here.
Be good for an interview maybe tomorrow.
Duhan eliminating Palu. He will continue to just do better. Player eliminates Dodez after he trades out Fisho Guy. Into a 3v3. Enterprise is sticking real close with W7M through these rounds.
Yeah, and W7M sticking close together. Volps and Loban at the top of these east stairs. Loban going for a bit of a stroll now, though, pushing all the way up in the archive. He knows one's in here. He just wants to go-yo, waste a bit more time, and now can fall back to his teammates. There's still threats lurking on the bottom floor and up above. Babin and Player get a kill apiece, and it's just Volps in the 1v3, so he's going to win. No.
You're not allowed to say it before it happens. It curses it.
Well, when we've seen so many 1v3s.
You cursed Volps.
My bad, Volps. Jeez, what a game so far.
4-1 for Enterprise after a failed clutch from Volps. Goes nowhere because guess who got that final kill? It was Tuhan.
Dude, he's been insane so far. Tui's been
Got to do a shoey for Tui. That's just the way it works. Got to do a shoey in behalf of Tui.
The Aussie casters told us to call him Tui before the broadcast, and I really hope they weren't
I
baiting
don't
us.
trust them at all.
I'm so worried. It's like his least favorite name.
If Xenox is being like, you should call him Tui, I think I'm being set up to fail.
I'm sure the Aussies will let us know in due time, Parker.
Another tech pause.
It's got to be frustrating for W7M after you've had so many problems this game, and you can't even get anything going momentum-wise. You can't even play the matchup. It's just failure, pause, failure, pause. You just have to sit and think about everything that's going wrong. And sometimes that can maybe be a good thing, you know, to get your team back on track, but they're not really able to communicate. They're not able to talk through the problems. They just got to think about it in their own heads. So it's not exactly an ideal position to be in. I believe we're switching out a headset on the side of Enterprise. So once that gets sorted out, we should be good to go. But rough start for the Brazilians.
A stunning beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say it again. It could be 5-0.
Yeah. Assuming they walk away with a win here, which they may not. I mean, second half comebacks can happen. But if we see Enterprise close out this game, they'll be 2-0. The first time an OCE team has gone 2-0 since we saw Bliss do it back in Manchester. But if they do manage to succeed in that, they will play one of either Secret, Falcons, or the winner of our A-Stream game, M80 versus FaZe Clan tomorrow. That'll be a best of 3 where the winner goes on to playoffs in the best seed, first or second best seeds, and the loser then has to continue here in Swiss playing best of 3s until the event is over. So lots on the line in Swiss. Every game is important, and I mean, they know that. On the side of Enterprise.
It's always a good time for a massage and and just limber up, you know?
That's Mingaran, the coach of Enterprise, and honestly, one of my favorite people in the scene. He's often in my Discord chatting with the community. I talk to him quite often, and he's a very positive guy. He's been a coach for a lot of Australian rosters, despite being Korean himself, but has really been a big part of this OCE scene, and I think he knows a lot of the OCE players extremely well, which is, I think, a big boon for him.
Border was the second least played map in Oceania in Stage 2. It was played just 22 rounds, and it was defender-sided, but again, a very, very small sample size. There's not a lot that you can go off of there. Because of that, the fact that a team on attack comes from a region where they are used to losing on attack is going to be a pretty big boon for them. And I mean, Enterprise has come out swinging. Strategically, they've been doing okay, but really it's been singular performances that have been the story of this team. When they were pressed to act as a team in round number 1, they completely fell short. So you do need to ask the question, are they better as individuals, or are they just simply better as a team, as a unit? Tuhan's been winning so many of these rounds based off of just his own reactions.
Yeah, and again, like I want to stress, it's incredible that they're doing this against W7M, because in a lot of these rounds, they're not getting the early lead. W7M have won 4 out of 5 opening engagements since this game started, and they're the best conversion team in the world. But against Enterprise, it just doesn't seem like it matters, and this team feels so confident going up against the reigning major champions. They feel so calm in the clutch. Tuhon, a huge part of that, 9-1, looking for double digits. This is on pace to be his best game of the season.
To that point about Border, it was played a single time in Stage 2 in Brazil. It emerged when Furia and W7M collided in the playoff grand finals. It was the very final map played in Stage number 2. Furia demolished W7M 7-3 en route to winning Stage 2. Now, Furia won Stage 2 in Brazil. They now find themselves 0-2, one best of 3 away from being one of the first teams, if possibly even the first team, sent home, depending on what happens tomorrow. So there's only so much we can take from Stage 2.
For sure.
But the lack of play of this map in Brazil, officially, in the last 3 months, surely hurts W7M here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. We said in the map veto phase, this is not a confident map for them. They've yet to win it since the stage began, and we're feeling the effects of it already. Dodaz on a bit of an island. He's got Volt with him here in security, and we've got the Buck from down below. A bit of an old school strat trying to work this guy out of it with players in the windows as well.
Stalwart defense by W7M as they are looking for engagements, and Bappin misses an opportunity onto Dodaz, now repositioning. He's got one half wall, he's got one inside CCTV, and they've just allowed the half wall player to escape. Relays dies early. He did that in the previous round. You said this, the best team for conversions. And it might just get better for them now as Dots is playing with impunity. Up by that armory wall, giving tons of information to the rest of these defenders. Not without its own harms. There goes Tuhon at the hands of Volps. That's most of the kills from Enterprise that have fallen by the wayside. This is a surgical play by the defenders, and W7M are en route to a flawless round victory. They will get it. Volps sealing the deal. And that's more like it, let's be frank. 4-2 the scoreline for the first half. Still a walloping given by Enterprise, but now they swap sides. How will W7M fare as attackers? Can they close this gap quickly?
You got to go back to that last round and think, well, very heavy focus on security. There was Volps and Dodaz, the 2 players that were in security, that were causing them all the problems, that got all those kills. And I think Dots on the pulse, feeding the info, letting them know, hey, there's still a second guy down below. Yes, you killed Buck below, but we see a second guy down there, so worry about that, Dodaz. And he does a great job of finding that with good information from his support player on Dots. Volps assisting in as well. So this is what we kind of expect to see. It's been a battle of the Titans here on Border with both Dodaz and Tuhon running away with some kill counts. I would say overall, Tuhon's been better, but getting that last round is going to be big for momentum, and it's going to be big for their chances. Getting 2 rounds, absolutely a big deal compared to just getting 5-1 in the first half. Feels like the game's a bit of a write-off. W7M through their 1 game on Border this stage, just a 17% attacking win rate. So important to get it that second round.
As we settle in with this operator lineup, Tuhon led the way with an eye-watering plus 71 KD in Stage 2 for OS. Now, again, we do need to put just a small asterisk on these OS games because it is the most top-heavy region.
For sure.
There are some teams that are good, but just it doesn't have the same depth that all of the other regions do. So a lot of the Australian stats are going to look a little bit different. And we don't say that to be dismissive or to be mean. It's a fact of the strength of the leagues.
I agree, but I also think at this point, I mean, he's putting up 9-2 against a team like W7M. That kind of proves it's not just the competition, right?
And that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter who you are playing against. Even if you are just adequate, going up against some really bad teams, you're not going to be plus 71. 228 kills. 228 kills in 256 rounds. Very similar to what we said of Joom in the previous map. He's very close to almost 1 kill a round. That is an incredible value. And he can go completely killless for a couple rounds and still have over 1 kill per round. at this point in time. So the problem is for Enterprise is that if he dies early, you're going to need somebody on that supporting cast to step up, because the support players have not been the greatest. Both Fishogai and Relays are not necessarily known for their fragging prowess, especially Fishogai, who sits at a minus 62 in terms of KD. That's among the worst that we've seen from a dedicated support player globally. It just means that you've got really 3 players, maybe 4 if you add Relays, which you probably shouldn't based on his role, who need to get kills. If those players on Enterprise go cold, there is just simply no depth there to deal with, and that will be a problem against W7M, where basically everybody can kill you.
Yeah. It's been an awkward spot sometimes for Enterprise. They are a top-heavy team in a top-heavy region. They moved to the defense here on Border, and it doesn't feel like Border. We've been almost half the round, and W7M have been very cautious with how they want to play this. Low been in down below on the Deimos, but he hasn't even used a death mark yet.
Do these teams not know that half the lobby could be dead in the first 40 seconds? What, are they stupid? Like, how do they not know that? Like, hello?
They are setting up for a cool play Metal. We've got both Dots and Loban playing in this position. I expect them to rush up those stairs, likely with a death mark, to try to get a big pick somewhere around the bomb site, and that could open the door for Dots to plant.
And Loban is searching for an opportunity, ascending the stairs. Silhouette's just out of reach, springing in, beheading Tuhan. Of all the targets to find first, that's a good one. Finding yet another, 3 kills from W7M. Fishogai and Relays, the supports suddenly coming to life. But with player down, it's all up to Relays in a 1v3. No information to be given by player. A Nitro cell hucked up from down below, but nobody will be found. Never mind, he waits for Dots to get into position. Look at the smile on his face. Win or lose this round. That's a morale booster. Relays attempting to get player back up. It'll be watched by both Loban and Dodez. He makes his presence known, dealing with Dodez, and he will lose the engagement. The gap between these two teams is down to 1 as W7M prevails on their very first attack.
Yeah, and I think it all comes back to that really excellent entry from Loban walking up the metal stairs. I mean, you saw it, how good he was with that Deimos pistol, and it's good to see from a guy like Loban, because frankly, it's been a rough season. You go back to when they were major champions, he had a 117 KDR in Montreal. You go into this stage now, he's negative and he's not getting traded. He's got the worst cost of any player coming into this event, largely because he's dying almost every round, and he's not getting traded in almost any of those deaths. 8% of his deaths get traded, which is far below the average. Most players, that sits around 15, so you're looking at about half what you'd expect of those deaths getting traded out. It's how he likes to play, right? He's a very individual player. He goes off on an island. It's the Loban style of Siege, but he just hasn't found the same success. I think it's not been the most consistent playstyle for him. Today, in a moment like that, you get to see the upsides of it, and it's really important that Loban is firing on all cylinders if W7M are going to win a game like this.
And I mean, Loban plays 3 operators pretty consistently. He plays Buck, he plays Deimos, and he plays Dokkaebi.
Yep. Now,
if you look at Enterprise's bans, none of the operators that Loban favors have been removed. He had the Deimos soft locked, he moved over to the Buck, because he's an enabler. He plays on that enabler role, where if you're a Dokkaebi, you can either act on it yourself, though Loban is not exactly the most mechanically gifted on his own, especially compared to some of his teammates. So he's not the guy you want taking engagements when you've got players like Dodez, like Palu, even like Volps, who can dominate a matchup on a good day. You want them to do well. That's why you bring those enablers, those nuisance ops, like a Lion, like a Shield, like a Deimos, like a Dokkaebi. So Loban knows his role, and he knows it quite well. Here is a Buck. He's going to be enabling again. But he has to ensure that the rest of his team gets top floor control. And right now, Enterprise are defending it fiercely.
I think Tuhan gets a bit of a body block on the Electroclaw. No, it's upstairs. So the Twitch drone gets in, it zaps the Kaid, gets out. Would have liked to get the claw so they can open this wall, but unfortunately it is going to stay electrified, which makes this position incredibly difficult to clear through.
The only real way to get rid of the Electroclaw is to go underneath, but guess what? That's the bomb site. So how are you going to be able to do that? I mean, you could go for a linear take here if you're W7M, but you need to read it appropriately, and it looks like Enterprise are aware of that because Tuhan is doing double duty, not just on that wall, but also staring below on the site.
Good question. What else is going on for this push? We're hearing some smoke being tossed out by Dots at the moment. potential maybe to get in and get some value here inside of 90. Paulu's found a bit of an angle, and Dots will begin the plants.
And they're trying to keep the attention from above. They're doing a damn good job of it. Volps has been toppled. Same with Fisho Guy. Nitro Cell dropped down, and goodbye to Volps. But the diffuser goes off all the same. Enterprise with 2, add to that a third. And it's Paulu and Dots fighting for their lives. All they need to do is wait out the next 25 seconds. That diffuser gets to pass the point of no return. It does not matter how many players Enterprise is able to kill if they're not able to get on it. Relays pops on. Dots finishes him off. A bit of sloppiness from Enterprise, eagerly capitalized on by W7M. And the timer will continue to go. The job getting more difficult due to the fire shot out by Paulu. And it just seems like they're toying with Tuhan at this point with 1 second to go. Knocked over. Dots didn't look like he was going to go for the kill, but he'll get it all the same. And W7M have tied things up.
Big 2v4 coming out from W7M to win that one. You go back to Enterprise in the defense, and I mean, they don't do a great job, I think, of punishing those last 2 players. They know where Dots is at the very least. Maybe they're not 100% sure of Paulu's positioning, but they know that the Blitz is just outside, and the Blitz spends a good chunk of that post plant staring upwards, looking up towards the archive window where somebody is expected to be jumping out. Dot seems to be ready for it, but nobody on Enterprise is in that position. They had Relays, who was on the top floor. They had Player, who was on the top floor. They had Tuhan, who was on the top floor. And instead of any of them trying to jump out, get aggressive, be a distraction on that blitz, they all rotated back down to site, rotated back to that first floor. And I mean, you saw how easy it was for Dots to get some of those kills. You're disabling from the window. It's never going to work out unless there's some other dimension to that defense, and it wasn't really there for Enterprise.
Well, I mean, it also has to be credit to W7M for sweeping through that top floor, right? One of the best things to do is to jump out of that vent window and exert some pressure there. Obviously, if you're a shield operator, if you're looking up, you're quite vulnerable because shields obviously don't have that protection that goes over your head. But W7M had commandeered that top floor, and it left Enterprise solely on the bottom floor. That's where things become a bit of a problem. Enterprise had quite the lead. They did bottle that first round, so the numbers could look a little different, but they don't. And now W7M have found their form, they called their timeout, and they've been in very good shape since. I was a little worried for them defending, but border skewing towards the attackers really shouldn't surprise anybody.
Yeah.
And that means W7M are in a good spot for the remainder of regulation.
Yeah, they haven't had the best attacks on border, but it's just a small sample size. I do agree that this should be their moment, especially when they got great drones like that. They open things up for Loban to be that entry, and his team's just right there behind him.
The one thing they will say, if you've never played a Brazilian team on LAN, you have no idea the level of aggression. They just hunt you down mercilessly, and Enterprise is likely learning that the hard way at this moment.
It's been an excellent job droning things out, finding that entry frag. Loban has been incredible today after a bit of a rough season.
There's a Hail Mary Nitro Cell used by Relays earlier. Fisho Guy is going to wait this one out for the call. Dots shredded as Tuhan gets on the board. 9 kills, there you go. The Nitro Cell will connect. Second time that these belated explosives work wonders. Put this into a 3v3 with the lead on the line. Enterprise has led since round number 3. W7M sure would like that lead back.
So you're giving up the top floor. You're letting W7M have this with 90 seconds. It's going to open the door for a lot of different options. W7M, they don't have a ton of utility, but they still have a couple of smokes for Paulu if they want to force a plant. They've still got plenty of drones to find these last couple of players as well. The map control being conceded by Enterprise. Not even really in a position to go for a late round flank. Sometimes up the metal stairs you'll see something, but with Bappin falling, it seems less and less likely. It's all on Fisho Guy and Tuhan to lock down the site with still 60 seconds to go.
Tuhan hears what sounds like a herd of elephants above him. There's an awful lot of noise being made, but it's not for much longer. Paulu and Loban doubling up on the last set of kills. And W7M will do something that they've been unable to do since round number 1, and that's say they have the lead.
It's been a great comeback from W7M today. It's been a rough day, frankly, for APAC fans as they've taken a couple of leads now. 1-5-0. One should have been a 5-0.
Why are you angering the Kaggers?
Because I know many of them.
Why are you angering the Kaggers? These are good, hardworking people who just love to see a Japanese team succeed, and you... You make him angry.
I don't mean to anger, but it is the facts. It's been a tough couple of hours for the APAC fans. CAG 5-0 up against G2. They choked that out, lose 7-5. Enterprise should have been 5-0. It was 4-1 thanks to a miracle clutch. They've now choked that out to 4-5. So these streaks have gone really nicely up against some of these APAC teams, and I think especially for Enterprise, it comes in against one of the younger APAC teams. I mean, some of the CAG guys have been to dozens of events at this point, but most of these Enterprise players have only been to 1 or 2 events before, maybe EWC, and then that's about it for some of these guys. So you got to imagine the nerves do start to get to you once you get close to that goal of finding success. The little things start to slip away from you. I would like to see them, honestly, maybe just be a bit more aggressive. Don't be afraid of this W7M team. You don't have to be always letting them get into the plant, letting them take that top floor control on the bathroom bomb site. You can fight them early on. They're good, but they're not invincible. If you can clear out some of that information that Loban has too, could help you beat him in the opening engagements. There's a lot of things that they can work on here in this game, and it'll be on the team plus Mingran to figure that out.
I think it's a good time to call a timeout as well, right? You still got a couple rounds at minimum. 2 rounds and W7M walks away with this one, but we will see. There really hasn't been a lot of recruit play at this event. Now, I am curious as to your thoughts on that, because Striker and Sentry were, for a period of time, a great just kind of catch-all, jack of all trades, master of none kind of operators. We have not seen as much recruit being favored by these teams, despite the fact that when he was attacking, technically Striker is Tuhan's second most played operator.
Yeah, he also played it back in round 7 on this exact bomb site. But, he opts for the Kaid this time around. We don't see the Striker get locked in either. I do think the Striker is a very good generalist op that we do see so often being brought up by teams. The Sentry has always been a little bit less common. FaZe have obviously loved that operator, and other teams do as well, but it is not really an op we see all the time. Fisho guy gets away with it. Just barely finishes the reinforcement as the Ashes shutting things down. Bit of a gap in the defense that Volp's nearly exploited.
Yeah, that's a tight one there, Jesse.
Yeah.
They got Loban on the run now at the top of the stairs as they'll lose some of that barbed wire. And the Osa of Dots will encroach upon this bomb site. Now, the Evil Eye Cam is going to be a bit of a tricky one. Oh, my. Dots. That's a cheeky little play.
Every bit of damage counts when you're an operator who is extremely susceptible to C4s.
Of which there happens to be 2 on the side of Enterprise. We saw 2 rounds in a row where they were able to hit those fadeaway nitros from down below. Fisho Guy and Tuhan will likely take a more direct approach. Fisho Guy's already got one in hand, primed and ready. But does it go out onto the balcony? That's the question I have to ask. Does it go out onto that vents area? Or do they just want to take care of the Osa shield? A nitro cell for just the Talon shield, not really great value.
Hey, there's 2 shields, there's 2 nitros. It's about a 50-50. It's really tough to make your strat work, too. That Senswall is just hoping to bait out a nitro. Doda's shooting this as it comes over is huge, and he does manage to do so. That's one of the 2 explosives gone, and the plant will start.
Another nitro cell goes out, and it's shot 2! Excellently played by W7M. Dodez dies, and Loban will go down as well. So while strategically things are working very effectively for W7M, they are losing gunfights. But hey, look at that. They've been able to push on up to that shield. Enterprise, after calling their timeout, looks set to convert. Volps and Palu, the last 2 standing. Palu now last alone. W7M has won a flawless round. Are they able to do the same on the side of Enterprise? No. Palu gets 1. Will now walk on in. He has the defuse kit, vaults on over, and at this point you just kind of got to pick your poison. Where are you going to look? Player from deep downtown playing on the armory wall. A couple of shots and he makes it look so easy. We are tied up yet again, Jesse.
Yeah, and maybe he can catch, maybe Dodez outside of the window over towards Vents can catch 1 C4. Okay. Maybe he can catch 2 C4s.
I think he did.
Okay. But he's not going to catch Fisho Guy jumping up on the balcony with the SMG-11.
Well, it's very simple. Fisho Guy is not a C4.
That's true.
Objectively correct.
Scientists have looked into it.
And they have determined that Fisho Guy is not a human explosive.
No, he is not, but he's still got some deadly weapons, and he finds the opening pick in that round. He shuts down the cover of the plant, which stops the plant from happening altogether. The second kill in that round actually was across the map. It was inside security, where player gets the pick onto Loban, that solo play that we do see so often coming out from him. So now we're in a two-man disadvantage if we're W7M. Now the Osa weaknesses become even more of a problem because she just cannot fight when she's holding that shield in her hands. So effectively a 5v2 while she's holding it. She goes down early, and it really is just a good play by Enterprise to force this one to at least 12 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it was also a very linear take from W7M. Like, we can praise Enterprise all we want, but that was basically like, hey, walk in, put down a talent shield, try to plant, die. Somebody else is going to do the same thing, die. Somebody else is going to do the same thing, die. Somebody else is going to do the same thing, die.
I do want to say, I'm on record for saying that's my least favorite take in all of Siege. I think it's so bad.
Jesse, you are on the record being a certified Osa hater.
And mostly just because of that take. I think on other bomb sites, she's great. But that bomb site, it's such a low win rate strategy. But
it did look like where W7M had assembled their forces, especially over towards the office side of things, that it was not going to be quite initially such a linear take. But I think losing Dodez early and then following up losing, I think it was Volps right after that.
Loban, yeah.
Or Loban. It was too much for them to overcome it. And you had to kind of corral yourself, get your forces into a different position, and just directly attack the bomb site. The pivot from W7M makes a lot of sense. It's just unfortunate they ended up in that circumstance to begin with, because it would have been nice to see what the greater and broader strategy was outside of just directly taking a single doorway.
Well, speaking of the doorway, player ran out of it at the start of this round. He ran out Archive's door, and he ended up getting hard punished by Volps, who started this round off with the entry frag. Sets Enterprise up in a bit of an awkward spot now, where W7M can try to capitalize on the 81% conversion they've had through Stage 2. Things have slowed down a little bit, but the droning continues to be just as strong. Paulu's got his drone in the exact same spot that he previously had it. They find that out eventually, but that information's still going to be good.
It just keeps getting better for W7M now as they're clawing their way to match point. Man, if Enterprise lose 7-5, round one is going to haunt them.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, because the way it has been, this back and forth contest, it's anybody's game, but this round Enterprise don't seem to have a good read on W7M's forces, and W7M have not suffered anything at all. No damage has been done to them. Fisho Guy and Bappin, that's it. W7M, everybody. But hold on a second. Doesn't matter if you are at this current point in time unharmed, because Loban dies at the hands of Bappin, who will now reposition. He sees the Monty, gives his position away. No damage is done to Dots, because all those bullets deflect off the side shield. The good thing about having a Scopos on the board, by the way, is that they will have a permanent cam up, so Fisho Guy will be able to use that, as you can see. The one drone positioned down by the drop. They've got Fisho Guy on the run, Jesse. 30 seconds left. Diffuse kit in the hands of Dots as he's worked his way over towards ventilation, and there's too many bullets for Fisho Guy to contend with. Palu will seal the deal, and once again, most of those kills from W7M coming in areas where it didn't look like Enterprise knew, and it's match point for W7M.
It's funny, we kind of started this game by praising the individual moments from Enterprise, right? Big 1v3 clutches, big things coming out specifically from Tuhan, but everybody, a couple different players, having some big individual moments. And now here, after they've forced themselves up to a 5-5, put in one of the most critical rounds that this team has ever played in any situation, they try the individual plays once again, and it just does not go their way. It's a run out that doesn't go their way to start things off from player. Then Relays, also in Archives, goes down solo. Tuhan around 90 goes down solo. It's all of these players that aren't in spots to get traded. That was supposed to be the 3-player combo that locked down the top floor, but one guy runs out, one guy, and then the last two guys just aren't close enough to trade each other, and yeah, I mean, it really does fall to pieces. W7M, I think, great patience in that game, or in that round, I should say, to find those players and not over-exaggerate things, not get ahead of themselves. Time was starting to be a problem, but they were always on top of it. Dots knew when he had to plant. He knew how to do it. He did a great job in that previous one.
We got a long look at W7M.
5 seconds to insert.
We did.
A very long look.
I like Dots' face. I'm supportive.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
They're doing it just for you.
Thankfully, there's no like coaches or anything watching that wanted to see the site setup anyways, so it's good.
That's okay.
They get match replay VODs after.
We have seen very little overtime so far today. Could we break that trend line here? Enterprise will need to be the team to get the job done. So far, W7M have looked more confident the longer this matchup has gone on. And Tuhan has cooled off. Just 2 kills in this second half. It's tough, but again, pretty close to 1 kill around. He's just 1 kill short.
And this could be the round where he makes that happen, gets that 12th. So plenty still to play for, but he has slowed down. There's no doubt about that, as things have gotten to be a little bit quieter as W7M move onto the attack, slow down this game dramatically. Opportunity as Dodez lurks through the hallway. His teammate dies, and that accelerates his pace. Gets a great kill on a Bappin. Does he know about the second guy? Yes, because he jumped out. Huge.
How does Dodez get that, Jesse?
He saw him jump out. He had that last little ping. It's really bad timing from Fisher Guy, but it's just unlucky.
It's not a literal question. It's rhetorical.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out how they allow him to take up so much space completely undetected, but again, Enterprise suffered through this in the previous round where it just seemed like they did not have a good read on W7M's entry. Could be information? Not really sure. A triple kill from Dodez. A formidable force on the side of W7M with 14 kills. Nearly a 15th. Almost getting it on player. There it is. And it's all up to Tuhan to be the savior. Dodging bullets left and right, now trapped inside a small office. Watching for one of these players. Dodez looking for the final kill. And an ace will send us away. Dodez collects all 5 and W7M takes the match. 7-5.
The MVP from the Montreal Major, showing exactly why he earned that title 1 year ago. Big round and big game from Dodez. Start to finish, the one guy that looked like he could match up with Tuhan in the first half, and then in the second half, W7M grabbed control of the pacing. They really played to their strengths. They slow things down and punish the individual plays from Enterprise. Really well done coming out from W7M.
And I hate to go back to round number 1, but I gotta bring it up. If they had not thrown that 1v3 as they did, sometimes clutches happen because of a player playing well, sometimes clutches happen because of players not playing so well. Unfortunately for Enterprise, that first round was more of the latter. And because of that, they dropped what could have been an easily won round that would have propelled them to overtime. But obviously, that's just us going with the benefit of hindsight. Because who knows, maybe W7M had called their timeout earlier, maybe they settle things down earlier, maybe they adjust their style. Being at a greater deficit, it's always hard to speculate. But what we do know is certain is W7M looking to repeat as major champions. They add Paulu to the mix, and boy, oh boy, are they looking like a formidable team. And right now, statistically, the best team in this event from Brazil.
Yes, I mean, W7M looking great. Dodez and Paulu, the highlights, but I do want to talk about Loban, too. I thought he had some ridiculously impactful rounds going on to the attack, being that entry player. He can really find that space for his team. Doesn't always find success. He lost a couple ones, but in the end, I think it was his contribution on the attack that started to change that pace, and then Dodez really brought it home for the team.
Absolutely. We have the bracket for you, by the way, if you want to conceptualize or really just see how things are looking here, because I know that the Swiss system can be a little bit hard to follow. Basically, your opponent is not known to you until the results of all the matches are done. So there's not a lot of prep work in between these matches. You have maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours until you need to gear up for your very next game.
Yeah, thankfully, that's not the case for the next round, because we do just have round 3 being played tomorrow. For the teams going in 2-0 and 0-2, those will be best of 3 matchups with everything on the line. For the teams going 1-1, including Enterprise, that'll be a best of 1 that they play tomorrow for a best of 3 the day after.
So lots more sieges coming your way. It ended up being a quicker day today than we had thought, as you saw from our timing, which is good and bad. I mean, it means less siege overall, which can be bad, but it also means that if you, the viewer, have broken your sleep schedule, it means you might be able to get to bed a bit earlier, and that sometimes is good. We're not fully done yet, though, because there's one more match being played on the A stream. FaZe Clan and M80 are doing battle right now. It's our last game of the day, and we're going to join them as we say goodbye to you here on the B stream. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me. I can see what's in front of me.